Chapter 1. Saturday, July 22nd, 2028. Nate Corwin woke to the soft hum of the ceiling fan and the warmth of Paula curled against his back. The house was quiet, too quiet, with 2 kids and a dog, but he'd learned to savor these brief pockets of peace. The brass clock on the nightstand read 7:30. Time to get up. He slid out of bed, careful not to wake Paula, pulled on his flannel robe, and padded downstairs barefoot. The kitchen still smelled faintly of last night's popcorn and dish soap from cleaning up after movie night with the kids. He filled the kettle, dumped beans into the grinder, and winced as the machine growled through the silence. Coffee and a good book, that was his morning ritual. Thrillers mostly. Sometimes sci-fi, which seemed fitting for a former science teacher. Former. The word stuck like a splinter in his hand. He tried to remind himself that his suspension was temporary. The kettle had barely begun to boil when Max came thundering down the stairs, 60 pounds of tail-wagging enthusiasm. He trotted over to nose and licked Nate's hand until Nate gave him a pat on the head, and then he bounded to the back door and began moaning and pawing at the glass. "Hold your horses," Nate muttered, pouring the ground coffee and boiling water into the French press before walking over to open the door. Max shot outside, nose lifted to the air and twitching. A shiver ran through Nate as a river of cold air rushed in. The sun was up, but shining weakly, a fuzzy orange orb against the pale blue sky. There was an unusual amount of haze in the sky, but at least there weren't any clouds, so it likely wouldn't rain on their barbecue later. He shut the door, poured 2 mugs of coffee, extra cream and sugar for Paula, and 1 splash and spoon of each for himself, then carried them upstairs. Paula stirred when he nudged her shoulder. "Your knight in shining flannel," he said, offering her the mug with the pink cherry blossom tree that Riley had bought for her birthday a few years ago. Her dark hair tumbled across her shoulders, a few silver threads glinting in the morning light as she sat up. She blinked blearily at him, then smiled warmly, the kind of smile that still undid him. "You're spoiling me today. You say that like it's a bad thing." A muffled thud came from down the hall, followed by Riley screaming at Jonah to get out of her room. Typical. Riley was 16, bristling with sarcasm and moody teenage angst, while Jonah was 10 and endlessly curious, forever testing her patience. Paula sighed. "There goes the quiet morning." 15 minutes, Nate said. "A new record." Paula smiled into her coffee. "I'll go get breakfast started," Nate said. He dropped a kiss on her lips between sips of coffee and withdrew, heading back down to the kitchen. Max was back at the sliding glass door, panting and wagging his tail, waiting to be let in. Nate crossed over and tugged the door open, nearly getting knocked over in the process as Max bounded back inside. 40 minutes later, breakfast unfolded in a tangle of chatter and clattering dishes. Riley argued about borrowing the car for a friend's birthday party tomorrow. She had gotten her first license at 14 and a half by taking a driver's education program, so she was already driving around on her own. It was great that she could drive herself to and from Russell High, especially now that he wasn't working there, but not so great that they had less control over Riley's comings and goings. It was hard to keep tabs on her when she could literally be anywhere, and with anyone. "Will there be alcohol at the party?" Paula asked. "No," Riley said, but Nate wasn't convinced. He knew how easily teenagers found booze and worse. "There'd better not be," Paula said. "I wouldn't drink even if there was." Paula frowned as she took a bite of toast, seeming to mull over their daughter's words while she ate. She looked to Nate, deferring the request to him. "How late is this party going to run?" he asked. Max was making munching sounds under the table. Nate noticed out of the corner of his eye that Jonah was surreptitiously breaking off pieces of bacon and feeding them to the dog. Nate had burned the bacon slightly, and Jonah was a picky eater at the best of times. "I don't know. Midnight?" Riley shrugged as she popped a wedge of syrup-soaked pancakes into her mouth. "You'll be home by 10, Nate said. "But I can take the car." "The minivan," he clarified, "not the Suburban." She nodded quickly, satisfied. Nate scooped scrambled eggs onto his fork and popped them into his mouth. He caught Paula's eye where she was seated beside him at the kitchen table and smiled. She smiled back, but there was a tightness around her eyes, and her gaze lingered a moment too long, as if she could physically see the stain of the accusation that clung to him. He'd only been suspended for 2 weeks, but it felt like forever. Depending on the outcome of the school's investigation, it technically could be forever. Unfortunately, it was his word against one of his students, Mila Foster. Nate wasn't sure what bothered him more, that Mila would lie, or the presumption of guilt implied by his suspension. No matter what the outcome of this, her lies were going to follow him for years to come, maybe for the rest of his life. After breakfast, Nate carried a fresh mug of coffee and his Kindle reader onto the deck, grateful for a little quiet before their guests arrived. Paula was inside, loading the dishwasher and prepping for the barbecue. The morning was clear, but too cold. He set his mug down on the end table of their patio set and rubbed the goose flesh from his arms. July in Montana isn't supposed to feel like late September. He tilted his head back. The sky was washed out and hazy. Probably fires up in Canada again, or Flathead. It seemed like every summer the West was burning somewhere. Nate glanced at the instruments hanging beneath the eaves on the back deck. The thermometer read 54 degrees. No wonder he was cold. The barometer beside it registered a steady 10-11 hPa. Nate reached around to pull the sliding door open again and called inside, "Paula, sweetheart, where's my gray sweater?" Her voice floated back. "Check the laundry basket, and try not to spill coffee on it this time. I barely managed to get that stain out." Nate chuckled. "Will do." He smiled as he stood, but unease threaded through him. He looked up again at the dim, reddish sun, hazy and strange, and a chill that had nothing to do with the weather crept through his robe. He cinched it tighter and went inside to get his sweater. Asterisk. By late morning, Paula had claimed the kitchen as her battleground. Cutting boards cluttered the counters, bowls stacked in precarious towers, and the sharp tang of cilantro mingled with marinated chicken. She found comfort in the rhythm, slicing, whisking, arranging. Cooking gave her control, something she needed more and more since Nate's suspension. Their 2 incomes had barely stretched as it was. Now she was working extra shifts just to stay afloat, all the while bracing for the worst. That girl's accusations could end Nate's career for good. Paula didn't believe a word of it, but these days a lie didn't need to be true, just convincing. AI could fake voices, even faces, and Mila Foster wasn't an ordinary high school student. Brilliant, isolated, and spurned, she had the motive to lie and the skill to fake whatever evidence she needed. So far it was her word against his, but each of them had something to lose, Nate his job and Mila her perfect record. She was a straight-A student, and she would be expelled if the principal determined that she was lying. The whole mess had started with a few anonymous sticky notes and a couple of small gifts that Nate found on his desk. Things had escalated when Mila had found Nate alone in the chemistry lab and confessed to him that she was his secret admirer. Dee tried to kiss him, and he'd turned her down gently, but his rejection and her embarrassment had taken a dark turn when she'd gone to the principal to lie about them, claiming that Nate had tried to kiss her. "Can I help?" Jonah's voice broke her thoughts. She looked up to find him hovering at the island in a t-shirt and shorts. "Sure, honey, rinse the peppers for me." His grin brightened the room. He dragged a stool to the sink, splashing water everywhere, happy just to be included. At least one of her kids still thought chores were fun. Riley, 16 and perpetually exasperated, was in the living room below, recording something about being stuck at a lame family barbecue. Paula tried not to roll her eyes at that. By noon, the doorbell rang. Max exploded into barking and skidding paws as Paula wiped her hands on a dishcloth and followed. The Reeds from next door stood outside. Charles, tall, barrel-chested and bearded with a six-pack of beer dangling from one hand, and his wife, Emily, almost equally tall, but slender with auburn curls. She had a bowl of potato salad tucked under one arm. Their daughters Haley and Olivia dropped to their knees to smother Max in hugs. The golden retriever lapped up their attention, his tail wagging as he licked them all over their hands and faces. Paula looked on with a smile. Haley was 7, with freckled cheeks and brown hair. She was clutching a plush white and black striped tiger that she took with her everywhere she went. Olivia was 9, tall and coltish with a mane of shoulder-length blonde hair. "Smells amazing," Emily said, handing over the bowl of salad as they stepped inside. "Thanks," Paula replied. "Hopefully it tastes as good as it smells." A cold gust followed them inside. Emily frowned. "Chilly for July, isn't it?" Paula glanced out. The bright summer glare had dulled to something closer to dusk. "Very. Keep your coats. It looks like you might need them." She shut the door behind them, but even inside, the air felt cool. The AC had been running all night in expectation of another hot summer day. "Charlie, Nate's already out back with the grill," Paula said. "You can go join him and toss those beers in the cooler outside." "Yes, ma'am," Charles said with a parting grin. He was an old Army veteran, now working as a traffic cop in the city. Paula led Emily and her girls to the kitchen. She put the potato salad in the fridge and asked if Emily would like a glass of Chardonnay, to which she replied with an enthusiastic, "I thought you'd never ask." Jonah ran outside with Max and the Reed girls, leaving their mothers alone to gossip. Paula took a bottle of chilled white from the fridge, screwed off the cap, and poured 2 glasses. Then they toasted to having the weekend off. Emily was a flight attendant for Spirit, so she understood shift work all too well. They traded stories from their work, then talked about what was new with their kids. But before long, Emily steered the conversation delicately toward Nate's suspension. "We're still waiting for the school to finish their investigation," Paula said with a sigh. Emily's face softened. "It's awful how one lie can ruin a career." That struck a nerve. It was premature to say whether Nate's career was ruined. Paula turned back to her chopping board. Emily got the message and steered the conversation to safer ground: the weather. Within half an hour, the Millers arrived. Sarah came in first, tall and broad-shouldered with sun-reddened skin, her blonde hair pulled back in a no-nonsense ponytail. She wore jeans, sneakers, and a loose cotton t-shirt, the kind of outfit that doubled as her working uniform on the ranch. Jim followed right behind, a broad-shouldered man with a weather-beaten face, unruly brown hair, and thick, calloused hands that spoke of decades of hard work on their ranch. A few minutes later, the Petersons swept in. Casey was, as always, dressed to turn heads, designer heels, a busty summer dress, and long blonde extensions that she flicked over her shoulder like she was on a runway instead of attending a backyard barbecue. Her husband Mark looked more grounded, shorter and sturdier than his wife in heels, with salt and pepper hair cropped short. Their 9-year-old son, Corey, trailed behind them, dark-haired and wiry, already tugging on Jonah's arm so that they could go outside and play. The men drifted after them, going to join Nate at the grill while the women clustered in the kitchen. Thankfully, no one else mentioned Nate's situation. Their conversations were all about the strange weather. "I've never seen smoke this thick without smelling it," Casey said as she sipped her wine. Paula eyed her friend's attire. As usual, Casey was dressed for attention, not practicality. Paula wasn't jealous, but she often found Casey's fashion choices to be tone-deaf. There was a time and place for stilettos and cleavage, and a backyard barbecue just wasn't it. Casey was a stay-at-home mom and esthetician who'd married rich and moved up from California 3 years ago with her now-retired tech millionaire husband, Mark. They de-built a mansion on 10 acres outside the city. Yet somehow, even after 3 years of living in Montana, Casey still stuck out like a Tesla at a tractor pull. You can take the trophy wife out of California, but you can't take Collie out of the trophy wife, she thought wryly to herself. Casey probably never would have made it into Paula's friend's circle if it weren't for the fact that her 9-year-old son, Corey, was friends with Jonah from school. "Definitely strange," Sarah agreed. "We found the herd bunched up behind the barn this morning instead of out grazing. Took Jim half the morning just to get them back out on pasture." "There wasn't anything in the forecast about this, was there?" Paula asked. Emily snorted. "Forecast? You'd have better luck sticking your head out the window." Muted laughter rippled through the kitchen. Outside, the yard was dim, shadows heavy despite the high angle of the sun. The kids were playing badminton while Max barked and chased the birdie. "Wildfires up north, probably," Casey said. "Canada burns every summer. Heck of a cold day, though. I should go see if Corey needs a sweater." Stilettos clicked as she went to the sliding glass door. The others exchanged knowing glances as she left. As soon as the door slid shut behind her, Sarah rolled her eyes and muttered, "Said the pot," calling to her son the kettle. "It's a barbecue, not a nightclub." She could tone it down a little. Paula smirked. "I think this is Casey's idea of toning it down, but she might actually need a sweater. Anyone else want one?" Sarah stuck up her hand. "I'll take one." Paula nodded and went upstairs to grab a couple of cardigans from her closet. She handed one to Sarah, and then all 3 women went outside to join their kids and husbands on the deck. The cold hit Paula like a slap. Goosebumps prickled her arms. The grill hissed and popped. The men's chatter was noticeably thin, with everyone looking cold and shivery as they sipped their beers. Overhead, the sun was dark and red, haloed with moisture rings. It looked like a dying ember. "Hell of a thing, this weather," Jim said, slipping an arm around Sarah's waist. "Has to be smoke," Emily murmured, peering up at the sky as she went to stand by her husband, Charles. He checked his phone. "Nothing online about a fire. If it was close by, we'd know." "Give it time," Nate said. "The news cycle always lags on the weekends." Paula offered the second cardigan to Casey. She wrinkled her nose. "I'm fine, thanks." "Suit yourself," Paula said as she slipped it on instead. She glanced at the thermometer on the deck and gasped. "That can't be right," Paula said. "It's 60 degrees right now." "I know, it's crazy, right?" Nate replied. An icy gust of wind sent the kids, badminton birdie, sailing over the fence to the Reeds' yard. Max followed it as far as he could and jumped up with his paws against the fence, his tail wagging furiously. "I'll get it," Olivia shouted, running around the side of the house. Paula frowned. "Jonah, don't you want to put on some warmer clothes?" "I'm fine, Mom." "Nate, tell him to put on a jacket." "He'll be all right," Nate replied. "He's always the first one to crack out summer wear in the spring." Paula let the topic drop and went back to watching Nate flip burgers on the grill. "How long until we eat?" 10-15 minutes, he said after checking his smartwatch. She nodded. "I'll go set the table. Emily, you want to come give me a hand?" "Sure." They moved toward the door, but Casey and Sarah lingered, one basking in attention, the other guarding against it. Just as Paula reached the door, another gust of wind cut through her sweater. She glanced one last time at the yard. Everything looked normal, kids laughing, Max barking, burgers sizzling. "Looks like we've got some weather coming up," Jim said, nodding and tilting his beer to the fence between them and the Johnsons' place. An impressive wall of dark clouds was busy creeping into view from the west. "That might explain the chill," Nate said. "Must be a low-pressure system moving in." At that, he pointed to his barometer. "Damn," Jim grumbled. "If it gets bad, we might have to leave early. Thunderstorms make the herd bunch up tight. One good lightning strike and we could lose 10 head in a blink." "That many?" Mark asked, frowning skeptically at the rancher. "Seems like it should only kill 1 or 2. Paula pulled the door open and stepped back inside with Emily, drowning out the men's conversations as she shut the door. The air was much warmer inside. "Well, the heater seems to be doing its job," Emily commented. Paula smiled and nodded, her mind smoothly switching gears from the strange weather to the task of preparing lunch. While she was busy doing that, Emily's attention drifted to the sunken living room below the kitchen. "That storm outside looks pretty ugly. Maybe we should put on the TV to see if there's anything about it on the news." Paula looked up from setting outsides on the kitchen island so that people could serve themselves. "Go right ahead. The controllers should be on the coffee table." Emily smiled and nodded, heading for the short flight of stairs to the lower floor of their split-level home. Chapter 2. The grill hissed and popped, the scent of beef fat and mesquite wafting into the dim midday air. Nate stood at the helm, tongs in one hand, spatula in the other, flanked by his neighbors like they were all part of some suburban cookout battalion. "Better not burn mine this time, Corwin," joked his next-door neighbor, Charles Reed. He had a beer in hand, his ruddy face flushed from the unexpected chill. "Medium rare, like always," Nate said, as he flipped a couple of burger patties onto the warming rack and moved Charles's steak to a cooler corner of the grill. "Is that what you call it?" Charles replied, laughing into his beer. Jim Miller hovered close beside him, probably to stay warm as much as to supervise Nate's grilling skills. "Feels more like football season than barbecue season." Standing just behind her husband, Sarah bobbed her head. "You think the sun looks dimmer than it did a minute ago?" asked Mark Peterson, squinting up at the washed-out sky, then out at the developing thunderstorm. He'd been scanning the sky every few minutes like he expected something to appear. "Stop obsessing, babe," Casey replied. Nate turned his attention back to the grill, but his eyes drifted to where his instruments hung beneath the eaves. The needle on the old brass barometer had dipped noticeably since the morning. He wiped his hands and walked over, frowning as he recalled the reading he'd noted earlier. 10:11 HPA at 9 a.m. now. It was 1006. He tapped the glass as though the needle might suddenly spring back up, but it stayed stubbornly low. He checked the thermometer next. 52 degrees. Temperature was dropping along with the pressure. No wonder he was freezing. Charles drifted over to stand beside him. What am I looking at? Nate frowned and pointed to the barometer. Pressure has dropped 5 millibars in the last 3 hours. Pair that with the wind and those thunderheads. He turned and pointed to the dark clouds piling up in the west. They looked closer than they had been a moment ago. I think we might be in for a big storm. Charles frowned and nodded absently while taking a sip of his beer. Maybe hail. Maybe, Nate agreed. Good thing we're neighbors. Wouldn't want to drive around in that. Before Nate could say anything else to that, Paula's voice cut through the background chatter and the squealing cries of the kids in the backyard. Nate, everyone, come inside, you need to see this. He turned to see Paula's head poking out through the sliding door. Jonah, come inside, right now. But, no buts. We're still playing and I'm winning. Are not, Corey shouted back. Nate, get the kids inside, Paula added, but she ducked back inside and shut the door before he could reply. Sure, he said. Wonder what that's about, Charles asked. Returning to the barbecue, Nate lifted the lid to a storm of sizzling fat and smoke that stung his eyes. Charles's medium-rare steak had just become medium well. He turned off the burners and shut the lid. What's going on? Mark asked, tilting his head to indicate the sliding glass door and his wife's insistence that they all go inside. Something about the weather, probably. Let's go see. He set down the tongs and directed his attention to the yard. Jonah, time to go inside. Lunch is almost ready. But, now Jonah. All right. Girls, you need to come inside too, Charles said, glancing briefly at the encroaching thunderstorm. Okay, Olivia said for both of them. All 4 of the kids came trudging up the stairs. Nate turned and led the way inside. Together with the guests, he shuffled into the kitchen, then down a short flight of stairs to the living room. Paula and Emily were there with Riley, all 3 of them seated on the edge of the couch, watching the local news. The news anchor stood beside the Missouri River with the 10th Street Bridge in the background and that building storm behind her. The anchor's voice was tight with tension, and she was shouting to be heard above a gusting wind that was throwing stray strands of blonde hair into her face. You can see the storm front moving in behind me now. Combined with all the smoke trapped in the upper atmosphere and today's unseasonably cold weather, this storm could be a severe one for July, with a high risk of damaging hail. Back to you, Tom, in the studio. Hail, Mark exploded. I brought the roadster. SHHH, Jim added. I need to hear this. Nate crossed his arms, frowning deeply at the TV. The anchor shifted to a live feed with a meteorologist whose tie hung slightly askew. Curly hair plastered to his forehead, as if he'd just been out in a rainstorm. In my professional opinion, the man said, we may be seeing the beginnings of a polar vortex disruption. The jet stream has been unstable for years due to climate change, and tonight it's breaking down right over us. He motioned toward the radar graphic behind him, bands of color sweeping in from the west. That's why we're looking at such unusual cold and this severe system moving in. A severe storm advisory is now in effect for all counties east of Missoula, north to Flathead, south through Ravalli. We're tracking hail up to golf ball sized, and conditions are right for isolated tornadoes. Please protect your vehicles. Stay off the roads if you can, and shelter indoors until this passes." A murmur rippled through the group. Mark and Jim both cursed under their breath, and Emily Reed pulled her daughters close. "There's going to be a storm?" Haley asked. Emily nodded and whispered reassurances to her youngest daughter. Paula muted the TV, her expression carefully composed as she looked to their guests. "We'd better eat now so that Jim and Mark can leave early if they need to. Nate, is the meat ready?" "We'll have to for sure," Mark said, "unless you have space in your garage for my roadster." Nate contemplated that for a moment. Both their cars were tucked away safely inside. Sheltering Mark's sports car would mean exposing one of his vehicles to the hail. He shook his head. "Sorry, we don't." "Yeah, then we'd better eat quickly." Jim lifted his chin. "Actually, Nate, Paula, we might have to go already. The ranch is right in the path of that storm. I don't think we can afford to stay any longer than we already have." Paula frowned but nodded once. "I'll pack you some food to take with you." Sarah smiled graciously at that. "Thank you, Paula." The Millers had 2 adult sons back at home, tending to the ranch, while they were here for the barbecue. But Nate understood the need to be there personally to oversee whatever preparations they had to make before the storm hit. Not to mention Jim's brand new F-150 was sitting just outside, parked on the street, and fully exposed to any hail that might be coming with the storm. For a moment, nobody moved. The only sound was the wind rattling faintly against the windows. Then Paula clapped her hands together with forced brightness. "All right then, let's not waste any more time. Lunch is ready. Nate, bring in the meat, please." "On it," he said. He retraced his steps back up to the kitchen, then outside to the grill. He stacked steaks and burgers in a deep glass dish, then carried it back inside to the kitchen island where the meal had been laid out. The smell of seared beef filled the air, cutting through the unease. Plates clattered as Paula and Sarah handed them out. The kids crowded close, their conversations muted now into whispers as they kept sending nervous glances toward the windows. "Here we go," Nate said, setting the platter in the middle of the island. He forced a grin. "Hot off the grill." They began passing food around, starting with burgers and fries for the kids. Paula packed steak salad to go for the Millers, and they waved their goodbyes. Only the Petersons and the Reeds remained. They carried their food down the hall to the dining room, leaving the kids to eat around the kitchen table. Everyone was trying to pretend it was still a normal Saturday cookout. But even as forks scraped plates and conversation started up again, every head turned at the first sharp rattle of wind against the side of the house. The storm was moving in fast, giving all of them indigestion, particularly the Petersons. Mark ushered Casey and Corey out the door early, thanking Paula and Nate for the meal even as he muttered about what the hail would do to his roadster. Finally, only the Reed family remained, since they could walk home. They lingered until 2:30 and ate some of the apple pie that Paula had baked. But when the wind picked up and the first drops of rain came slanting across the dining room windows, they dismissed themselves, too, leaving Nate and Paula to clean up in the kitchen and outside. "Well, that was interesting," Paula said from where she was rinsing off plates in the sink to stack in the dishwasher. "Feels like we barely had time to say hello before everyone had to go." Nate nodded, smiling tightly as he collected plates with half-eaten burgers from the kitchen table. "I'd better go cover the barbecue and bring the patio cushions in," he said as he deposited 2 plates on the edge of the island. Paula handed him an empty recycling bag. "Here, for the cans." He nodded his thanks and crossed to the back door. Max was standing there, looking outside, his jowls drooping as if disappointed by the weather. Wind gusted, picking up half-empty beer cans and sending them rolling across the deck. Nate took a moment to brace himself with his hand on the door, then tugged it open and stepped out into a frigid gale with fat, pelting raindrops. He cringed against the cold and the icy stabs of rain as he ran around collecting empty cans, then utensils and condiments from the grill. He set them aside to tug the barbecue cover on. It was felt-lined. Hopefully, that would be enough to protect his grill from the hail. A flash of lightning dazzled his eyes, followed closely by a crack of thunder. He glanced up at the sky, now black with clouds, and grimaced as he ducked back inside. Asterisk. They ate dinner in a tense silence punctuated by claps of thunder and flashes of lightning. The Corwins sat around the kitchen table, eating reheated burgers and potato salad from the barbecue earlier, while Max hid under the table. The storm was still raging outside, which was strange enough all by itself. Summer storms usually came and went in under an hour, but this one had been raging for more than 3 hours, and still, there was no sign of it stopping. Heavy rain hammered the roof and siding, and water was pooling in the backyard. No hail yet, thankfully. Nate didn't want to think about the damage that golf ball-sized chunks of ice could do to their roof and siding. "That's a real monster of a storm," he said, glancing out the back door as he raised his burger for another bite. "Good thing the Petersons and Millers left early." Paula nodded along with that as another fork of lightning flashed across the windows. Then came a cracking boom of thunder, and Max whimpered. "It's okay, boy," Jonah said, rubbing his back. "At this rate, the power could go out," Paula added. "Might want to get the flashlights and candles from the garage when we're done here." Nate nodded in agreement as he chewed his burger. Jonah pushed potato salad around on his plate. "I don't like the potatoes," he said. "It's fine, you can leave them," Paula said. "Just eat your burger." "I already ate one for lunch." With the storm raging outside and the strange weather, they hadn't been in the mood to make another meal, so leftovers it was. "But you love burgers," Paula said. "I don't," Riley muttered. Her food sat uneaten on her plate. She had her phone out. She was scrolling away with her thumb, AirPods lodged in both ears. "Riley, what did we say about phones at the table?" Paula chided. "I'm checking to see if there's anything online about the storm." "And," Nate prompted. "No one knows what's going on," she said, not looking up from her screen. "But there's all these videos from Australia, or whatever, showing the skies going dark in the middle of the day just like here, and then some kind of glowing rain falling at night." She shrugged. "Probably AI." Nate set down his burger with a frown. He couldn't choke down another bite anyway. "Glowing rain?" Paula asked. "Yeah. That's definitely AI," Nate said as he pushed up from the table. "Where are you going?" Paula asked. "I'm going to check the readings again." He stepped to the sliding glass door and leaned close to the rain-streaked glass to check the levels. The instruments confirmed what he already suspected. The thermometer's red line sat at 42 degrees, and the barometer had plunged to 989 HPa. "Damn," he whispered. "A 22 millibar drop since the morning. That was unprecedented. Something was definitely wrong with the weather." A sharp crack of thunder startled him, followed closely by another, and another. Then the first chunks of ice clattered across the deck, pinging and bouncing like marbles as they shattered against the wood. "Here comes the hail," Nate warned, even as Max yelped in protest. Paula appeared beside him in a flash, her eyes wide. "This is crazy. What do you think is going on?" Nate just shook his head. The kids gathered around next, and they watched in silence as hailstones bounced and rolled around on the deck and in the yard. Gusts of wind dragged the patio furniture around and hammered hail into the windows with terrifying force. The sound of the assault on their house was a relentless roar. Suddenly, their phones buzzed with a distinctive two-tone alert. They each pulled them out, and Nate quickly scanned the text. Severe thunderstorm warning until 8:45 p.m. MDT4, Cascade County. Hazards: 70 mph wind gusts, golf ball-sized hail, tornadoes possible. Source: radar indicated. Impact: flying debris, damage to roofs, siding, and trees. Stay indoors, avoid windows. 70-mile-per-hour gusts, Paula asked. That's insane. Before anyone could respond to that, the lights flickered and died, and Max started barking like a maniac. "And there goes the power," Nate declared. "I'll go get the flashlights from the garage." "Good idea," Paula added. "Riley, Jonah, let's get away from the windows, come on." Nate hurried off, using his phone to light the way as he passed back through the kitchen and down the hall to the front entrance and the garage. An uneasy feeling gathered in the pit of his stomach as he pulled out a plastic box with flashlights and battery-powered lanterns inside. With weather this crazy, he wouldn't be surprised if an actual tornado warning came next. They'd have to keep an eye on their phones for subsequent alerts. Chapter 3. By 9 o'clock, the storm had finally spent itself. What remained was a heavy quiet, broken only by the steady drip of water from the eaves and the occasional creaking of the house in the residual gusts of wind. Without the hum of air flowing through the registers, the sudden silence felt bigger, pressing in from every wall. Paula tucked Jonah into his bed. A battery-powered lantern glowed faintly on his nightstand, throwing soft circles of light against the walls. Max lay stretched across the foot of the bed, his tail thumping once when Paula looked at him. "You think the power will come back tonight?" Jonah asked, his voice small and frightened. "I hope so," Paula said, tucking the blanket snug under his chin. "But even if it doesn't, that lantern will last as long as you need it to." "Can I sleep with you tonight?" Paula smiled tightly at the request. "Not tonight, sweetheart." "But Mom—" She hesitated, and he seemed to sense her weakness. "Please," he wheedled, drawing the word out. She shook her head sadly. Jonah liked to sprawl out when he slept, all legs and arms like a starfish, and Paula had been hoping for a more romantic evening with Nate. It had been rough lately, with her always tired from taking extra shifts at the hospital. "You have Max to keep you company." Jonah pouted, but gave in with a sigh. "Fine." He sat up and reached out to scratch Max behind the ears. The dog stretched and rolled over so that Jonah could rub his belly. "At least I have you, boy." Max grinned as Jonah hit an itchy spot beneath his collar. His back leg came up and began pawing at his neck, causing Jonah to retreat before he could get scratched. "All right, time for sleep," Paula said. "Lie down, honey." Jonah did as he was told, and Paula leaned down and kissed his forehead. Just as Paula was about to get up from the bed, Jonah's gaze slid past her shoulder and out the curtained window behind her. His brow furrowed suddenly, and he sat up again. "Mom, what's that?" Paula turned. Beyond the glass and the gauzy curtains in Jonah's room, faint pinpricks of light drifted lazily from the sky. At first she thought it was just reflections from the headlights of a passing car. Then she saw that those specks of light were moving in slow, deliberate spirals, and they were glowing a ghostly blue, not white or gold as a car's headlights would. Jonah threw off the covers and jumped out of bed. Looks like snow, but it's glowing. Together they went to the window and pulled back the curtains. Paula gasped, and Jonah's breath fogged the glass as he pressed his nose close. It's like the stars are falling. Paula couldn't make sense of what she was seeing. Glowing blue specks of light drifted down in waves from the sky, just like snow. But snow didn't glow in the dark. There came a sudden pounding of footsteps in the hall. Paula turned just as Nate and Riley burst into the room. Max barked sharply and bounded off the bed to the window, claws scrabbling against the hardwood. His hackles rose as he pressed his snout against the glass. "You saw it too?" Riley asked breathlessly as she crossed the room with Nate. Paula nodded wordlessly as they crowded around the window. Nate's face was pale and drawn in the lantern light, the crow's feet bunching up around his eyes. "What could it be?" Paula whispered. "It looks the same as what I was telling you about over dinner," Riley said. "Those videos from Australia." Everyone looked sharply at her. Paula's mind raced with the implications, her heart suddenly pounding. A global phenomena. Up until just a moment ago, she'd assumed that it was something more local. Some strange artifact from the storm. Maybe charged particles. Or her mind drew a blank as she struggled to come up with a better explanation. Everyone looked to Nate for the answer, but he nodded to Riley. "Show me the videos." Riley pulled them up on her phone, scrolling quickly through her feed. It didn't take long to find them, but these were local videos from all over the United States, all of them showing the exact same thing, glowing blue particles drifting from the sky. After a moment, they looked up from Riley's phone to rather watch it falling right outside the window. It was beautiful, but Paula's stomach tightened with fear about what it could be. "You think it's dangerous?" she asked. "Maybe, could be radioactive," Nate muttered. "Radioactive?" Paula echoed sharply. "From what?" "You mean like from nuclear bombs?" Riley asked. Nate just shook his head. Jonah's eyes flew wide. "A nuclear, are we at war?" Paula squeezed his shoulders quickly. "I'm sure it's not that." But she looked to her husband for confirmation. Nate didn't answer. He pulled out his phone and was busy typing a search. Riley was on hers too. "I've got something," Riley said, scrolling fast. "It's from NASA. They say the trailing edge of a supernova shockwave is racing through our solar system. What does that mean?" "I'm reading the same thing," Nate said next, his brow knitted with concern. "It's an unusually dense cloud of gas that was expelled in a jet from a dying star. Apparently, they didn't see it coming because it was aligned with the galactic plane and coming from more or less behind the sun. So that's why the sun was so dim today." He began nodding slowly, as if all the mysteries were suddenly solved. "What about the storm?" Paula asked. She gestured offhandedly to the window. "And whatever this is." "Maybe plunging temperatures caused the storm," Nate suggested. He tapped his screen and it flickered. "Here's something from CSIRO in Australia. Apparently, they got hit with the cloud first." "Aha," Riley crowed. "What does it say?" Paula asked. "Can I see?" Jonah added, stepping up on tiptoes to peek at his father's phone. "They're saying the glowing precipitation could be caused by clumps of strontium-rich material from the dust cloud, which is what makes it emit light, like glow-in-the-dark paint. Supposedly, the particles are chemically inert, non-radioactive." He paused, frowning more deeply. "But they're urging people to stay indoors as a precaution until we know more." Paula forced a smile at Jonah, though her chest still felt tight. "See, it's not dangerous, just something pretty to look at." Jonah's eyes lingered on her, searching to make sure she was telling the truth. The four of them and Max lingered by the window for several more minutes. Riley kept pulling up videos of the phenomenon on her phone, while Nate flicked through articles from various news outlets to see what else he could learn. "I'd love to get a sample of this stuff," he muttered. "Don't even think about it," Paula warned. "They said stay inside, remember." "Well, I wouldn't really have to go out. I could just put a pitcher out on the deck to collect a sample." "Nate," I said no. Paula caught his eye with a scowl, and he relented with a sigh. "Fine, fine, I'll wait." "Thank you," Paula said, even though she noted that he hadn't said how long he would wait. After a few more minutes of that, Jonah covered a yawn with one hand, and she shooed him back to bed with Nate. Max hopped up and curled into a ball on the other side of the bed. Then Riley got a call on her phone, and they heard her voice disappearing down the hall, exclaiming excitedly about everything that was happening. "I know, right? It's like what's next? Aliens landing." Riley laughed at the absurdity of her own suggestion. But to Paula, it suddenly didn't sound absurd. "You think it could be aliens?" Jonah murmured sleepily, his eyes blinking wide and slow as they darted between his parents. "No," Nate quickly said. "Aliens wouldn't send a giant cloud of dust to Earth. How could they? That's not possible. This is just like the storm earlier, but in space." "A space storm," Jonah said, his voice filled with awe and a hint of fear. "What if it is dangerous?" "If it was, I'm sure someone in Australia would know about it by now," Nate replied. "Maybe they do," Jonah said. "They could be hiding it, so people don't panic or something." Paula smoothed Jonah's hair back from his forehead with a tight smile. "It's not that easy to hide things these days. Social media is hard to control." "Well, it has only been a day," Nate said. "And it is Australia we're talking about. Freedom of the press had been under threat there for years." Jonah nodded exaggeratedly, not blinking, his eyes wider than ever. Paula flicked a sharp, meaningful look at her husband, then turned back to Jonah with a smile. "Try to get some sleep, sweetie." "But I can't sleep. Not with toxic alien rain falling outside." Nate leaned down to give him a hug. "Take it easy, bud. Remember, they said it wasn't dangerous. Staying inside is just a precaution, and we'll know more by morning. Whatever it is, I'm sure it'll be over soon." Paula traded a brief, worried look with her husband over the top of Jonah's head. His jaw was tight, his gaze grim and full of unspoken fears. "Okay. Night, bud." "Night, Dad, love you." "Love you too," Nate said as he withdrew. "Mom, can you stay for a while?" Jonah asked as he lay back down. Paula hesitated. She really wanted to get back to her phone, which she'd left charging in the bedroom, but Nate and Riley had already given her the highlights from the news, so she supposed it could wait. "Okay, but just for a little while." Nate touched her shoulder as he withdrew. "I'd better finish cleaning up in the kitchen." He exited the room, leaving the door open a crack so that she wouldn't make a noise when she eventually left Jonah's room. Paula prodded Max to move him to the foot of the bed, and then curled up on the other side of Jonah to watch the glowing blue snow falling outside the window. "Whatever it is, it sure is pretty," Jonah said. "Isn't it?" Paula asked, but her voice sounded strange and distant to her ears, full of dread rather than calm reassurance. Unease prickled at the back of her neck. First that hailstorm and now this. And the dark, hazy day hadn't been caused by wildfire smoke. It was from a dense cloud of interstellar dust. Somewhere in the back of Paula's mind a new fear surfaced. How long would it take for the dust to finish moving through the solar system? Asterisk. The kitchen smelled faintly of charred meat and dish soap as Nate stood at the sink with a battery-powered lantern beside him. The water was running, and he had his sleeves rolled up to the elbows to scrub plates, pots, and pans. His hands moved automatically, but his eyes kept drifting toward the window above the sink. Outside, the world looked wrong. The glowing blue particles fell in slow, steady drifts, settling on rooftops, cars, and the rain and hail-slicked boards of the deck. Each fleck pulsed faintly, like a firefly trapped in ice, or something other than ice. Nate shook his head. Strontium aluminate needs to be synthesized in a lab. You don't just get glowing dust clouds drifting across space. But maybe it was something else. Some other compound that actually could occur naturally. Then there was the other problem. Those particles shouldn't have survived atmospheric entry. Unless they were moving relatively slowly and had started out a lot bigger than they were now, like meteor fragments. But that's not what they looked like, or acted like. Meteors would fall quickly, not slow. Nate frowned. Nothing about this was making any sense. A fast-moving cloud of dust from a supernova would dissipate and burn up in the atmosphere, not leave fat, glowing pieces to rain across the Earth. Bioluminescence came to mind, but surely that wasn't it. Living organisms wouldn't survive long in the depths of space, much less if they'd been ejected from a supernova. A burst of laughter cut through his thoughts. He turned his head slightly to the left to see the Reeds, Charles, Emily, and their two girls, all bundled up in jackets and standing outside in the backyard. The children twirled and squealed, their arms outstretched to catch the glowing particles. Their small hands scooped it from the grass and the deck, packing whatever the substance was into clumps and then tossing them back and forth like snowballs with delighted shrieks. Nate gaped at them in shock. Charles bent down and balled up a handful of the glowing particles for himself. When Olivia hit him square in the face with a glowing ball, he spluttered, wiped his eyes, and tossed his back at her. Emily looked on from the top of the deck, smiling and laughing as Charles chased their kids around. Nate's stomach knotted up with dread. They didn't know what this stuff was, not really. Just because the initial reports described it as chemically inert didn't mean it was true. He wanted to throw open the window and yell at them to get inside, but that would mean exposing himself. Charles looked up in mid-chase and caught Nate's gaze through the falling haze. He waved cheerfully. Nate forced a tight smile and raised his hand in return. Then he looked back down into the sink, his jaw clenched. When the last dish was dried and stacked, the house had fallen into silence again. He poured a glass of water and then carried the lantern from the kitchen upstairs. He found Paula already in bed, with her tablet glowing faintly in her lap. She was scrolling through videos from Australia of people in Melbourne playing in the glowing precipitation, just like the Reeds. Nate changed into pajamas and went to the ensuite to brush his teeth. When he was done, he climbed into bed beside his wife and picked up his phone from the end table to search for some clue about what they were dealing with and whether it was actually dangerous. But all he found were conspiracies and half-baked theories from scientists that were too premature to be reliable. Most of the laymen thought aliens were coming, and this was a prelude to their invasion. "They're seed pods, man," a random guy on Instagram was saying as he swung his phone camera to the window beside his high-backed gaming chair to record the glowing rain. Nate frowned, and despite himself he wondered if that might actually be true. "What do you make of it?" Paula whispered as she reached for his hand. He glanced at her. Her blue eyes were wide with fear, face lined with concern. It was hard not to worry with all of the strange things going on. Even without taking into consideration whatever that luminous precipitation was, there was still the matter of the dust cloud. How long would it take to pass through their solar system? Weeks? Months? If nothing else, they were in for a chilly summer that would play havoc with the weather and probably ruin crops all over the world. "The reeds were outside playing in that stuff," he said, rather than directly answer her question. "What? Why would they do that?" "Probably because everyone's saying it's harmless." "But what if they're wrong?" Nate shrugged. "Exactly." Paula shook her head. "Stupid." "Yeah." Feeling a sudden wave of exhaustion come over him, Nate put his phone back on the end table and plugged in the charger in case the power came back. Then he rolled over and waited for sleep to come. Within minutes, he drifted off. Riley and Jonah were out playing in the yard, catching the glowing particles in their hands, while he stood watching them through the kitchen window. Suddenly, those particles began to sear their skin like hot embers. Their screams hammered against the glass. He ran to the back door, struggling with the latch. It was broken, the lock stuck. Max was right beside him, barking furiously. Paula appeared next, shouting for him to open the door, but he couldn't. He yanked on it, throwing his whole weight against the handle, but it wouldn't give. His children came running up to the deck and pounded on the glass with bloody palms. Their expressions stabbed through him like knives, their eyes wide and bloodshot, streaming with blood rather than tears, cheeks pocked with steaming holes where glowing blue crystals were burrowing through their flesh. Then their faces began to melt and droop like candle wax. Nate screamed raggedly and threw his weight against the door again. This time the handle came off in his hands. Within seconds, both of his kids had collapsed in a bloody, glowing heap outside the door. Nate sank to the floor with them, slapping on the glass and screaming. Nate bolted upright, drenched in sweat. It was just a dream, just a dream. Then he heard it, a dull, rhythmic banging, faint but real, carrying through the night. He lay awake, listening to it for a moment. It sounded as if it was coming from outside. His head turned to the window. An eerie blue glow from that interstellar precipitation was bleeding through the curtains. What time was it? He raised his wrist from under the covers and clicked the button on the side of his watch to wake it. The screen lit his face and the room in a wash of blue light, causing him to squint. 3:45 a.m. Still hearing the banging sound, he slipped out of bed and crept to the curtains to see what it was. Outside, the glowing snow lay in a slightly pebbled sheet across the deck. The luminescence had faded, but only slightly, and it was pulsing steadily. New flecks still sifted from the sky, but much lighter than before. The banging sound came again, drawing Nate's gaze across the fence to the Reed's yard. Charles Reed stood at his back door, smacking his forehead against the glass over and over. Nate's breath caught in his throat. "Honey, what is it?" Paula suddenly asked from the bed behind him. His voice came out gruff and hollow. "Something's wrong with Charles." Chapter 4. Paula was already fumbling for her phone. "I'll call the Emily," she whispered. Her blue eyes were wide in the dark, reflecting the faint glow from her screen. Nate was rooted to the spot, unable to look away from Charles slamming his forehead against his own back door. Each dull thud turned his stomach. What was wrong with him? Who had locked him outside, and why was Emily answering her phone? Paula pressed the phone to her ear. He heard it ring once before Emily's voicemail picked up. Paula lowered the phone slowly. Her phone's off. The battery must be flat. Call 911, Nate said, glancing back at his wife. She nodded quickly and punched in the number. A pause, and then she shook her head. Busy signal. What? They must be handling a lot of calls right now. Nate cursed under his breath. That didn't sound good. Whatever was going on with Charles and the city's overtaxed emergency services, it had something to do with exposure to the glowing rain. He was sure of it. He crossed to his nightstand to collect his phone. Just 10% battery. That meant the power was still out, but he could have guessed that from the lack of streetlights shining outside. Nate returned to the window to check on Charles, still banging his head against the glass. He raised his phone and scrolled through recent calls to find Charles's, then hit the call button. Across the fence, the glow of a phone lit up in Charles's pocket. Nate's gut twisted as the man ignored it, just kept on smashing his forehead into the glass like a robot looping through a glitch in its code. Suddenly, both his and Paula's phones chimed at once, a familiar two-tone sound, loud and jarring in the silence. Paula gasped, and Nate read off his screen. Emergency alert. Attention, the luminescent precipitation is not safe. Contact with the material has been linked to sudden violent outbursts and severe memory loss. Initial symptoms include confusion, fever, and a loss of higher reasoning. Citizens are advised to stay indoors and avoid exposure to the material at all costs. Nate's skin prickled with dread. He looked back at Paula, and she stared blankly back at him. No words passed between them, just a shared, creeping sense of horror. Max barked suddenly, sharp and frantic, then leaped off Jonah's bed with a thud. His claws rattled across the hardwood as he charged for the door. A second later, they heard him scratching to be let out, followed by Jonah's footsteps, and then the door creaked open. Max thundered down the stairs, barking and growling as he went. Then the footsteps came to their door and a small knock sounded. "Mom, Dad, what's going on?" "Come in, sweetheart," Paula said. Jonah cracked the door open and slipped inside, rubbing his eyes sleepily with one hand, his other carrying the lantern from his room. His wavy mop of blonde hair stuck up in every direction. "I heard a noise outside," Jonah said. "It woke Max." Nate had figured as much, but oddly, the banging sound had stopped now. Paula jumped up and curled an arm around his shoulders to guide him to the bed. They climbed under the covers together. "It's nothing to worry about, sweetheart," she said as she pulled Jonah close. Her gaze darted to Nate, searching for reassurance he couldn't give. Downstairs, Max suddenly erupted into another frenzy of barking. Nate turned back to the window to see if Charles was back to banging his head, or maybe something else now, but he was gone. "What the hell?" "What is it?" Paula asked sharply. "It's Charles, he's gone." The barking downstairs grew suddenly sharper and more urgent. Then came a crash of shattering glass, and Max yelped. "Nate!" Paula cried. A jolt of adrenaline slammed through him. He spun for the door. "Stay here. Keep the door locked." He grabbed the knob and flicked the lock from the inside until it clicked. The last thing he saw was Paula's pale face, her eyes wide and gleaming with horror in the light of her phone as he sealed the door, locking her and Jonah in. Raising his phone in shaking hands, he swiped down to turn on the flashlight and then dashed down the darkened hallway for the stairs. Riley popped her head out of her room and quickly winced away from the glare. "Dad, what's going on?" "Stay here and lock your door," he warned just as he hit the top of the stairs. Asterisk. Nate bolted down the stairs, his phone clutched in one hand, the flashlight jerking wildly across the banisters and the walls. The stairs creaked under his weight as he descended, his breath ragged, every step lit in stuttering flashes of his phone's beam. In the kitchen, Max was growling warningly. Shattered glass crunched beneath heavy footsteps. Nate hit the bottom of the stairs and swung his light across the kitchen. Charles Reed was there. He staggered in through the shattered glass of the back door, shards glittering at his feet, his head bent at an unnatural angle. His pajamas hung soaked and clinging, black with blood. His chest heaved in ragged, noisy breaths, and his eyes gleamed faintly with a feverish, glassy sheen as they fixed single-mindedly on Max. The retriever was pressed against the cabinets, his hackles raised, teeth bared, a low growl rumbling in his throat. "Charles," Nate snapped, but his friend didn't answer, just gave another lurching step toward the dog. Nate's mind flashed back to Emily not answering her phone, then to the blood that soaked Charles's pajamas. Was it his, or his family's? "Charles," Nate barked, forcing steel into his voice as his neighbor took another step toward Max. "Snap out of it." Charles's head jerked toward Nate, his eyes wild and strange, almost glowing. Nate's stomach flipped as he remembered the emergency alert on his phone. Severe memory loss, confusion, violent outbursts. Whoever this was, it was Charles anymore. He darted into the kitchen and yanked the heaviest thing within reach from the drying rack beside the sink. A cast iron frying pan. The weight of it in his hand made him feel less naked confronting the blood-soaked maniac that had been his friend just a few short hours ago. Charles shambled forward with startling speed, the feral gleam in his glowing blue eyes fixed on Nate now. "Stay back," Nate warned, brandishing the pan. "Don't make me." Charles lunged, and Nate swung with everything he had. The pan connected to the side of his head with a sickening crack, snapping Charles's head sideways. Charles staggered to one side, his jaw moving strangely as he opened and shut it a few times. Guilt wormed into the pit of Nate's stomach, and he slowly lowered the pan, wondering if he'd actually knocked some sense back into Charlie. "Charles." His neighbor's head snapped back around, and he snarled, then ran at him like a linebacker, slamming him into the cabinets. The pan flew out of Nate's hands, and they crashed to the tiles together in front of the fridge. His phone skittered away, its light shining upward and casting long shadows in all directions. Charles's weight pinned him down. Then cold, blood-slicked hands that smelled like old pennies clamped around Nate's throat. He bucked and thrashed, clawing at Charles's wrists, but his friend's grip was like iron. Spittle sprayed from his lips as he snarled, bloody teeth snapping at him like a rabid dog. Glowing blue lines in Charles's eyes were an obvious sign that he was infected with whatever had fallen from the sky. Nate struggled to hold his friend back and to keep his hands and arms away from Charles's snapping teeth. Nate's vision darkened at the edges, spots crowding in. He could smell the coppery tang of blood all around him. Max was barking like a maniac again. A warm spray of spittle landed on Nate's face from Charles's rabid snarling. That sent a fresh jolt of adrenaline through his system. What if that was all it took to infect him with whatever Charles had? Nate struggled to free himself from the primal, alien strength of his neighbor's hands around his throat. But even if Charles hadn't been out of his mind, it wouldn't have been a fair fight. Charles was a cop, an army veteran, and a gym rat, versus a high school science teacher. No contest. Nate's lungs screamed for air. He began kicking and twisting desperately to free himself, but it was no use. The world swiftly narrowed to a hazy tunnel. Darkness was closing in fast. Chapter 5. Nate's vision swam and narrowed darkly as Charles's hands crushed his throat. He could feel his strength and his mind fading. Charles's snarling mouth drifted lower, coming within reach of Nate's neck. Dark spots swam across his sight. His lungs screamed. Crack! Suddenly the weight vanished. Nate sucked in a desperate breath and rolled aside, hacking raggedly and massaging his throat as Charles gave a whistling sigh and toppled to the tiled floor. Riley stood frozen a few feet away, both hands wrapped around the cast iron pan that he'd used earlier. Her chest heaved, her eyes wide in the dim glow of Nate's fallen phone. He wouldn't stop. I didn't. Is he dead? It's okay, Nate replied, struggling to his feet. He glanced at Charles's crumpled form as he leaned back against the counter, gasping and clutching his throat. His breath rasped like sandpaper in his throat. Dad, Riley cried, her face crumpling as she rushed toward him for a hug. Wait, stay back, Nate croaked. Riley faltered, her expression scrunching up with hurt and confusion. He swayed lightly on his feet, trying to figure out what to do next. Paula flew down the stairs to the kitchen, her phone's light bobbing and sending jagged shadows dancing. She stopped cold, her eyes darting from Nate to Charles sprawled out on the floor at his feet. A pool of blood was slowly spreading from the back of his head where Riley had hit him with the pan. Oh no, is Charles. Paula's hand flew to her mouth. What happened? He attacked Dad, Riley said. I'm okay, Nate rasped. And then he staggered toward the sink, flicked on the faucet, and began scrubbing furiously at his hands and arms with dish soap in an effort to remove any possible contamination from his skin. Asterisk. Paula swept her phone's flashlight over Charles, her heart hammering as she edged toward the body. The beam fell across his face. Blood pooled beneath his head, spreading slowly and seeping into the grout. His eyes were wide open and fixed on the ceiling, glassy, lifeless. She knelt carefully beside him, her pulse quickening with dread. She carefully pressed 2 fingers against his neck. Nothing. He's gone, she whispered. Nate's harsh breathing filled the quiet, mingling with the splashing of water as he scrubbed himself at the sink. Then Paula noticed something else. A frown creased her forehead and her stomach tightened. Charles's eyes were clouded with dark lines spidering through the whites, like veins of ink seeping outward. What is it? Riley asked quietly, stepping closer. Paula swallowed hard and shifted the light so her daughter could see. Look. Riley gasped. Mom, Jonah called out from the top of the stairs, his voice sounding shaky. She told him to stay in the bedroom. Go back to the room, Jonah, she snapped. She didn't want him to see this. Nate joined them from the sink and immediately froze at the sight of Charles's eyes. What the hell? Nate muttered. What's wrong with his eyes? Riley asked. Paula looked up at each of them in turn and slowly shook her head. Nate's gaze was locked on those black threads, his jaw clenching visibly. He snatched a dish towel from the counter and dried his hands and face with jerky, desperate swipes. Something from that glowing precipitation infected him. They were outside last night, playing with the stuff. Riley made a face. Why would they do that? Because everyone was saying it was safe, Nate thundered and Riley flinched. Sorry, he sighed. I'm still wound up from, he gestured offhandedly to Charles. Paula slowly rose from her haunches, her throat tight, heart hammering. Nate, if he's contagious. Mom, Jonah interrupted again, his voice small. She spun toward him. He was at the bottom of the stairs now, holding the lantern from his room in a shaky grip. "Who is that?" he asked, pointing to Charles with his other hand. Paula grimaced and hurried over to him. "Don't come any closer, Jonah." She wrapped an arm around his shoulder and turned him away from the sight of the dead body. "She's right," Nate added. "Riley, you should go wash your hands." Okay," she replied. Max went padding over and began sniffing around the pool of blood behind Charles's head. "Nate," Paula cried. He lunged forward and grabbed Max by the collar, hauling him back. Paula sighed raggedly and fixed her husband with an anxious look, scanning him from head to toe, looking for signs of injury. He'd scrubbed most of the blood from his neck and arms, but his pajamas were spattered with it. What if he'd gotten a drop or two in his mouth? Or if it was airborne and Charles just had to breathe on someone to infect them? There was no telling how contagious this pathogen was. An alien pathogen. That thought amped up her fears and sent adrenaline sparking through her veins. "I'll need to isolate from the rest of you for a while," Nate said. His thoughts were obviously running along a parallel track to hers. Riley came back over from washing her hands at the sink. "Isolate?" Jonah asked. "What does that mean?" "It means I'll need to keep my distance from you all until the morning." Nate was still holding Max back by his collar, but now he was wiggling and squirming to get away. Paula grimaced, her mind racing to come up with another option, but she couldn't think of one. "How?" she asked instead. "Lock me in the garage," Nate said flatly. Another spurt of adrenaline jolted through her system, making her chest ache. For how long? He glanced at his watch. It's 4:15 a.m. now. Charles was outside in his yard with Emily and the girls at just after 9 last night. That's what, about 7 hours. So lock me in until 11. If nothing happens by then, I'm clear. "You're going to sleep in the garage," Jonah echoed. "Like Max when he's sick." "Just for now, buddy," Nate said. "But I'll sleep in the car." Paula nodded stiffly, and her eyes drifted to the shattered glass on the floor between the kitchen and the sunken living room below. A river of cold air was gushing in from outside, pulling glowing bits of material in with it and sending them swirling across the floor. Isolating yourself from us might not be enough. Nate followed her gaze to the darkness outside and the scattered bits of precipitation that were coming in. "Better get back upstairs to be safe. I can lock myself in the garage." The kitchen fell silent, broken only by the steady dripping of water in the sink and the whistling gusts of wind coming in through the shattered door. Paula winced, then gave in with a dip of her chin. "Okay, Riley, come." She stepped carefully around her father and the dead body, her eyes lingering on her father as she went. "It'll be all right, Riles." "You don't know that," she said. "We haven't been downstairs for long," Paula insisted. "Come on, upstairs, quickly. We'll limit our exposure by keeping the door shut. Your father can do the same thing in the car." "I'm scared," Jonah sniffled. "Don't be, sweetheart. We'll all sleep together tonight, have a sleepover in our room. How's that sound?" Riley frowned, but she nodded as she reached the foot of the stairs. Ordinarily, she'd have wrinkled her nose and arched an eyebrow, and probably said something about being too old to sleep with her parents. But with everything that had happened, even teenage detachment wasn't enough to keep her away. Nate grunted as he picked Max up. "Come on, buddy. You're sleeping with me tonight." He stepped around Charles and went to collect his phone from the floor. "Keep it with you," Paula said. "Message me if you feel strange, or if anything else happens." He nodded and smiled tightly. "I will. Love you guys." "Love you too," Jonah replied. Be careful, Paula insisted. I will. What if someone else tries to come in while you're in the garage? Jonah asked, his eyes locked on the broken back door. They won't, Jonah replied, shaking his head. But then his eyes found Paula's, silently communicating his concern. We'll keep the door locked just in case, Paula said. Good. Nate nodded once more, and then he turned and hurried down the hall to the front door and the garage. Paula herded Riley and Jonah up the stairs, their phones, flashlights bouncing shadows along the walls. Jonah clutched his lantern tight, his knuckles white on the handle. Riley glanced back over her shoulder at the kitchen, and Paula followed her gaze to Charles's body lying in a pool of blood. Are we just going to leave him there? She whispered. For now, Paula replied. Once upstairs, she shut the door firmly behind them and locked it. Their home felt violated and unsafe. It was eerily silent except for the whistling gusts coming through the shattered door downstairs and the soft patter of glowing dust pelting the sides of the house. Jonah tugged on her sleeve. Mom, is Dad going to be okay? She smoothed hair back from his forehead with a trembling hand. Of course he will, darling. But even as she said that, her gaze slid toward the darkness outside, where glowing particles still drifted down like falling stars. Charles had been laughing and playing out there with his daughters just a few short hours ago, and now he was a corpse cooling on her kitchen floor. He attacked Nate. There was no telling what he might have done to Emily and the girls. Emily wasn't answering her phone. That wasn't a good sign. Paula shuddered. But someone had to have locked Charles outside, so maybe Emily was okay. Her phone wasn't even ringing, which meant that it was off. The power had been out since that storm yesterday afternoon, so the battery was probably flat. Hopefully, that was the reason she wasn't answering, and not because Charles had stomped on her phone with his boots while he chased his family around the kitchen with a knife. Paula crawled under the covers with her children, one on either side of her, and the three of them huddled close, watching the door. 7 hours and they would know if Nate was also a danger to them. The house was hushed and silent, the silence broken only by the whistling draft downstairs and the faint rattle of dust against the windows. But then, from somewhere far off, a chorus of sirens wailed through the night, police, ambulances, maybe even fire engines. The sirens rose and fell in eerie harmony. As soon as one set stopped, another began. Then came the sound of helicopters thumping past overhead. And minutes after that, the cracking booms of jet fighters. What's that? Jonah asked, his eyes tracking across the ceiling. Sounds like the military, Riley said. I'm sure it's just a precaution, Paula added, even as her arms tightened around her kids' shoulders. Whatever was happening out there, it was serious. The whole city was unraveling. Chapter 6. The sound of sirens screaming woke Nate from troubled dreams. But this time, he didn't simply roll over and go back to sleep. He lay stiff and crooked in the driver's seat of the Suburban, one arm dead asleep beneath him, his throat aching and bruised from Charles's attack. Nate took a moment to study his surroundings. The inside of the Suburban, the oil-stained floor of the garage outside, the pegboard silhouettes of tools, and the dirty white rectangle of the interior door, with a bar of light bleeding through at the bottom to indicate that the sun was probably up. Max stirred in the passenger seat beside him, giving a soft, uncertain whine. Cold seeped into his bones, and Nate gave a sudden shiver. His mind flashed back over the events of last night, Charles breaking in, the fight in his kitchen, the way his hands had closed around Nate's neck, then Riley bashing his brains out with the cast-iron skillet. Guilt twisted like a knife in his gut. He couldn't begin to imagine how Riley felt, but she'd had no choice. It had been either him or Charles, but for all they knew, Nate was also a goner, thanks to whatever had infected his friend. Nate swallowed hard and rubbed his aching throat. He raised his wrist to check his watch. 6:42 a.m. Less than 5 hours to go before they could safely assume he wasn't infected with whatever had turned Charles into a monster. Nate didn't feel confused or violent. Max lifted his head, his ears perked up. Nate glanced in his side mirror and saw faint gray light filtering under the garage door, dust motes drifting lazily, catching and holding the light, almost like the specks of the glowing precipitation that had been falling last night. He looked back at Max, reaching out to pat him on the head. But then he froze, his heart suddenly hammering in his chest. A few glowing specks were buried in Max's fur, winking like cold blue embers in his coat. "Shit," Nate whispered. "I shouldn't have brought you in here with me." Max thumped his tail once, his jowls drooping as he looked up at Nate, as if his feelings were hurt. Nate tapped the overhead light, then folded out the sun visor and snapped open the mirror. He carefully pulled down the lower lid of his right eye and leaned close to the mirror. No glowing threads. He breathed out slowly, then checked the other eye just to be sure. Also clear. His hands smelled faintly of dish soap and blood even after all the scrubbing. Beside him, Max sat up and began panting heavily in his direction. Nate's chest tightened and the breath froze in his lungs. Suddenly, it felt like he couldn't breathe. He cracked the door open and edged out into the garage. Max stood up, getting ready to follow him. "No, you stay there, boy." Nate reached into the cup holder and fished out his phone, then shut the door, sealing Max inside. He touched the power button to turn on his phone. No bars, no Wi-Fi. He frowned at that. He didn't even have cell reception anymore. That power outage must have gotten worse. Either that or the satellites had succumbed to that dust cloud in space. His phone's battery read 38%. He'd managed to charge it a bit last night by turning on the power to the Suburban and running the electrical systems without the engine. There were a couple of messages from Paula, just after 5 a.m., asking how he was feeling, but he'd missed them while he was asleep, and now the cell network was down so he couldn't reply. Nate pictured Paula upstairs with the kids, huddled in their bed with a lantern glowing on the nightstand, the kids asleep, her sitting up and waiting impatiently for his reply, wondering if he was okay. He wanted to go up there and reassure her, but he'd locked himself in the garage, so Paula would have to be the one to let him back in. And besides, he couldn't risk it. 7 hours from exposure. 11 o'clock was the deadline. Going out before that was too risky. Max woofed at him from inside the car, pulling him from his thoughts. He looked up to see the retriever fogging the glass on the driver's side with his nose. Max. The glowing specks were in his fur. He had to do something about that. He couldn't bath the dog out here, but maybe. His thoughts raced, and he remembered the old box of gear from COVID that he'd stashed in the garage. Among other things, it contained a set of UVC sterilizer lamps. He'd bought them to sanitize phones and masks. Nate rushed over to the metal racks of open shelving along the side of the car, scanning the labels on the plastic boxes that lined the shelves. Seasonal sportswear, tools, Christmas and Halloween decorations. Finally, he found one labeled COVID sitting on the lowermost shelf, right above the floor. He hauled the case out and cracked it open on the floor. He rifled through the face masks, disposable gloves, alcohol sprays and gels to a set of 3 identical boxes at the bottom, each of which contained a portable, handheld UVC sterilizer lamp. Bingo! He pulled out the boxes and cracked the first one open, hoping that the wand would still be charged. It had been years since they'd used the lamps. He flicked the thumb switch. Nothing. Then he opened the battery compartment, two double As. He jumped up and ran to a cabinet beside the open shelves. Opening it, he quickly found his stash of batteries and replaced the spent ones in the device. He shut the cover and tried the switch again. This time the lamp buzzed to life, casting a ghostly wash of purple light across the floor. "Now we're talking," Nate crowed. He started to run back over to the Suburban, then thought better of it and reached back into his COVID box for a mask and gloves and put them on first. He had no idea what he was dealing with, but better to be safe until he did. Satisfied that he was now at least reasonably protected, Nate hurried over to the car and pulled open the driver's side door. Max almost leaped out and bowled him over, but Nate managed to catch him and push him back. "Not yet, buddy." He swept the lamp up, and Max turned his head away from the glare. The glowing embers sprinkled across his back flared suddenly brighter, and then several of them went dark. Nate blinked at that in shock, and he quickly ran the lamp all over Max's coat, ruffling his long fur as he did so to make sure nothing could hide. Dozens of glowing specks faded and fell, sprinkling the car seat and the floor mat with what looked like little gray pebbles. Aha! Whatever those things were, they didn't like the light. Seeing a glowing blue speck flickering on the floor, he swept the light away and bent down for a closer look. It was no longer shining steadily, but softly pulsing like a dying ember. It was about half the size of a pea. Nate brought the lamp back up and shone it directly on the speck. The moment the purplish wash of the lamp passed over it, it flared brightly, as if overexposed, and then shriveled into a tiny, wrinkled gray dot. Nate stared at it. His heart thudded once hard. His breath came in shallow gasps that heated his face and made his skin itch behind the mask. He repeated the experiment. Another fleck, another flare, and collapse into a shriveled husk. He whispered, "You've got to be kidding me. If they can't handle UV light, then how the hell did they survive traveling all this way through space?" The sun was always shining up there, suns, in fact. Plural. Plenty of stars emitting plenty of UV light all over the place. They must have had some kind of shielding that burned away during atmospheric entry. Nate remembered the conspiracy theorist he'd watched last night, boldly proclaiming that these were seed pods sent to Earth by an advanced alien race. And once again, he found it hard to discount that theory. Max whimpered and laid a paw on his shoulder, testing his weight and getting ready to spring out over his back. Nate straightened. Tiny points still freckled the dog's paws and chest, pulsing softly. "Hang on, buddy. Hold still." He finished passing the light all over Max's fur, rubbing his back, belly, paws, and flanks to make sure none of the glowing specks remained. Then he let Max out and held his collar to continue the inspection outside the confines of the driver's seat. The specks hissed and winked out one by one. Nate wondered whether sunlight would accomplish the same thing. The atmosphere blocked out all the harmful UVC radiation, but not the UVB or UVA wavelengths. If UVC was the only wavelength that worked, they were going to have a hard time beating this thing, whatever it was. Nate checked Max one last time and passed the wand over him again. Not finding any more glowing specks, he turned his attention to the inside of the car and passed the wand all over it to catch a handful of stray, glowing specks on the passenger's side, the driver's side, and beneath the seats. Finally, Nate directed his attention to himself, but there was no sign of any active particles. He leaned against the side of the car. Max was standing at the top of the stairs, whimpering at the inside door to be let back into the house. The implications bounced around inside Nate's head. UV light killed it, or reacted with it, whatever it was. Silence rang loud in Nate's ears. A shiver rocked his shoulders as he suddenly noticed how cold it was inside the garage. His gaze drifted to the dim bar of sunlight leaking under the garage door. Given how cold it was in here, there was probably still a thick haze in the air, blocking out most of the sunlight. Nate began to wonder if that haze was made of the same material as the glowing specks. During the day, it didn't glow because the sunlight caused it to become inert, but during the night. But that haze couldn't all be from those glowing half-pea-sized specks, could it? That would definitely point to an alien origin rather than something natural like a supernova. Then again, nothing about those glowing specks was natural. The supernova explanation from NASA was sounding more like a convenient story than the truth of whatever it was that they were facing. Max whimpered and scratched at the door. When that didn't work, he barked once, sharply. And then he waited, wagging his tail and panting with agitation. An involuntary shiver rocked Nate's shoulders. It sure as hell wasn't from the heat. He crossed over to the door, meaning to pull Max back and carry him back inside the car. No sense in letting him wake Paula and the kids. It was too early to let them out. But just as he reached the steps, he heard the smallest of answering sounds from the door. The soft scrape of the deadbolt turning. He'd used the keys to lock the door, in addition to turning the lock in the knob. The door cracked open to half an inch. "Nate," Paula's voice was low and guarded. "I'm here," he said. "I'm fine so far." "Oh, thank God. Why didn't you answer my messages?" "I was asleep, and when I woke up, the cell network was down." Paula dragged the door open another inch. "I noticed that." She nodded to the UV lamp in his hand and pointed to the mask on his face. "What are you doing with all that?" He grinned and tugged down his mask, then hefted the lamp a little higher. "I discovered something. UV light kills it." "Kills what?" "The particles. They flare and die the minute the light hits them. Happens fast, in a matter of seconds." Chapter 7. Nate could almost see the wheels spinning in Paula's head through the crack in the door. "Are you sure?" "As sure as I can be, without further testing." "What about you?" Her voice tightened. "How do you feel?" He swallowed and grimaced. "Fine so far. Did you manage to call 911? She shook her head. "Cell network S down." "Right, I just thought," he trailed off uncertainly. Sometimes emergency calls could still get through, even with no signal. Nate squeezed the bridge of his nose between his thumb and forefinger and let out a ragged sigh. Max was trying to nose through the door to get inside, but Paula wouldn't budge. A long second passed, the silence stretching between them. "What's it look like outside?" he asked. "The glowing particles aren't falling anymore," Paula said. "But—" He arched an eyebrow at her. "It's freezing outside, and the sun looks even darker today than it did yesterday." Nate frowned. "I guess the back door is still gaping open." Paula nodded slowly. "I didn't want to get too close with that stuff blowing in." Max whimpered and pawed at the crack in the door, getting impatient. "Easy, boy," Nate said, patting his back. Max looked up at him, panting heavily despite the cold air inside the garage. He probably needed to go out and pee, but they didn't know yet whether it was safe. "No signs of life at the Reed's place?" Nate asked. A muscle twitched in Paula's jaw. "No." "And the rest of the neighborhood?" "Quiet for now." "Okay," Nate took a breath to steady his nerves. Well, we don't know what happened to Charles yet, or what kind of contact with those particles causes people to lose their minds like he did. Can't be airborne, because by now we'd probably all be infected, but last night I did see Charles get some of that stuff in his mouth. Paula gaped at him. You're kidding. No, one of his girls threw a ball of that stuff at him, and it caught him right in the face. Then it must be exchanged through direct contact, Paula concluded. Nate nodded. Maybe not just contact, maybe you have to ingest it. If that's true, it's good news, Paula said. It will limit the spread of whatever this is. Nate nodded. Are you sure you're feeling fine? That last emergency alert mentioned confusion and fever. Nate shook his head. I don't have any of that. Paula breathed a heavy sigh. So what do you want to do? Leave me here until 11, just to be sure. Then I'll come back in to clean up and secure the back door. You think it'll be safe to do that? Nate hefted his UV lamp a little higher. With this, I think it could be, but I'll be careful. He glanced back into the garage where the COVID box stood open. I could probably whip up some type of basic hazmat suit. I think I have a respirator in here somewhere from when we spray painted the bedroom furniture. But you said it's not airborne, Paula pointed out. Maybe not, but if some of that stuff is still falling, a speck of it could still fall in my mouth or fly up my nose. And then what? Paula nodded. Okay, I'll be back in a few hours. Wait, before you go. He held out the UV lamp in his hand. Take this. Don't you need it? I have 2 more. Don't get too close to the stuff, but if you see anything glowing, use the lamp on it. You'll see what I mean. Paula nodded and accepted the wand-like UV lamp through the gap in the door. Nate withdrew from the steps, tugging Max down with him. Max bucked and struggled in his grasp, then the door clicked shut, and the dead bolt thunked back into place. Max barked and lunged for the door, but Nate held him fast. Sorry, boy, you'll have to pee in the garage, or wait a while longer. Max whimpered again and looked up at him, panting steadily. Nate frowned as he regarded their dog, wondering how he could safely let Max outside even after the 11 o'clock deadline passed. Maybe dogs were immune to whatever this was, or maybe it would infect him too, and then through Max, the rest of them. All it would take is him sniffing around too close to the ground, snorting a few particles up his nose, or maybe eating a bit of grass like he sometimes did. This could be a huge problem. Nate spun around and walked back over to the particles that had fallen from Max's coat. He shone his phone's light on them again. Shriveled up on the concrete floor, they looked like nothing but specks of dirt, or maybe like black peppercorns. Nate tugged his face mask back up and then looked around for something he could use to manipulate the substance without touching it. He hurried back over to the shelves beside him and found a box of old painting equipment that they used for touch-ups around the house. His respirator was inside. He pulled that out and set it aside, followed by a putty knife. That would do. On the shelf below, he found a bundle of heavy plastic that they'd used to protect the carpets when they'd repainted the walls during their renovations a couple of years ago. There was a lot of it bunched up on that shelf, and a spare roll lying around somewhere. He searched the shelves and quickly found the unused roll behind the boxes of painting supplies. The beginnings of a plan began to form in his mind. He could reseal the back door with the plastic and even use it to make a primitive hazmat suit with some duct tape and the respirator. Then he could rig up one of those UV lamps above the broken back door. In fact, he might even be able to do one better than that. Nate ran over to their camping supplies on the other end of the garage beside the minivan. He quickly found one of their four-man tents and pulled it out. He could use the tent to make a basic airlock on the back deck, a place to sterilize themselves before going back inside the house. That would be good for Max, and for anyone else who needed to venture outside. Nate grabbed the bag with the tent in it and lugged it over to his other supplies. Putting it aside for the moment, he went back to the COVID box and grabbed another UV lamp. Finding more batteries for it, he flicked it on, and a welcome wash of purple-blue light bloomed at his feet. Then he grabbed the putty knife and walked back over to the shriveled-up grains of alien material. He set the UV lamp aside and used the spatula to poke and prod the alien grains on the ground. The particles were much lighter than rocks. They reminded him of seeds or some other organic material that could easily be blown about on the wind. That explained how they looked to be floating down from the sky last night. Taking a breath and holding it, Nate tried crushing one of them with the end of the spatula. It ground into dust and immediately began sparkling and glowing blue again. A sharp jolt of fear coursed through him, and he fell over in his hurry to get away. Nate grimaced and sprang back to his feet. He grabbed the UV lamp and flicked it on, passing it over the sparkling dust. The glowing light immediately faded from the material, making it inert once more. Hopefully. He wished he had his microscope out here so that he could get a better look at whatever they were dealing with. He had so little data. So far, his best guess was that glowing particles were active and dangerous, while the dark ones were dormant and safe. But now that he'd broken one of them open, Nate realized that whatever was inside of them could still be active even if the exterior was no longer radiating light. Nate's mind reeled at the implications. That stuff had fallen everywhere, even in Australia. Presumably, there was a quarter-inch of it blanketing the entire planet right now. What would happen when it rained, and that material seeped into the ground and contaminated water supplies? Would that dilute it to the point that it was no longer dangerous? Or would it make it so that people could get sick just by drinking water from their taps? Even taking a shower could be a problem. And what about plants and crops and the animals that ate them? His thoughts jumped to their friends, the Millers, up in Vaughan. Were their cattle busy going insane right now and trampling each other to death? Nate grimaced. They knew so little about this, what it was, what it wasn't, whether it was a living organism like a bacteria or a virus, or if it was just some kind of toxin. Maybe it was a heavy metal like mercury or lead. Heavy metal poisoning could also drive people crazy, but after years of exposure, not hours. No, Nate shook his head. Whatever this was, it was much more dangerous than lead or mercury, more like anthrax. But hopefully, like anthrax, it wasn't spreadable from person to person. Until they knew more, they would have to be extremely careful. They'd have to use the lamps to sterilize everything that came in from outside. Boil water from the taps before they drank it, and take baths, not showers, so they could do the same. They could probably risk venturing out for supplies as soon as Nate perfected his airlock and hazmat suit. But there was just one other problem. His head turned to find Max standing at the top of the stairs to the interior door. The retriever was sniffing and snorting along the bottom of it. Then he whimpered again. Nate would have to come up with something to protect Max when he went outside. He glanced around quickly, searching the garage for inspiration. Nate's eyes swept the garage, old tarps, duct tape, a bundle of shop rags, and the camping gear he just dragged out. His gaze snagged on an empty 2-liter soda bottle in the recycling bin. Perfect. He fished it out, hacked the base off with a utility knife, and stuffed the mouth with a wad of charcoal from the bag they used for barbecues. Over that, he layered a square of furnace filter cut down to size, then bound it all in place with duct tape until it looked more like a crude science project than life-saving gear. Max cocked his head while Nate worked, tail thumping uncertainly. Yeah, I know," Nate muttered, sliding the open end of the bottle over Max's snout like a muzzle. He threaded an old elastic strap from the painting mask through slits in the plastic, fastening it around the retriever's head. The fit was clumsy, airtight only in theory, but it would at least block dust, maybe catch the worst of those glittering specks. Max pawed once at the contraption, getting it off easily. Nate added more straps to the bottom of the mask, then tied them together around Max's head, one over the top, the other two arcing up from below, and then he used garbage ties to attach the straps to each other and sat back to watch Max's reaction. Again, the dog pawed at it. This time it took him multiple tries to remove the mask. Nate went back to work, perfecting the straps and adding cotton padding around the edges to make it a better fit. When he was done, Max couldn't remove the mask despite making a determined effort to do so. Max was panting loudly and sounding more like a pug than a retriever, but in theory it should work for short outings, while supervised on a leash. "Okay, that's enough, buddy," Nate said, interrupting Max's pawing before he could do actual damage to the mask. He removed the contraption, and Max huffed a disgruntled sigh. "I know you don't like it, but we all need to be careful until we know more." Nate patted the dog's flank, and Max sat down, watching the interior door. Nate checked his watch. 10:15. Less than an hour before he could leave his self-imposed exile in the garage, but he still had some time. Maybe enough to fashion a hazmat suit for himself so that he could actually take Max for a walk once it was safe for them to come out. Nate nodded to himself and pushed up off the ground to get back to work. Chapter 8. At exactly 11 o'clock, daylight came sweeping back into the garage as Paula cracked the door open. Nate was waiting for her, leaning against the side of the SUV, his preparations now finished. He'd shut Max inside the Suburban to keep him from immediately racing back inside and then out through the broken back door. "Nate," Paula asked in a quavering voice. He hurried back to the steps. "I'm here." Both of their kids were hovering close behind her. Riley looked pale and unusually subdued, but Jonah exclaimed, "Dad," and tried to push through the door. "Not yet, Jonah," his mother warned. "Nate, are you still feeling okay?" "I'm okay," he replied, and then Paula opened the door the rest of the way. He stepped into the opening, and Jonah pushed past his mother and threw his arms around his father's waist, clinging to him like he'd never let go. Nate hugged him back, then his eyes drifted to Paula and Riley. He pulled Paula into a one-armed hug and reached for Riley with his other arm. "Hey," he said softly, "what happened last night wasn't your fault. None of it." Riley nodded quickly, but her eyes slid away, gray-green and troubled. She was obviously dealing with a lot of guilt. Nate swallowed past the knot in his throat and peeled away from his family. "All right, I need to suit up." "Suit up?" Paula asked. "Max needs to go out, and we can't let him do that without supervision." Nate descended. He steps into the garage, crossed to his workbench, where he began pulling on the makeshift hazmat suit that he'd cobbled together. Thick rubber gloves that he used to handle acid for some of his chemistry experiments, a clear sheet of plastic that he'd cut and taped into a crude poncho with long sleeves. The respirator. Once he put on the poncho and the gloves, he wound duct tape around the seams and around the hem at his waist. It wasn't perfect, but definitely better than nothing. Max was next. The golden retriever wagged his tail uncertainly as Nate went to the car and opened the door. He tried to lunge past Nate, but he grabbed the dog and slipped the jury-rigged soda pop mask over his snout. The respirator, part soda bottle, part furnace filter, part duct tape, looked ridiculous, but it was the best protection Nate could improvise until he knew whether it was dangerous for Max to go out without it. Max pawed at the device again, then gave up, breathing heavily, and tried to sneak past him again. "Good boy," Nate murmured. He patted the dog's flank, picked him up with a grunt, and then carried him back up the steps inside the house. "What's that for?" Jonah asked, watching them with wide eyes. "It's so that Max and I stay safe while we're outside," Nate replied. "Paula, would you get Max's leash for me, please? And my jacket," he added, almost as an afterthought as he noticed how cold it was inside the house. Ironically, it had been warmer inside the garage. The temperature must have dropped even further since Charles broke in last night. Paula nodded and hurried to the coat closet beside the front door. She returned with Max's leash and his coat. Nate set Max down and put on the leash, then handed it to Paula while he carefully tugged on a fleece-lined jacket over his rubber gloves and hazmat poncho. Both his kids looked on, their eyes conveying questions that didn't reach their lips. As soon as Nate was done, he took the leash back from Paula and led Max, who was tugging eagerly on it, to the kitchen. Just before they reached the broken glass where the back door had been, he picked Max up again to get him over it safely. As he crossed the threshold, Nate scanned the dark, hazy sky and marveled at the otherworldly dawn. No glowing spores drifted through the air, but a few shriveled husks dropped heavily from the sky, dark, shriveled flecks. His theory about the other wavelengths of UV light deactivating the spores was obviously correct, but that still begged the question of how the particles had survived traveling in an interstellar dust cloud. Once again, he suspected there was some kind of ablative coating to the spores, something that burned off during atmospheric entry, leaving them vulnerable to radiation from the sun. The deck and lawn and the roofs of neighboring homes were all coated with a thick, grainy carpet of black specks. Each step crunched under Nate's boots, releasing faint puffs of luminous dust that swirled briefly in the dim gray light before fading. The sun hung big and red above the horizon, like a dying ember in the hazy sky. It looked even weaker and dimmer than it had yesterday. A quick look at the thermometer beneath the eaves showed that it was just 42 degrees. He glanced at the barometer beside it. 985 hectopascals. The pressure was still falling. If this keeps up, he thought grimly, it's going to snow soon. Max squirmed in his arms, demanding to be put down. Nate obliged, making sure to grab his leash to keep him close. The retriever immediately lunged for the back steps, eager to get down to the grass. The yard was silent but for the whistle of a thin, icy wind. Nate shivered. They reached the grass, and Max immediately lifted his leg against the deck post. Nate crouched down, carefully scooping a handful of the alien particles into his hands. The grains sparkled faintly as they sifted through his hands, exposing new sides of them to the sunlight. He let them sift quickly through his fingers and stood back up, not wanting to risk exposure. The whole yard looked like it was coated in ash. Max tugged him onward, sniffing and snorting through his mask to the fence between their place and the Reeds' yard. The gusts of icy air quieted for a moment, and a faint, rhythmic thumping of helicopters came into range of hearing, followed by the distant wail of sirens, rising and quickly falling. Then came a sudden burst of automatic gunfire rattling through the air. Nate froze, his pulse hammering. He scanned the horizon. Smoke rose in two thin black columns over the roofs of the houses behind his. More gunfire followed, short, chilling bursts of mechanical chatter. "What the hell?" he whispered, fogging the plexiglass visor of his respirator. Max whined through his own contraption, looking up at the back fence toward the sounds of gunfire. He had one paw and his tail lifted, signaling to Nate where the danger was. Nate tugged at his leash. "Come on, boy. We need to hurry up." Not hearing anything else, Max continued his rounds and dropped a steaming pile at the base of Paula's raspberry patch. As soon as Max was done, Nate tugged him back toward the deck, cutting the walk short. Up on the deck, he brushed Max's fur, looking for signs of active particles, then picked him up and massaged the pads of his feet to make sure none were hiding there. A few shriveled grains fell out, but they weren't glowing. He carried Max back inside and asked Paula to bring him the UV lamp that was sitting on the kitchen island. He instructed her to pass it all over them for a more thorough decontamination. Riley and Jonah both looked on wordlessly as the eerie purple glow of the lamp passed over him and Max. This time, a few glowing flecks shriveled and fell from Max's coat. Once she was done with Max, Nate lifted his boots so that Paula could expose them to the light, and a faint layer of glowing dust quickly faded to black. That done, he set Max down beyond the crunch of broken glass, removed the makeshift doggy respirator, and led him back into the garage. "Stay," he told the dog, even as Max tried to lunge past him to get back inside. Paula appeared with his food and water dish and squeezed through into the garage to set them down at the foot of the steps. Max suddenly turned toward the garage door and cocked his head to the side. A low growl rumbled past his lips before he paced to the door and began snorting along the bottom of it. Nate had used his UV lamp earlier to deactivate the handful of glowing specks that had snuck in from outside, but Max could still aspirate one of them, and as he'd already seen, the inside of the spores remained active until they were broken open and exposed to the light. Nate ran to the door and pulled Max away from the door. He didn't see any glowing particles along the floor, but just to be safe, he took the lamp from Paula and deliberately squashed the few specks that he saw beneath his boots. Then he passed the lamp over the glowing dust that resulted. Max growled again, watching the door. "What's wrong with him?" Paula asked, her voice a ragged whisper behind Nate. "I don't know. He must have heard something outside. We need to go clean up in the kitchen and reseal the house." Paula's face was drawn, her eyes haunted as she nodded. Along the way, Nate grabbed the leftover sheets of plastic and the duct tape that he'd used to make his hazmat suit. They reached the top of the steps and shut the door behind them, with Max still distracted by whatever he was hearing outside. Nate tugged off his respirator and took a moment to catch his breath. That mask was suffocating. "Are you okay?" Paula asked carefully. "Yeah, just hard to breathe in that thing." Paula nodded wordlessly. "But there's something else. We need to be careful with water. We'll have to boil it or sterilize it with the lamps before we drink anything or bathe. Those spores are everywhere. They're going to get into the water supply if they haven't already." Paula's eyes widened. "You think it's that dangerous?" "I do, but whatever this contagion is, it's not the only danger. I heard gunfire out there while I was walking Max." "So did I," Paula said, "but it's probably looters. Plenty of people around here have guns." "Not like that. Hunting rifles and pistols would make pops or bangs. This was a continuous chatter, like a war zone. Whatever happened to Charles, I don't think it's an isolated event. I think a lot of people got infected last night. But how? Everyone was told to stay inside. Nate shrugged. Sure, but at first they were told that it's not dangerous, and like Charles, I bet a lot of people took that as permission to go out for a closer look. Paula's brow furrowed deeply. Are we safe here? Nate hesitated, his gaze drifting to the front door. When no sounds of gunfire rattled into range of hearing, he finally said, "For now, I think so. We're in the suburbs. Whatever's going on out there, it's probably in the city. Hopefully it stays there." Paula nodded stiffly. "Come on, let's go seal up the back door." Nate led the way into the kitchen. A small voice came from the stairs where Jonah was seated. "Are bad men coming here?" Nate left the tape and plastic sheeting on the kitchen island, then crossed over to Jonah and crouched down to get to eye level with his son. "No, you're safe here." But Jonah's gaze slid past him, to the body lying in the kitchen. Nate followed his son's gaze and noticed that Paula had covered Charles with a blanket. Unfortunately, the blanket was soaked in blood where it lay around his head, a grim reminder of what lay beneath. "Mr. Reed wasn't safe," Jonah whispered softly. "Don't look at him, sweetheart," Paula said, as she rounded the island to insert herself between Jonah and the body. Riley stood off to one side, leaning against the railing between the kitchen and the lower living room, her eyes also fixed on the corpse. "Nate, I need your help to get him outside," Paula said. Nate tugged his respirator back on. "I'll take care of it," he said. "You don't have protection." With that, he crossed over to Charles's body and carefully lifted the sheet. The sight of his friend's glassy eyes with those strange black threads woven through the whites hit him like a fist to his gut. With a grimace, he spread out some of the plastic sheeting, then tucked the blanket around Charles and dragged him onto it. He taped the edges around the body. The sound of duct tape ripping filled the silence. Behind him, Paula came over with a mop and a bucket, and a jug of bleach from the laundry. She began cleaning the tiles. The acrid scent of bleach mingled with the faint metallic tang of blood in the air. Jonah sat hunched on the stairs, tears streaking his cheeks as he watched his parents erase the horror from their kitchen. Nate hauled Charles toward the back door, crunching through broken glass as he went. He paused at the threshold, gasping for air behind his respirator. The plastic-wrapped body sagged heavily in his arms. Another burst of gunfire rattled through the air, sharper and closer this time, echoing against the stillness. A heavy silence followed. Nate and his wife traded grim looks across the kitchen island. "What if we get sick too?" Jonah asked in a trembling voice from the stairs. Nate and Paula both turned to look at their son, but neither of them had an answer for him. Nate shivered at the thought of losing his mind like Charles and turning on his family in a fit of mindless violence. They would have to be very careful to make sure that didn't happen. Asterisk. Paula sat at the kitchen table with Jonah in another chair beside hers, lying curled up across her lap, wearing a thick, fleece-lined hoodie. Paula was wearing an insulated tracksuit and a long-sleeved shirt underneath that. She gently stroked Jonah's head while staring at the plastic sheeting that crinkled faintly across the back door. The chemical reek of bleach still clung to everything, stinging the back of her nose and throat. The incident with Charles had been cleared from their kitchen, the blood washed clean from the floor and mostly even from her mop, but no matter how much she cleaned, she couldn't scrub away what had happened. A man had died in here. Their friend. They'd been forced to kill him because of whatever was out there. Nate's crude airlock loomed against the broken doorway. The four-man tent duct-taped in place with plastic sheeting around it to form a seal, and a flap cut out of the back. A dim purple light flicked on and bobbed around inside as Nate worked to affix it to the ceiling. The tent wasn't big enough to stand upright in, but it was all that stood between them and whatever interstellar pathogen had reigned all across the earth last night. A sudden cacophony of sirens shrieking shattered the stillness, rising and falling quickly in the distance. A staccato burst of gunfire followed, even closer than before. Paula flinched, her stomach clenching, and Jonah tensed and raised his head. "You heard that?" Nate asked as he quickly crawled out of the tent. He turned off the UV lamp to save the battery. Paula nodded stiffly, afraid to speak. The bubble of quiet and safety inside their home felt smaller and more fragile with every passing second. From the garage, Max's claws raked furiously against the door. He barked like a maniac, then went silent, as if listening for the sound of someone coming to let him out. Paula glanced toward the door. "You think we can let him back inside now?" she asked, nodding to the airlock that Nate had rigged. "Not yet," Nate replied. His voice was flat and nasal behind the mask. He hesitated for a long moment, then added, "I need to check on Emily and the girls." Paula scowled. "After what happened with Charles, are you crazy? No, you're staying right here." Charles kept a safe full of guns in his basement. With whatever's going on out there, we're going to need them. Her heart lurched. "Guns? You're going to bring guns into this house? With our kids here? Absolutely not." Nate let out a weary sigh and reached up to rub his temples. "Okay, so when looters eventually do make it to our door and barge in with their own weapons, I guess we'll just agree to hand over all of our food, the UV lamps, and maybe the keys to our cars while we're at it." "People are going to break into our house?" Jonah asked. "No, honey, of course not," Paula soothed. But Nate didn't say anything to reassure him. She struggled to gather together the weakening threads of her anger and indignation for a response. Nate's gaze sharpened behind the mask. "Paula, we won't last long if we're unarmed." She bit her lip until it stung, torn between instinct and her principles. She hated guns. As a nurse working in a hospital, she'd seen enough of what they could do to people to last a lifetime. So many unnecessary deaths. But now, the rules had changed. This wasn't an ordinary situation. And from the sound of it, the military was out there fighting a war with someone or something. What if the fighting spread to here? Maybe there were dozens or hundreds of people out there like Charles, all of them running around breaking into homes, businesses, and cars. Finally, Paula let out a ragged breath and nodded once, reluctantly. "Fine," she whispered, "but you'd better take something with you to defend yourself. If Emily is also—" The words died in her throat. She couldn't finish the thought. Instead, her eyes flicked to the knife block on the counter. Nate followed her gaze and quickly shook his head. "Too risky. Knives get you close. I'll take Jonah's baseball bat." From the stairs to the living room, Riley interrupted. "You shouldn't go out there alone. What if you don't come back? I'll go with you." Nate and Paula both turned toward her. "I only have one suit," Nate explained. "You need to stay here with your mother." Riley's jaw clenched. "Dad, if I wasn't there to help you with Charles last night, you'd be dead." "This time I know what I'm dealing with. I'll be armed. You're staying here, Riley, and that's final." His tone brooked no argument. Riley flicked long black hair over her shoulders and spun away, marching back down the stairs to the living room. "Jonah, buddy, can you get me your bat from upstairs?" His eyes lit up when Nate asked him for the favor. "Sure thing, Dad." He got up and ran, the thump of his small feet trailing away on the steps, like his dad had just asked him to play ball in the backyard. Paula tensed and frowned uneasily at that. He was taking this too lightly. Did he even know what that bat was for? Nate might have to use it to bash Emily's brains out the way Riley had with Charles and that cast-iron skillet. A moment later, Jonah came running back down, clutching an aluminum bat proudly in both hands. He pressed it into Nate's palms like he was entrusting him with a knight's sword. "Here you go, Dad," he said, smiling brightly. Nate nodded. "Thanks, bud." Paula looked away from them both, her chest tightening with Jonah's reaction. She wanted to explain to him the horror of what they were going through, to make sure he really understood that this wasn't a game. But another part of her was secretly happy that he didn't seem to understand, that he'd somehow forgotten that they'd just finished carrying the neighbor's lifeless body out of their kitchen and mopping his blood from the floor. Paula fixed her gaze on her husband once more. "Are you sure about this, Nate?" He tested the bat's weight, smacking it against his palm a few times. "As sure as I'll ever be." Another volley of gunfire cracked in the distance, then silence. Jonah froze. "I think it's getting closer," he whispered. Paula's throat tightened. He was right, but she didn't want to voice her agreement for fear that it would somehow make their peril more real. Whoever was shooting was on the move and drawing ever closer to their neighborhood. "I'd better hurry," Nate said. "Be careful." "I will." Together, Paula and Jonah watched Nate stride for the back door, the bat gripped in his gloved hands. Then he dropped to his haunches and ducked through the flap in the back of the tent. Chapter 9. The cold hit Nate the instant he ducked through the plastic flap of the makeshift airlock. The wind was sharp, carrying a bite that cut through his thin cotton pajama bottoms and froze the exposed skin of his face and the tips of his ears. He cursed himself for still being in pajamas. There hadn't been time to change before running down to confront Charles, nor afterward, when the threat of contamination had forced him to isolate with Max in the garage. Nate scanned the yard from his back deck. It looked the same as when he'd taken Max out for a walk a couple of hours ago. The sky was vaguely brighter now that the sun had risen higher, but it was nothing close to what it should be. An overcast winter day would have been brighter than this. The world looked like a painting drained of color, thick with a dark gray haze. Ash-black particles still dusted the deck and the lawn, heaped in little dunes along the fence line where the wind had piled them into drifts. The spores crunched faintly under his boots with each step, sending up quick flashes of dull blue light before fading to inert black again. Nate hurried down the back steps to the lawn, then around the side of his house, and down a steep incline past the sliding glass doors in his walkout basement/living room below the kitchen. He unlatched the side gate, careful not to let it slam, and slipped down the side of his yard until he reached his front porch and driveway. The porch was elevated above his shoulders, up a half flight of stairs to reach the main floor of his split-level home. As he emerged from the shelter of the porch and the Reed family's front deck, a cold wind whipped across the driveways, cutting through his thin cotton pants and making him shiver. Nate scanned the neighborhood with wary eyes behind his mask. No signs of activity. The cars parked beneath leafy elm and maple trees were draped in a thick blanket of spores. Likewise, the neighboring homes and their front lawns were quilted with them, making everything except for the trees look dark and dead. The neighborhood lay in eerie silence. Every few seconds, a stray fleck of black lanced down from the sky. His gaze tracked left to the Johnsons' place. Movement caught his eye in the front window. The edge of a gauzy curtain lifted, and Mrs. Johnson's face appeared, wisps of gray hair framing a face that was lined with age and shadowed with fear. The Johnsons were an elderly couple in their 70s. Mr. Johnson was probably standing right behind his wife, just out of sight, waiting to hear what she saw. Nate raised a gloved hand to wave at her, then pointed deliberately to the respirator covering his mouth and face. He drew a finger from side to side, as a warning not to come out. For a moment her eyes lingered on him, her expression unreadable through the glass. Then the curtain fell back into place. Nate hesitated. Did she even recognize him, dressed like this, with a coat over a plastic poncho taped to rubber gloves, a full respirator covering his face, and an aluminum bat in his hands? Maybe she thought he was a looter. Had she heard the glass shattering when Charles broke in, or seen him drag out the body this morning? He grimaced and turned away, hurrying toward the Reeds' place before the Johnsons could think to confront him. Nate felt fairly certain that Mr. Johnson had a hunting rifle or two in his basement. He was halfway across the Reeds' front yard when a sharp crack split the silence, a gunshot, echoing from somewhere nearby. Nate froze, his heart slamming in his chest. Suddenly afraid that he'd been the recipient of the gunshot, he spared a hand from the bat to pat himself down. No blooms of crimson stained his coat. No sudden stab of pain indicated that he'd been hit. Nate let out a ragged breath and listened keenly to the silence. Only a thin whistle of the wind answered the gunshot, carrying a faint puff of ash across his visor. Nate forced his shaking legs into motion, racing up the flight of steps up to the Reeds' front porch. The aging wooden stairs creaked loudly under his weight. He winced and dashed to the front door. The knob turned uselessly and his grip locked. He glanced at the Ring doorbell. The power was still out, so that wouldn't work. He raised a fist and knocked instead. The sound echoed dully in the cottony silence of the ash-covered world. No response. His breath quickened inside the mask, fogging the faceplate and reverberating loudly to his ears. Sweat prickled along his spine despite the cold. Should he knock again or try to break in? He had two reasons to be here. One, to check on Emily and the girls, but if they weren't answering, they were either hiding or dead, and he'd have to switch to his second objective, looking for Charles's guns in the basement. He rapped on the door once more, louder and more insistently this time. "Emily," he called for good measure. "It's me, Nate from next door." He waited a few seconds, still no answer. Nate turned to glance up and down the street behind him. Curtains twitched in windows across the street. This was Montana. A lot of his neighbors had guns, and dressed like this, clutching a bat, someone could easily assume he was a looter and start shooting. Clenching his jaw tight, Nate descended the steps and slipped around the side yard to the gate in the Reeds' fence. He reached over, lifted the latch, and pushed inside, being careful to ease the gate shut behind him. Almost immediately, Nate came to the side entrance of the Reeds' home, a sliding glass door to their basement, just like his own split level. But unlike his home, the Reeds had a more traditional layout. He tried tugging on the door handle. Locked. He had two choices: turn around and go home, or break in to investigate further. But he hadn't come all this way just to turn around and go home. He was going to have to break in. Nate adjusted his grip on the bat. The first strike cracked loudly with a sound that seemed like it would carry for miles. The blow splintered the outer pane of tempered glass into pebbles that rained across his boots. A second blow shattered the inner pane, but this time a gust of wind muffled the noise. Nate stepped gingerly through the hollow door frame, his breath loud in the respirator. "Emily," his voice was muffled by the mask, but it carried strongly through the stuffy quiet inside the Reed family's home. "Emily, it's Nate." Silence pressed back in around him, Still no answer. He switched the bat to one hand and fumbled in his pajama bottoms pocket for his phone. His fat, rubber-gloved thumb struggled to manipulate the touchscreen. When he failed repeatedly to open the phone, he remembered the voice assistant and said, "Hey, Siri, turn on the flashlight." "Okay," his phone replied. A clear white beam cut across the Reeds' basement. Nate saw their couch tipped over on its back, the cushions scattered. A lamp lay on the carpeted floor, the shade bent. Down by the wet bar, a big gun safe sat partway open with a box of shotgun shells scattered around it. Nate frowned, sweeping the light around once more as he tried to piece together a likely scenario for what had happened. Chapter 10. Given the way Charles had been acting, Nate pictured what must have happened in a flash. Charles turning on his family, Emily running downstairs to arm herself, followed by a struggle. The shotgun shells scattered near the open safe, and the overturned couch seemed to back up that theory. Remembering his own reasons for coming over here, Nate quickly crossed the basement to the safe. His phone's light jittered over boxes of ammo, 2 hunting rifles, and a heavy black pistol tucked in the corner. He set the aluminum bat on the wet bar, untaped his wrist, and peeled off one rubber glove. It was a risk, but he needed dexterity to handle a gun. He ejected the magazine, saw the brass tip of a bullet glinting at the top, then clicked it back and racked the slide. The mechanism snicked forward with a clean, decisive sound. He hunted for a safety and didn't see one. But then he realized that this was a Glock and that it had the safety built into the trigger. They were still hard to fire by accident, but quicker to shoot when needed. Good thinking, Charlie. He braced his left hand, still holding his phone, under his right like he'd seen cops do on TV, and found a workable stance. Thanks to Charles, he wasn't entirely unfamiliar with guns, so that helped. Nate still remembered what Charles had said to convince him to go with him to the firing range for a few practice sessions. You never know when you're gonna need to defend your family, Nate. If you saw half of the shit I have on the force, you'd have so many guns in your house that people would think you're Rambo 2.0. Paula had grudgingly accepted him going with Charlie a couple of times, enough to get the basics of firearm safety and to hone aim. Ironically, Charles had been right about him needing those skills. Turning from the safe, Nate crept upstairs, his boots whispering on carpets. The door frame at the top was splintered, yet more evidence of a struggle. "Emily," he called into the silence. "It's me, Nate, from next door." Nothing answered but the house. A faint drip of water from the kitchen sink, the hush of winter-cold air gushing in through the broken door in the basement. He moved through the kitchen, down the hall, and to the stairs. The girls' room stood open and empty, as well as the bathroom between them. Only the primary bedroom at the end of the hall was closed. He knocked. "Emily, it's Nate." There came a long pause, then footsteps. A lock clicked as it turned in the knob. Nate lowered the pistol to his thigh but kept the phone up so he could see. The door opened to a hand's width. Emily's face appeared in the gap, pale and drawn. A pump shotgun rested across her chest. She flinched at his phone's glare and he angled it aside. Her eyes took in the taped poncho, the respirator, and the Glock in his hand. "Nate," she blinked at him like she wasn't sure if he was real. "What are you doing here?" Her gaze dropped to the pistol. "Where did you get that?" "From your safe. I knocked at the front door. No one answered. I thought you and the girls might be in trouble, so I broke in through the basement." She pulled the door wider. "Get in." Olivia and Haley were curled together on the bed. Haley was clutching a plush white, and black striped tiger to her chest. A lantern and 2 flashlights were lined up on the nightstand. Their eyes were huge and glossy in the dim light filtering through the curtains. No feverish flush, no glowing blue filaments spidering through the whites of their eyes. Nate let out a breath he hadn't realized he was holding. "You asked about Charles," he said, turning back to their mother. "Where is he?" Emily switched to a safer grip on the shotgun, hand behind the trigger guard, barrel angled at the floor. Charlie must have taught her. Her bottom lip began to tremble. "He got some of that stuff in his mouth last night. They said it wasn't dangerous." Nate winced. The last broadcast had actually said the particles weren't radioactive or chemically reactive, but they'd still urged people to stay inside. What happened after that? About an hour later, maybe less, he got a high fever. I gave him some Tylenol, but it didn't work. He became delirious. He didn't even know who we were. Her voice frayed. He tried to attack me, so I ran down to the basement with the girls and locked the door behind us, but he broke it down. He wouldn't stop. Her whole body was shaking with the recollection. Nate tugged the respirator off and looped the straps over his wrist. Talking through a mask while she relived such a traumatic incident felt wrong. What then? I let him chase me back upstairs and managed to lock him out on the deck. When I checked again later, he was gone. Nate's stomach tightened. He forced his thoughts away from the body wrapped in plastic by the Johnsons' fence. "I'm sorry, Emily. You're lucky he was the only one exposed. Paula tried calling you last night, but you didn't answer." "My phone's dead." She gestured vaguely to indicate the lack of lights in the room. "No power to charge it." Her gaze flicked to the window where a thin gray light seeped around the frame. "Can we come stay with you and Paula?" Nate's first instinct was to say no. If they were infected and just taking longer to show symptoms, bringing them back to his house was dangerous. But even if they weren't infected, the truth about what had happened to Charles sat like a live grenade between them. How would Emily react when she learned it was Riley who had? He cut the thought off. Olivia and Haley clung to each other on the bed, the terror in their eyes making them look smaller than they were. Emily could keep them safe, but with the basement door broken, their house was exposed to looters and crazies alike. Nate's own place wasn't perfect, but he had an airlock and a way to sterilize anything that went in or out. That mattered. "You can come over," he said, and Emily's shoulders sagged with relief. "But you don't have respirators, so we'll need to be careful outside. Pack a few bags, enough clothes to last for a few days," and he nodded to the door behind Emily. "We should take the rest of Charles's guns." Emily straightened, gathering herself. She nodded to her daughters. "Girls, let's go pack your things quickly. Come on." They scrambled off the bed. Olivia grabbed the battery-powered lantern from the nightstand. Emily cracked the door and checked the hall, then waved them out. Nate shadowed them, his pistol lowered, sweeping the phone beam ahead. In Olivia's room, he stood sentry while they stuffed clothes into a school backpack. Emily made her add a hoodie. They crossed through the Jack and Jill bathroom to grab toothbrushes and toothpaste, then on to Haley's room to repeat the process. Once again, the hoodie layers for the cold outside. Back in the primary bedroom, Emily kneeled by the closet and pulled out a carry-on. As a flight attendant, she packed fast. The girls slung their bags over their shoulders. Emily hefted the shotgun with one arm, her jaw tight, and led them toward the stairs, rolling her bag along behind her. Seeing how she struggled to manage both her luggage and the weapon, Nate said, "I should go first. My hands are free." She nodded and veered left to the coat closet where she bundled the girls into boots and jackets, zipped them up, and then pulled the hoods of their sweaters over their heads. Emily shrugged into her own jacket and tugged on her boots. Nate led them down the hall and then to the basement. When they reached the open safe, he and Emily worked fast. Nate slung both hunting rifles over one shoulder, then filled a duffel bag with spare boxes of ammo. When he hefted the bag, cartridges rattled, a hard metallic jingle that sounded too loud in the brittle silence. They went to the broken sliding glass door. Nate put his respirator back on, checked the seal, then signaled them forward. The girls tugged their hoods tighter, and Emily put hers up as well. Outside, the world was hushed and gray, everything dusted with an ash-black layer of alien particles. Emily hesitated at the threshold, her eyes scanning the drifts piled against the fence. Is it safe to breathe? Whatever the pathogen is, it's not airborne. Otherwise, all of us would be infected by now, Nate said. Just don't touch it and keep your heads down to make sure nothing falls in your mouth. Emily nodded. They hurried out and down the side of the yard, the rifles and ammo heavy on Nate's shoulders. He pocketed his phone to work the gate latch, then hustled them across the Reeds' front yard. Unease prickled along his spine as they ran around in full sight of the whole neighborhood. But he wasn't alone. With Emily and the girls at his side, he didn't look like a looter anymore. They cut across the Reeds' driveway, then down the side of Nate's own home and around to the back deck, where the tent, duct tape and painter's plastic formed a makeshift airlock. Emily frowned at the torn frame beyond it. What happened to your back door? Nate hesitated. One of the crazies broke in last night, but we scared him off. Olivia and Haley's eyes went wide, and Emily's brow dropped a shadow over her eyes. Did you see his face? Was it Charles? No, Nate said too quickly. It wasn't him. The lie almost caught in his throat. He gestured toward the tent. This is our airlock. I have a UV lamp inside to sterilize everything. I'll take the bags and guns through first, sterilize them, then come back for you. Emily glanced up at the low, gray sky, then at the deck dusted in pebbly black material. Don't take long. I won't. Nate ducked into the tent, dragging the duffel and rifles in with him. He flicked the switch, and the UV lamp hummed to life above his head, washing the inside of the tent in an eerie blue glow. He held the weapons and bags under the light and quickly turned them, working meticulously. Then he unlaced his boots and did the same before leaving them in a corner. That done, he ferried everything through into the kitchen. Paula stood up quickly from the kitchen table. Jonah and Riley quickly followed suit. Dad, Jonah blurted as he set the guns and the bag full of ammo on the kitchen island. Paula's gaze flicked past him to the shapes huddled on the deck outside. Is that Emily and the girls? Yes. Nate tugged the respirator off and kept his voice low. She doesn't know about Charles. I told her that someone else broke in and we scared him off. Don't let her know what really happened. Nate, Paula said, her eyes darkening. We can't lie to her. We have to. She won't understand, not yet. He looked at Riley. She opened her mouth as though to object, then quickly closed it. Just stick to the story, okay? Paula scowled, but her chin dipped slightly in resignation. Nate put the respirator back on, then slipped back into the tent to bring Emily and the girls through. He passed the UV lamp over their clothes and hands, and especially the soles of their boots, which were lightly caked with dormant black spores. He had them leave their shoes beside his, then led them all through into the kitchen. Emily made a small strangled sound and rushed forward to pull Paula into a fierce, one-armed hug. I'm so glad that you're okay. Paula stiffened, but hugged her back. Max erupted with barking from the garage, his claws scratching at the door with renewed ferocity as the ringing quiet of the house was suddenly filled with overlapping voices. Nate set the pistol on the counter and tugged his respirator down again. "A few ground rules," he said, cutting through the babble. "No one goes outside except for me. Emily and I will take turns keeping watch at night, since we're the only ones who have any experience with firearms. No one else touches the guns. Are we all clear?" Nate glanced around to drive those points home, paying special attention to the kids' reactions. Everyone nodded, and Paula listened quietly, her arms crossed and jaw tight. Emily and Paula took seats around the kitchen table with Haley and Olivia, and Jonah crawled into his mother's lap. The guns lay in a neat row on the island, 2 rifles, Emily's pump-action shotgun, and the Glock. It looked obscene and reassuring at the same time. Emily explained once again what had happened to Charles, and Riley drifted away, heading for the family room downstairs. Paula asked a few polite questions, and then Nate steered the conversation toward what he'd heard earlier, the gunfire and the sirens. With the power out and the cell networks down, none of them knew what was happening beyond their neighborhood. "It's probably looters," Emily said. "Hopefully, the authorities will get the situation under control soon," Paula added. None of them mentioned the other possibility, that the gunfire might have been a response to infected people going crazy like Charles. "Well, until the police do get things under control, it makes sense for us to stick together," Nate said. "You can take Jonah's room for now," Paula added. "He's not going to sleep there anyway. There's a bunk bed and a rollaway, so you should all fit." "Thank you," Emily said, with tears welling in her eyes. Paula stood up with a tight smile. "Come on, let's get you and the girls settled upstairs." She led them up with Jonah trailing along. Nate stayed in the kitchen, listening to the sound of fading footsteps. The house settled again into claustrophobic stillness. After a moment, he drifted over to the short half-flight of stairs that led down into the family room. He found Riley sitting on the couch, arms crossed, staring at a blank TV. "Are you okay?" he asked softly. Her head turned a fraction. "What do you think?" "I'm sorry," he said. "You shouldn't have had to do what you did. It wasn't your fault, you know. If you hadn't intervened the way you did." A muscle jumped in her cheek, and she looked away. He scrubbed a hand over his face. He couldn't fix this for her, especially not if she didn't want to talk about it. For now, they needed to focus on taking positive actions, not wallowing in regret. "I need your help with something." "What?" "I need you to get my microscope from the office." He nodded to the closed door in the corner of the family room. Riley frowned at him. "Why don't you get it?" "Because I'm going outside to collect a sample of that stuff." The real reason he was asking for her help was to keep Riley busy and distracted. "Why?" "We need to know what we're dealing with. Is it bacteria, a virus, or something else entirely? Does UV light actually kill it or just knock out the glow? We need more data." Riley held his gaze for a long moment, then she stood up with a sigh. "Okay." She headed for the office. Nate took the stairs back up to the kitchen where he grabbed a small Tupperware container and, for lack of a better tool, a metal ladle. He pulled his respirator on again, checked the seal, and let the elastic bite into the back of his head. His heart hammered at the thought of deliberately scooping that stuff into a container and carrying it into the house. But until they knew what the spores were and how they worked, every decision they made was a dangerous guess. He looked toward the tent, and the gently billowing wall of painter's plastic, then down at the container in his hand. They needed more data, and this was how he was going to get it. Chapter 11. Nate clutched the Tupperware in one hand, the long-handled soup ladle in the other. His heart ticked in his throat like a second pulse as he stared at the tent and sheet plastic airlock breathing faintly against the back door. He glanced back the way he'd come. Riley had gone to fetch his microscope, and Paula was upstairs with Jonah and the Reeds, getting them settled in Jonah's room. "All right, let's do this," he muttered to himself, and then he ducked into the tent. The plastic walls rustled around him as he zipped the flap shut. He clicked on the UV lamp overhead, bathing the narrow space in violet blue just in case any of the dormant spores inside the tent came back to life. He braced himself as he crouch-walked to the outer flap and poked his head out into the smeary black dusting of material that coated his deck. The air was razor-cold and dry enough to sting his lungs through the mask. Rather than put his boots on and step out of the tent, he kneeled at the edge of the opening and used the ladle to gather some of the dark, pebble-like husks into his Tupperware container. Some of them still glowed faintly, tiny sparks of blue dying in the dim daylight. For a moment he hesitated, every instinct screaming that this was a bad idea, but then snapped the lid on and sealed it tight. His hand trembled as he held it up. Just a cup of clumpy dirt, if you didn't know any better. He set the container on the floor of the tent and waved the UV wand carefully across the outside of it, just to be safe. As he did so, the weak, lingering glow faded from the spores inside the container. He passed the light over his arms and hands next, especially his right hand, which was no longer covered by a thick rubber glove. His heart hammering, he returned to the inner flap and zipped it open to enter his kitchen once more. He quickly shut the flimsy barrier behind him and straightened with a ragged sigh. Just then, Riley came up the stairs with a big, black travel case in her hands. "Got the sample?" she asked. Nate held up the Tupperware. "Right here. I'll examine it in the garage, just in case." He grabbed a spare UV lamp from the kitchen island and then started down the hall to the garage. Riley followed him there. He paused at the door to take the microscope from her, but Riley withdrew her hand to keep it out of reach. "I want to see, too." Nate frowned. "It could be dangerous." "You said it's not airborne, so I just have to keep my distance, right? 6 feet away. Like COVID. And that was airborne, so it's probably not even necessary." Nate frowned. "We don't know that, Riles. Make it 9 feet away or you stay here where it's safe." "No problem." Nate cracked the door to the garage, and Max nearly knocked him over in his hurry to get back into the house. Managing the sample and UV lamp with his right hand, Nate grabbed Max by the collar with his left and pulled him back until Riley came in and shut the door. Max whimpered, looking at them, then at the door with a drooping expression. "Not yet, buddy," Nate said. They could probably let him back in already, but for now it was just easier this way. Nate led the way to a workbench, where he set his sample and the UV lamp aside. Then he took the microscope case from Riley and cracked it open, assembling the stand and sliding the eyepiece into place with steady, practiced hands. It took only a minute to get everything set up. While he was busy doing that, he heard Riley talking in the background. "Okay, guys. Today on Riley Survives the Apocalypse, we're going to learn whether the alien snow outside is just creepy space dust or something way worse." "Riley, what are you doing?" "It's for posterity. When all of this is over and we get signal back on our phones, this is the kind of thing that could go viral. I could be set for life. Nate frowned, keeping his skepticism to himself. But he liked the idea of thinking past the current crisis to a time when everything would go back to normal. Once the microscope was ready, Nate glanced over his shoulder to make sure Riley was keeping her distance. Satisfied that she was far enough away, he opened the sample container carefully. With a pair of tweezers from the microscope kit, he carefully pinched a single shriveled pea-like speck of the black substance and lowered it onto a glass slide. That done, he quickly shut the Tupperware container once more. Riley took a step closer with her phone, recording his every move. "Don't get any closer," Nate warned, holding up a gloved hand to ward her off. "No problem," she said. Nate slid the glass beneath the objective lens. Now for the dangerous part. He removed his respirator and carefully set it on the opposite side of the workbench from the sample container and leaned down to look through the eyepiece and adjust the focus. For a moment, all he saw was a dark blur, but then the spore snapped into clear view. A perfect black sphere. Its surface was etched with vein-like ridges and hair-like projections. It's organic, like a seed. He leaned back from the lens, his stomach churning and mind racing. Whatever it was dark and dormant, not an obvious threat. He took another look. Not seeing any changes from the sample, he turned to Riley. "You want to see?" Riley nodded and eagerly crossed the gap between them. He stepped carefully aside, and she took his place, pressing her eye to the lens. She gasped softly, still recording with her phone. "It looks hairy." She pulled away and aimed her phone through the eyepiece to catch it on video. Nate wasn't sure that she would get anything more than a blur on her phone, but he gave her a few seconds to record before telling her to withdraw to a safe distance. Nate set another slide on top of the first, carefully crushing the spore between them. Glowing blue dust erupted between the slides. He resisted the urge to reach for the UV lamp and flash it with radiation. Leaning back in, he studied the sample once more. This time he saw much smaller specks, all of them glowing. He rotated the lens to increase the magnification, and the glowing specks of dust grew dramatically larger. Tiny hairs coated each particle, just like they had with the larger granule, except now the hairs were moving. Squashed between the plates of glass, the hairs were splayed out around each speck and worming around in circles, as if hunting for something to latch onto or some way to escape. Nate's breath caught sharply in his chest, and he leaned back from the microscope, wondering what kind of parasite could be ground down into smaller pieces that were each functionally identical to the larger ones. His working classification of spores seemed more apt than ever, except that spores from plants on Earth couldn't move around like these. "What is it?" Riley asked. "Stay back," Nate warned. He leaned back from the slide and swallowed hard, his breath misting in the cold air of the garage as he regarded the sample with his unaided eyes. The glowing dust on the slide didn't look like it was moving or alive. He had to lean back in to study it through the 100x magnification of the microscope to see those writhing hair-like filaments. That was something at least. He continued to study the trapped particles on the slide. Wherever the glowing hairs brushed each other, they twined together to form a larger whole, which maybe explained how they'd clumped together to form the pea-sized pods. An involuntary shiver rocked Nate's shoulders. It took a physical effort not to immediately fry whatever this was with the UV lamp. "Dad," Riley prompted. "It isn't a bacteria or a virus," Nate explained slowly. "This is a much more complex organism, maybe some kind of parasite." "You mean like a worm?" Riley asked. "Not exactly, somehow. It still reminds me of spores." "What is a spore anyway?" "They're like seeds, but much smaller." Each of these pea-sized pods is made up of hundreds of individual spores. When they're active, they combine to form the pods. The ones on the outside create a protective shell to shield the ones inside from UV radiation, which seems to kill them. Well, there you have it, guys. The creepy space dust is alive. Riley, cut it out. This is serious. Yeah, okay, fine. Nate reached for the UV lamp and thumbed it on, washing the sample with purplish light. After a second or two, he withdrew the lamp to look through the eyepiece again. Now, the glowing dust was black and shriveled up like the larger speck before he'd squashed it between the slides. The questing hairs that surrounded each spore were also shriveled and no longer moving. The UV light fried them, Nate declared. He tried squeezing the plates of glass to break the specks into even smaller pieces to see if that would activate them again, but when he looked back through the eyepiece, they were still the same size and still dormant. He found the smallest functional unit of whatever this thing was. Unfortunately, it was small enough to be accidentally inhaled, which meant that this could be an airborne pathogen. Nate stared at the slide, the tiny shriveled husks now black against the glass. Relief warred with dread inside of him. Whatever these things are, exposure to UV light kills them. That's a good thing, right? It means we can kill them with the lamps. Right, but the larger pods can still break open to release active dust-sized spores. Sunlight seemed to knock out the pods this morning. It will probably do the same with the dust, but going out at night could be dangerous. Riley nodded slowly. Her fear was plain now, stripped of bravado. She hugged her phone to her chest and tapped the screen to stop recording. That was when they both heard it, the low rumble of a truck's diesel engine growing louder with its approach. The garage door rattled faintly with the sound, and Max started barking again. Next came a bullhorn voice crackling and distorted, cutting through the stillness, but the words were muffled by the garage door and the distance. "What is that?" Riley whispered. Nate shook his head, cocking one ear toward the sound. "I don't know, let's go find out." They left the microscope and the dead sample behind and sprinted for the door. Chapter 12. Paula stood at the narrow window beside the front door with her shoulder pressed to the frame, one hand resting on Jonah's narrow back. He clung to her side, shivering from the cold seeping through the narrow crack that she'd opened in the window. Behind them, Riley and Nate stood over her shoulders, their breath ghosting faintly in the chill. Further back in the entry hall, Emily Reed and her daughters were straining to see and hear what was going on outside. The low rumble of diesel engines set the window pane trembling, and two army trucks appeared rolling down the street. Then the loudspeakers erupted, metallic and sharp, echoing through the muffled silence of the world outside. "Attention! By order of the governor, all citizens are to shelter in place. Do not go outside. Avoid contact with anyone showing signs of confusion, aggression, or fever. Report infected to military patrols. Seal all doors and windows. Obey military orders. Noncompliance will result in detention. Repeat, shelter in place. Do not go outside." The voice was a harsh, distorted, machine-like bark that repeated in bursts as the vehicles rolled down the street. Paula's stomach knotted tighter with every word. Emily's voice trembled. "Shelter in place for how long?" "Until they find a way to contain or neutralize the threat," Nate said grimly. Riley muttered, "Detention. What does that mean, jail?" "More like concentration camps," Nate answered. Paula turned sharply toward him and saw Emily staring wide-eyed at him as well. "Nate," Paula hissed. "Sorry." Jonah looked up at her with a furrowed brow. "What's a concentration camp?" "Nothing. Don't worry about it, sweetheart." The trucks rumbled on, their engines fading into the distance until only silence and the faint whistling of the gusting wind remained. Paula shut the window quickly, sealing out the cold, and more importantly, the dark, pebbly coating of alien material that drifted faintly beyond the front porch. For a moment she caught her reflection in the glass. Pale, drawn, her eyes haunted. 24 hours ago, life had been normal. Now it was unrecognizable. As a nurse, she couldn't help but wonder when the hospital where she worked would come to pick her up so that she could help them deal with the emerging threats. Whatever this was, it was contagious, and pretty soon the authorities were going to start treating it like another pandemic, which would put her back on the front line. Nate cleared his throat. "Let's go to the kitchen. Riley and I discovered something about those spores outside, and we need to talk about it." Paula turned and followed him reluctantly with the others. In the kitchen, she and Emily sat at the table. Jonah crawled into Paula's lap, while Haley and Olivia took the other 2 chairs. Nate and Riley remained standing beside the island where all the guns were. Nate was shifting his weight around and shuffling his feet. "What's going on?" Paula prompted him. He took a breath and launched right into it. "I used my microscope to study a sample of the particles in the garage." Paula's breath caught. "You did what? You brought that stuff inside, on purpose?" Anger flared hotly in her chest. "Are you insane? What if you got infected?" "I was careful," Nate insisted, raising his hands in surrender. "And it turned out to be worth it. I learned something important." Paula's heart was pounding too hard to argue further. "Go on." "They're like seed pods," Nate said. "Breaking them open releases hundreds of much smaller spores that could still be active even if the larger pods have already been exposed to UV radiation." Emily blinked. "So what does that mean for us?" "Accidentally inhaling active spores is a risk, but probably mostly at night when there's no UV radiation from the sun to kill them. Casual contact isn't going to infect us like it would with a bacteria or a virus, but breaking open the pods and accidentally ingesting or inhaling the active spores is a problem. Even ingesting one of the pods would probably be enough to infect you. They're large, about the size of a pea. It'd be hard to breathe them in. But the spores inside them are another matter." Heads bobbed. "Livestock and other animals will become a vector, since they'll readily ingest both the pods and the spores. Our water supply might also become contaminated." Paula's anger simmered down into horror. He was right. Animals wouldn't know any better. Pets, livestock, wildlife could all become carriers for this pathogen overnight. Her thoughts jumped to Jim and Sarah Miller on their ranch. Were they busy dealing with herds of infected cattle? Nate continued, "We need to avoid going out after dark because any spores that are drifting on the wind are less likely to have been neutralized by the sun. We also need to fill as many containers with clean water as we can before the spores get into the municipal supply. And we should stock up on food as well, anything that's dry or canned." "That won't last for long." Emily's eyes darted between them. "It doesn't have to. Just long enough until people figure out how to deal with the infection in living hosts." Paula's throat tightened. "You mean until we develop some kind of vaccine? Or other treatment? But that could take months." Nate nodded. "Which is why we'd better start gathering supplies now, before it's too late." Emily shook her head. "From where? We can't go out. You heard those army guys. We're not allowed to go out. For now, we consolidate resources between our 2 houses," Nate said. Everything between your house and ours. Once we've done that, we'll take stock of our situation, see how long we can last. Hopefully, it'll be long enough for the authorities to come up with a better solution than shelter in place. Paula sat very still, Jonah pressed against her side, listening to every word. Riley looked scared despite putting on what she probably thought was a brave face. Emily's girls weren't even trying to hide it. "I want Daddy," Haley said. Emily hugged her tightly in her lap and kissed the top of her head. "I know." "Where is he?" Olivia added. Emily gave a wincing smile and just shook her head, her eyes brimming with tears. "I don't know, sweetheart." At that, a lump formed in Paula's throat, and she looked away from them. Her eyes fell on the guns on the island. "Nate, you need to put those away somewhere safe before one of the kids thinks they're toys." He nodded quickly. "I'll put them in the garage. Emily, would you give me a hand?" She sniffled and wiped her eyes with the backs of her hands. "Okay." Paula watched with a deepening frown as she and her husband gathered the guns and the bag of ammunition from the island. The plastic taped up around the broken back door billowed noisily with a gust of wind from outside, reminding her just how precarious the fragile sanctuary of their home really was. She reached for Jonah's hand beneath the table, clutching it tightly as though that could somehow keep him safe from the horrors looming all around them. And she knew one thing for certain: nothing about their lives would ever be the same. Chapter 13. Nate's arms ached from hauling another pair of bulging garbage bags full of food across the street. But he didn't dare stop until he reached his kitchen island to add those supplies to the rest. 3 trips to the Reeds' pantry and he'd stripped it nearly bare of anything useful: dry goods, canned food, boxes of pasta, bags of rice. All of it was piled high on the kitchen island and the surrounding counters. While he'd gone back and forth collecting food, Paula and Emily had been just as busy here with the kids, finding and filling every container they could with water. Jugs, pitchers, plastic mixing bowls, even old sports bottles and rinsed-out soda bottles. Anything that would hold water had been lined up along the tiled floor and kitchen counters, as well as the formal dining room just off the entry hallway. The kids' voices carried softly, approaching from the dining room as Jonah and Olivia argued over who had collected more water. Nate wiped the sweat from his brow with the back of the rubber glove he still wore on his left hand. Then he pulled out a notepad they used to make grocery lists and began taking inventory of their water supply, estimating where necessary the amount of water that each container held. A few minutes later, he was done scribbling numbers on the pad, and he leaned back against the kitchen sink to examine the total. "If we ration ourselves to 1 liter a day for the adults and Riley and 3/4 for each of the kids, that gives us just over 3 days' supply. Maybe 4 if we're careful, but that doesn't include flushing toilets, which we'll also need to do. We can probably refill our jugs for the next 24 hours, but after that, we shouldn't risk it." Paula came to lean against the counter beside him. "So, we have 4 days of drinking water." He nodded grimly. Emily crossed her arms, glancing at the mountain of canned and dry food that he'd laid out on the island. "What about food?" They sorted through it quickly, once again estimating as best they could. Between the dry staples and what was left in the fridge, there was plenty, at least for now. But the fridge was already running warm with the power out. "Cold stuff's all going to be bad by tomorrow," he said. "After that, we'll have to rely on dry rations. Could last maybe 2 weeks if we push it." Paula's lips pressed into a thin line. "But our water runs out long before that." Nate tapped his pen against the notepad. If we can sterilize the active spores with our UV lamps, then can keep using what comes out of the taps. I'll have to test UV-treated samples under a microscope first. If there's something alive after flashing it, we should be able to see it, and we'll know that it's not safe. In theory, Paula pointed out. Nate conceded that with a shrug, one that we'll test when the time comes. A moment of silence settled over the adults, broken by Haley tugging on her mother's sleeve. "Mom, I'm hungry." That started a chorus from the rest of the kids. Jonah chimed in, followed by Olivia. Paula and Emily exchanged weary looks and sighs. "All right," Paula said, pushing off the counter. "Dinner first, then we'll get back to planning." They worked with what they had in the fridge. More leftover barbecue from the day before, mashed potatoes and corn on the cob, and a hastily assembled garden salad. The gas stove hissed to life with help from a barbecue lighter, and soon the kitchen was filled with the smell of reheated steaks, potatoes, and corn. The light outside was quickly fading. Emily turned on both of their battery-operated lanterns. They used one to cook, the other to light the kitchen table where the kids were seated. Nate watched Paula cook, helping where he could. The taped-over back door billowed with periodic gusts of wind that startled them with a sound like a flag flapping in the wind. Nate shivered as a draft leaked in. The chill inside the house had grown almost cold enough that the loss of power to the fridge wasn't even a concern anymore. Everyone was wearing sweaters and jackets and thick winter socks, but that did nothing for their hands and ears. When Paula was done heating the food, she served everyone, starting with the kids and Emily, who went to sit and eat at the kitchen table. The kids ate greedily, chewing in silence. Even Jonah, who didn't normally like steak. Nate sat beside Paula at the island, gnawing at a lukewarm ear of corn that was nevertheless buttered and salted to his liking. Riley sat alone at the other end of the island, leaving a gap of one stool between her and her mother. She was brooding and more withdrawn than usual, probably still coping with her guilt over what had happened to Charles. Hopefully she'd get over it soon. Then again, would that really be a good thing? Killing someone, especially someone who wasn't a stranger, shouldn't be easy, and if it was, what did that say about the killer? Riley was coping about as well as he could expect. After a while, Nate caught Paula's eye. Her gaze was shadowed with worry and periodically flicking to him as she picked at the food on her plate. "You okay?" he asked in a whisper. She shook her head and leaned close to whisper back, "They're going to come looking for me." Nate frowned, and a sharp spike of dread shot through him at the mention of a new threat that he had yet to assess. "Who's going to come for you?" "The hospital. Phones are down, but if they're going to be short-staffed with everything going on, they'll send someone soon to collect personnel from their houses. Maybe set up a transport service to take us to and fro, or worse, make me sleep at the hospital, away from all of you. It'll be just like COVID all over again, only worse. This isn't even from Earth. How do we protect ourselves from that?" "They can't force you to work," Nate muttered. "They'll come by to ask for volunteers. You can say no." Paula's expression told him she didn't believe that. Maybe, until martial law is declared. He hesitated and set his corn down, now giving Paula his full attention. "What do you want to do?" "It's not that I don't want to help," she whispered. "I do, but who's going to look after our kids if I'm gone? What if I get exposed and you never see me again? This isn't the flu. You catch this, you lose your mind, that's it. It's over. We're talking about severe brain damage. That's not a reversible condition." "We don't know that." "We do. Anything we know of that causes that kind of sudden loss of higher reasoning is permanent, and usually also fatal. Nate sighed. Okay, so if they come looking for you, we'll tell them that you're not here. You went to visit your parents down in Florida for your dad's 70th. My dad's birthday isn't for another month. Sure, but they don't know that, do they? They'll find out if they contact my parents. How? The phones are down. They could send someone to visit their house. He raised an eyebrow. All that work, chasing you across state lines just to track down one extra nurse. Let them try. I doubt they'll bother. Paula bit her lip, staring at her half-finished plate. It also feels wrong, hiding to save myself. It's not just for you, though. Think about us, Nate said softly. We need you. The kids need you. And you're right. We don't even know how to protect ourselves from this thing. The governor wants us to shelter in place. Who is the hospital to say otherwise? You need to stay safe here. With us. Paula's shoulders slumped. She leaned against him, resting her head on his shoulder. I'll think about it. Nothing to think about, Nate said. She gave a small nod but didn't reach for her food. There were still 6 ounces of steak on her plate and about half a cup of mashed potatoes. You going to eat that? He asked, gesturing to her plate with his fork. Do I have to? No, but you should. She sighed and straightened to drag her fork through the mashed potatoes for another bite. Across the island at the kitchen table, Emily suddenly stiffened and then stood up. Hey, what's that? She pointed toward the back, through the billowing wall of plastic taped across the sliding glass doors. A bright orange glow pulsed and flickered in the gathering darkness. Nate jumped to his feet, squinting through the blur. Looks like fire. He hurried to the kitchen window for a better look. A column of flame licked the night sky 3 houses down. It's the Whitman's place. It's going up fast. Someone needs to call the fire department, Emily said. How? Paula asked. The phones are still down. Well, what about a radio? Who has a radio anymore? Paula shot back. Cars have them, but they only tune in, Nate said. We'd need a transceiver to contact anyone. Emily's eyes lit up as though she'd suddenly remembered something. Charlie had one, a ham radio. He's got an old setup in a box in the garage somewhere. Nate spun toward her. And you didn't mention this sooner. I didn't think it mattered until now, Emily objected. Nate was already moving toward the airlock. He snatched his improvised respirator and poncho from a coat rack that he dragged over from the front entrance and left by the back door. Nate, it's almost dark out. Paula's voice was sharp, almost pleading. You said it's dangerous at night. We don't have a choice, he said, his voice muffled by the respirator. He tugged on the straps to tighten them. If that radio works, we can use it to reach other operators and listen in on emergency channels. We might be able to learn more about what's happening outside. Paula's lips flattened into a thin line, but this time she didn't argue with him. I'll come with you, Emily said. You won't know where to find it. Nate froze, eyeing her darkly through his mask. I don't have protective gear for you. You don't have any other masks. He thought of his woodworking supplies in the garage. Maybe. He turned and hurried down the hall to the garage. The pungent smell of dog crap greeted him as he opened the door, even through his mask. They hadn't taken Max out for another walk, and he'd had to do his business in a corner of the garage. He was lying on his bed on the concrete floor, watching Nate as he came in. His tail wagged once, then stopped. He didn't even get up to greet Nate this time. He was sulking. Poor dog. but taking him out was an even bigger risk than they'd first realized. If he accidentally snorted one of those spores up his nose, or even decided to eat a few because, well, dogs will be dogs, then that would be it. He'd probably go nuts and try to attack them just like Charlie had, and they'd have to put him down. Nate resolved to clean up the mess as soon as he got back from looking for Charlie's radio. He crossed the garage to find his tools and woodworking supplies. Finding an unopened pack of disposable 3M fiberglass masks, grabbed them, and hurried back out of the garage. On his way out, he grabbed the spare UV lamp from his workbench, where he'd left it beside the microscope. A quick look at the sample on the slide showed that it was still dead, and the Tupperware full of spores still dormant. Good. He tucked the lamp into his pocket and hurried back to the kitchen, where he handed one of the masks to Emily. Emily pulled the elastic straps over her head and pinched the metal nose clip to seal it along the top. Nate opened a cupboard and reached up to the top shelf for his Glock, then grabbed 2 flashlights from where they sat on the end of the kitchen counter and handed one of them to Emily. Emily flicked hers on and went to grab her shotgun from where she'd stored it on top of the fridge to keep it away from the kids. Nate flicked on his own flashlight and adjusted his grip on the Glock. He glanced briefly at the coat rack, seeing the remains of his improvised hazmat suit hanging there. He was tempted to put on his plastic poncho and the rubber gloves again, but taping it all back up was going to waste a lot of time. He didn't have one for Emily, and he couldn't even wear both of the gloves and still handle a gun. Probably wasn't necessary. Casual contact with the spores didn't seem to be an issue, and this wasn't a virus or some other microscopic threat. In some ways, that made it easier to contend with. "You ready?" Nate asked as Emily joined him by the airlock. "Ready," Emily confirmed. "Be careful out there," Paula whispered. Nate turned to meet her gaze through his respirator. "We will," he nodded to Emily. "Let's go." Together they unzipped the flap of the tent and ducked inside the airlock. Chapter 14. The cold air immediately stung Nate's ears and face as he exited the tent to stand on his back deck. The pebbly black spores were still dark and dormant, even now that the sun had set. Thank God for that. But the temperature was definitely dropping below freezing now, the kind of sharp cold that bit through clothes and burned the inside of his nose. If they got any precipitation, it wouldn't be rain. It would be snow. Emily followed him down from the deck, awkwardly clutching a flashlight and her shotgun as they hurried across the yard and down the side of the fence between their 2 houses. The acrid smell of burning things drifted on the air from the Whitman's place, along with the roaring whoosh of flames clawing higher. A flickering orange glow now bathed the neighborhood and the sky with infernal light. Their boots crunched on the alien spores dusting the driveways between their houses, crushing them into powder and causing glowing blue dust to erupt from the spores. Hopefully, their masks would be enough to protect them from stray spores. They hurried past Emily's home, not bothering with the front door. She hadn't brought the keys, and it was still locked. Moving back to the side gate, Emily opened it, and they slipped down the side of her house to the sliding glass door that Nate had broken earlier. Their flashlights cut across the disarray inside the basement. Glowing bits of crushed spores drifted in with their boots, leaving luminous blue footprints on the carpet. They climbed the stairs, the creak of each step loud in the dead hush. At the end of the entry hall, Emily led the way through the laundry and mudroom to the garage. She swung her flashlight toward the racks of shelving at the back wall, where a jumble of cardboard boxes and plastic crates were stacked. Emily set her shotgun down and leaned it against the shelves. Then she spent a moment scanning the boxes with her flashlight, reading descriptions that had been scribbled on the sides with a Sharpie. "Aha," she said as her flashlight passed over one that read shortwave gear. She dragged it from the shelf and set it atop a big, rolling metal chest of drawers for tools. Emily pulled the ham radio from the box, hugging it tight. A regular power cable trailed from the device to the box. "We'll need to power it somehow," she whispered, glancing around pointedly at the dead outlets in the garage. "Shit," Nate muttered. He just assumed the radio would be battery-operated. He had plenty of spare double and triple A's at home. Emily's eyes lit up. "There's a plug in the back of the Chevy." Nate blinked. "What?" She nodded to Charles's Silverado, parked behind them and beside her much smaller VW Golf. "It has a plug in the truck bed." The back of the Silverado was covered with a truck cap, so he couldn't see inside. "You have the key?" Nate asked. She set the radio back inside the box and walked briskly over to a set of drawers in the built-in cabinets along the side of the garage. Pulling one of the drawers open, she hunted around with her flashlight for a moment, and then withdrew a key fob for the Chevy. "Got it." They walked around to the driver's side of the truck, and Emily climbed in behind the wheel to turn it on. "Wait," Nate stopped her with an upraised hand. "You're going to smoke us out if you turn the engine on in here." "I could open the door." Their gazes drifted to the garage door. If they opened it, the spores could get in. But they weren't glowing anymore, and both of them were wearing masks. "Do it," Nate decided. Emily reached up to one of the programmable buttons in the ceiling of the truck. The garage door began rattling upward. Emily promptly turned on the truck, and the throaty roar of the truck's engine came next. She hopped out and walked back over with her flashlight to the radio box. Nate kept a wary eye on the opening of the garage, looking for signs of trouble. The spores themselves might not be a problem, but infected people and animals were another matter. Emily returned with the box, and he led the way down the narrow aisle between the reeds, 2 vehicles to the opening of the garage. They had to stand right across the threshold, where the spores were busy dusting in with freezing gusts of wind. Some of the spores burst open beneath their boots, leaving sparkling dust on the ground. Once again, Nate was unnerved that they were releasing breathable particles into the air. The risk of infection was a lot higher than he'd initially assumed after examining the spores with his microscope. But they were wearing masks, and the glowing dust was on the ground, not blowing around in the air. They would just have to be careful not to track any of those finer particles back into the house. Emily opened the back of the truck and plopped the box down on the tailgate, then got to work removing the radio and setting it up. Finding the end of the power cord, she plugged it into a covered 3-prong outlet right behind the tailgate on the right-hand side. Static immediately filled the air, loud and hungry, along with a glowing green display. "You know how to use it?" Nate asked. "Not really," Emily confessed. "I know a bit." She stepped aside and gestured to the radio, as if to say, "Be my guest." Nate glanced around pointedly with his Glock. Not seeing any signs of trouble, he set it and his flashlight down beside the radio box and began adjusting the dials while Emily used her flashlight to illuminate the scene. The green glow of the radio's display added its eerie light to the interior of the Traverse. Within seconds, Nate found a frequency with chatter on it and grabbed the handset. Realizing that his respirator would make him hard to understand over the radio, He reached up to remove it. "Are you sure you want to do that?" Emily asked. "No choice," Nate replied. "I'll have to risk it." He lifted the mask, but only just enough to expose his mouth, leaving his nose covered, for whatever that was worth. "This is Nate Corwin, a civilian operator at 1412 11th Street NW, Great Falls. We've got a residential fire 3 houses down, spreading fast. Repeat, 1412 11th Street NW, a nearby home is going up in flames. Over." For a long moment, only static answered. Then a voice came back, crisp but edged with authority. "Nate Corwin, this is W7BRL Whiskey 7 Bravo Romeo Lima. Copy your traffic. Stand by. Relaying to emergency channels now." Nate sighed and thumbed the push-to-talk again. "Thanks, W7B," he trailed off, realizing he'd already forgotten the rest of the call sign. "Standing by. Over." The carrier hissed for several seconds before the voice returned. "Civilian operator at 1412, this is W7BRL. Be advised, Great Falls Fire Rescue has acknowledged. 1 engine and support truck are en route to your location. You are advised to keep clear of the structure. Do not attempt suppression on your own. How copy? Over." Nate pressed the button once more. "Copy that, W7BRL. We'll stay out of it, thank you. Over." "Affirmative, W7BRL clear." Nate set the handset on the tailgate and looked to Emily. "Nice work," she said. He nodded and smiled tightly as he tugged his mask back down into place and tested the seal. "Let's get back over to my place." Emily nodded. They unplugged the radio and packed it back into the box. He added his Glock on top of that and then hefted the box off the tailgate, awkwardly managing to aim his flashlight at the same time as holding the box. Emily's brow furrowed. "What are you doing?" "I have a 120-volt plug in the Suburban, too," he explained. "If we need the radio again, we can use it inside my car instead of risking exposure out here on the tailgate of your truck." Emily nodded. Good thinking. She shut the tailgate and went to shut off the engine. That done, she hopped out and collected her shotgun from where she'd left it and joined Nate at the opening of the garage. Emily paused beside the control panel to shut the door behind them. It came rattling down, and they cut left across the driveway to Nate's house. Before they'd made it even 2 steps, a vaguely familiar figure staggered into view, moving quickly toward them from the street. It was Mr. Whitman, a flannel shirt hanging in tatters as though it had been slashed open with a knife. His jeans were darkly stained, maybe with blood. He swept his flashlight over the man and saw blood dripping down his arms. "Mr. Whitman," Emily called to him as he approached, "are you hurt?" His head turned into the beams of their flashlights, revealing bloody smears around his mouth and covering his teeth. His thin, wispy white hair was sticking up at all angles. His eyes flared wide, and he stopped, hesitating for just a second at the bottom of the Reed's driveway. "Emily," Nate whispered warningly. "John," she tried again, this time addressing Mr. Whitman by his first name. Both Nate and Emily were backing away steadily, to put distance between them. John Whitman regarded them with squinting black eyes as he swayed on his feet, his breath rasping and loud. Suddenly, he lunged toward them with terrifying speed, sprinting up the driveway toward Emily. She flinched and released a short yip of fright as she raised the shotgun to her shoulder. Nate cursed under his breath and switched to a one-handed grip on the box so he could reach in for the Glock. "Stay back," Emily warned, but John Whitman wasn't in his right mind. He came to within just a few feet of her, his bloody hands reaching and his mouth gaping wide, as if planning to take a bite out of her neck. Emily fired at point-blank range with a thunderous boom. The blast hurled Whitman backwards. Black blood erupted from his chest and splattered across her face. Emily froze, still holding the gun as Mr. Whitman fell shrieking and snarling to the pavement. He thrashed feebly on the driveway for a few seconds before growing still. Emily and Nate stood in stunned silence. "Nate," she began in a shaking voice, "his blood splashed all over me." Adrenaline lanced sharply through Nate's chest. What if he infected me? Chapter 15. "Don't move," Nate said. Not seeing any more signs of infected out on the street, he released his Glock inside the radio box and pulled his flashlight back out. He shifted the box to balance it across his left arm while he used the flashlight to check Emily over. Sure enough, the oily sheen of blood spatter gleamed on her cheeks and forehead. Not red, but black, just like the spores. If living hosts were a vector, this could definitely be a problem. What if some of that blood had gotten in her eyes? At least the mask she was wearing had shielded her nose and mouth. "Don't panic," Nate said. "Let's get you back to the house and clean you up." Emily nodded quickly. They hurried across their front yards, shoulders hunching against the cold. Nate opened his side gate, and they ran around to the back deck. They worked quickly inside the tent to sterilize themselves with the UV lamps. Nate started with the blood on Emily's face and hands. The droplets fizzed and crackled under the light, which hopefully meant that the spores were being killed off. He waited until the light stopped producing a reaction and then focused on their clothes and the boots. Max was snorting around on the other side of the tent flap, waiting for them. Paula must have let him out of the garage. He frowned at that, but it was probably safe enough to let him have the run of the house, if not the yard. As soon as they were done with decontamination procedures, they removed their boots and Nate zipped open the flap, pushing Max back and holding him by his collar so that Emily could crawl through next. She scrambled in, and Nate zipped the flap shut behind her. "What happened?" Paula demanded. "We heard a gunshot." Emily ran straight to the kitchen sink and laid her shotgun and flashlight on the counter so that she could clean the blood off her face. "Wait," Nate said. "You don't want to wash any of that blood into your mouth. Just dab at it with a wet cloth." Emily hesitated, leaning over the sink, his words having stopped her just before she could open the tap. Nate set the radio box down on the island. "I'll help you," he added. He grabbed a hand towel from where it was hanging over the dishwasher handle, then moistened it with water from the sink, and added some dish soap to it for good measure. "Let me do that," Paula said, taking the cloth from him. Nate nodded and stepped back. He used his flashlight to illuminate Emily's face, and she shut her eyes against the glare. Paula began dabbing at the specks of black blood with the cloth. "Careful," Nate warned. "That's infected blood." "Whose?" Paula asked as she carefully cleaned Emily's face. Nate pulled off his respirator with a sigh and set it on the kitchen island behind them. Max came over and began sniffing around their ankles to see where they had been. "Mr. Whitman," Emily explained in a shivery voice. "He was acting crazy. I had to shoot him. I think he's dead." "He surprised us on our way back," Nate added. Paula just shook her head, words evidently failing her. Emily's whole body was shaking, probably from spent adrenaline, maybe also with fear that Mr. Whitman had infected her with his blood. "Relax, Em," Paula said in a gentle tone. "You were wearing a mask, so nothing could have gotten in your mouth, and we don't even know if the infection can spread from one host to another. Nate said it's not microbial, so maybe it's not even that easy to catch. Emily nodded and let out a shaky breath. You're right, sorry. Hold still, Paula said. Almost done there. She stepped back and Emily sagged against the counter. Can I wash my hands? She held them up, still shaking visibly. Yes, you should, Paula replied. Emily carefully removed her filter mask, holding it as far as she could away from her face as the elastic straps would allow. Paula took it from her with the hand towel and threw both of them in the garbage below the sink. Then she washed her own hands, scrubbing diligently with soap, and Emily followed suit. I didn't have a choice, Emily said while scrubbing her hand, as if someone had just accused her of something. She continued to scrub obsessively with a dish sponge and soap. No one's blaming you, Emily, Nate slowly said. Hands were easy enough to scrub clean, but a guilty conscience was another matter. Maybe this would help Emily to understand when the time eventually came to tell her what had happened with her husband. Emily finally stopped washing her hands and shut the faucet. That's good enough, Paula added gently, as she laid a hand on her friend's shoulders to stop her from scrubbing off the skin. Emily released the dish sponge and ran her hands under the water to wash away the suds. Nate's thoughts jumped to the possibility, however slim, that she had been infected by coming into contact with Mr. Whitman's blood. They'd have to watch her carefully tonight, maybe even lock her in the garage to be safe. As Emily finished rinsing off her hands, Nate wondered to himself if hand washing would even help. This was a microbial threat. Then again, washing off large, multicellular parasites was probably even more important. While he was still thinking about that, a familiar-looking pea-sized black speck fell from Emily's auburn hair into the sink. It landed in a puddle and immediately began glowing bright blue again. Nate flinched and yanked Emily sharply back from the sink. What is it?" she demanded. Look, he pointed to the glowing seed pod in the sink. Emily gasped, Is that? I watched it fall from your hair. It went from dead and black to glowing again. Paula looked to him, her eyes wide and blinking in the light of their flashlights and the nearby lanterns. But that means... That UV light doesn't actually kill this thing, Nate concluded. He grabbed the spare UV lamp from his pocket and flicked it on, washing the seed pod with radiation. The speck darkened once more. It was still lying in a puddle of water, but this time the moisture didn't bring it back to life. Step back, he warned. What are you going to do? Paula asked even as she and Emily backed away from the sink. Before either of them could object, Nate grabbed a spoon from the nearby dish rack and pressed it against the spore until he felt it grind down to dust. Sure enough, as he removed the spoon, he saw that the dust was glowing blue and lighting up the tiny puddle of water in the sink. Emily gasped. Nate, why would you do that? Paula cried, obviously horrified that he would expose them to an even more dangerous form of this pathogen. But he already had the UV lamp ready, and he flashed it again, killing the smaller spores within the puddle. Once again, the simple fact that the spores were immersed in water didn't reactivate them. Okay, Nate sighed. We can still deal with this. How exactly? Paula demanded. It was dead until contact with water brought it back to life. There's water everywhere, not to mention inside of us. Dread curled like a snake in the pit of Nate's stomach. She was right. This meant that even non-glowing spores could be dangerous, and their rudimentary decontamination procedures might not be nearly enough to keep them safe. When I hit it with the UV lamp again, it stayed dead, Nate pointed out. It's resilient, but it obviously has a limited ability to protect itself from radiation. Unless it just needs time to recover, Emily pointed out. Nate grimaced. Right, I guess we'll need to conduct more tests to be sure. Paula handed Emily a clean dish towel to dry her hands, and everyone traded worried looks. Did you manage to contact anyone on the radio? Emily nodded wordlessly, distracted as her two girls came over to surround their mother. Olivia, being the oldest, stood idly beside her, but Haley wrapped both arms around her mother's waist, her plush tiger sitting forgotten on the kitchen table. Are we gonna get sick like Daddy? She asked. No, sweetheart, don't worry, Emily said. We're going to stay inside where it's safe, and we'll be careful not to come into contact with the spores. At that, Emily's eyes flicked to Nate, and he nodded his agreement. Paula busied herself by reeling out the integrated hose in the kitchen faucet and directing it at the dormant black spores to wash them down the sink. Nate was gratified to see that adding more water didn't immediately cause them to come glowing back to life. Who did you reach on the radio? Paula asked. Nate shrugged. We're not sure. Whoever it was, he passed on the message to emergency services. They're sending a couple of fire engines to the Whitman's place, Nate belatedly explained. As if summoned by their conversation, the wail of sirens came screaming into range of hearing, followed by the loud, bleating honks of their horns. That was fast, Emily said. Good, Paula replied. We can't exactly shelter in place if our shelters go up in smoke. Guys, Riley began. Everyone looked to her. She was standing in the middle of the kitchen, biting her bottom lip and shifting her weight nervously from one foot to another. What's up, Riles? Nate asked. Well, we just found out that water activates the spores, right? And you called the fire department to put out a fire. Realization pierced Nate like a hot knife. Shit. Emily's and Paula's eyes flared suddenly wide as they both realized the same thing. Daddy said a bad word. Jonah piped up from where he was sitting at the kitchen island. You gotta put $1 in the jar. Everyone looked to the kitchen window, where the flickering tongues of orange flames could be seen leaping higher than ever above the Whitman's roof. We have to warn them, Nate said. He snatched his respirator off the island and ran back to the tent. Almost as an afterthought, he grabbed his Glock from the radio box along the way. Max began barking, having picked up on their general state of alarm. Be careful, Paula called after him. He nodded as he tugged the respirator back on and adjusted the straps to make extra sure nothing would get past his mask. Paula joined him by the exit, holding Max back by his collar while he zipped open the flap and crawled back into the tent. Chapter 16. Nate's boots slapped the pavement, inciting glowing blue puffs of active spores from crushed pods as he jogged down 11th Street and around the corner to the Whitman's place. His breath fogged the inside of his respirator, while the icy cold numbed his face and hands. The sirens of the approaching fire trucks wailed louder with each stride. He rounded the Mason's place on the corner and saw the Whitman's house glowing a hellish orange up ahead. Flames were devouring its upper floor, bursting from windows and in places already peeking through the roof. Fat orange embers swirled high into the starless sky. Nate stood back, just off the sidewalk, having slowed to a walk. Even from where he stood one house down, he could feel the heat of the blaze washing over him. The first fire engine came honking and wailing around the corner behind him, then screeched to a stop right in front of the house. A second one quickly pulled in behind the first, right in front of Nate. 8 firefighters piled out, 4 from each truck, bundled in heavy coats with reflective piping. All of them were wearing helmets and air tanks, but their respirators were dangling uselessly from their suits. Nate glanced at the glowing spores lying crushed beneath the wheels of the trucks. Long, snaking trails of them led behind the engines. No sign yet of the wind stirring them up into an aerosolized threat, but that could easily change. The captain immediately began barking orders, and the others began pulling hoses from the lead truck to connect to a nearby fire hydrant. "Hey, you!" The one barking orders bellowed suddenly at Nate. The man began striding quickly toward him. "Get back inside. It's not safe out here." Nate had the presence of mind to hide the Glock behind his back. Remembering why he'd come, he began waving his other hand and the flashlight in the air to get the fireman's attention. He shouted back, "Stop! Don't use water. It activates the spores." But his warning was swallowed by the mechanical roar of the fire truck's pump starting up. The captain jogged closer, holding up gloved hands as if to calm him down. "Sir, you need to get back inside now." "You don't understand." Nate shouted over the crackling roar of the inferno and the mechanical droning of the fire truck's pump. "Water makes the spores come to life. You're going to spread them. You're not even wearing your masks." The captain frowned, glancing briefly back at his men. "Let's go on air, everyone. We don't want to get infected out here." "Copy that, Cap," someone shouted back, and Nate watched as they reached for their masks and turned on their air tanks. The captain looked back at Nate with a sharp nod. "Thanks for the reminder. We'll take it from here." Nate frowned behind his respirator. It was a much less effective barrier than their oxygen masks. He didn't have an air tank, so he was still technically breathing the air outside, minus all the larger particles that got caught by his filters. "You're going to activate the spores when the water touches them." "We don't have a choice, sir. That fire will spread throughout this neighborhood if we don't stop it here. Now go back inside where it's safe. Unless—" The captain looked suddenly at the burning house, as if it had just occurred to him that it might belong to Nate. "Is there anyone still inside?" Before Nate could reply, 2 firemen wielding the hose opened the nozzle and directed a powerful jet of water at the burning home. The spray hammered the burning roof with a sizzling roar. Droplets landed on the spore-covered driveway, on the lawn, and the street. The spores came flaring to life everywhere that the water fell. At first, they ignited glowing blue specks that flowed and writhed together, spreading like veins of quicksilver. Then, those tendrils went racing back along the stream of water toward the hose and the firemen who were holding it. "What the hell?" the captain roared. "Shut it off." The men on the line cursed and wrestled the nozzle closed. The stream cut off, but too late. Nate blinked in horror as glowing tendrils crawled across their suits, climbing fast, probing for seams. The spores smeared and spread over their face masks, making it impossible for them to see out. One firefighter stumbled and went down, clawing at his visor. His scream rose above the fire's roar. "Ah, it burns." 2 others rushed to his side, trying to help. A third ran in with a portable fire extinguisher. A hiss of billowing white clouds erupted from the nozzle as he blasted white powder across his partner's mask, trying to smother the spores. But the man didn't stop screaming. Desperate, he ripped the mask off. "Wait," Nate yelled, but it was too late. The respirator came free. Snaking blue lines of light wriggled up the man's nose and past his lips, into his mouth. The man began thrashing, his eyes wide as glowing light flowed visibly through his veins. "Everyone get back." the captain snapped, even as the other man who'd been holding the hose began thrashing around and screaming. "Holy shit," Nate whispered, his stomach dropping as he slowly backed away from the threat. The spores weren't a passive threat, or even like typical parasites that could only move on microscopic scales. This thing, whatever was, when it came in contact with water, it turned into a virulent swarm. The one who'd ripped off his mask convulsed, then snapped his head forward and bit the hand of the man who was trying to help him. "Kelly bit me," the man cried as he yanked his hand back and sprang to his feet, the side of his hand now glowing in the shape of a bite mark. The other one with spores coating his mask was still screaming, while two others tried to help by scraping the spores off his face and mask with their bare hands. The captain began speaking urgently into his radio. Chaos swirled and Nate's head spun. His Glock snapped up, the muzzle tracking between shapes in the flickering firelight and the eerie blue glow of the snaking tendrils of spores, trying to decide who to shoot. His breath rattled loudly inside his mask. The bitten man fell thrashing to the street. Moments later, he sprang back up and sprinted straight at the captain, who was still distracted with his radio. "Look out," Nate shouted. The captain's head snapped up to greet the threat, but too late. The infected firefighter slammed into him, jaws snapping and tearing at his neck. The captain cried out as they fell over together. A dark spray of arterial blood fountained out, glistening darkly in the light of the blaze. Nate almost shot the man right then and there, but a violent pop split the air before he could squeeze the trigger, drawing both his attention and that of the firefighters, infected and uninfected alike. Nate's eyes snapped to the hose, which had burst and was now unleashing an unrestrained geyser of glowing blue water. The torrent splattered across 3 of the remaining 5 firefighters, drenching their gear in glowing tendrils that quickly knitted together and flowed toward their masks. How does it know? Nate wondered. Their screams rose sharply above the crackling roar of the fire and the splattering rain of water fountaining from the burst hose. Within seconds, 2 more dropped to the ground, convulsing and writhing like fish on a dock. Then they twisted upright with sharp, jerky movements. The 2 who had yet to succumb to the spores panicked, abandoning the fight. They scrambled into the second fire engine, tires shrieking as they roared away, with 2 of the infected ones chasing them down the street. Nate was still backing away steadily, just about to round the corner back to his street when the Whitman's roof collapsed with a deafening crash, belching fire and glowing spores into the night. Embers scattered across tree branches, igniting them like kindling. Nate's throat closed. The blaze was spreading to the house next door. After that, the Reed's house would be next. A sudden flicker of movement snapped his attention back to the street. 3 infected firefighters had turned on him as one, faintly glowing blue eyes fixed in his direction. Nate froze and flicked off his flashlight. It was dark. Maybe they couldn't see him if he didn't move, but it was too late. One of them let out an inhuman snarl, and then all 3 of them came sprinting toward him in unison. "Shit," he muttered as he flicked his flashlight back on and raised the Glock in a shaking hand. Bracing his left hand and the flashlight beneath his right for stability, he took aim and fired. Once, twice, rounds punching into the leader's chest. The man staggered but didn't fall. "Damn it," he fired again. Missed. Again. A gout of faintly glowing blood sprayed from the man's chest, and he went down hard. The other 2 were still closing in, snarling at him through bloody teeth. Nate shot the next one in the chest. Again, it didn't take him down. Twice more. The third shot went into the man's head and he collapsed, twitching at Nate's feet. 4 more shots took down the third man. Nate's ears were ringing. His hand ached from the recoil, and both his arms and legs were trembling with spent adrenaline. He fired 11 rounds. How many did he have left? At the far end of the street, the 2 infected who'd run after the fleeing fire engine were racing toward him now. They'd probably been drawn to the sound of gunfire. Nate's stomach hollowed out. He didn't have enough bullets left to deal with them, too. He bolted around the corner and raced back up 11th Street. He needed to hide. If he could duck out of sight before those 2 rounded the corner, maybe they would lose track of him. Chapter 17. Nate sprinted down 11th Street, just now passing the Reed's house. His lungs were burning, the respirator asphyxiating him and fogging up, making it even harder to see in the dark. The guttural snarls of 2 infected firemen were close behind him. Their boots slapped the pavement in a steady rhythm. Snapping a look over his shoulder, he saw they were on his street now, barely 50 feet away and gaining fast. Rather than risk leading them back to his house, he darted down the side of the Reed's house, heading for the side gate. He reached up to open the gate, nearly dropping his flashlight as he fumbled with the latch. Nate banged through the door and slammed it shut behind him. He sagged against the wood, gasping for breath, his heart pounding in his ears. He flicked off the flashlight, hoping that would make it harder to find him, and for a short, blessed moment, he thought the sounds of pursuit had stopped. Maybe they'd lost him. Nate turned around and studied the gate, his Glock aimed in the dark. The firelight, now spreading to the house next to the Reeds, illuminated the scene in flickering hues of red and orange. He slowly backed away from the gate, forcing himself to slow and quiet his breathing. Then he heard it, the whispering rush of boots churning over grass. A sharp jolt of adrenaline flooded his veins just before the infected slammed into the gate. The wooden slats rattled violently against the hinges and latch. The infected shoved and clawed at the gate, snarling on the other side like rabid dogs, but the latch held. Nate's heart hammered as he backed still further away from the gate. They didn't seem to be lucid enough to know how to open it. Maybe that would be it, and they'd give up and leave. Then he saw fingers curling over the top of the gate, followed by the masked head of a firefighter. His eyes were no longer glowing, but a dusting of active, glowing blue spores still covered his gear, and the visor of his mask had several holes in it. It looked like it had been eaten away by acid. Nate raised the Glock and aimed his flashlight into the infected man's eyes, causing him to hiss like a snake and the glowing residues to dim slightly. There wasn't any UV radiation in his flashlight, but it was almost like the spores were shielding themselves just in case. Nate sighted along the barrel of the gun, aiming for the man's head. He fired once and missed. The man tumbled over the fence, nearly landing on his face. Then he straightened and lunged. Nate fired again, and this time he hit the man right in the chest, but it wasn't enough to take him down. A third bullet sent the man toppling over backward with a glowing spray of blood erupting from his chest. He thrashed once and lay still in the grass. The last one violently rattled the gate, as if enraged by the death of his fellow. Then he grabbed the top of the gate as the first one had and began climbing over. This time, Nate waited for his adversary to drop down on his side of the fence, and then he fired 2 rounds in quick succession into the man's chest. Click, the slide locked back. His gun was empty, and the infected fireman was still on his feet, staggering toward Nate. "Shit," he muttered. Nate spun around and ran through the Reed's backyard. That activated some kind of hunting instinct in the infected man, giving him a second wind despite his injuries. Nate collided with the fence between his place and the reeds. He grabbed the top and pulled himself up and over with a burst of adrenaline-fueled desperation. Nate landed hard in the spore-covered grass on the other side with a burst of glowing blue dust. His eyes locked on his deck and the improvised tent airlock, and he flew across the yard to reach it. The infected man landed with a snarl behind him just as he reached the tent. Nate scrambled inside, shouting, "Emily, the shotgun!" His voice was raw with panic. He dropped the empty Glock and flashlight in his hurry to reach the zipper for the flap that sealed off the house from outside. No time to decontaminate anything. The tent zipper caught halfway. Nate cursed and wasted precious seconds struggling with the fabric. He ripped the flap open with brute force. Max pushed his nose through the gap, barking wildly and trying to force his way out. "Hold him back," Nate shouted. Paula grabbed the golden retriever by the collar and hauled him back, her face pale and stricken. The kids were screaming questions. Emily appeared, her eyes wide, pushing the shotgun through. He yanked it from her just as the second firefighter slammed into the tent, clawing at him through the flimsy barrier and collapsing the tent with his weight. Nate struggled to hold the man back with one arm while sweeping the shotgun around with the other. He fired point-blank through the tent wall. Boom! The blast deafened him in the confined space. The infected man staggered away and fell over, dead before he hit the spore-covered deck. Nate sat frozen inside the collapsing tent, his chest heaving, the shotgun trembling in his hands. He waited a beat, his finger poised on the trigger, but the amorphous shadow of the infected man lay still in death, just 3 feet away. Slowly, Nate lowered the shotgun and grabbed the UV wand dangling from the roof of the tent. He thumbed it on and swept it quickly over himself from head to toe, watching a few specks of glowing dust shrivel into dead black husks on his jacket and the soles of his boots. He sterilized the shotgun, the Glock, and his flashlight before grabbing both weapons and ducking through the broken tent flap to his kitchen. This time, he didn't waste time removing his boots. Their shelter was already compromised, with or without him tracking in dormant spores. Paula left Max with Riley and came running over as if to give him a hug, but she stopped short of actually doing so. "What happened?" she asked. "They're all dead," Nate rasped as he set his empty Glock on the edge of the kitchen counter. Emily and the kids stared at him, wide-eyed with horror. "What do you mean they're dead?" Paula pressed. He ripped off his mask and laid it beside the gun. The water woke up the spores. They were spreading and moving around together like some kind of swarm. The spores burned holes in their masks, actively seeking to infect them. They lost their minds in seconds, not like— He trailed off suddenly and looked to Emily. "Not like what you described with Charles." Emily grimaced, and Nate let out a shaky breath. He'd almost said something to give away the fact that seen for himself what had happened to Charles. Paula pressed a trembling hand to her mouth. "So what do we do? How do we stay safe?" Nate glanced over his shoulder to the wall of plastic and the damaged tent, which was no longer even making a proper seal to keep out the air. The even bigger concern was the blaze from the Whitman's place, which had doubled in size now that it had spread to the house between theirs and the Reeds. "We can't stay here," Nate decided. "Even if that fire burns out before it reaches us, the suburbs are too densely populated. We need to go somewhere more remote to avoid contact with people when they start getting infected." Emily nodded quietly. "But where can we go?" Paula asked. Nate glanced around, taking in his kids and the Reed girls. Riley's face was ghost white where she crouched with Max. Jonah hovered close to her side. Emily pulled her daughters close, whispering reassurances to them, but her own face was stricken. They were all waiting for him to make a decision, to lead them to safety. But where could they go that would actually be safe? What about the Petersons' place or the Millers up in Vaughan? Nate asked. Paula appeared to think about it. The Millers are on a ranch. If their livestock got infected. Nate had a vision of stampeding cattle with glowing blue eyes running their car off the road before they could even reach the Millers' farmhouse, and he grimaced. We don't know yet that this thing affects animals the same way that it does people. But okay, that's probably not worth the risk. The Petersons then. They've got a mansion with plenty of spare rooms, and I bet Mark wouldn't mind having us around to help him defend it. Well, maybe, but Paula trailed off uncertainly. We'd better start packing, he replied, his voice taking on an urgent tone. Clothes, toiletries, jackets, and boots, all the food that'll keep. Fill every sealed container we've got with water. Bring it all to the garage. I'll get started packing the guns and ammo. Paula blinked at him. Nate, you heard those soldiers. The governor said to shelter in place. Shelter in place is suicide. Besides, we can't stay here with that fire jumping from house to house. And all those spores the fire trucks activated are a whole other threat to worry about. They could still be spreading, and we don't even have a damn back door anymore. The house isn't safe. Paula's eyes flicked from his face to the kitchen window, glowing orange with the spreading fire. Her expression tightened, but her chin dipped in a reluctant nod and she turned to the kids. Upstairs. Bags, clothes, shoes, anything warm, move. Jonah bolted for the stairs. Riley followed, glancing warningly at Nate before she released Max. He nodded. Go, I'll watch him. Max came bounding over to him and began sniffing around his ankles. He caught the retriever by his collar, and Paula came over to hand him a leash. This might make it easier. Thanks. He snapped it on the collar, and then tied the leash around two of the handles of the kitchen cabinets to keep Max from going outside. Emily lingered at the kitchen island, her eyes locked on Nate. Can you fit all of us and our luggage in the Suburban? He hesitated. She made a good point. I could take Charles's truck and drive along behind you. The back is covered, so it has plenty of extra room for supplies. Nate grimaced. He didn't like the idea of taking two vehicles. It would be harder to control how and when they exposed themselves to the spores by exiting their cars, but he didn't see that they had much of a choice. I'll drive you and the girls over with your things. Get your things together. We might not have much time before the fire hits your house. Our bags are all ready to go. We didn't have time to unpack. Nate nodded, and Emily dashed up the stairs with Haley and Olivia, leaving him alone in the kitchen. He glanced over at the billowing curtain of plastic and the broken tent that covered the back door. Now, the flickering orange flames leaping from his neighbors' roofs and the trees in their yards were almost the only thing he could see. Thanks to the direction of the wind, the blaze was spreading toward them rather than away. They'd have to hurry if they were going to beat the flames to Emily's house. Chapter 18. The garage was a chaos of luggage and flashlights, a narrow canyon of bags between the two cars. Voices overlapped as everyone argued over what to carry and what to leave. Paula watched Jonah grunt with a carry-on down the steps. Nate popped in and out of the Suburban as Riley and Emily handed bags through the open door. The Suburban's door banged repeatedly against her minivan. Paula winced, but kept her concerns to herself. They had more important things to worry about. Max darted around their ankles, his leash trailing, nails clicking on the concrete. He kept trying to hop into the car until Nate snapped and shoved him away. The dog slunk back to Riley, tail tucked. She grabbed his leash and stroked his head. "It's okay, buddy. He didn't mean it." "What about more masks?" Paula called. "Already packed." Nate's voice came muffled from inside the car. "And batteries. As many as we have." "The UV lamps." "Yes." Nate rolled a full-size suitcase down between the cars and hauled it into the Suburban. They couldn't load the car from the rear without opening the garage and exposing everyone to what was outside. Loading through the side doors was awkward but safer. Paula felt her pulse thud in her temples while she and Emily lugged reusable grocery bags of canned food, water-filled thermoses, and other sealed containers between the cars. "Nate," she said, "what if we have to stop? Or if we get separated, how will we contact Emily?" He paused with a water-stuffed duffel half lifted, as if the thought had only just occurred to him. His eyes darted past Paula to Emily. "Do you know the way to the Petersons' house?" She shook her head. "Didn't the firemen have radios? Maybe we could use those." "They did," Nate confirmed. "But their gear was soaked and contaminated. After what happened to them, I don't want to risk it." Jonah's hand shot up. "We can use my walkie-talkies." "You still have those?" Riley asked skeptically. Jonah bobbed his head. "Of course." "Do they work?" "Yeah." "Go get them, kiddo," Nate said. "Okay." Jonah dashed for the stairs with his flashlight bobbing in his hand. "I'll come with you," Paula said, running after him. Up in Jonah's room, he rifled through the toy chest at the foot of his bed for a moment before triumphantly producing 2 black and yellow plastic handsets. "Got 'em." Back in the garage, Jonah handed the walkies to Nate, who turned them on with a frown. He tested them by speaking into one. Static and a squeal of interference echoed through both devices. "Range will be limited, but it's better than nothing," Nate said, handing one to Emily. She tucked it into her jacket pocket. Nate ducked back inside the car and began duct-taping a UV lamp to the Suburban's moon roof. He flicked it on, and a dim purple light pooled over the middle row. Jonah squinted up at it. "What's that for?" "Keeps the spores at bay," Nate said as he emerged with 2 packs of disposable 3M dust masks. He cracked them open and began handing them out. "Put them on." "Do we have to?" Riley groaned. "Yes. If someone tracks in spores on their boots, or Max brings them in on his paws or fur, we could inhale them." He met Riley's eyes. She snapped her mask on and pinched the metal strip over her nose. Paula fussed with Jonah S. The masks were loose on him and Haley, but they would have to do. Nate tightened the straps of his respirator and caught Paula's eye. "I'll be back for you and the kids," he said. Paula blinked. "What?" "There isn't room for everyone and all our gear at the same time. I'll drop the reeds at their truck, then come back." She glanced through the windows at the jammed interior of the Suburban and realized he was right. "Okay, don't be long." Nate pressed something cold into her hand. She flinched at the weight of the handgun he'd been carrying. "In case you run into trouble," he explained. "I reloaded it." "No," Paula said, the word flat. She pushed the gun back. "You take it." "Emily has a shotgun and I stashed a rifle in the passenger seat," he said. "You need something. In case." His voice trailed, but his hand stayed firm as he passed it back. Riley offered, "I can take it." Paula's head snapped to her daughter. "Absolutely not." Her voice was sharper than she meant. Riley's face closed. Nate's insistence softened. "Please," he said, "I'll feel better knowing you've got a way to defend yourselves." Paula's fingers closed reluctantly around the grip, but she kept her index finger well away from the trigger. "Fine," she said. Nate nodded once, grim, and directed Emily and her girls into the middle row. They clambered inside and shut the doors. Nate slid behind the wheel, paused long enough for his eyes to find hers through the windshield and his mask, then started the engine. Headlights carved the garage into bands of light and shadow. Beyond the threshold, the driveway lay dusted with a pebbly black sheen of dormant spores. Max whined and tugged at the leash, desperate to follow. Riley pulled hard. "Not yet, buddy. We're going in a minute." Nate pointed toward the house. Paula understood and shepherded the children up the steps, flashlights bobbing ahead of them. The garage opener rattled as the door inched up. She stopped at the top of the steps and watched the pebbly black spores skitter in the wind. No sign of infected people or of the active, glowing spores Nate had described. Even so, the hair on the back of her neck rose. Nate started the engine with a throaty roar. Tail lights pooled crimson on the pebbly sheen behind the car. He waved once and then made a shooing gesture. Paula shut the door and retreated into the entry hall. She swept her flashlight across the dark kitchen. No blue glow, no movement, only the icy hush of the house holding its breath. Her face and hands were numb. They'd packed gloves and beanies, but she hadn't bothered to put them on. It was probably for the best. She couldn't trust herself to work the gun with thick gloves anyway. Her grip tightened on the cold metal, her fingertip brushing the trigger's curve before sliding back to safety. She silently willed Nate to hurry. "What if Dad gets infected while he's taking the Reeds to their place?" Jonah asked at her side. Paula regarded him with a tight smile. "He knows how to be careful." But now that he'd raised the concern, she found it harder to dismiss than she liked. This new world was feeling colder and more dangerous by the minute. Chapter 19. The back of the Suburban was stuffed to the roof with bags. The Reeds' luggage sat wedged awkwardly in the back on top of everything else, so that it would be easy to remove. Emily and her girls were perched on the middle row of seats, all three of them wearing dust masks. He just hoped it would be enough to keep them safe. Nate hated the thought of venturing out like this, especially at night when the spores were most likely to be active. There was no way to decontaminate themselves before entering the vehicle, but at least he'd come up with a stopgap by duct taping one of the UV lamps to the roof. The eerie glow of the lamp bathed the interior of the car in a sickly violet blue, bleaching the Reeds' faces in the rearview mirror. Haley was clutching the stuffed tiger to her chest. "I'll tape the other lamp to the roof of the Chevy," Nate muttered, mostly to himself as he backed down the driveway. Emily's chin dipped in a shallow nod. As soon as he was clear of the garage, Nate shut the garage door. He noticed that the car's wheels were crushing spores on the pavement, turning them into glowing blue tracks of active spores. A dusting of them had likely made it in past the door. On reaching the street, he spun the wheel. Headlights speared out into the night. The wind carried smoke, ash, and the glowing blue specks of active spores. Was that fire hose still gushing water into the street? Probably. Not many spores were drifting on the wind, but still enough for them to worry about. Nate hoped their masks would be enough to protect them. If they could have waited until morning to leave, he would have felt much better, but he could already see the fire raging along the side fence of Emily's home. It wouldn't be long before her place went up in smoke, and then it just had to hop over a narrow aisle of grass to reach his. He'd be surprised if his entire street wasn't reduced to ashes before morning. The thought of his home with all its belongings and memories in it burning to ashes elicited a sharp pang inside his chest. He pushed the thought from his mind, not to focus on it. Nate reversed up Emily's driveway and eased the Suburban to a stop right outside her garage door. Now for the risky part. "What's the code?" he asked as he fixed Emily with a steady look over his shoulder. "The kid's birthday's 5/12. Nate nodded, steeling himself for a moment and glancing around in his mirrors to look for signs of trouble. No shuffling shadows to indicate more infected approaching their vehicle. He glanced briefly at the hunting rifle sitting beside him on the passenger side of the car, wondering if he should bother grabbing it. He still had to get the reeds out and packed into their truck. That could take a few minutes at least. He grabbed the gun and then cracked his door, saying, "I'll be right back." Nate hopped out and ran over to tap in the code of the garage. The door went rattling up, and then he ran back to the rear door to help Emily and her girls out. Emily came out first, shotgun and flashlight in hand, leaving her daughters silhouetted in the Suburban's eerie interior glow. "Stay here," she told them just before she shut the door in Olivia's face. Nate and Emily hurried around the back of their two vehicles. He opened the back of his, while she did the same with the Chevy, and then they had to set their guns down so that they could unload the Reed family's bags and their share of the water and food. Emily carried the spare boxes of shotgun shells in her hands to the passenger's side of the truck and loaded them in along with her shotgun. Nate handed her the hunting rifle to stand guard while he climbed in and taped the spare UV lamp to the roof of the cab. He flicked it on, flooding the truck in the same spectral glow as his Suburban. "I think we're ready for the girls," Nate said as he hopped back out of the truck. Emily hesitated, her eyes on the lamp. "What happens when the batteries run out?" "We've got plenty of spares." He sounded more confident than he felt. Emily nodded, and they went back to his car to get her girls out and settled in the Chevy. As soon as they were in the truck, Nate took the hunting rifle back from Emily and ran back to the Suburban. A flickering orange light caught his eye. The fire had spread to the roof of the Reed's house. He jumped behind the wheel, stashed the rifle beside him, and took a moment to hold his hands up in the light of the UV lamp. With that done, he reached for the walkie and the cup holder between the two front seats. He squeezed the push-to-talk button. "Comms check," Nate said, then released the button with an electronic chirp. Emily's voice crackled back to his ears an instant later, loud and clear, followed by another chirp. He squeezed the transmit button to speak into his handset again. "We need to hurry. Your house is already on fire." "I know. I can see the light bleeding under the door." Emily's voice was full of sadness. "What if Charles recovers and he comes back here to look for us? Shouldn't we leave some kind of note about where we went?" Nate grimaced. "I'm sure we'll get power back soon. We'll get access to Wi-Fi and you can send him an email." "Maybe," Emily replied. Nate drove back over to his house, leading the way down Emily's driveway. He triggered his garage door and drove back up into his own garage. The inside door to the house cracked open before he'd even put the vehicle in park. Not bothering to drive in far enough so he could shut the garage behind him, Nate hopped out and herded Paula and his kids over to the car. "Everything okay?" Paula asked. He nodded, "All good." "Here." She handed him the Glock. He accepted it without comment. He noted the trail of active, glowing blue spores on the floor that the car had tracked in on its wheels, and he warned his kids not to step on any of them. Paula picked Max up with a grunt of effort to keep him away from the threat. She deposited him inside the car, and he promptly hopped up onto the seats, tugging to the end of his leash and forcing Riley to release it. Riley and Jonah scrambled in after the dog, taking their places on either side of him, right beneath the UV lamp. Max's soda pop respirator caught Nate's eye from where it was peeking out of the pocket in the back of the seat in front of Riley. He was glad that he'd remembered to pack it. They'd need that to walk him when the time came. Max shot Nate a goofy, tongue-lolling grin as he shut the door. He slid into the driver's seat and tucked the Glock into the storage compartment in his door. Paula jumped in beside him, her brow furrowing as she saw the hunting rifle balanced on the floor where she had to sit, but she didn't object. "I'm freezing," Riley said, hugging her shoulders. "Me too," Jonah added. Nate rubbed his hands together, about to blow into them before he remembered the respirator he was wearing. "I'll turn up the heat. Hang on." He cranked up the heater and squeezed the heated steering wheel for warmth. A quick look in his mirrors told him the kids were belted up. His side mirror showed Emily's Silverado waiting for them on the street, its headlights parting the starless night. He reversed slowly, his eyes darting between the backup cam and his mirrors. When both vehicles were aligned on the street, he tapped the programmable garage door button on his roof. The panels rattled shut, sealing his home against the elements and looters alike. But it was a pointless measure, since his back door was broken, and the whole street was going to burn to the ground in a matter of hours anyway. Swallowing a sigh, Nate shifted into drive and reached for the walkie beside him. Rolling out. "Copy, we're right behind you." Paula watched Emily's progress behind them in her side mirror. No one said a word. Nate stepped harder on the gas, the V8 giving a throaty roar as they rumbled down the street. Just then, big, fat snowflakes began drifting down, slow and heavy in the headlights. "Hey, look, it's snowing," Jonah crowed, his face pressed against the glass on his side of the car. No one else remarked on it. Snow in July wasn't a cause for excitement. It was a cause for concern. Then they hit the ground and flared in ghostly blue pools, activating in little sparks from the spores that quickly multiplied and spread. "Nate," Paula began, her voice thick with tension. "I see it." He stabbed a button on the dash to circulate air inside the car and grabbed his walkie again to warn Emily to do the same. "Done," she replied. Within seconds, the whole neighborhood was shimmering with eerie blue light, a false dawn pulling back the night. Paula leaned close, her voice barely a whisper. "Nate, get us out of here." He nodded once and turned sharply at the end of the street. He flicked the button in his door to activate the child locks on the windows, just in case. Ahead of them, the road twisted in a shimmering corridor of glowing spores and heavy snowfall. He flicked on the wipers and tightened his grip on the wheel, his knuckles turning white. The faster they got to the Petersons' place, the better. But somewhere in the back of his mind, a new concern jumped to the fore. If they were getting snow now in July, because of that dust cloud up in space, how long would it be before it passed through the solar system and stopped blocking out the sun? It could be light years across, and then Earth might never see summer again, at least not in their lifetimes. Chapter 20. The Suburban's headlights carved twin tunnels through curtains of falling snow. Paula watched as Nate took them to the edge of their neighborhood, and from there out the back way to Stuckey Road. A few minutes later, they crossed the eerily empty Northwest Bypass and continued along the city's edge. The streets were blessedly deserted, partly from the storm, partly from the governor's shelter-in-place orders. No sign of military vehicles either. They were probably focused on the city, keeping people indoors. They reached Central Avenue West, and Nate hooked a right, heading away from town. They crossed an overpass and flashed by a bright green sign pointing left for I-15 south to Helena. Nate drove straight on, westbound. Within seconds, the road pinched to 2 lanes, old rural bungalows sliding past at the outer limits of Great Falls. It was a familiar route. Paula had driven it countless times to take Jonah to see Corey at the Petersons. He loved it there. The Petersons had an indoor pool, a games room, a hot tub, even a mini golf course, plus quads, electric bikes, and every toy and video game imaginable. More than once, Jonah had asked why they couldn't have everything Corey had. Those questions made Paula feel small and inadequate. How do you explain the haves and the have-nots to a 10-year-old? It made her feel like a bad mother, even though the opposite was likely true. Just because you're rolling in money doesn't mean spoiling your kids is a good idea. She glanced at Nate, still wearing his respirator like it really was the end of the world. She almost smiled at the absurdity until she remembered Charles and the infected firefighters. Reality hit hard. Another pandemic, only this time the pathogen wasn't from Earth, and to make matters worse, it was snowing. In July. A day and a half ago, they'd been prepping a barbecue on an unusually chilly morning. Now they were fleeing their home in the middle of the night, in a blizzard. This had to be a nightmare. Any minute now she'd wake up. She pinched her arm until her eyes watered. She didn't wake up. The road stretched ahead, a black ribbon lined with old suburban bungalows. Stores and strip malls loomed as black cutouts against the night, their signs unlit and parking lots empty. Every couple of blocks, Paula glimpsed a faint blue shimmer of spores peeking through the snow, but the drifts smothered that ghostly light almost as soon as it appeared. Jonah leaned closer to his window, fogging the glass. They're getting dimmer, the snow's covering them. Nate replied, his voice muffled by the mask. Not just covering. I don't think they're reacting anymore. At first, the flakes melted and gave the spores water to work with, but now they're staying frozen. No liquid means no reaction. Paula watched him hunch over the wheel, squinting through the storm. His eyes never left the road. So the snow might actually help keep us safe. Maybe, Nate said, but it'll also bury the spores and keep the sun from frying them when it comes up. If the sun could fry them, wouldn't it have done that already? Riley asked. Nate shook his head. Riley had a point. The best they could hope for was sunlight pushing the spores back into dormancy. The houses fell away to trees and fields. They crossed the Sun River, and Central Avenue West became McIver Road. Farmers' fields and long, tree-lined driveways slid past in the sweeping beams of their headlights. Blowing flurries shaved visibility down to 50 feet or less, and Nate eased off the gas. 5 minutes later, a familiar wall of tall evergreens shouldered up beside a wrought iron gate to their left. Warm golden light leaked between the trees at the end of a long drive. Hope swelled in Paula's chest. Looks like the Petersons have electricity. Mark must have their generator running, Nate said. Static hissed through the walkie before Emily's voice emerged from the Silverado behind them. Did you see those lights? We see them, Paula said into the handset. Am I ever glad you're friends with the Petersons? Emily added. Me too, Jonah piped from the back. The Suburban rolled to a stop at the gate. An intercom sat on a post, a red recording light glowing faintly beneath a camera lens above a dark screen. Nate hesitated, scanning the snowfall outside, then leaned over the wheel and peered up through the windshield. Can we risk opening the window? Paula asked. She peered out with him. No stirring spores, no ghostly blue glow, only snow piling on the windshield and hood. "Looks safe enough," Nate said, tapping the switch. A rush of icy air blasted in, along with a dusting of snow. He pressed the call button, and a thin ringing scraped from the speaker. Paula fixed on the lights beyond the gate and the lazy, tree-lined curve of the driveway. The promise of warmth and normalcy lifted some of the weight pressing on her chest. Maybe the generator would last long enough for the city to bring power back. Hope surged at the thought of lights and warm air pushing from the registers. Nearly a full minute ticked by before a voice crackled from the speaker. "Hello. Mark, it's Nate Corwin. I'm here with Paula and the kids and the Reeds." "Oh, I see. Didn't you hear the governor's orders? Shelter in place. You shouldn't be out there driving in this snowstorm." The tone chilled Paula. He didn't sound happy they'd come. "We couldn't stay in our homes," Nate said. "There was a fire in the neighborhood. Firefighters came, but that stuff on the ground reacts with water. The crew got infected and couldn't put it out. We had to leave before it spread to our houses. We brought food, water, guns, safety in numbers. You've got room to spare. Can we spend the night?" Silence stretched, and a cold weight settled in Paula's stomach. "Mark," Nate prompted. Static cracked. "Why not go up to the Millers in Vaughan?" Paula leaned across the console. Their cattle could be infected, and they barely have room for the 4 of them, let alone guests. Another long pause. Nate broke it again. "Are you going to open the gate, Mark?" "I'm sorry, Nate, I can't. You've been outside. It's too dangerous to let you in with us." "We know how to stay safe," Nate insisted. "We're masked and UV light knocks the spores out. We've got 2 lamps, one taped to each roof. I tested it under my microscope. UV kills them. We're not infected, I swear." "UV, huh?" Mark said. "Yes, sunlight works too, but the lamps are better. We've stayed safe so far, and this isn't the first time we've been out." "I see. Thanks for the tip, Nate, but I still can't risk it." "You're joking. There's what, 8 of you, plus your dog." Paula bit back the impulse to correct him. Telling Mark about Charles wouldn't help. "You'll need to walk Max," Mark added. "It's just too risky. I'm really sorry. Stay safe out there." "Mark," Nate bellowed. The intercom clicked. The red light winked out. Nate stabbed the call button, but it didn't ring. "Damn it, Mark. We're supposed to be friends." Only silence answered. Paula wasn't even sure he was listening anymore. Static crackled from the walkie. Emily asked, "What's going on? Aren't they going to let us in?" Paula caught the handset as Nate groped for it. "Hang on, Emily. We're working on it." "Okay." She touched Nate's arm, easing him back from the open window. "Nate, let's go somewhere else." He shut the glass with an audible click and turned to her, eyes hard behind the mask. "And go where, Paula?" She hesitated. "The Millers, maybe. I bet they'll be a damn sight more welcoming than the Petersons." Nate faltered. "It's a long drive just to find out, and if their cattle really are infected." "Okay, then the hospital," Paula said. "If I offer to help, I'm sure they'll let us stay, at least until they can move us to a shelter." "A hospital will be ground zero," Nate said, shaking his head. "We could all get infected fast." "Do you have a better idea?" Heat rose in her cheeks. Nate stared out the side window for a long moment. "What about your parents' farm in Florida? They run an airbnb, so there'll be plenty of room, and I doubt they have guests now. They probably headed home as soon as the shit hit the fan." Paula's chest tightened. "Florida, Nate, that's a long drive. I know." He gestured at the windshield, at the wipers beating back the snow. If that dust cloud up in space is half as big as I think, we could be looking at a new ice age. Florida might be one of the only places north of Mexico that stays warm enough to be livable. Paula grimaced behind her dust mask. The edges dug into her skin. She tugged it down to speak, frustrated that they couldn't see each other's faces. Max whined and panted impatiently, his smelly dog breath filling the car. An ice age, Riley echoed. Jonah's small voice followed. You mean like with woolly mammoths and saber-toothed tigers? Nate glanced back. Not exactly Jones. He always called them Riles and Jones, nicknames that once felt cute, now oddly out of place, artifacts from a world where their biggest problems were Nate's suspension and making the car and mortgage payments. Now, her minivan and the house were probably burning. Ironic. All that striving seemed suddenly obsolete. Nate looked back at her and reached for her hand. Paula, we don't know how long this could last. It could be years before the snow melts. The spores aren't the only threat. The cold could be worse. You think they'll get the power back and the streets clear when everything's buried under 10 feet of snow? We need to think ahead and beat the rush south. Paula squeezed her eyes shut against the pressure building behind them. A migraine stirred. They'd lost their home. Charles was dead. Outside, the world was getting colder and stranger by the minute. Snow skittered over the roof. The windshield wipers thumped in a steady rhythm. Deep down, she knew Nate was right. Even Florida might not be good enough, but for now it was the best bad option they had. She opened her eyes. Okay. Nate squeezed her hand once more and shifted into reverse. Tell Emily what we're doing. Paula lifted the walkie like it was a heavy stone. Mark won't let us in. We're driving to my parents' place in Florida. You're welcome to come. It should be warmer there at least. A long pause, then Emily simply said, Lead the way, we'll follow. Copy that, Paula replied. Emily backed the Silverado away from their bumper. Nate eased onto the road, spun the wheel, and headed back the way they'd come. He rolled past Emily. She made a quick three-point turn, the truck's tires spitting snow and powdery spores before she fell in behind them. Paula stared through snow-streaked glass at the long, dark road beyond their headlights. Over 2,000 miles of frozen madness loomed ahead. If they drove only in daylight and stopped at night, they might reach Florida in about a week, 4 or 5 days if Nate really pushed. Her mind populated the route with hazards. Ice-slick highways, rain waking the spores farther south, military roadblocks at state lines, the infected, the desperate. But if they didn't go now, later would be too late, and they'd be trapped in the frozen north. Paula couldn't help but wonder which would be worse, spores coming to life in the rain, or burial under snow that never melts. On the road. Chapter 21. Nate checked the fuel gauge as he swung the Suburban back down Central Avenue, just over half a tank. Good enough. No stops until they were through the city grid and on US 87. He glanced in the rearview mirror and saw Emily's truck behind them. She was keeping a generous gap between their vehicles. He thumbed the walkie-talkie, his eyes fixed on the road. Maintain that spacing. Roads are icy, and we don't want to slide into each other if I have to stop in a hurry. Call out any hazards as you see them. Copy that, Emily answered. Snow still sifted from the sky, lighter than before but thick enough to cut visibility. The dark blocks without any light from buildings or streetlights made it much worse, not to mention the glare from the UV wand he'd taped to the ceiling. They hit the ramp for I-15 South and merged into the empty trough of the interstate. The tires hissed through powder, and the spray of snow behind them flickered blue, where friction from their tires had melted the snow enough to activate the spores. Off to the left, the city was mostly dark, broken by a handful of flickering orange fires. Were those blazes from looters causing chaos, or houses going up like the Whitmans? He wasn't sure he wanted to find out. A green sign indicating exit 278 would lead to 10th Avenue South shone brightly in his headlights. That would be the fastest way to cut across town and get headed east. If he stayed on the I-15, he'd be on the wrong side of the Missouri, headed straight for Helena. Ordinarily, that wouldn't be a problem, but the more time that passed, the more dangerous cities were going to get. Cutting across the river now in Great Falls made more sense. Assuming 10th Avenue wasn't already a war zone. He decided to risk it, taking the ramp up and around to loop back over the interstate and head into the city. As soon as they came down off the ramp, he saw why he wanted to avoid major population centers. Off to the right, a hotel blazed, the windows bursting with flames. Here and there, cars were out on the road with them, despite the governor's orders, but they were all driving erratically, swerving in the snow and screaming around at unsafe speeds that implied they were fleeing from something or someone. Looked like looters to Nate. Farther down the highway, a blown hydrant geysered water into the cold. Glowing tendrils of spores writhed around and pulsed, soaking up the water and spreading in all directions like a tree's roots. It was creeping down into the right-hand lane. He swerved to keep his distance and tightened his grip on the wheel. A pickup fishtailed out of the parking lot of a Target, the bed heaped with shrink-wrapped flats of bottled water and boxes of food. Several other cars and pickups cluttered the parking lot in front of the entrance, their motors running, headlights illuminating glinting pools of shattered glass where the doors should have been. Gunshots sounded from somewhere within the store, and people went running outside, their carts piled high with stolen goods. 2 police cruisers screamed past them on the right and skidded into the Target's parking lot, their flashing red and blue lights painting the snow in frantic bursts of color. In the rearview mirror, Nate caught Riley's phone up and filming, her voice a low murmur as she narrated for future followers on Instagram. "Riles, save the battery," he said without looking back. "You might need it for a flashlight." Wordlessly, she lowered her phone from the window. An ambulance blasted by them on the other side of the highway, the siren screaming. "Where are they going?" Jonah asked. "You think someone is in trouble?" "We're all in trouble," Nate thought, but he kept his eyes forward and said nothing. They reached a Walmart supercenter at the edge of the city, and Nate saw yet more chaos from looters. But this looked like the aftermath, not an active swarm of opportunists like he'd seen at the Target. The Walmart was belching flames from the roof, and multiple police cruisers filled the parking lot with flashing red and blue lights. Yet more gunfire erupted from within the store. Sporadic pops of small arms fire, followed by a couple rattling bursts from automatic weapons. "Good thing we're almost out of the city," Paula muttered. Nate just nodded, his eyes fixed on the road ahead. Just beyond the edge of the city and the parking lot of the Walmart, he spotted a line of khaki shapes with gas masks and rifles hunkered around 2 Humvees and a deuce and a half with its hazards pulsing. An army convoy. They were blocking the highway, but they seemed to be mostly focused on traffic coming into the city rather than leaving. One lane was still open on his side of the median, with a single Humvee parked sideways across the leftmost lane. 2 soldiers moved toward him, one of them waving orange batons to flag him down as he approached. Nate keyed the walkie. "Army blockade up ahead, let me do the talking." "You think they'll let us go?" Emily asked, her voice tense. "We're about to find out," he replied as he eased his foot off the gas. Max whined once, sharp and urgent, then pressed his nose against the rear window on Riley's side, conveying an urgent need to get out and pee. Max, Riley objected. Get off. She gave him a shove to get him back in the middle seat. We'll take you for a walk soon, Paula soothed, but Nate had no plans to stop, much less to let anyone out of the vehicle. The safest would be to wait until the sun came up before they exited the car. A quick look at the clock on his touchscreen display told him that it was just before 11, about another 7 hours until sunrise. Nate resisted the urge to yawn. It didn't look like they were going to get much sleep tonight. He reluctantly stepped on the brake to stop beside the soldiers. One of them walked up to his side of the car and began yelling at him, but between the soldier's mask and the window, Nate couldn't hear what the man was saying. He risked cracking his window open. "Turn around," the soldier growled. "Governor's orders, roads are closed." "We got trapped in the city," Nate replied. "We drove in before sundown to get supplies. We were at Target when it got hit by looters. Shot were fired. We had to hide in the bathrooms until the police got there." The soldier squinted suspiciously at Nate behind his mask. "Where are you folks headed?" Nate gestured to the road ahead. "Our house in Armington." The soldier hesitated. "You going straight there?" the soldier asked. "Yes, sir." The soldier hesitated a beat, then rapped on the door with his knuckles. "Move along. Drive safe. Roads aren't clear yet." Nate nodded. "Thank you, sir. Oh, also that Chevy is with us," he added while jerking a thumb over his shoulder. "My sister-in-law, Emily, and her 2 kids." "Understood." Nate nodded and put his window up before rolling cautiously past the checkpoint. Paula got on the walkie to relay their cover story to Emily, but Nate could see the soldiers were already waving her on without indicating for her to stop. He let out a ragged breath. "That was some fast thinking," Paula said. "Nice job." Nate nodded, but didn't reply. They rumbled on down the highway, sailing past farmers' fields. Gusts of wind buffeted them, and the wheels skidded as they hit a patch of ice beneath the snow. Nate took his foot off the gas until he felt the tires bite again. Paula warned Emily about it, but she'd already seen them skid and managed to swerve around the hazard. "There's another fire," Riley said, pointing to a farmhouse that was flickering like a giant candle in the dark. "Why are there so many fires?" Jonah asked. No one ventured an answer. If Nate had to guess, people were busting out candles and firing up their wood stoves and fireplaces to deal with the blackout and the plunging temperatures. By itself, that shouldn't have been an issue, but then add infected people losing their minds to that mix, and it wasn't hard to imagine candles getting knocked over in the resulting chaos. That was probably what had happened to the Whitmans' place. Nate drove on, listening to the steady thrumming of the V8 and to the soft rush of the hot air blasting through the vents. He glanced in his mirror and saw a slushy mix of half-melted snow and faintly glowing spores spraying out around their wheels. Nate tore his eyes away with a grimace. The snow had all but stopped falling now. He switched to high beams and risked pressing a little harder on the gas, pushing their speed up to 50 miles per hour. About half an hour later, they came to the village of Armington, but Nate blasted right on through without stopping. Max whined again and began walking all over Riley to get to her window. "I think he needs to go," Riley said. "When is our first stop?" Paula asked. Nate shook his head. "Maybe in a few hours for gas, but as for where?" He shrugged and glanced over at his wife. "There are road maps in the glove compartment. Get them out and see if you can plot a route for us." "Me?" Paula asked. "I can't do it, I'm driving. I don't know how to read a map." "Well, I'm going to need a navigator for this trip, and Google Maps isn't exactly an option right now. Do the best you can. I need you to find a route that moves us south and east and keeps us away from any major cities along the way." "Why?" "Because they'll probably have army checkpoints, just like the one we passed on our way out of Great Falls." Paula regarded him with a blank look. "Maps glove box," he prompted. "Okay, give me a minute," Paula said, sounding frazzled as she snapped out of it and scrambled to open the glove box. She spent a moment rifling around for the old road maps Nate kept in there, then unfolded one of the Montana state maps in her lap and tapped on the reading light above her head. She started tracing the lines of interstates and numbered highways. Nate glanced in her direction and said, "We're on US 87, headed east toward Lewistown. We just passed the exit for US 89 south back at Armington." "I don't see Armington on the map," Paula said. Nate grimaced. At this rate, he was going to have to pull over to read the map himself, but he didn't blame Paula for not knowing how. Who even used maps anymore? It was a miracle that he had them at all. Nate was busy looking for a place to pull over when Paula suddenly said, "Wait, I found Highway 89 South, no Armington, but I see Belt right before the turn to 89 South." "Perfect," Nate said. Belt was actually a bigger town than Armington, so that made sense. "We just passed Belt and we're still on US 87, headed east." "Okay," Paula traced the map some more with her index finger. "If we want to avoid Lewistown, we should take 191 South right before a town called Moore." "Moore, 191 South," Nate repeated so that he'd remember. "Got it. Start looking for where we should go after that." Paula's head bobbed. "I'm on it." Nate sighed. They'd gotten through Great Falls, slipped past a checkpoint, and Paula was getting the hang of the maps. A thin thread of optimism filled his chest. He exhaled, fogging his mask. Realizing it was dangerous to drive with yet another impediment to visibility, he slid the respirator off and set it on the console. With the UV lamp burning overhead, wearing a mask in the car felt like overkill. The others took their cue from that and removed their own masks. Nate rolled his shoulders and pressed a little harder on the accelerator, edging their speed up to 55. He watched the reflective shoulder posts flashing by, catching the light from his high beams. The combination of warmth and silence in the car, along with the gentle bobbing of the vehicle, and the blank, black repetitive scenery, lulled him dangerously close to sleep. He noticed that both Riley and Jonah were already conked out in the back. Nate began deliberately drawing deeper breaths and blinking his eyes in order to stay awake. "Judith Gap," Paula suddenly said, startling him awake and causing his hands to flinch on the wheel. Shit, he'd been drifting off. Nate shook his head and sat up straight behind the wheel. "Judith what?" "Gap, we can stop there if they have a gas station. Maybe get out and walk Max and get you a coffee." But his mind rapidly conjured objections to that idea. They'd brought about $1,000 in cash, so even with the power out, they would be able to buy the gas and coffee. The real problem was that if there wasn't any power, then gas stations wouldn't be brewing coffee or pumping gas. For now, they'd probably be stuck siphoning gas from parked cars. Nate had packed a length of PVC tubing and a couple of empty jerry cans for that very purpose. But rather than raise any of those concerns, he simply bobbed his head and said, "Good idea." Maybe the power would come back before they reached Judith Gap. Chapter 22. Headlights skimmed fenced fields and shelter belts, skipped over abandoned driveways. Reflective shoulder posts blinked by at steady intervals. Paula felt herself being lulled to sleep along with the kids, who were already lights out in the back. But she pushed through her exhaustion, forcing herself to stay awake for Nate, and to keep an eye on him and make sure he stayed awake. Wind shouldered the Suburban now and then, a sideways nudge that Nate corrected with small movements. His breathing had evened out since they'd left the roadblock at the edge of the city. In the mirror, Emily kept a couple of car length back, her headlights steady in the rear and side view mirrors. They passed an old farmhouse set well back from the highway, with one upstairs window glowing weakly. Either a generator or a battery-powered lantern, Paula thought. A mile later, a stock trailer lay jackknifed off the shoulder. No animals inside it, thank God. Then a little way after that, she spotted a leaning telephone pole listing over a sedan that had plowed into it. The windshield was a spiderweb of cracks with a rusty smear where a head might have hit, but she couldn't tell whether there was still anyone inside. "Should we stop and see if anyone needs help?" she asked. "Not a good idea," Nate said, his eyes locked on the road. She swallowed and let it go. Max popped up between them, his front paws on the console, and whined. Paula reached back and scratched him behind the ear, causing his tail to swish back and forth across Riley's face. She came twitching back to wakefulness and batted his tail aside. Max whined again. "Are we going to stop soon?" Riley asked. "I think Max needs to pee." Nate nodded at the pile of maps in Paula's lap. "How much farther to Judith Gap, you think?" Paula straightened one of the maps to look for landmarks or towns along the way. "Look for signs for Hobson or Utica. That'll be just before we have to turn south at Moore." Nate nodded absently and began scanning the sides of the highway. About 5 minutes passed, and then Riley called out from the back. "There it is, Hobson and Utica, next right." She pointed over Paula's shoulder to the green road sign as it flashed by. "That means we're close," Paula said. The walkie hissed, and Emily's voice filled the silence that followed. "I don't know about you, but it's getting hard to keep my eyes open. Can we stop somewhere for a coffee or something?" Paula thumbed the transmit button. "We're almost at our first stop." "Great." The miles fell into a rhythm. Engine hum, heater whisper, the soft thud of ice shaking loose from the wheel wells. Nate yawned and stifled it with the back of his wrist before shaking his head and blinking his eyes. "I hope someone actually has coffee," he said. Jonah came away, slowly blinking wide, black eyes in the back seat as he looked around, as if not recognizing his surroundings. Silence reigned for a moment, and then suddenly he asked, "Where did the spores come from, and why do they make people go crazy?" "I don't know, kiddo," Nate said. "That's a mystery." "Maybe someone put them up in that cloud on purpose," Jonah suggested. Paula and Nate both glanced at him in the rearview mirror, and Riley lifted her chin. "He's right," Riley said. "I mean, we're all thinking it, aren't we? They can't be natural. There must be some purpose to the spores." "What purpose?" Nate asked. "Maybe to kill all of us so some aliens can come and take over. Sure would make an invasion easy, wouldn't it? Blanket the Earth with a biological weapon first. We all turn on each other, and then they deal with whoever's left." Paula exchanged a look with Nate. She could tell from the set of his brow that he was seriously considering Riley's theory. "Let's say you're right. There's just one problem," Nate said. The dust cloud they used to carry those spores here is plunging us into another ice age. That makes Earth less habitable, not more. I'm not sure what kind of aliens would benefit from taking over a frozen block of ice. Maybe they like the cold, Riley suggested. Or maybe the dust cloud is that big and it'll be past us soon. Maybe, Nate agreed, looking even more troubled. Riley went on. For all we know, the spores are the dust in that cloud, and this was a targeted strike. Aliens are going to invade, Jonah asked in a small, frightened voice. No, Nate replied, finally breaking his 1,000-mile stare to glance over his shoulder. It's just a theory, Jonah. We don't know anything yet. I don't see any aliens landing, do you? No. Yet, Riley added in an ominous voice. That's enough, Riley, Paula said. Silence fell once more, and Max added a few whimpers to break it up. Almost there, buddy, Nate said. Up ahead, pulsing amber lights bloomed along the horizon, hazard lights, blinking steadily. Paula's stomach knotted. Someone stopped up ahead, she said, sitting up suddenly straighter in her seat. We can't stop to help anyone, Nate warned preemptively. Paula nodded slowly. She hadn't been about to suggest that they should, but what if these people didn't take no for an answer? Nate reached for the walkie-talkie. Emily, we've got something up ahead. A crash or some roadside trouble. Whatever you do, don't stop but watch your speed. We might have to drive around some obstacles. Got it, Emily replied. Chapter 23. Nate eased off the accelerator before he came around a slight bend in the highway to see the source of the flashing hazard lights. A ragged knot of cars was sprawled across both lanes. A delivery truck was skewed sideways across the right lane, with its rear bumper kissing the center line, and one of the back tires completely blown out, probably why the driver had lost control. In the left lane beside it, a minivan had nosed into the back of a Ford Taurus, causing the airbags to deploy inside both vehicles. The minivan was the source of the blinking hazard lights, and the doors of both the Taurus and the minivan stood open, as if the passengers of both vehicles had fled in a hurry after the accident. It looked like the delivery truck had lost control and fishtailed into another car, a Toyota Camry, which had run straight off into the ditch. There was a big dent in the driver's side door, and the hood was pushing up a pile of snow and pebbly black spores. The minivan and the Taurus must have been coming around the bend behind the truck and been forced to brake and swerve at the last minute to avoid it, except then they'd slammed into each other instead. If it weren't for the minivan's blinking hazard lights, Nate might have joined the pileup. A small pink glove lay in the snow beside the Taurus, with a scattering of dark red droplets around it. Nate swallowed thickly and looked away, scanning for gaps in the pileup. The shoulders were thin ribbons, drifted with snow and spores, but still passable. He eased the Suburban off to the right of the truck to get by, then keyed the walkie. It doesn't look like anyone stayed here after the accident. I'm going to drive around. Give me at least a car's length in case I have to stop suddenly. Copy that, Emily replied. Nate steered the Suburban toward the gap between the Toyota Camry in the ditch and the front end of the delivery truck. A quick look in his mirrors revealed Emily creeping along behind them. Nate's eyes were everywhere as he drove through the gap, hunting for signs of people on the road or in their vehicles, but there was no one there. Where are all the people who were in those cars? Paula asked. Must have gone out on foot to get help, Nate said. The town of Moore should be close to here, right? Paula nodded quietly. They slid free of the pileup and out onto the open roadway again. Everyone let out a collective breath, and Nate raised the walkie. Accelerate back up to 35. Watch for ice or people walking along the highway. Someone could jump out in front of us to get us to stop. Emily clicked the transmit button, sending a single electronic chirp through the speakers in lieu of a verbal reply. The highway unspooled ahead of them. Nate saw that the snow here was unblemished by tire tracks, which meant that they were the first cars to pass that pileup since the snow had started. Instead of vehicle tracks, there was a line of human footprints running along the left side of the highway that quickly veered across to the right shoulder, and from there into a big parking lot that opened up behind a line of wooden sheds that someone enterprising carpenter must have built to sell to local farmers. There was a large, one-story structure beyond that. Their headlights flashed briefly across the sign above the entrance of the building. "Big Sky Grocery," Paula mumbled. "Should we stop here?" Nate slowly shook his head. "That's where those people went. We need to avoid trouble." Paula looked torn. "Someone could be hurt. I saw some blood in the snow." Nate grimaced. He'd been hoping that she hadn't noticed. "We can't just drive past everyone who needs our help. I might be able to do something." "With what supplies?" Nate countered. "We have a first aid kit in the back, and that grocery store will have its own supplies." Nate sighed and eased his foot down on the brake as they came to the road leading out of the parking lot. "Fine, but I'm going in first. If anyone in their looks infected, we're out of here." Paula nodded, agreed. Nate used the walkie to tell Emily what they were up to. "Are you sure about this?" she replied. "No," he answered honestly. "But I'm going to be armed and wearing my mask when I go in. I'll be careful. Just make sure you keep your doors locked and the engine running." Nate pulled into the parking lot in front of the grocery store and shifted the SUV into park. He sat there for a minute, watching scattered flurries drift through the headlights. A collection of painted wooden patio furniture stood outside the store: red, yellow, orange, blue, and green chairs and tables. Further down, there was a comically oversized red chair. Nate's eyes roved to the single-wide glass entrance of the grocery store. It had been shattered, but there was no sign of anyone inside. "Maybe they left," Riley suggested from the back. "And went where?" Nate countered. "There's no sign of footprints leading away. Unless they went out the back, they're still in there." Nate withdrew his respirator from the console and put it on, then reached into his door for the Glock and his flashlight. He glanced over at Paula. She was staring at him. Her blue eyes, turned violet by the UV lamp, were wide and glassy with fear. "Maybe this is a bad idea." "Maybe," Nate agreed. "But we can't be falling asleep behind the wheel. If nothing else, we should grab a few cold brews while we're here." "How are you going to pay for them? I don't think anyone's manning the till." Nate slowly shook his head. With everything going on, reimbursing the owner of the store was the last thing on his mind, but maybe it was too soon to be throwing common decency completely out the window. "I'll leave some cash behind the register." "Okay." "Back in a minute." Nate cracked his door open and hopped out into the cold. It immediately seared his exposed skin. He quickly shut the door behind him and hurried toward the hollow black frame of the broken glass door. He crunched through a combination of broken glass and spores, shining his flashlight in just before calling out, "Hello." No one answered. Nate hesitated in the opening, warring with his instincts, which were to turn around and run back to his car. Something wasn't right. If the people from that pileup needed help, why were they hiding? Chapter 24. The broken door of the grocery store gaped like a mouth in front of Nate. He stepped cautiously to the opening, his Glock raised in one hand, flashlight in the other. The air both inside and out was bitterly cold. His boots crunched faintly on broken glass in the entryway. He slipped past shopping carts and baskets, sweeping his flashlight around. No sign of anyone inside. "Hello," he called into the darkness. That single word echoed through the store, seeming as loud as a gunshot. No reply came. Only the low creak of the wooden structure shifting in the icy wind that now whistled softly behind him. Rows of dark shelves stretched before him like canyon walls. His light swept over toppled displays and scattered bags of junk food. A wet trail of something dark shone faintly on the polished concrete floors. Was that blood? He studied it with his flashlight. Nate grimaced behind his mask and started carefully down the aisle, following the trail. Asterisk. Paula watched Nate slip through the shattered doorway of the Big Sky grocery, his flashlight sweeping around. He stopped in the entrance, called out into the silence, then moved cautiously through the door, his shoulders hunched and pistol raised. Then the beam of his light vanished deeper into the store, and he was gone. The silence that followed was unbearable. Paula gripped the hunting rifle across her lap, her fingers cold against the worn wooden stock. Max whined softly from the back seat, picking up on her tension. "Come on, Nate," she whispered. "Hurry up." Asterisk. He came to a gap between the aisles at the front of the store and the ones at the back, followed the trail around the corner, and down the next aisle to a section full of canned goods. He found a man lying face down on the floor. One arm stretched toward a scattered pile of dented cans of corn and peas that had fallen from a collapsed shelf, while his other arm was twisted up beneath him. The back of the man's brown suede coat was soaked through with black blood around a big set of garden shears that were sticking out of his back. Spores shimmered faintly blue around the edges of the wound. The same oily glow pulsed in the puddle of blood beneath him. Nate froze, his pulse hammering in his temples as he studied the infected man. He was obviously dead, but still contagious if that blue glow was anything to go by. But he couldn't have been here alone. Someone else had driven those garden shears into his back. Nate continued down the aisle with both the Glock and flashlight aimed and raised. He rounded the end of the aisle and moved past the frozen food section. His flashlight shone on a row of glass upright freezers, their doors frosted and fogged. Someone had dragged their hand across it, leaving streaks of black blood. He continued on, keeping his aim fixed dead ahead, glancing back and forth to check each aisle for signs of trouble. He began to feel the hair on the back of his neck rising, as if he were being watched or followed. He glanced back several times, convinced there was someone standing behind him. But there was no one there. The shadows parted gradually as he continued through the store. He came to the toiletries section in the far back corner of the store. And that was where he saw them. 6 figures, 4 adults and 2 children about Jonah's age, all standing motionless in a loose circle. Nate froze studying them. Their heads were bowed, shoulders rising and falling with slow, steady breaths. They weren't talking. They weren't doing anything, just standing there, staring at something on the floor between them. Bloody paper towels littered the floor around their feet. Cans of soup and a tipped-over shopping basket lay nearby. His throat tightened as he fought the instinct to call out and ask if they were okay. Something about the scene was all kinds of wrong. He could see now what they were standing around, a small body crumpled on the linoleum. A little girl, no older than 6 or 7. Her face and hands were pale and smeared with blood. She wasn't moving. Dead, but not infected. Nate's pulse thundered in his ears. Screw this, he thought to himself as he started backing away. He flicked off his light for a moment, letting his eyes adjust. Now in the darkness, it was easier to see how faint blue threads glowed beneath the infected skin. Luminous spores were flowing in their veins, and more superficially in the gaping bite marks in their cheeks and in their necks. These people were all infected. One of them had obviously grabbed those garden shears and killed the first man to succumb to the infection, but not before he'd infected one of them. Who knew how it had spread from there? And just like with the firemen, the infected apparently had no interest in attacking each other. If they truly lost their minds and became like rabid dogs, then they should have been attacking each other, too. The fact that they weren't only added to the likelihood that this was some kind of alien bio-weapon, like Riley had suggested. Whatever it was, now wasn't the time to figure it out. Nate swallowed hard and turned around, planning to dash back down the aisles to the entrance. As he did so, his heel clipped a fallen can of food. It rolled across the floor with a hollow, clattering clang that seemed to echo on forever. Every one of the infected people's heads snapped up. 6 pairs of glowing blue eyes turned to him at once, their mouths twisting into snarls and ropey threads of glowing blue saliva. A sound rose from them, not quite a scream, not quite a growl, but something inhuman and hungry. Their circle slowly broke and began shuffling toward him. Nate stumbled backward, raising his Glock and shaking it in their direction. "Stay back," he shouted at them. "I've got a gun and I will use it." They all came at him at once, lurching, sprinting, a blur of arms and faces marked with pulsing blue light. He fired once, twice. The reports cracked through the dark like thunder. 2 of the adults staggered, but neither of them fell. "Shit," Nate gasped. And then he turned and ran, his boots slapping the concrete tiles, the shrieks of the infected chasing him down the aisles. Asterisk. Paula flinched at the sound of gunfire. 2 shots in quick succession. "Did you hear that?" Emily's voice crackled over the walkie. Paula's pulse roared in her ears. Every instinct told her to jump out and run in after her husband, but another part of her, the part still thinking like a nurse, like a mother, kept her frozen and rooted in place. If she went in to help Nate, the kids would be defenseless. "Come on, Nate," she whispered. "We need to do something. Dad's in trouble," Jonah said. "Mom," Riley added. "Just wait," she snapped at both of them. The next sound came from outside, a metallic slam as Nate careened off the hollow door frame and continued on, sprinting at full tilt across the parking lot. But he wasn't alone. 6 flailing figures spilled out after him, running with almost inhuman speed. Their movements were wrong, too fast and too uncoordinated all at once, like they'd forgotten how to run, and yet somehow they were also stronger and faster than ever. Even from here, Paula could see the faint blue light glowing in their veins, threading through their faces and their eyes. "Dad!" Riley screamed from the back seat. Jonah was shouting too and smacking on the window with his hands, his small voice breaking. Max began barking furiously. "Nate, get it!" Paula screamed. But Nate didn't stop. He couldn't. There was no time for him to stop and get in. The infected were too close. He was already veering past the Suburban, his boots kicking up puffs of gritty black snow. Paula threw herself over the console into the driver's seat, shifted down into reverse, and spun the wheel. The back of the car slid briefly into the patio chairs outside the grocery store. Then she regained control of the vehicle and slammed her foot on the gas. "Mom, what are you doing?" Riley cried. "Hang on." The Suburban lurched forward with a roar, tires spitting snow and spores into the air. She gripped the wheel with tightening fists, aiming straight for the pack of infected people chasing after her husband. The nearest one glanced back at her, his feral expression seeming almost comical as the bumper struck him square in the chest and knocked him away to the ground. The other 5 were next, but they got sucked under, rumbling around beneath the tires and undercarriage in a series of sickening thuds. The vehicle bucked and jolted violently as bodies turned to speed bumps beneath it. The steering wheel jerked violently in Paula's hands, but she forced it to remain steady. And then, all of a sudden, it was over. She skidded to a stop a few yards behind Nate. He stopped and turned to face her, the mask fogged with his breath, his shoulders and chest rising and falling quickly in quick, shallow breaths. Then he snapped out of it and came running. Paula shifted into park and clambered back into her seat just before he reached the Suburban and climbed in behind the wheel. He slammed the door behind him and locked all 4 doors with the button on his side before tearing off his mask. "Thank you," he panted raggedly into the stunned silence that had fallen inside the car. He shoved the Glock and his flashlight into the side compartment of his door, then grabbed the steering wheel to steady himself. Paula glanced in the side mirror. The bodies she'd hit lay scattered across the road, broken, twisted shapes in the snow. 2 of them were still moving, dragging themselves forward through the slush. One of them was small, barely Jonah's age. Her stomach turned and she tore her gaze away, covering her mouth with a trembling hand. "What have I done?" she wondered. A sudden slap sounded. Jonah screamed and Max went crazy. Paula spun around to see that the man she'd knocked away from the car was back and slapping on Jonah's window, leaving luminous smears of black blood with his palms. "Drive," Paula screamed. "Go, go, go," Emily added as her truck went skidding by them, spitting snow from the tires. Nate shifted back into drive and stepped on the gas, spinning the wheels for a second before easing up to Jackrabbit after Emily. They roared back up onto the highway, the order of their convoy momentarily reversed. Nate spared a hand from the wheel to key the walkie. "Coming up to pass on your left." "Copy," Emily said. He switched lanes and roared by her, leading the way once more. For a long minute, no one spoke as they drove on. The only sounds were the steady thrumming of the engine and the swishing of the tires through the snow. A minute later they came to their turn, and an old Conoco gas station and convenience store called Eddie's Corner. Nate eased off the pedal for a minute, his eyes tracking across the station on the other side of the road. "We need to get some gas," he said. "Not yet. Wait for Judith Gap," Paula said. "There'll be another gas station there." Nate nodded wordlessly. "Okay." Chapter 25. Judith Gap was the very definition of a one-horse town, barely a dozen buildings huddled against the wind on either side of the highway. One looked like a school, fenced in with sagging chain link, and a sun-bleached sign clipped to the mesh in bright blue letters outlined in yellow. "Tigers are drug-free." Whatever that meant. Who had accused them of being drugged up? Nate wondered. The denial seemed louder than the accusation it implied. Not that it mattered anymore. With the world falling apart, the difference between being on drugs and being clean felt like a mundane concern, like eating organic or going to the gym. There was only one kind of healthy or sick that mattered now, and everyone's life expectancy had just dropped off the same cliff. Paula was right about there being another gas station. Judith Gap Oil squatted at the far end of town, surrounded by corrugated aluminum buildings and a three-bay garage where the locals probably came for oil changes and other routine maintenance. Nate keyed the walkie-talkie. "Emily, we're stopping for fuel," he said, then pulled off the road and into the station's lot. He drove right past the pumps, earning a puzzled look from Paula. "Where are you going?" she asked. "I thought we needed gas." "We do." He nodded toward a single blue sedan parked behind the convenience store, half buried in snow. "Power's still out. We'll have to siphon gas from that car." "Oh," Paula frowned. "What if it belongs to the gas station attendant?" "It probably does." "And you don't think he'll be upset about that? What if he comes out to pick a fight?" Nate thumbed the walkie again. "Emily, hang back and keep eyes on the doors." As he spoke, he scanned the building, two glass doors at the street-facing corner, one marked entrance, the other exit, both intact. "Copy," Emily replied. He eased the Suburban around to the far side of the sedan and parked. "See, no one's broken in," he said to Paula. "Whoever's inside probably locked up and they're busy sheltering in place. Lights are off, no sign of flashlights either, which they definitely have. My guess is it's only one person, fast asleep on a cot in the back room." Paula still looked unconvinced. "Anyway," he added, "we don't have a choice. We need the gas." "Maybe he needs it too." "He's parked at a gas station," Nate said. "When the power comes back, he can refill his tank. I'll leave a 20 under his wipers, easier to ask forgiveness than permission." Paula's frown softened, but only slightly. She gave a reluctant nod and turned back to look out the front windshield. Nate tugged his respirator on. "Riley, pass me the jerry can and the PVC tubing from the back." "Give me a sec," Riley said, unbuckling. She leaned over the seat, rummaged through their supplies, and then passed the gear forward. "Thanks." Nate grabbed his Glock and flashlight from the door pocket. He balanced everything awkwardly in his lap, then cracked his door open. "Keep a lookout," he told Paula. A blast of icy wind rushed in, carrying with it a flurry of snowflakes that quickly melted inside the car. "Don't take long," Paula called after him. "I won't," he said as he hopped out into the cold. Asterisk. The driver's side door slammed shut, and Max whimpered into the silence that followed. "Mom, he really needs to go," Riley said. Paula dragged her eyes away from Nate to regard Riley and Max. The retriever fixed her with a droopy-faced look, and then whimpered and clambered over Jonah to paw at his door. "Put his leash on and get his mask ready. We'll let your father see if it's safe first. If there's no one at the gas station, maybe we can risk taking him out for a short walk." "Okay," Riley said. And then she leaned forward to dig around in the back pocket of Paula's seat to retrieve both Max's leash and the soda pop bottle respirator that Nate had fashioned for him. "But what if there is someone in the station?" Jonah asked. "Then we'll drive a bit further down the road to take Max for a walk." Just then the walkie crackled with a sigh from Emily. "Paula, you there?" She grabbed the handset, watching her husband open the door of the car beside them to pop the gas cap. He was lucky it was unlocked. "I'm here," Paula said. "Haley and Olivia both need to pee." Paula's eyes darted to the darkened windows and doors of the gas station convenience store. The attendant had probably locked it up for the night. If anyone was still inside, They were sleeping in a back room like Nate had suggested. "I don't know if anyone is even there," Paula said. "Must be someone there. Otherwise, whose car is that?" Paula watched her husband walk between their Suburban and the parked car with the jerry can and PVC pipe in one hand, his flashlight and the Glock in the other. "Let's say you're right. You really want to ask them if we can come in and use the restroom while we're busy stealing the gas out of their car." Emily's voice crackled back through the walkie. "So, what do we do?" "Tell them to hold it. We'll stop again at Harlowton. It's not too far. We can use the restroom there." "Copy that," Emily said. "Looks like Max isn't the only one who has to hold it," Riley muttered. Paula nodded slowly, her whole body tense. Her eyes were on Nate as he carefully lifted his mask to apply suction to the trailing end of the pipe that he'd fed into the gas tank of the blue sedan beside them. Gas came gushing out. He spluttered and spat in the snow, then quickly stuck the pipe in the jerry can. He tugged his mask back down and flicked a glance over his shoulder to meet her gaze. He flashed a thumbs up at her, and Paula gave a shallow nod, silently willing him to hurry. Her eyes slid away, and she went back to scanning their surroundings. That was when she saw the man with a red bandana tied around his face, creeping around the back of the gas station, with a shotgun in his hands. Paula cursed under her breath and lunged across the console to lower Nate's window. "Nate!" she screamed. "Someone's coming!" Nate scrambled away from the jerry can, his Glock sweeping up with the flashlight. The man with the bandana froze at the sound of her voice, then dashed around the hood of the Suburban to get a clear line of fire. Nate was already hiding behind the sedan. He peeked up over the trunk and through the car's back window with his Glock raised to his shoulder, just as the man with the shotgun appeared, aiming it down the aisle between the vehicles. His aim twitched slightly to aim through the car's windshield instead. "Get down!" Paula screamed at both Nate and her kids, even as she ducked her own head below the level of the windows. And then the shotgun exploded with a deafening boom and a strident shattering of glass. Chapter 26. The echo of the shotgun blast and shattering windows reverberated in Nate's ears. "Hands up out where I can see you," a voice bellowed. Nate froze behind the trunk of the sedan, his heart thumping inside his chest. His family was exposed to the danger. He couldn't hide back here for long without putting them at risk. He needed to keep the shooter's attention on him. Nate slowly lifted his hands above his head, one holding the flashlight, the other his Glock. He risked peeking over the trunk. A young man, maybe 18 or 20, stood in front of the car with his back to the convenience store, his legs braced wide, a 12-gauge shotgun tucked to his shoulder. He was underdressed for the weather, wearing a light red windbreaker over two different t-shirts that made a double-colored collar at his throat. His thick black hair stuck up in spiky disarray. He was shivering, causing the barrel of the shotgun to tremble visibly. "Put the gun down and stand up." Okay, easy," Nate called back to the kid. "Nobody wants any trouble, we just needed some gas." "Yeah, you and everybody else." The kid's eyes flicked to the Suburban and then toward the Silverado behind it where Emily's truck idled, keeping her distance to watch the entrances per Nate's instructions. Unfortunately, this kid had slipped out the back. "Step out from behind the car. Slowly." Nate did, and the man hiked the shotgun up a little higher. "We can pay," Nate said. He nodded to the jerry can sitting on the ground between the two vehicles. "How much?" the kid demanded. $20 sound fair." The kid blew out a breath that fluttered the red bandana tied around his mouth and nose. 200. Nate's stomach tightened. That was an obscene amount of money for 5 gallons of gas, but he wasn't in a position to argue. The gauge on the Suburban was below a quarter tank, and he'd already siphoned the gas. 200 it is, he said. I'm going to reach into my pocket to get the money. Slow. Nate moved like he was underwater, reaching around to pull the wallet out of his back pocket. He pinched 200s, barely able to identify them in the dark, and then held them up. The kid strode swiftly between the cars, the shotgun still tucked to his shoulder. He snatched the bills with his left hand, stared at Ben Franklin's face for a beat, and then stuffed the money into his jacket. Nice doing business with you. You can carry on now. The kid raised the shotgun. Nate nodded and glanced briefly at his Glock. I wouldn't, the kid warned. We're just starting to get along. Fill your tank, man. Sure. Nate bent to retrieve the jerry can from the snowy ground between them. Name's Tyler, the kid said abruptly, like the introduction might soften the tension between them. What's yours? Nate. Tyler squinted at him, then through the tinted windows of the Suburban to the shadowy figures silhouetted by the purple light inside. Max was still barking. The open driver's side window revealed Paula's ashen face, watching them carefully. Hi there, ma'am, Tyler said. Hello, Paula replied. Riley was struggling to control Max in the back seat, and Paula discreetly raised the window. That your family? Tyler asked. Yeah. Tyler gave a jittery nod, visibly shivering from the cold. He laid his shotgun on the hood of the car, then rubbed his hands together vigorously and held them below his bandana so he could blow into them. Nate popped the spout of the jerry can into his tank and lifted it higher to pour the gas while watching Tyler out of the corner of his eye. Up close, the kid looked even younger than he'd first guessed. 16, maybe, which was a bit suspicious, but maybe this was a part-time job. Sleepless eyes were shadowed with dark circles. Patchy stubble peeked out from under his red bandana mask. Riley opened her door on the other side of the Suburban and stepped out with Max on a leash. The retriever wore his soda bottle respirator, an ugly duct-taped contraption. Riley had her dust mask on and the hood of her sweater raised. Tyler barked a laugh and pointed at the dog. What in the skibidi sigma is that? Dog mask, Nate said. Tyler chuckled again. Looks like he's about to go snorkeling in a kiddie pool. Stay close, Nate warned Riley as she walked by, and she nodded. Just trying to stay safe out here, Nate explained. People have been getting infected with something, going crazy. Yeah, I know all about that. Saw 2 folks yesterday go funny in the head after messing around with that glowing space dust. Within minutes, they were clawing at each other like raccoons in a trash can. Nasty stuff. Very. Feeling that the jerry can was about half empty, Nate removed it and shut the gas cap of his car. Emily also needed gas. 5 gallons wasn't a lot to share, but it would get them to the next town. The driver's side window rolled down once more, and Paula leaned into view, her eyes flicking warily between them. Excuse me, can we use the bathroom? Tyler's head snapped her way. He stared at her for a beat, then pulled a key on a paddle from his pocket and tossed it through the open window. Paula caught it. That'll be another $50, Tyler said. Paula hesitated mid-turn. Excuse me. Tyler snorted and shook his head. I'm joking, it's a joke. Damn, he laughed again. Don't worry about it, you're already paying customers. Bathrooms free. Paula gave a tight smile. Thanks, she raised the window. I need to put some gas in the truck, too, Nate said. Tyler snatched up his shotgun and nodded. All right, let's go. Emily turned off the Silverado's engine, but left the headlights on so they could see. She opened her door just as Nate was walking by. Open the gas cap, he said to her. On it, she reached under the steering column, then hopped out with her shotgun in hand. Tyler immediately swept his gun into line with her chest. I don't think that's a good idea, ma'am, Tyler said. Leave the gun in the truck. Emily froze. Her girls' eyes were big above their masks, sitting on the back seat with their door open. Nate raised a palm. It's all right, Emily. We're out here watching for trouble. Just don't be long in the restroom. Emily nodded and set the shotgun back in the passenger seat. She shut the door and clicked the lock from her key fob, then led her girls toward Paula and Jonah, who were waiting in front of the Suburban. Go around the back, Tyler called to them. Front doors are locked. Okay, Emily replied. Paula led the way around the back of the building, and they all disappeared from sight. Tyler watched them go, then turned back to Nate to watch as he poured the rest of the gas into the Silverado. Wind sifted snow across the parking lot, exposing patches of dark, dormant black spores. The night sky was utterly dark and starless, as though knitted with clouds, but Nate knew it was the spores, not clouds, that blotted out the stars. Where are you folks from? Tyler asked. Great Falls, Nate replied, not seeing any reason to lie. Where you headed? South then east, Nate replied. Better to keep that part vague. South, looking for warmer weather, huh? Tyler snorted. Yeah, that's probably a good idea. Nate said nothing, just nodded. He watched Riley pacing with Max along the edge of the parking lot. Max snorted in his mask, then stopped and lifted his leg. Snow melted, and a glowing blue wash of spores flared to life beneath the stream of urine. But the light quickly faded to black as something in the pee failed to activate the spores the same way that water did. Riley tugged Max sharply away and ran back to the car. Everything okay? Nate called to her. Spores came to life when he peed on them, Riley explained. Nate nodded. The urine also seemed to kill the spores, which was curious, but he decided not to mention that. Riley was right to be cautious. She darted back inside the car and slammed the door. Tyler watched it all with a furrowed brow. Nate let out a ragged breath, hoping that the UV wand in the ceiling would be enough to kill any active spores that Riley and Max might have tracked into the car. Tyler followed his gaze and squinted, then glanced back at the Silverado and appeared to notice the same purplish light pooling inside the cab. What's with the party lights? A sharp spike of dread lanced through Nate's chest. He shrugged as he finished emptying the jerry can into the Silverado's tank. It disinfects things. We thought people were getting infected by a virus or a bacteria at first. Turns out it's more like a parasite, so the light doesn't do anything to it. Tyler gave him a sideways look. Yeah, why are you still running them if they don't work? Nate slowly shook his head. Placebo keeps the kids calm. Tyler turned that over. Placebo, huh? What is that, some kind of Spanish word for night light? No, Nate blinked, shocked by the kid's lack of education. How could he not know what a placebo was? And why would you assume it's a Spanish term? Tyler tilted his head toward the back of the store where Paula and the others had disappeared to use the restroom. Well, your wife's Mexican, right? Paula. That's a Mexican name. No, it's not, and she's not Mexican. You sure about that? Very sure. Guatemalan then. She's not a Latina, Tyler. Tyler rocked back on his heels. Weird. Coulda sworn she had the look. Well, good for you not falling for one of them. Those beaners are taking over. I thought Montana'd be the last to go. Too cold, right? But these days they're andelandeling all over the country like they own the place. Nate tamped down a flash of irritation with Tyler, but he let himself nod along like he agreed. He shut the gas cap of the Silverado and carried the jerry can and PVC pipe back over to his car, acutely aware as he did so that Tyler was following along casually behind him. He stared longingly at the spot where Paula and the others had gone, as if he could pull his family back outside by sheer force of will. Come on, Paula, he thought. Tyler was giving him a really bad vibe. Chapter 27. Paula waited outside the restroom with Emily and her girls, idly sweeping her flashlight around to part the shadows inside the convenience store while they waited for Jonah. Come on, Jonah, hurry up, Haley urged as she knocked on the door. She was standing with her legs crossed and bouncing on her toes. Paula really hadn't wanted to come in and use the bathroom, but the kids had all insisted that they couldn't wait. The door cracked open and Jonah emerged, his cheeks pink from the cold, his hair mussed from sleep. Done, he announced, then shoved his hands into his pockets for warmth. Haley dashed inside and Emily followed with Olivia, all three of them going in together. Don't be long, Paula said. We won't, Emily replied as she clicked the door shut and locked it. Paula let out a breath she hadn't realized she'd been holding, fogging the air as it slipped out around her mask. Come on, Jonah, let's see what they've got here. Can I get a chocolate bar? He asked. Just one. Okay. They drifted down the snack aisle. Jonah used his own flashlight to study the endless variety of candy bars, while Paula drifted down to the beverage coolers at the back. Nate needed caffeine to stay awake. They weren't going to find coffee with the power out, but energy drinks were another matter. She stopped in front of the cooler, her flashlight reflecting brightly on the glass and illuminating rows of sodas, as well as Starbucks frappuccinos and cold brews. That would work. Then she spotted the energy drinks. Red Bull, Monster. She grabbed a pair of each. Jonah drifted over with 2 different candy bars clutched to his chest like contraband. Is that soda? He asked. I want grape. It's not soda, but okay. Grab a can for you and Riley. Hurry. Jonah pocketed the candy bars and grabbed 2 cans of soda. Diet Sprite for Riley and a grape soda for him. Paula led him over to the checkout counter to leave some money for the things they were taking. She set the energy drinks down and reached into her jeans pocket for the tiny strawberry-shaped wallet from Kate Spade that she kept with her cash and cards inside. Something on the wall behind the register caught her eye, a faint spatter against the dirty white paint. She leaned forward, aiming her flashlight at the wall and squinting for a better look. As she leaned over the counter, she spotted something else. On the floor behind the register, a middle-aged man lay curled in a fetal position, not moving. Thinning brown hair was matted to the sides of his head, and a dark slick of blood had pooled between him and the counter. Paula gasped. Her mouth went dry and her chest tightened. Jonah, oblivious, cracked his soda open and slurped. Ah, so good. She shook her head and stumbled away from the counter, forgetting about the $20 bill she'd planned to leave on the counter. Mom, what's wrong? Jonah asked. Nothing, Jonah, she said, her voice sharp and brittle as she hurriedly collected the energy drinks from the counter. Aren't we going to pay for the drinks? "Emily," Paula called, "it's time to go." A split second later, the restroom door opened, and Emily and her two girls piled out. "Everything okay?" Emily asked. "No," Paula replied. "What happened?" She was about to explain, but then she noticed Emily's girls watching her and Jonah's eyebrows raised above his soda. No point in frightening them with the details. "We need to leave. I'll explain later." "Okay." Emily nodded and gestured for her to lead the way. "Hey, no fair, you got a soda," Haley said. "Yup." "Who's that one for?" Olivia asked. "Riley." "Not fair," Haley said again. "Quiet," Emily hissed. Paula reached the back door of the convenience store and pushed it open. The icy wind hit her like a slap in the face. They hurried back to the parking lot. Flurries skittered with the wind. Nate stood by the trunk of the sedan with the kid in the bandana mask. The kid still had the 12-gauge cradled in the crook of his arm. Nate's Glock still sat on the trunk, just out of reach. Both their heads turned as Paula approached. She parted ways with Emily as they hurried back to their truck. "We're done," she called. "Good," Nate replied. Paula rounded the hood of the Suburban and opened the door for Jonah to hop in the back with Riley and Max. "Quickly," she urged as Jonah wasted precious seconds clambering in over Riley and Max. The Silverado's engine came to life with a throaty roar, and Paula slammed the back door, meaning to hop in next. That was when Nate and the kid in the bandana rounded the back of the Suburban. The kid was in the lead, jabbing an accusing finger in her direction. "Hey, you been stealing from me," the kid called out as he approached, pointing to the 4 energy drinks she was clutching to her chest. Paula exchanged a quick, loaded look with Nate. He read it all in her eyes. He got the gist, if not the details. Tyler was dangerous, but Nate still didn't have his gun. Paula quickly shook her head. "We weren't sure how to pay. No one's at the register." "You can pay me directly." "Perfect." Paula tucked her flashlight in her pocket and reached for her wallet again. This time she fished out a 20 and held it out to the kid. He took it and pocketed the bill, then shook his head sadly and stepped sideways to put some distance between him and Nate. The barrel of his shotgun drifted subtly toward her. "I'm afraid that's not gonna cut it." Paula blinked. Okay." She dug out another 20 and held that one out too. He didn't take it. "Cash is kinda on the way out, don't you think?" he said conversationally, as if he was just talking about the weather. "I mean, at the end of the day, it's just paper. Real valuables are commodities, right? Food, water, gas, you're taking all my commodities and giving me worthless paper. Doesn't seem like a fair trade." Paula noticed Nate's free hand balling into a fist. The beam of his flashlight shook with the force of what he said next. "Look, kid, it's all we've got. I'm sure the power will be back soon, and the authorities will have order restored. Money will be worth just as much as it always was when things go back to normal." "You mean if things go back to normal," the boy, pinning Nate with a pointed look. "You know what I think would be a fair trade? One of them purple lights you got in your cars. What you call it? A placebo light? Yeah, that's what I want." For a heartbeat, everyone seemed to freeze and hold their breath. The purplish glow from the Suburban silhouetted the dark shadows of her kids within. Nate looked like he was about to pounce on the kid. A staccato of panic ricocheted through Paula. "Don't do it, don't do it, don't do it." Emily's truck drifted into view, tired crunching in the snow. The barrel of her shotgun was jutting out the open window. Her voice cut across the parking lot, taut with warning. "Drop it," she warned. The attendant let out a maniacal laugh. "Looks like we've got ourselves a Mexican standoff." It's 3 against 1, Nate said, his voice flat without looking away from the kid. Sure, the kid said, but if she shoots from there, she'll hit us both. I might even live, but I'm definitely blowing your ass away. Then we'll both lose, Nate said. Yeah, maybe, but I wonder who's got more to lose, me or you. I don't got no family, no kids, no fine-ass lady like you. So you're gonna give me what I want, or we're both going down to say hi to the big fat worm in the ground. What's it gonna be, Nate the Great? An icy blast of wind rode on the heels of that question, leaving a weighty silence that tasted like metal in the back of Paula's throat. She noticed the kids shifting around inside the car, trading places, but the kid in the bandana wasn't watching them. His eyes were on Nate and Emily, who was edging closer in the Silverado to get a better angle. Freeze, lady, the kid warned, shaking his shotgun at Nate for emphasis. The Silverado's brakes squealed softly. What's it gonna be, Nate? The looter said, his voice dropping low into a growl. Asterisk. Riley eased her door open inch by inch until the latch clicked. She slipped out, boots crunching faintly in the snow. The cold hit her lungs, sharp and dry even through her mask. Where are you going? Jonah whispered sharply to her as she eased the door shut. She ducked behind the Suburban and crept along, moving between the two vehicles toward the back of the blue sedan. The guy with the shotgun was yelling at her dad, while her mom and Emily both shouted back at him, telling him to drop the gun and let them go. Riley's heart was hammering so hard she could hear it in her ears as she crept around to the trunk of the sedan where her dad had left his gun. Her fingers closed around the icy grip, the composite material burning her palm. She crept around the bumper of the SUV. Emily's eyes widened as she spotted her. Riley held a finger to her lips. Somehow, the guy with the shotgun hadn't noticed that she'd exited the Suburban. He was too busy talking shit about how her dad had more to lose than he did. It was a big game of chicken, a bluff. Riley didn't think he was in a big hurry to die. If so, why was he the one waving a gun around? Riley dropped to the ground, flattening herself against the snow-covered pavement. Her breath hitched in her chest. She hoped that her proximity to the spores lurking below the snow wouldn't be enough to get her infected. Breathe, she told herself. Just breathe. Riley raised the pistol in a two-handed grip, sighting down the barrel for the kid's legs, then held her breath to steady her aim the way she'd done earlier this summer, when she and her friend, Logan, had snuck out into the woods with his dad's Remington to shoot beer cans. Logan had teased her for being a crappy shot, but by the end of that day, she could hit a can dead center at 50 yards. Her finger curled around the trigger, tightening. But then she realized there was a problem. That guy was aiming his shotgun right at her dad. If she shot him, his startled reflex might be to pull the trigger and kill her dad anyway. She hesitated, her pulse slamming in her throat. Think, Riley, do something. Last chance, Nate the Great, I'm gonna count to 3. 1. Okay, Paula, just get the lamp. Smart move. Riley heard one of the SUV's doors opening. Her eyes darted around. She caught sight of a loose rock below the car, dusted with snow, a bit smaller than a tennis ball. She reached for it, her fingers numb with the cold. She grabbed it and pulled back from the bumper, easing up onto her haunches. Riley twisted around, looking for somewhere to throw the rock to draw that kid's attention and his aim away from her dad. Emily's truck was idling off to one side. The rock would make a loud noise against the side of the truck. Riley cranked her arm back and threw the rock as hard as she could, being careful to mind the windows. The projectile sailed in a wide arc and smacked into the side of Emily's truck with a loud thunk. What the hell? Riley dropped back onto her stomach and took aim. The kid with the shotgun had spun halfway toward the noise. His stance shifted in the process, and she no longer had a clear shot. Riley cursed under her breath. And then she heard her mother scream, and another gun went off with a bang. The kid dropped to the pavement, eyes wide and staring above his red bandana. Riley blinked, her ears ringing from the shot. She sprang to her feet and rounded the back of the car to see her mother holding the hunting rifle she'd been riding with in the front. Her dad pulled her into a tight hug, then they came apart just as Riley joined them. "Nice work with that distraction," her dad said. Then he noticed the gun in her hands and reached for it. "I'll take that." Riley just nodded and released the gun into his hands. "Is he dead?" Emily called across the parking lot. Riley saw the boy lying there, his eyes open wide, the red bandana around his neck now turning dark with a spreading pool of his blood. As the crimson stain expanded and seeped into the snow, a soft blue shimmer came pulsing through from below. "The blood's activating the spores," her dad shouted. "Everyone ate in the car." Riley dropped the rifle's barrel, spun, and sprinted back to the Suburban. She yanked the door open, climbed in, and slammed it behind her. Her hands were trembling so hard she could barely get the rifle out of the way before her mom came around the front of the car. Their eyes met through the glass. Paula's mask was half off, her breath fogging the air. Her gaze dropped to the rifle in Riley's lap. "That was you?" she asked, voice sharp but quiet. Riley froze. The words caught in her throat. She nodded, waiting for the scolding, for the look that always came when she'd done something reckless. But Paula just exhaled, the tension in her shoulders easing. "Good job." And then she jumped into the passenger seat. "Go," she said. Nate slammed the Suburban into reverse, tires squealing over the frozen ground. Emily's truck backed up right after them, crunching through the grit and snow. Riley ripped open the back door and hopped over the spreading blue wave of light. Her mom jumped in the front, and her dad flew around the hood to climb in behind the wheel. Riley watched through the rear window as they pulled away, the man's body growing smaller, haloed by the eerie blue glow of the blood soaking into the snow. "That was close," her dad breathed. He ripped off his mask and sucked in a deep breath. "We need to be more careful from here on out," he said as they drove back out onto the road. Emily's truck followed close behind them, headlights cutting through the dark. Everyone's losing their minds, not just the infected. Riley's mother nodded stiffly. Jonah stared at her in awe. "You shot him, Mom." "I did what I had to do." "You saved Dad," Jonah went on wonderingly. "Riley helped." "I thought you hated guns," Riley added softly. "I do." She reached down to her feet to retrieve a can of Red Bull and cracked it open with a hiss. She handed it to their father. "Here, this will keep you awake." "Thanks," he said, accepting the can without looking away from the road. He drank deeply, the sound of the metal crinkling in his grip. A steady chiming sound from the front of the car reminded everyone to put on their seat belts. Riley's hands shook as she reeled hers out, her eyes fixed and unblinking on the road ahead. A smooth white band of snow snaking away endlessly into the distance. How were they ever going to make it to Florida? She wondered. They hadn't even left Montana yet, and her dad had already almost died twice. Chapter 28. The snow was powdery, half melted into ash-gray drifts that had obviously frozen again overnight. The Suburban's tires hissed over the ice as Nate rolled down what had once been the main street of Harlowton, Montana. All the stores were dark and looked abandoned, every window black with the night. Wind whistled through the gaps between buildings, rattling an old sign that read "Welcome to Harlowton" in faded red paint. Nate noticed suspicious-looking holes in the sign, bullet holes or rust. He wondered. The kids were peering out through their windows, their breath fogging the glass. The town looked fossilized, like time itself had stopped here long before the spores had come to darken the sun. Abandoned cars huddled against the curbs beneath veils of dark snow. "You think anyone's still here?" Paula asked. "No," Nate said. "At least not in any of the commercial properties. They're probably all asleep in their homes." Emily's Silverado followed them at a cautious distance, its headlights barely cutting through the dim haze of blowing snow and spores. The two vehicles crawled past darkened storefronts until Nate slowed beside a pair of old pickups parked nose to nose in front of a diner with their hoods open and jumper cables leaking out. The drivers were suspiciously absent, infected. Nate wondered. He drifted to a stop beside them and spent a few moments looking around, scanning the parking lot of the diner for signs of trouble. The walkie beside him chirped. "Why are we stopping?" Emily asked. "Fuel stop," he said into the walkie. "Cover me." "Copy that," Emily's voice crackled back. They parked one behind the other in the middle of the street, ready to go at a moment's notice. Nate put on his mask and hopped out with the Glock, lighting the way with his flashlight. The wind bit through his jacket and froze his skin. His boots crunched in the crusted powder as he hurried around to the back of the car to get the jerry can. Nate moved to the first truck. The wind rattled a loose sheet of aluminum siding that lay slumping in a ditch. He glanced around nervously as he set the Glock down with the jerry can. Jagged glass glinted across the street. Some of these stores had already been looted. Not seeing any signs of trouble, he unscrewed the gas cap of the first truck, an old Ford F-150. He threaded the siphon hose and applied suction to the trailing end. Fuel gushed into his mouth, and he quickly spat it in the snow. Thankfully, there was no sign of a reaction from the spores. Fuel sloshed into the jerry can in a steady amber stream. He picked up his gun again and kept an eye on his surroundings while he waited for the gas can to fill. As soon as gas came gushing out around the opening, he withdrew the hose and screwed in the spout to go fill his tank. He had to repeat the process 8 times, dipping into the tanks of both trucks in order to fill his Suburban and the Silverado. By the time he was done, his hands and ears were completely numb from the cold, and he was shivering violently. Nate hopped back in behind the wheel of the Suburban and slammed the door to keep out the cold. He'd left the engine running, so it was mercifully warm inside. "Oh, Nate, you must be freezing," Paula said as she clutched one of his hands between both of hers and rubbed them together. Nate ripped off his respirator. "It's getting colder outside." He held his hands in front of the vents and increased the speed of the fan. Slowly, the feeling came sparking back into his veins. Their walkie chirped, and Emily asked, "Ready to go?" "In a minute," Paula replied. "Nate's just warming his hands." In the back seat, Jonah and Riley began to argue about who would fare better in a fight against one of the infected, him or her. Riley ended the argument by reminding him that she was the only one who had actually killed one of them, and then both of them shut right up, as they seemed to remember who she'd killed. Paula shot a disapproving look over her shoulder. "That's not something to be proud of, Riley." "I'm not," Jonah started it. Jonah, this isn't a game, Paula added. I know that. Do you? Paula challenged. This time Jonah didn't reply. Nate frowned. Paula was right. Killing wasn't something to be proud of, but at the same time, Riley had saved his life by killing Charles, and wasn't that something to be proud of? Things weren't black and white anymore, just different shades of gray. No signs of life out there, Paula asked. Nate shook his head. Then maybe we should go look around for supplies. There's a pharmacy right across the street. She turned and pointed out her window to the building with broken windows he'd spotted earlier. How do you know it's a pharmacy? Paula pointed to the sign, barely visible in the reflected glow of their headlights. That read, Remedies Pharmacy. Right, Nate looked back at her. Do we need something in particular? Not yet, but a regular infection can kill just as easily as anything else. And what if one of us needs stitches or a splint? The first aid kit is only going to be good for minor scrapes. Nate began nodding. Good point. All right, but then you should come. I won't even know what to look for. Paula peered into the back seat again. What about the kids? We can't just leave them here. You could give me a gun, Riley suggested. Not in a million years. I know how to shoot, Riley objected. Exactly when and how did you learn how to shoot, young lady? Paula demanded. Nate laid a hand on her leg and caught her eye. He gave his head a slight shake. Now wasn't the time to argue, much less about guns. With everything going on, it was hardly a bad thing if Riley had gone behind their backs to get some target practice with her friends. Before long, they might even have to teach Jonah how to shoot. Paula sighed. Never mind, we'll all go to the pharmacy. Emily can stay here and watch the cars. What about Max? Riley asked. At the sound of his name, the retriever turned his head to Riley and cocked it to one side. Bring him, Nate suggested. He probably needs to go out and pee again anyway. He was probably hoping for food and water this time, not another walk. They'd have to deal with that when they got back to the car. Okay, Riley said, already reaching for the retriever's leash and mask. Paula got on the walkie to relay their plans to Emily while Nate slipped his mask back on. Paula and the kids followed suit with their dust masks. Nate shut off the engine and grabbed his gun and flashlight and pocketed the walkie-talkie. Then they all hopped out into the cold. Nate noticed that Paula took the hunting rifle with her as she left. As much as she hated guns, she understood the necessity now. Barely an hour ago she'd saved his life with that rifle by shooting that kid at the gas station in Judith Gap. Nate wondered how she was coping with the guilt. She was a nurse. She'd dedicated her career to saving lives, and now she'd shot and killed someone. That couldn't be sitting easily with her conscience. Asterisk. Empty pill bottles littered the floor of the pharmacy. Paula crouched behind the counter, studying the handful of boxes and pill bottles on the shelves with her flashlight. There's almost nothing valuable left, she said, shaking her head. Jonah kicked a can of soda. The noise startled everyone as it skittered through broken glass. Sorry, he whispered. Let's keep it down, Nate said. We don't know if there's anyone here. Looks abandoned to me, Riley said as she led Max carefully around the broken glass. He was sniffing along the floor through his mask, following a trail that only he could see. Riley, Jonah, come grab a basket and start collecting bottled water and snacks, Nate said as he took a basket for himself. Sure, Jonah replied, practically bouncing over, eager to help. After about 5 minutes, they'd filled all 3 baskets, and Paula had finished collecting medical supplies in a reusable shopping bag that was practically bursting at the seams. "What you find?" Nate asked, eyeing the bag. "A bit of everything. Some newer antibiotics that I guess no one recognized. Painkillers, both prescription strength and OTC. Wound closure kits. Rubbing alcohol, you name it, I've got it." Nate smiled. "Looks like it was a good call coming here." "What about you?" Paula asked, nodding to them. "Drinks and snacks." He hefted his basket and glanced at each of the kids. Jonah made a face. "They didn't have any Three Musketeers. I had to get Mars bars instead." "Oh no, that's terrible," Paula teased, her eyes smiling. "It is," Jonah said, dead serious. From outside came a sharp clang, like metal striking metal. Everyone froze. Max barked once stridently. "What was that?" Jonah whispered. Nate set his basket down and carefully drew the Glock from within the collection of drinks and snacks. He'd stashed it in the basket, not having enough hands to manage everything. He motioned for the others to stay where they were and flicked off his flashlight so as not to draw unnecessary attention to himself as he crept to the broken door of the pharmacy to peek out into the street. Emily's truck still sat out there, the engine idling and headlights pooling behind the Suburban. He carefully drew the walkie from his pocket. "Emily, did you hear that bang?" "Yes," she replied, her voice tense. "Sounded like it came from somewhere up the street behind us down the street. I don't see anything, but our headlights are pointed the wrong way. You need to hurry up in there." "Copy that. We're coming out now." Nate pocketed the walkie and darted back over to grab his basket full of supplies. Jonah grabbed it before he could, causing him to lean to one side from the weight. "You all good, Jones?" Nate whispered. "I'm fine," Jonah replied, grunting as he leaned back the other way. Paula eyed him dubiously. She shouldered her bag of supplies and reached for the basket. "Let me take it." "You need your hands free to shoot," Nate replied, and Paula withdrew her hand to the rifle. "Let's go," Nate added, leading the way out with his flashlight. The wind had picked up, blowing skeins of ash-gray spores and swirling white snow down the deserted strip. A sign swung violently on rusty hinges, "Barber Shop, Walk-ins Welcome." They de-walked past it on their way over. Nate wondered if the swinging sign might have been what had caused the metallic clang they'd heard, but he couldn't see anything that the sign might have struck. Nate's eyes were drawn to the barbershop window as they walked by. A mirror inside caught the beam of his flashlight and tossed it back at him, and he detected a flicker of movement within the shop. The owner, or looters from the pharmacy, moving systematically down the street. Nate's breath hitched in his chest. He shone his flashlight around inside the shop. Nothing, just a row of empty chairs behind more mirrors, and the faint gleam of scissors on the counters. "We need to keep moving," Paula said behind him. "Yeah," Nate agreed, sweeping his flashlight away to scan the shadows in the parking lot for signs of movement. Nothing there either. A sharp chittering sound rose from the gap between the buildings. Max growled warningly. Then came the sound of dozens of tiny claws scraping metal. Jonah stopped dead. "You hear that?" he asked. "Yeah," Riley whispered. "Probably just a cat," Paula said. "Could be infected," Nate warned as he shone his light into the alley. He caught sight of a dumpster, the likely source of the sound. "Let's keep moving." The sound came again. Then clang. Something slammed against the inside of the dumpster. It sounded too big to be a cat. Max barked. "Get back to the car," Nate said. They broke into a run, boots crunching and slipping on the icy asphalt. The wind chased them across the parking lot to the street. Nate let himself fall back to the rear so he could cover his family's retreat. He could have sworn he heard claws skittering behind him, but when he turned back to look, there was nothing there. Nate yanked open the back door of the Suburban and waved his kids inside while he stood guard. Riley scrambled in after Jonah, each of them struggling with their baskets, and then he slammed the door shut behind them. Paula leaped into the passenger seat, and Emily flashed her lights behind them, as if urging them to hurry up. Nate jumped behind the wheel and threw the Suburban into gear. The tires spun once, then caught traction, and they shot forward. They sped past the darkened storefronts and out of town onto the open highway. The sounds that had chased them from town replayed in Nate's mind, as he spared a hand from the wheel to remove his mask. Suddenly, Riley laughed, and then the rest of them joined in, the tension breaking like a dam. "I think we just ran from our own shadows," Paula said. Nate snorted and shook his head, then glanced in the rearview mirror to check on the kids. Riley removed Max's leash and mask, then began passing the plastic shopping baskets over their seats to make room for him to sit. Jonah snatched a few choice snacks and drinks from the baskets as she did so. "Riles, can you get Max some food and water, please?" Nate asked. "Where is it?" Riley countered. "Somewhere in the back, in one of the grocery bags." "It's a mess back here," Riley complained while peering over the back of her seat. "I'll find it," Jonah replied. And then he dove over the seat and began swimming over the top of their luggage and supplies. "Jonah," Paula objected, "get back in your seat and put your seatbelt on." "Let him," Nate replied. "We're not going that fast." Emily's voice crackled over the walkie-talkie, muffled from inside his pocket. He pulled it out. "Say again, Emily." "I said there's something on your roof." "What?" Nate blinked, glancing up at the sunroof, but the sunshade was shut. Riley looked up through the moon roof, left open because of the UV lamp taped to the glass, and she screamed. And then Nate saw a shadow slowly dropping down in front of his windshield. A human head, upside down, with glowing blue threads in its eyes. Chapter 29. Paula screamed, and even Nate yelped with fright. He reflexively jerked the steering wheel, causing the back end of the Suburban to fishtail. He eased off the gas and countersteered to avoid losing control of the car, causing Jonah to thump around in back. "Are you okay?" Paula shouted back at him. "I'm fine." Nate gritted hit teeth and turned on the wipers in an attempt to startle the infected man off the roof. The wipers flicked into his hair, then back down again, but the man didn't seem to notice. Just like he didn't seem to notice the ghostly white patches of frostbite that had formed on his nose and cheeks. The man opened his mouth in a snarl, revealing glowing blue threads of infected saliva. "What's going on?" Emily asked over the walkie-talkie. She'd fallen back to keep her distance after he nearly lost control. "Infected on the roof," Paula shouted back. "Shit," Emily replied. "What are we going to do?" Paula asked. Before Nate could reply, the man slammed his forehead into the windshield, and a big, ugly crack spidered down. "He's going to break in," Paula shrieked. "Jonah, hang on to something," Nate shouted. He didn't have time to wait for his son to get back in his seat and buckle up. The infected man reared his head back for another glass-shattering smack. And then Nate slammed on the brakes. The man on the roof flew over the hood, and Jonah slammed into the back of Nate's seat, and Max yelped, claws skittering as he flew over the dash and into the windshield. The wheels skidded, and the Suburban began to fishtail again. Paula was alternately screaming at him and Jonah, while bracing herself against the dash. Nate battled the wheel as the car veered toward the guardrails and the long, snow-covered slope to the farms below the highway. If they crashed through the rails, they'd roll all the way down. The front right fender of the Suburban scraped against the rails, and a bright orange fan of sparks geysered up into the night as the barrier buckled and bent. He managed to wrench them away from the barrier just before they broke through, only to slam into the infected man just as he was picking himself up off the highway. A spray of glowing blue blood spattered the windshield as the Suburban thundered over him. They skidded to a stop 20 feet away. Emily stopped with her headlights shining on the man's crumpled form. Jonah groaned, and Max scrambled into the back. Nate flinched around to look as he remembered his son flying into his seat. "Are you okay?" Paula shouted at their son. "Yeah," Jonah said as he picked himself up off the floor of the car. He thrust one hand up with a blue, reusable Walmart bag dangling from his fingers. "I found Max's food and water dishes." "Nice work," Nate said through a relieved sigh. "Now put your seatbelt back on." Paula glared at him as they began rolling forward once more. "That was really dangerous, Nate." He grimaced and conceded her point with a dip of his chin. "Yeah, it was." Paula looked like she wanted to scold him further, but she decided to leave it at that. They both knew he hadn't had a choice. It was either slam on the brakes like he'd done, or let the infected man smash his head through their windshield. They'd have had to go looking for another car after that, or else all pile into the back of the Silverado with no heat and no room for all of their supplies. "You think that guy was the driver of one of the trucks we took the gas from?" Jonah asked. Nate shrugged. "Maybe. Why?" "Well, maybe he was mad that we took his gas." Nate's eyebrows shot up. Somehow, Jonah was still thinking of the infected like they were people. "He wasn't mad about the gas, you dummy," Riley said. "He was mad that he didn't get to rip out our throats." "Mom, she called me a dummy." "Riley," Paula snapped, "apologize to your brother." "Sorry," Riley muttered. Nate snorted and smiled crookedly to himself. That earned him a bemused look from his wife. "Did I say something funny?" she asked. "No, it's just that some things never change." Paula smiled faintly back and shook her head. Even now, with the world falling apart all around them, his kids were still bickering in the back seat and calling each other names like it was an ordinary road trip. For a moment, he allowed himself to believe the lie, and some of the tension bled out of his shoulders. Then he spotted the crack in his windshield and the glowing flecks of blood, and the illusion dissipated like smoke. He sprayed wiper fluid on the windshield, causing the infected blood to flare momentarily brighter before shriveling into darkness. He flicked the wipers on and swept the windshield clean. Interesting, Nate thought. Harsh chemicals like the ones in the wiper fluid had a negative effect on the spores. He remembered that Max peeing on them had provoked a similar effect. Maybe they didn't like acid. But no, wiper fluid wasn't acidic, even if urine was. What did urine and wiper fluid have in common? He began to suspect two different mechanisms. Harsh chemicals in the wiper fluid like methanol could be toxic to the spores, while urine is rich in sodium, potassium, chloride, and urea, all of which could draw water osmotically and dehydrate the spores. It was reassuring to know that the spores had more weaknesses other than just UV light. He mentally filed the information away for future use. Maybe they would find a way to treat the infection, and everything really would go back to normal again soon. Chapter 30. It was just past 5 a.m. when they came to a bridge across a glowing blue river. Frost feathered the guardrails. Riley peered out her window at the ethereal glow. "Tongue River," Dad said, mostly to himself. "We're in Wyoming now." "Look at that," Mom added. "It's flooded with spores. You were right about them getting into the water supply." Dad nodded, but said nothing to that. Riley leaned closer to her window. The river below was caught in the act of freezing, sheets of fresh ice locking together like puzzle pieces over a current that still moved. Beneath that crust, the water glowed bright blue, like someone had electrified the riverbed. Tendrils of the same blue webbed up the banks and into the trees, turning trunks into shadows wrapped in neon wire. Max whimpered for what must have been the 100th time, since they'd given him his water and food. "I think Max needs to go again," Riley said. "All right, let's stop here," Dad replied. "Seems remote enough to be safe." "Here?" Mom asked. "Are you sure?" "The active spores are in the river and on the banks," he replied. "We'll keep our distance." They rolled down another 20 yards from the bridge until they were past the glowing trees. Dad pulled over onto the shoulder, and Emily tucked the Silverado in behind them. The engine ticked as it cooled, and the wind whistled outside. "Quick pee stop," Dad said into the walkie. "Good timing," Mrs. Reed replied. "The girls have been nagging me for the last hour." "I need to go too," Jonah piped up. Riley also needed to pee, but she kept that fact to herself as she put on Max's leash and soda pop mask. They all put on their own masks next and piled outside. Jonah hopped from one boot to the other, already undoing the belt on his pants. "Hang on, Jones," their dad said as he walked around the back of the Suburban. Haley and Olivia were pale and glassy-eyed with sleep as they climbed out of the truck behind them. Max sniffed the air through his mask, then the ground, his tail high and wagging once. Dad came over with a big red plastic bucket that they'd been using to store water bottles in the back. "Use this," he said, "and don't dump it on the ground when you're done." He raised his voice for everyone to hear. "Nobody pees on the spores, just in case." His eyes flicked to the river. "Paula, when they're done, toss it over the downstream side of the bridge." She nodded. "Got it." And then she and Jonah hurried off to join the Reeds by the side of their truck. Haley and Olivia began arguing with Jonah about who should get to use the bucket first. Riley looped Max's leash around her wrist and guided him away from the bridge, and lighting the way with the flashlight in her other hand. Dad fell in beside her, his pistol held low and close to his hip. His breath plumed behind his respirator. "What about Max?" she asked. "Won't his pee activate the spores too?" "Actually, I don't think it's that big of a deal." Why not?" Riley asked. Max answered the question before her dad could. He promptly stopped and lifted his leg against a bush, sending a thin, hissing stream into the snow. As soon as the urine hit and melted the snow, the spores flared to life with blue tendrils racing outward in branching veins. Riley sucked in a breath and yanked on the leash. "Wait," Dad said, shining his flashlight on the spot. They watched together as the spreading veins of light guttered out one after another, darkness swallowing the glow almost as soon as it had appeared. "See," he said. Riley frowned behind her mask. "So, pee is the antidote. Don't tell me if we get infected we'll have to drink." Dad actually laughed at that. "No, but I actually wish it were that simple. Urine activates the spores because it melts the snow, but something in it is toxic to them. Wiper fluid did the same thing to the infected blood on the windshield, but even faster. Riley shook her head, not getting it. What does that mean? It's a good sign. Means it's not just UV light that kills the spores. Simple chemistry could beat them too. Riley nodded along with that. She supposed her dad would know. He was a science teacher after all. So why get everyone to pee into a bucket? Together, they glanced back toward the cars. Riley saw Mom standing around with Emily, sharing the job of standing watch while the kids took turns with the bucket. Jonah was snapping at the Reed girls, telling them to look away while they giggled mischievously. "Do you need to go?" Dad suddenly asked. "Into a bucket?" Riley asked. "Hard pass, I can hold it." Her dad laughed. "To answer your question, I wasn't sure. Couldn't risk everyone's lives over an untested theory. Besides, exposing the spores to melting snow is still risky." "What about Max?" "He already peed on the spores once safely. Back at the gas station, remember?" Riley nodded. "Could be something unique to dog pee that kills the spores, though I doubt it. Anyway, I tend to agree with you about going in a bucket. I'm pretty sure Mom is also going to give it a skip. Maybe we'll find a proper restroom later." "Define proper," Riley muttered as they continued walking down the shoulder. Max sniffed about excitedly, and then, without ceremony, squatted and dropped a steaming pile that also melted some of the snow and drew a flicker of blue light from the spores. But unlike the urine, the light didn't fizzle out. "Great," Riley said. "Looks like shit isn't an antidote. Should we add that to the bucket?" Dad shot her a sideways look. "Just keep him away from it." Riley pulled Max away, before he could turn around and sniff his own feces. The wind shifted, blowing past them to the river. "Guess he's done. We can head back," Dad said. Riley nodded, but Max dug in his heels and let out a low growl. "Max, let's go," Riley muttered. Just then, a keening howl split the night, coming from the direction of the riverbank. Riley felt the hair lift at the back of her neck. "Dad." The howl echoed several times more as others took up the call. "I hear it." His Glock snapped up, tracking across the glowing line of trees along the river on the other side of the road from them. "Get back to the car. Now." Riley nodded and began dragging Max in that direction, but he refused to cooperate. Just then, several sets of eyes bloomed in the shadows between the trees, bright, glowing blue eyes, moving low to the ground and gliding between trunks. 4 wolves stepped out into the beams of their flashlights. Riley noticed bald patches along their backs and their necks that looked like bite marks, laced with glowing blue filaments that slowly pulsed in the same electric blue color as the river. Max went rigid, growling louder now. His hackles were up. He didn't bark, not yet. He just stared at the wolves as they slowly fanned out to surround them. "Riley, run," Dad said, his voice tight. "Go, I'll cover you." She didn't argue. She pivoted and sprinted, boots skidding on the icy road. But Max dug in, resisting the leash, 60 pounds of muscle determined to defend his master. "Max, let's go, you big idiot," she screamed, yanking on the leash. But he refused to budge. The nearest wolf dropped its head and stalked closer to them, blue ripples crawling under its mangy hide. Gunfire cracked behind her, 3 sharp pops as her dad shot the wolf. It shuddered in time with each shot and then fell over with a sigh. Riley's heart hammered in her ears. Dad inserted himself between her and the other 3. "Go!" he shouted again as the remaining wolves faced off with him. Max lunged, pulling sharply at the end of his leash. Riley gave up fighting him and bent to heave him up off the ground. She staggered toward the Suburban with him writhing and snarling in her arms. She reached the vehicle, tore open the door, and dumped him on the back seat just as Jonah ripped open the door on the other side. Max barreled out, nails skittering on the icy pavement as he ran back to defend their father. "Max," Riley called after him. "Get in the car and shut the doors," her mom shouted. Jonah scrambled inside and did as he was told, but Riley couldn't just hide in the back. Not knowing what else to do, she reached up and tore the UV wand from the moon roof. The purple light blazed dimly in her hand. She leaped back out of the Suburban and ran, her lungs burning from both the cold and the exertion. "Riley, get back in the car," Mom shouted at her. She stopped 10 feet from the front of the Suburban, her feet planted with the hunting rifle tucked to her shoulder, Mrs. Reed mimicking her stance with the shotgun. "I can't shoot from here," Mrs. Reed yelled over a sudden gust of wind. The scatterel hit Max and Nate. The hunting rifle went off with a sharp crack. Riley ignored her mother's warning and sprinted back to where Dad was facing off with the wolves. Another one of them was lying in the snow, its legs thrashing spasmodically. Her mom must have hit it. Max beat Riley to the scene and lunged between Dad and the wolves. He exploded into a fit of barking that gave the remaining 2 wolves pause. They fanned out low and quick, their mouths open and teeth bared in nasty snarls that were illuminated by the glowing blue saliva glistening on their teeth. Dad put 2 more rounds into the closest one's chest. Mom fired again and missed. The last one gathered its hind legs under it like a spring, getting ready to pounce. "Max, get back," Riley shouted, reaching for the trailing end of his leash to yank him back just as she ran up behind her dad. The surviving wolf sprang in a weightless arc aimed straight for Max's throat. Riley barreled into the fray, holding the UV lamp out ahead of her like a sword. She drove the UV beam into its face in midair. The wolf twisted, yelping and snarling to get away from the light, and then it fled for the trees, whimpering and yelping as it went, as if that blast of UV light had somehow hurt it. Dad stomped on Max's leash just as he tried to give chase. Max battled at the end of it, his claws scrabbling on the road until Riley grabbed the leash and tugged him sharply back. Silence fell. Her mom and Mrs. Reed came running over. Riley realized she was still holding the UV lamp up like a sword. She lowered it and let out a shaky breath, her breath fogging around her mask. "Are you okay?" Mom asked sharply. "Did it get you?" Riley shook her head. "And Max?" Dad crouched and skimmed his hands through the dog's fur, searching. Everyone shone their flashlights on Max, but Riley already knew that the wolf hadn't got him. She scared it off just before it could lock its jaws around Max's neck. "You got really lucky, boy," Dad muttered as he ruffled Max's fur. "Not luck," Mom said. "It was Riley." Dad looked up at her and nodded once sharply as he straightened. "Good job, Riles," he said. She nodded back, feeling suddenly awkward. Max looked up at them, his mask hanging halfway off his head and a goofy grin peeking out behind it. Dad straightened the mask and then suggested they get back to their vehicles. "I guess now we know whether animals can get infected," Emily said, glancing at the dead wolves as they hurried back down the street. Mom nodded slowly. "Good thing we didn't try going to the Millers' ranch in Vaughan." "You think cattle would be just as aggressive?" Emily asked. Mom shrugged. "Maybe." "Not sure we want to find out," Dad added. They reached the Suburban. Riley opened the back door and hopped in with Max. "Is Max okay?" Jonah asked as Riley climbed in after the retriever. She nodded wordlessly as she shut the door. Looking up, she saw that her brother's cheeks were streaked with tears. "He's fine," she added. Jonah wiped his cheeks and sniffled while she reached up to paste the UV lamp against the ceiling once more. The tape wasn't as sticky as before. Riley grimaced and reached around behind their seats to hunt for the roll of duct tape so that she could affix the lamp to the ceiling once more. Out the windows, she saw that Mom and Dad had gone to the bridge with Mrs. Reed to empty the pee bucket over the side. She watched the contents arcing down into the glowing water below. Spores flared briefly where the stream struck, then dimmed and went out just as they had when Max had peed on them. Riley seized the duct tape just as her parents and Mrs. Reed came running back. Riley was glad to see that Mrs. Reed stowed the empty bucket in the back of her truck. Mom and Dad arrived and jumped in the car, slamming their doors in unison. Dad stowed his gun and took off his mask, then stabbed the ignition button. The engine roared to life, and the vents began blasting warm air. "From now on," Dad said, his eyes on the rearview mirror, "no more stops after dark." "Second that," Mom said. Riley retaped the UV lamp to the moon roof and noticed as she did so that the sky was growing lighter. She lowered her gaze to peer out the front windshield and saw that the horizon was swelling brightly with the dawn. "Sun's coming up," Mom said. "About time," Dad added through a sigh as he pulled away from the bridge, leaving the infected river behind. Riley twisted in her seat to see the blue glow of the river and the trees fading away behind them with the rising light. The sun was knocking out the spores, again. But would they stay dark and dormant this time, or would they come flaring back to life again as soon as night fell? Chapter 31. The highway cut through a frozen wasteland of paradoxically leafy trees and farmers' fields full of wheat and corn that were nevertheless covered in snow. It had been a long, gray day, uneventful except for one close call outside of Casper, Wyoming. A pickup full of armed looters had tried to box them in, but Paula had nailed one of their tires with a lucky shot. Their truck spun out and slammed into a telephone pole, ending the encounter fast. Since then, nothing but monotony. Miles of white silence and Nate's eyelids growing heavier by the hour. They'd left Great Falls at 11 last night. Now it was 3 in the afternoon. 16 hours behind the wheel, running on caffeine, nerves, and a handful of adrenaline-fueled stops. His last can of Red Bull sat in the cup holder, half empty and warm. Everyone else was asleep. Paula's head rested against the door. Jonah was curled in the backseat. Riley had slumped over Max, using the dog's flank as a pillow. Even Max was out cold, his chin resting on Jonah's lap. The heater hummed, the tires hissed, and the rhythm of the road were all lulling Nate down to join them. But he couldn't fall asleep at the wheel. He stifled a yawn and blinked hard to clear the burn from his eyes. He turned the heat down to wake himself up and shivered, as the blast of air from the vents ran cold. That's when he saw it, thick curtains of black grit sifting down from the sky. It looked like ash, but Nate knew better. It was the spores, another wave falling from space. The pale gray light dimmed to a mealy black as the storm thickened. He flicked on the headlights and caught a flare of light in his mirrors as Emily did the same. Her voice crackled over the radio a moment later. "Maybe we should pull over." "Not here," Nate said, switching on the wipers. "We're too exposed. If the sun sets before we get moving again, all those spores will be active. Drop your speed to 35, we're close to the next town. Alliance, Nebraska." He glanced at the car's nav display. He'd been using the offline data to guide them ever since they'd left Montana and driven off the edge of his road maps. "Copy that," Emily said in a bone-weary voice. The Suburban pushed through veils of falling grit. The sun above looked like a dying ember behind storm clouds. It seemed like dusk, but the clock on the car's display said 3:07. Nate's eyes slid shut. Several seconds passed before they snapped open with a feeble spurt of adrenaline. He had to jerk the steering wheel to correct a slight drift. His heart pounding, he reached for the Red Bull and drained the can, then physically shook himself, rolling his shoulders and his neck and blinking his eyes wide. Almost there, Nate. No sleeping. He tried fighting back the waves of sleep by keeping his mind busy. He wondered absently what the dust cloud looked like from space. Spores had fallen on night 1, then stopped, and now started falling again just before night 3. The science teacher in him considered what that said about the geometry of the dust cloud. It seemed like the Earth kept drifting in and out of it like a planet passing through the tail of a comet. But the sun remained consistently darker than it should have been, even when the spores weren't falling. That meant that the cloud was moving primarily between the Earth and the sun, and they were just skimming along the edges of it. Either that, or the distribution of particles was highly irregular, maybe with trailing arms of dust sweeping across the Earth at random intervals. His thoughts slipped into dreamlike imagery. He pictured the dust cloud as a vast, living thing, an alien leviathan stretching its spore-laden tendrils across the void to grasp the Earth. Those tendrils coiled around the planet, periodically tightening and releasing, as if kneading the world like a giant stress ball in its colossal grip. The car skipped over something on the road, and suddenly he jerked his head up and straightened the wheel to avoid running straight off into the ditch. He dozed off. His heart hammered erratically in his chest. Nate twisted the heater all the way to cold. The icy air shocked him back to wakefulness. Wondering why Emily hadn't tried to wake him when he started to drift, he glanced in the rear view. Emily's Silverado followed close behind, headlights cutting scurrying white cones through the black haze. Her truck was also drifting, the tires just now kissing the shoulder. "Shit," he muttered. He seized the walkie and shouted, "Emily, wake up!" He added 2 sharp blasts of his horn for emphasis, and the Silverado swerved suddenly back onto the road. Emily's shaky voice came through. "Thanks, that was close. Nate, I'm done. We need to stop and sleep. I can't keep my eyes open another minute." "Turn the heater all the way down," Nate said. "The cold will keep you awake. Just 5 more minutes. We'll stop and rest somewhere in Alliance." "Copy that." Paula stirred belatedly awake beside him, then sat up and blinked owlishly at the falling waves of grit. "What happened? The spores are falling again." He nodded. "Did I hear a car horn, or was I dreaming?" Emily almost went off the road. "What, is she okay?" "She's fine. I woke her in time." Paula rubbed her eyes and shivered. "It's freezing." She quickly turned up her zone of the climate controls. "Gotta stay awake somehow." Paula twisted in her seat to check on the kids, and Nate glanced in his rearview mirror to do the same. Jonah and Riley were both still fast asleep. They must have been sleeping pretty deeply to not wake up when he'd honked the horn. Paula turned back around and slumped in her seat, hugging her shoulders against the chilly air in the cabin. "How long have we been driving?" 16 hours, give or take." "Nate, that's crazy. You must be running on fumes. We have to stop somewhere." "I know," he said. We're almost to the next town. Why stop in a town? Will that be safe? Nate grimaced and gestured to the falling spores. We can't risk getting stuck out here on the side of the road. Passing cars are a threat, maybe infected animals. Not to mention the spores themselves once the sun goes down and they all come sparking to life. In a town, we'll have more options for shelter. Paula nodded stiffly. Okay. 10 minutes later, something changed. Up ahead, the horizon bloomed with white lights cutting through the haze. As they crested a rise, the scene unfolded. A sprawling complex had been erected along the highway with floodlights blazing. Orderly rows of white FEMA tents stretched across a snow-covered fields, interspersed with green military ones and stacks of shipping containers for temporary shelters. Army trucks sat in neat rows under vehicle canopies, others out in the open and half buried by the spores. Figures in bright yellow hazmat suits moved between tents under the floodlights, and the familiar purplish-blue glow of UV lamps. Paula leaned forward. Is that? Looks like a refugee camp, Nate said. Seems like someone else figured out that UV works on the spores. Is this Alliance? Emily asked over the radio. Close, but no. The town must be on the other side of it. Paula's tone hardened. Nate, those are Army vehicles. Could be a good thing, Nate said. Means they'll have guns to keep the infected out. Or to keep them in, Paula countered. Why the hazmat suits? This could be some kind of quarantine area. Nate slowed. The highway ran straight through the camp, but a portable chain-link fence blocked the lanes ahead, manned by armed soldiers taking shelter under a tent. Nate, Paula said quietly, turn around. Yeah, he began nodding, and then a fresh set of headlights bloomed in his mirror. A military transport had pulled up onto the highway behind them. A loudspeaker boomed from the roof. Attention civilian vehicles, pull over immediately. Nate's hands tightened on the wheel. Paula shot him a look, alarm flaring in her eyes. This is a restricted area. Pull over now, or you will be fired upon. He eased the Suburban over onto the shoulder. Emily did the same. Jonah stirred in the back. What's happening? Soldiers, Nate said calmly. Just stay quiet and let me do the talking. The transport truck stopped behind them. In the middle of the road, air brakes hissing. Drivers, the loudspeaker barked again. Turn off your engines and exit your vehicles with your hands up. Paula hissed with those spores falling. Are they insane? I don't think we're in a position to argue, Nate said, killing the engine. He tugged on his respirator, unbuckled, and stepped out into the freezing wind. Spores began collecting in his hair and collar like soot. Emily joined him outside her vehicle. Both of them stood with their hands raised and squinting into the glare of the Army truck's headlights. The back doors of the transport swung open. 6 soldiers spilled out in full MOPP gear, their masks glinting, rifles up and sweeping with the tack lights on. 2 approached Emily's truck. The other 4 advanced on Nate's Suburban. We're not infected, Nate shouted to them, just passing through. Stay where you are, a voice ordered. Paula cracked the driver's side window. Nate. Let me handle this, Paula, he warned, his voice muffled by the mask. The soldiers stopped in front of him. One of them stepped forward, his voice sounding tinny through the speaker in his helmet. You've entered a restricted zone. This site is under federal quarantine. Nate's arms were growing tired, his shoulders cramping. He relaxed them slightly. Keep your hands raised. The soldier barked at him, and the others hefted their rifles higher. We didn't know about the quarantine, Nate explained. wincing as a cord of muscle spasmed between his shoulder and his neck. "We're just trying to get south." "Destination: Florida, around Naples. My wife's family has a place there." The soldier nodded to one of the others. "Hands, scan him." "Copy that." The one called Hans stepped forward and leveled a handheld thermometer at Nate's forehead. The device chimed, and a tiny screen glowed green along the back. "No fever, Sarge. Green light." The sergeant grunted. "Good. Let's hope he stays that way." The sergeant glanced around pointedly, scanning the sky behind his mask. "Damn seed pods are falling like locusts." "You're the ones who made me get out here," Nate said dryly. "Yeah, well, orders are orders. You'll need a full decon sweep." "We've got UV lamps," Nate said, gesturing to the glow inside the car. "We know how to stay safe." The sergeant didn't answer right away. His head turned, listening to something only he could hear. "Copy that. Bringing them in now." Nate tensed. "Wait, what? We're not infected." "You'll be screened and processed. If you're clean, you'll be free to go by morning." "And if we're not?" A pause. "Doc makes those calls. Some get treatment, some don't." "You have a treatment." The sergeant gestured toward a red biohazard tent, glowing under the UV lights. Paula's muffled voice issued from the car. "Nate, what's happening?" "They want us to follow them into the camp," he said. Paula's eyes went wide behind the glass. "No, tell them we'll go back. We'll drive around their camp." The sergeant stepped closer. "That's a negative, ma'am. The roads behind you are about to be crawling with bloomers. You won't make it 10 miles before sundown." "Bloomers?" Nate asked. "Infected. They start glowing blue when the sun drops. You see one, you run, or else shoot it dead before it can reach you." He turned to his team. "Hands, drive the Suburban to the gate for processing." "Yes, sir." The sergeant held out a gloved hand to Nate. "Keys." He hesitated, then reached into his pocket and handed them over. "Appreciate your cooperation," the sergeant said as he passed the key fob to Hans. "Now, you and I are gonna walk. Keep those hands where I can see them." Nate glanced back at Emily's truck and saw the same thing playing out there. He met Paula's gaze through the window as he passed the vehicle. "Just do whatever they say." She nodded tightly. A moment later, he heard the door open, followed by Hans shouting at Paula to hand over her weapons. Jonah started crying, and Max began barking. Dread coiled in the pit of Nate's stomach at the thought of soldiers aiming guns at his family. He glanced back to see Paula complying with the order. The sergeant prodded him forward with his rifle. "This isn't necessary," Nate said through clenched teeth. "All due respect, sir, it is." The last civilian convoy we waved through came back an hour later, half mad and bleeding blue from the eyes. 2 of my men got infected just trying to help. Nate swallowed. "What happened to them?" "We had to put them all down. Once the infection gets to the brain, there's nothing else to do." "Then what's the point of treatment?" "Some take more time to turn than others. We call the slow ones late bloomers." The sergeant chuckled grimly at that. "Anyway, since that incident, everyone who comes our way gets processed and screened. Doc's orders." "Doc." "Dr. Priakatri, CDC liaison." "This isn't a military camp." "Half and half. We're the guns, she's the brains. CDC runs point on anything to do with the infected or the seed pods, while we keep the perimeter tight." Nate stared toward the rows of tents along the highway, shining brightly in the floodlights. His stomach knotted. Paula had been right. This was a quarantine camp. Whatever waited for them inside, it wasn't safety, it was a cage. Chapter 32. Paula eyed the soldier in the driver's seat of the Suburban as he drove past the gate and guard post across the highway. The gate formed part of a large chain-link perimeter fence that appeared to run all the way around the camp. The soldier driving the Suburban steered them down off the highway and entered a short gravel road with hard-packed tire tracks driven through snow and spores alike. From there, they rolled straight toward a giant green army tent that was connected on both sides to white FEMA tents. The army tent stood open along the side facing them, and it had about a dozen different berths for vehicles, some of them empty, others full. The flaps of the tent were pinned open, and bright purple UV lamps blazed within. Emily's Silverado drove into the berth beside them, almost in perfect unison, followed by the army transport that had ordered them to pull over. Nate and Emily were already waiting inside the car canopy, along with the pair of soldiers that had escorted to the camp at gunpoint. They'd driven at a snail's pace behind Nate to the gate, only to be held by suspicious soldiers shining lights into their cars, and then opening their trunks to search for undeclared weapons, passengers, and other forms of contraband. The man driving the Suburban put it in park and killed the engine. Wordlessly, Paula got out with her kids and Max and went to stand beside Nate. The sides of the tent billowed and snapped in the cold wind. "You good?" Nate whispered to her. Paula just nodded, watching as Emily went to get her girls out of the truck. Deepening drifts of spores were piling up along the entrance of the tent. Glowing blue traces of active spore dust marked the tire tracks between the dirt road and the highway, but nothing inside the tent was active. The UV lights took care of that. Both Haley and Olivia were sobbing as they exited the Silverado. Haley was hugging her stuffed tiger tighter than ever and burying her masked face in its fur. The girls were clearly traumatized to have been forcibly separated from their mother, while an armed soldier in a gas mask drove their truck into the camp. Jonah and Riley had fared slightly better, since Paula had remained in the vehicle with them. She didn't understand why the soldiers couldn't have let them drive their own vehicles to the gate. Maybe the sergeant thought they might have tried to make a run for it. And maybe they would have. Paula didn't like the look of this place. "Everybody ready?" the sergeant asked rhetorically as the Reeds joined them. "Follow me." He waved over his shoulder as he turned and walked toward an opening at one end of the improvised garage. A curtain of transparent PVC flaps sealed the entrance. It was glowing an even brighter purple than the inside of the vehicle canopy, and there was some kind of mist or smoke inside. A hastily scribbled sign hung above the entrance that said, "Glasses mandatory for DECON." The sergeant stopped at a folding table full of clunky-looking sunglasses. "Put these on," he ordered. "You'll want to protect your eyes." Then he led by example and pulled down the hood of his protective suit to strip off his gas mask so he could put on a pair of glasses for himself. Everyone reached for a pair of glasses, including the soldier who had driven the Suburban. Paula saw Nate removing his respirator to put his glasses on. "What about Max?" Riley asked. He wasn't wearing the soda pop bottle mask. Not that it would have helped against the blazing glare of UV light beyond those flaps. "You'll have to cover his eyes," Nate suggested. Riley tried clamping a hand over the retriever's eyes, but he bucked his head and refused to cooperate. "Let me take him," Nate suggested, and then he heaved the dog up under one arm and loosely clapped a hand over Max's eyes. "We all good?" the sergeant asked. "No," Paula snapped. "Decon is mandatory for anyone who enters the camp," the man replied. This way. He stepped through the flaps into a hissing mist. The soldier who'd driven the Suburban stood waiting with a hand on his rifle. He nodded for them to go next. They stepped from the dim, icy cold of the carport into a dazzling glare of UV lamps and relatively warm mist that fell hissing over them on all sides. It smelled aseptic and burned her nose and the back of her throat. An automated voice echoed from a speaker overhead. Decontamination in progress. Shake out all foreign material from clothing and hair. Scrape boots on floor mats to remove contaminants from footwear. Everyone hurried to do as ordered. They stood in a line, Nate, Paula, Riley, Jonah, Emily, and her two girls, all of them blinking behind dark, wraparound sunglasses while the UV lights blazed overhead and some type of disinfectant misted over them. Paula stopped and scraped her feet and shook out her jacket, ponytail, hoodie, and collar. A handful of glowing blue motes drifted out from inside her jacket and fizzled with electric pops and fading flares of light. Jonah looked up at her, his face pale in the violet glow of the UV lamps. "It smells funny." "Disinfectant," Paula explained. "Something that kills the spores." Max started sneezing violently. "Easy boy," Nate said. After a long minute of that, the sergeant led them through the flaps on the other end of the decontamination tunnel. They emerged from the blinding purple mist into another tent. This one large and open, with cordoned treatment areas filled with medical equipment, folding tables, and treatment beds. The hum of generators shivered through the wrinkled tent fabric that covered the ground beneath their feet. Inside, a trio of people in white protective suits hurried over from the treatment area. They weren't full hazmat suits. Instead, they wore coverall-style protective suits with the hoods pulled up and cinched tightly around their faces. They also wore N95 respirators, clear protective glasses, and blue neoprene gloves. "The new arrivals are ready for processing, Doctor," the sergeant said as the three people in white suits reached them. One of the three nodded and stepped forward to address them. Paula glimpsed a warm, brown face framed by a hint of dark curls leaking from her suit. Her eyes were sharp and intelligent, but shadowed with exhaustion. "Thank you, Sergeant," she said with a cultured Indian accent. Then she looked to Nate and Paula, who stood at the front of the group. Max pulled to the end of his leash to sniff her legs. After a second, he sneezed violently on her suit, then stepped back, panting loudly and grinning up at her. "Max," Nate objected, belatedly jerking his leash to pull him back. Paula smiled. "Good boy." The woman in the hazmat suit glared briefly at Max, then looked up at them with a tight smile. "I'm Dr. Priya Khatri," she said smoothly. "Welcome to Camp Carhin. Let's get you all screened and checked in, shall we?" Her smile managed to look halfway genuine, but Paula was unnerved by the fact that the doctor and her staff were wearing so much protective gear, even after they'd passed through rigorous decontamination protocols. How virulent did they think the spores were? "What's your screening process?" Paula asked. Dr. Khatri nodded to one of the medics flanking her. "Nothing too invasive, I assure you. Please take your seats in the examination area, remove your masks and your protective eyewear. We'll start with vitals and temperature checks." Paula hesitated, glancing around. She didn't see any sign of spores or, for that matter, UV lights. "Is the air in here safe to breathe?" Priya gave a small nod. "Filtered and scrubbed. And as you just saw, nothing comes in or out of the tents without passing through decontamination first." "Let's go, Paula," Nate urged in a gritty voice, already leading the way to the examination tables and chairs that stood to one side of the tent. He sounded exhausted. Everyone followed him, even the soldiers, and they sat down in a line along tables scattered with medical equipment. The medics moved quickly, poking digital thermometers in their ears and putting pulse oximeters on their fingers. The medics shone penlights across their retinas. Emily demanded to know if they were okay after each new round of tests, but the medics refused to give a definitive answer. Next, they came over with syringes and swabs to draw blood from each of them. They asked everyone's names to label the vials. The kids went first. Haley and Olivia both cried. Jonah's eyes welled up with tears, but he refused to let them fall. Riley rolled her eyes, then gritted her teeth. When the needle pricked her arm, Paula barely felt it. She was practically numb with exhaustion. This all seemed like a dream, or, more aptly put, a nightmare. Apprehension coiled inside of her like a snake at the thought that one of them could be infected. What would she do if Nate or one of the kids had to be quarantined? Finally, even Max got his turn. Nate had to hold him still while a medic kneeled to draw a blood sample from his front right leg. Max hid his face in Nate's armpit, but he didn't even whimper when the needle went in. When they were done, the medics carried the blood samples over to Dr. Khatri, and she began examining each smear under a portable field microscope, adjusting the focus knob with deft fingers. Paula waited in tense silence. "What's taking them so long?" Nate muttered. Finally, the doctor straightened and walked over to them. She unzipped the front of her suit and pulled down her hood, shaking out her hair with a sigh. "I detected no fluorescence or signs of foreign material, dormant or otherwise, in your blood samples." The doctor said, "You're all clear." Paula exhaled shakily. "Thank God," Nate said. "Great, are you going to let us leave now?" Riley added. "Leave?" the doctor asked, blinking steadily at her. "You just got here." "We were admitted to the camp against our will," Nate said. He jerked a thumb to the older of the two soldiers that had accompanied them, the one with silver hair glinting through the black. "The sergeant said if we were cleared, you'd let us go." Priya met his gaze evenly and gave another tight smile. "And you will, but not tonight." Nate frowned. "Why not?" "We don't send people out in the dark. Everything beyond our camp is overrun with bloomers." "You mean Alliance?" Nate asked. "Among other towns." Haley tugged at her mother's sleeve. "I'm hungry." "Me too," Jonah added. "And there's another reason for you to stay," Dr. Khatri declared. Just then, the medics who'd been assisting the doctor walked over with plastic ID badges on lanyards. Paula was surprised to see that each of their names had been scribbled on the ID cards, but then she remembered they'd given their names to label the blood samples. One of them handed Paula a plastic badge clipped to a blue lanyard. "Wear this at all times," Dr. Khatri said. "That's your access pass to 3 square meals, the sleeping cubicles, and the showers. It identifies you as a cleared civilian." Paula slipped the lanyard over her head and lifted the badge to stare at the simple white card. A black barcode gleamed faintly at the bottom. Above that, her name, Paula C., written in blue Sharpie. The medic handed her a matching blue vinyl wristband next. "What's this for?" Paula asked as the medics distributed ID cards and wristbands to each of the others. "That is how we control who exits and enters the facility. When you leave, we remove your wristband. After passing through decontamination, you get it back." "So all the exits and entrances are controlled?" Nate asked. "Of course," Dr. Khatri said. "That makes it sound like we're prisoners here." The doctor smiled thinly at Nate's criticism. These measures are for everyone's safety, yours included." Her eyes flicked to the soldiers. "Sergeant, see that our guests are fed and assigned cots in the civilian shelters for the night." "Yes, ma'am," the sergeant replied. Priya smiled faintly as her eyes returned to them. "You'll be safe here, from infection and the infected alike. If you still wish to leave, you will be free to do so in the morning." Paula felt the tension in her shoulders ease, and she nodded. Maybe she'd been wrong about this camp being dangerous. Dr. Khatri seemed genuinely eager to help. Nate sighed and added, "Thank you, doctor." Priya inclined her head. "You are most welcome. Is there any chance we can get some of the luggage from our vehicles?" Emily asked the sergeant as he led them through the screening tent to a sealed corridor in the far back corner. "I'll get my men to bring it through later, ma'am. No sense going out and having to pass through decon again." They passed through a half-open tent flap and down a corridor illuminated with LED light strips. Transparent sections in the walls revealed the otherworldly scene outside. Spores were still falling steadily, the sun barely illuminating the dimpled black drifts that were swiftly piling against the sides of the tents. Here and there, the floodlights and UV lamps glowed from open carports and the spaces around electrical generators and shipping containers. The soldiers led them through a busy junction that branched off in 3 other directions. They turned left, leading them toward another half-open tent flap with a sign above it that read Mess Hall. Appetizing smells drifted out. Despite her exhaustion, Paula's stomach rumbled. She'd been skeptical of this place at first, but now that they'd been cleared, she had to admit she was warming up to the idea of Camp Carhenge. They had electricity, heat, warm beds and hot food, and a perimeter fence with armed guards standing watch at all hours. What better place for them to spend the night? The Bloom. Chapter 33. The mess tent was a bustling world unto itself, warm, crowded, and alive, with the low hum of overlapping conversations from the long rows of folding tables that filled the space. The air was a rich medley of appetizing smells. Nate shuffled through the serving line with his family and the Reeds, each of them holding a metal tray in their hands, all wearing the same weary, shell-shocked expression. The other people in the line looked less tired, but no less traumatized. Behind the counter, soldiers ladled out scoops of mashed potatoes, ladles full of gravy, thick as glue, heaping spoonfuls of green beans, a few hefty slices of roast beef or chicken, and small squares of cornbread. Paula and Emily urged the kids to get a bit of everything, even though Jonah hated green beans and Haley didn't like cornbread. Nate held Max's leash, trying to manage him and his tray as the dog sniffed eagerly at the floor, then up at the tables full of steaming serving trays, his tail thumping Nate's legs. "That animal shouldn't be here," a female soldier at the end of the line said as they were pouring plastic cups full of juice from giant dispensers. "Can it, Miller?" the sergeant snapped. "Yes, sir." The sergeant nodded sideways, leading them over to one of the emptier tables. Now with his suit zipped open and his gas mask off, Nate saw that the sergeant looked friendlier than he'd first appeared. He had a tanned, acne-scarred face with a square jaw, warm green eyes, and deep crow's feet crinkling them at the corners. Like Nate, he was also middle-aged, with plenty of silver showing through his close-cropped black hair. They stopped halfway down a long line of folding picnic tables near the back of the mess area. Nate and his family sat facing the wall of the tent, while the soldiers and the Reeds sat on the other side of the table with their backs to the wall. Max curled up under the table with a shuddering sigh, his nose resting patiently on Nate's boots. "Dig in," the sergeant said. Everyone ate in silence for a few minutes, the scrape of metal forks on trays filling the air along. Now and then, the tent walls snapped in the wind, reminding Nate how vulnerable they still were. Only a thin canvas barrier separated them from the chaos and the threat of infection outside. The food was bland but hot. Nate was so hungry that he had to remind himself to chew. Nate looked up to see the younger soldier watching Riley with open curiosity. His name tag read HANES. He was the one who'd driven the Suburban into the camp. He had sun-blonde hair and a boyish face still mottled with acne. If Nate had to guess, Hans couldn't have been much older than 18. "What are you staring at?" Riley demanded. Nate frowned, suddenly wanting to know the same thing. The kid shrugged and went back to his food. "Nothing." The sergeant looked up from his tray and smiled tightly at them, noting the silent, awkward exchange. "Don't believe we were properly introduced. I'm Sergeant Marcus Delaney." He offered a calloused hand across the table and Nate took it. "This here's Private Adam Hans, my second shadow." The private looked up with a quick nod in between shoveling mashed potatoes into his mouth. "Nate Corwin," Nate replied, still shaking the sergeant's hand. "And this is my wife, Paula. Our kids, Riley and Jonah. 16 and 10, he added, with a pointed glance in Hans' direction. Not that he supposed an 18-year-old boy would have any problems pursuing a 16-year-old girl. Good thing they were leaving in the morning. Nate went on. "Sitting next to you are Emily Reed and her two girls, Haley and Olivia." Delaney nodded politely to each of them. "You folks are a long way from home, I take it." "Montana," Nate said. "Like I told you outside the gate, we're headed south to Florida." "Still a long road ahead," the sergeant said, raising his cornbread for a bite. "You picked one hell of a time for a road trip." That earned a dry chuckle from Paula. For a moment, there was quiet again, only the clatter of utensils and the muted conversations from nearby tables. Then Nate said, "What have you learned about the spores so far?" "Spores?" Delaney asked. "You mean the seed pods?" Nate nodded. "I might not be the best one to ask about that. The doc knows more than anyone," he trailed off, munching the last of his cornbread and brushing the crumbs from the stubble around his mouth. Nate decided to offer what they knew to keep the conversation going. "We've seen them activate with water, rain, melted snow, rivers, but they burn out in UV light, or enter a dormant state at least. Certain chemicals seem to kill them too. Windshield wiper fluid, for one." Delaney nodded, swallowing. "We've seen the same. When they get wet, they come to life, multiply, and spread. But they're sensitive to changes in pH and salinity. That's why freshwater makes them bloom, but salt water kills them dead. Oceans are toxic to them. Damn good thing, too. Bad enough they've infected our lakes and rivers. Can you imagine if they came to life in the oceans, too?" Nate mused aloud. "That must be why urine kills them, too. The pH or the salts, maybe both." The sergeant grinned. "Which of you figured that one out?" "Our dog, actually." "Ha, well, that figures. Hans over here pissed all over his own leg when he saw them light up and start crawling up the stream toward his Johnson. Lucky for him, the bloom fizzled out before it could reach his member." Sergeant belatedly seemed to notice the women and kids in his audience, and he tipped his head toward Paula. "Pardon my French, ma'am. I did my best to censor it." Hans blushed and kept his head down, busying himself with his food. Nate and Paula both laughed softly, Even Riley cracked a small grin. Then Jonah piped up, serious as ever. "You know what the infected are like." "What's that, son?" "They're like zombies." Delaney smirked, shaking his head. "Sorta similar, right? But not the same. They're not dead and they don't just eat people, they'll eat anything with calories. More like pigs, not zombies. We call them bloomers because they're blooming into something, and cause of the way it spreads and is attracted to water, like plants." Emily looked up from her tray. "You think the spores are intelligent?" Delaney leaned back, wiping his mouth with a paper napkin. "I know so. They're getting smarter by the day. At first they were just stumbling around, couldn't talk, couldn't even open doors, like their brains got wiped by the bloom. But Dr. Khatri says they're relearning things fast. Some of them can already climb fences. Others are using tools. She thinks they can communicate with each other through radio waves." He tapped the side of his head. "Telepathically." "You're joking." Nate spluttered through a sip of apple juice. "That can't be true," Emily pressed. "Really wish it weren't, ma'am. When one learns something new, all the others around it pick up the same skill. Works like some kind of hive. Lucky for us, their telepathy doesn't seem to reach very far." Nate frowned. "But what do they want? Are they showing any goal-oriented behavior?" Delaney shrugged. "Besides spreading the infection, hard to say. What about you? You seen them do anything unusual?" Nate's fork hovered over his tray. His mind flashed back to the Big Sky supermarket near Moore, where the infected had all been standing in a circle around the dead girl with their heads bowed. He shuddered. "We saw them gathered around a body. It looked like, I don't know, a funeral." Delaney snorted. "Or maybe they were deciding how to divide her up and eat her." "Eat her?" Jonah squeaked. "You said they weren't zombies." Delaney nodded grimly. "They're not, kid, but they still gotta eat, and they seem to leave each other alone. So when push comes to bite, who does that leave for them to feast on?" Jonah regarded him unblinkingly, his eyes wide with horror. "Sergeant, do you mind?" Paula asked. "My kids are going to have enough trouble with nightmares as it is." "Sorry, ma'am. Anyway, we'll figure out what they're after sooner or later. Doc's working on it, testing them, even teaching one of them how to speak." Paula frowned. "If you think they're forming a hive mind, should Dr. Khatri be teaching them?" The sergeant's smile faded to a more serious look. "Well, she's not teaching them anything dangerous, ma'am, and we keep the test subjects locked in a Faraday cage so we can block their signals. But in the long run, it probably doesn't matter. How many infected do you think are out there right now? Millions. If they're all sharing a common consciousness, then it's only a matter of time before they learn everything they want to know. Maybe even get smarter than us. Hell, I bet some idiot out there has got his infected spouse chained up in the basement, and he's busy teaching her the ABCs like she's a stroke victim. Won't be long before the bloomers all start talking and telling us exactly what they're after." A chill rippled through Nate as he realized the spores weren't just a parasite. They were something much worse than that. A distributed alien intelligence. Emily's voice broke the silence. "But if they can learn, doesn't that mean their brains are still working? How do we know they aren't still in there somewhere? What if we can bring them back?" Delaney studied her for a long moment. "Someone you love got infected." Emily nodded slowly. "Her husband," Paula said quietly, "Charles." Nate felt Riley stiffen beside him. She stared at her plate, focusing on her food to avoid the conversation. The sergeant sighed. "Truth is, ma'am, we don't know if we can bring them back, but we'd sure like to know. That's one of the reasons Dr. Khatri's studying them." Emily shot a sharp, urgent look at Nate. Maybe we shouldn't have left Great Falls. I need to go back and find Charles, take him to a hospital, before something happens to him. After everything we went through to get this far, Nate demanded. That'd be suicide. We need to keep moving south to Florida, get to safety. Delaney nodded. Your husband's right, ma'am. Heading back north's a death sentence. We picked up chatter on our radios, a blizzard's rolling down from Canada. You won't make it far. Roads'll be buried before long. You'll wind up stuck in a ditch. You could freeze to death, or worse. Emily's jaw tightened. This might be my only chance to find Charles. Before Nate could argue further, Haley began tugging on her mother's sleeve. Mom, I gotta pee. Me too, Olivia added. Okay, come on, girls, Emily said, standing up and gathering her daughters. She scooped up and stacked their empty trays and walked away from the table and the conversation. Nate was left staring at Haley's stuffed tiger, sitting on the table and staring at him with glassy eyes. The soldiers went back to scraping their plates clean. Jonah spoke into the silence that followed with a sharp whisper. Mom, they can't go back for Mr. Reed. He's dead. We know that, Jonah, Paula hissed, her eyes flashing a warning. Delaney looked up with a frown. What do you mean he's dead, son? Jonah looked at his sister. My sister killed Mr. Reed. The words hung over them, heavy and cold. Riley looked up from her food, with an angry furrow in her brow. Then a voice cut through the air behind them, sharp and trembling. Charles is what? Nate flinched and twisted in his seat. Emily stood just behind them, halfway frozen in the process of reaching over Riley's shoulders to grab the stuffed tiger that Haley had left behind. Charles is dead, she demanded, her voice breaking. She snatched the tiger from the table and stepped away to fix Riley with an accusing look. You killed him. Riley's mouth opened, but no sound came out. Haley's small voice rose behind her mother. Daddy's dead. The entire tent seemed to go dead quiet. Utensils and drinks froze in midair. Let me explain. Paula stood up, reaching for Emily's arm, but she jerked away, her face twisting with fury and grief. She clutched her daughter's clothes, turned, and stormed out of the tent without another word. And then Riley collapsed with her head in her hands and started sobbing. Chapter 34. Paula went to Riley and hugged her and whispered in her ear, It wasn't your fault. It was, I killed him, Riley sobbed. No, you didn't have a choice, Paula insisted. Kid, if he was attacking your dad like that, then he was already gone, Sergeant Delaney put in. Riley let out a shuddering sigh. Paula withdrew with a lump in her throat and twisted around to look for Emily, but she had already left the mess tent. Someone should go talk to her, Nate suggested, rising halfway out of his seat. I'll go, stay here. Paula began backing away from the table, while Nate nodded and sat back down. She hurried after Emily, leaving the clatter of trays and rising tumult of dinner conversations behind her as she went. She had to find Emily. The image of her friend's face, twisted with shock and horror as she found out what had happened to her husband, played on repeat through Paula's mind. She ducked out through the open tent flap into the corridor where they'd come in earlier and hurried back down to the junction. The corridors were bustling with civilians, soldiers, and medical staff, but no sign of Emily or her girls. 2 soldiers passed her, walking quickly on their way out of the mess tent. Both were carrying rifles, and a voice was crackling over their radio. Sector 6, clear negative for movement along the east fence. Copy that, proceed to Sector 7, the one with the radio replied. Excuse me, soldier, Paula called out. Both men stopped and turned to regard her in the sterile white glare of the overhead lights. Ma'am, I'm looking for a woman and 2 girls. They're new to the camp. I think maybe they went to the sleeping quarters to check in for the night. Do you know where the civilian shelter is? The soldier pointed across the junction to the corridor dead ahead. Dead ahead and make a right at the next crossing. The entrance is marked with a sign that reads CQ Alpha. Can't miss it. Thank you, sir. Welcome, ma'am. Paula continued walking, her boots slipping slightly on the dirty, wrinkled fabric that formed the floor of the tent complex. She moved through the first junction and came to the next, then turned right as instructed and came to the shelter the soldier had indicated, with a handwritten sign above the entrance to identify it as Civilian Quarters Alpha. The entryway was pinned halfway open like all the tents and corridors she'd passed through so far, but this one had a halo of purple UV lights shining around the opening, an extra measure to keep out the spores. Paula wondered idly about that as she ducked through the opening. Wasn't decontamination enough? The tent was massive, just like the dining area, but this one was dimly lit and divided up into orderly rows of cubicles by mobile partition panels. Inside the sleeping tent, the temperature was slightly warmer than in the corridors. The air smelled stale with sweat. The sounds of crying children, murmured voices, and a few exhausted snores blended into a steady hum. May I help you, ma'am? Paula turned her head toward the desk near the entrance. A female soldier sat there in rumpled army fatigues, her freckled cheeks flushed from the cold, and a tight bun pulling at her brown hair. She looked young but worn down, with dark crescents under her eyes that spoke of too many nights without sleep. I'm looking for someone who probably just came in here. A woman with 2 young girls. Friend of yours? Yes. Looks like you haven't been assigned quarters yet either. No, not that I'm aware of. Well, CQ Alpha is almost full. If you want to bunk in here with your friend, you'd better book your spot. How many others are with you? 3 more, my husband and 2 kids. Oh, and a dog. A dog, the soldier's nose wrinkled up. What happens when he needs to do his business? We'll go out and walk him, I guess. Gotta be shittin' me, the woman muttered. Who made that call? Dr. Khatri. If there's a problem, maybe you should talk to her. The woman grunted. That's above my pay grade, ma'am. He's not gonna be barking all night, is he? No, ma'am, he's a retriever, well behaved. The soldier sighed and jerked her chin to the logbook. Sign in, just you for now. I'll get the others when they arrive. Paula's gaze fell on the logbook. She ran her eyes down the list of names and cubicle numbers until she reached the last entry, Emily and her 2 daughters, hastily scrawled beside cubicle 27D. Paula wrote her name and those of her family on the line below. When she came to the space for the cubicle number, the soldier said, 28D, it's a family cube, 4 beds, 2 and 2. Thank you, Paula said. Lanyard. Excuse me. I need your lanyard. Oh, sorry, here. Paula slipped it over her head and handed it to the woman. She took out a Sharpie pen and scribbled CQA 27D below Paula's name. What did you say your friend's name was? Emily Reed. Paula had already seen where she was, but she waited patiently for the soldier to tell her. She's in 27D, right next to yours. The rows have letters, rooms have numbers. You can't miss it. The woman twisted in her seat and pointed to the rows of partitioned sleeping areas. "Thank you," Paula said again. Even from here she could see the letters that marked the 4 rows. She hurried to row D, then down almost all the way to the end, to room 27. The curtain across the entrance of the cubicle was drawn. Paula knocked on the solid wall partition beside it, rattling the vinyl panel in its aluminum frame. "Emily, it's me, Paula." "Go away." Rather than respect Emily's wishes, Paula pushed through the curtain to find Emily and her girls huddled together on one of 4 folding cots, the back of which had been raised slightly. All 3 of them were crying. The girls clung to their mother, faces buried in her jacket. Haley's stuffed tiger was squished between her and her mother. Paula stepped cautiously to the edge of the bed. Emily watched as she approached. Her eyes were red from crying. "When were you planning to tell me?" she asked hoarsely. "When were you going to tell me that Riley killed my husband?" Paula swallowed hard and stood awkwardly to one side of the cot. "Emily, please listen to me. It wasn't supposed to happen like that. Charles was infected. He attacked Nate. Riley was just trying to protect her father. She didn't mean to. You should have told me the moment I entered your home." Paula stepped closer, lowering her voice. "We didn't know how you would react. We were all just trying to survive. Adding our guilt and your blame to the equation would have made everything worse. It was too soon. You might have thought there was some other way, but now you've seen what the infected are like." Emily glared. "Delaney said there might be a way to bring them back." "He said they're trying. Not that there definitely is a way. Besides, if he hadn't attacked us, he would have attacked someone else in the neighborhood, or simply wandered around the neighborhood until he died of exposure." Emily sniffed and wiped her nose on her sleeve. "But they're not dying of exposure, are they? Somehow the spores are keeping them alive." Paula shook her head. "We don't know that. We don't know anything yet." Tears spilled freely down Emily's cheeks. "They're learning, Paula. People are teaching them things, helping them to remember. That's what the sergeant said. We could have locked Charlie in the basement. We could have helped him to remember." Paula's throat tightened. "I don't think that's what's happening, Em. They're describing the infected as if they're all one person, sharing the same consciousness. Even if we'd found some way to keep Charlie alive without him infecting you or the girls or anyone else, it wouldn't have been him." "You don't know that. You just said we don't know anything." Paula grimaced. She gave up trying to reason with her friend. This wasn't something she could rationalize. It was pure, unfiltered grief. She wanted to reach out to put a hand on Emily's shoulder, but she didn't. "I'm sorry," she whispered. "I really am. Riley has been a mess ever since that night. She blames herself, and I know Nate also feels guilty." "So I should feel sorry for you, is that it?" "No, just try to imagine if the roles were reversed." Emily nodded. "Then we should both do that. How would you feel if I'd killed Nate and kept it from you?" Paula had no answer for that. The silence between them grew thick, broken only by the quiet sobs of Emily's 2 girls. "That's what I thought." The sudden whoop-whoop-whoop of emergency klaxons split the air. Overhead speakers crackled to life. "All personnel, condition red. All soldiers to the perimeter. Civilians, take shelter and remain inside the compounds." Paula's pulse spiked. The sound of the klaxons and the rising exclamations from the surrounding cubicles became a deafening roar inside the enclosed space. Emily's head jerked, and she sat up straight, her eyes wide and blinking. "What's going on?" Paula's head snapped to the curtained entrance of the cubicle, as if she could see through it, and the tent to the perimeter fence outside. We must be under attack. By what? Paula thought the answer should have been obvious, but she understood what Emily meant. The infected bloomers didn't seem intelligent enough to organize an assault on a military compound. Maybe this was an armed civilian or military faction come to loot and pillage the camp. Outside, the muffled bark of orders and the stomping of boots filled the night. Then came the unmistakable tat-tat-tat of machine gun fire. Paula cocked her head and listened. The sound of gunfire was multiplying. Outside, the shouting grew rapidly more urgent, and something else rumbled through the chaos. Deep and low, a steady vibration that shivered through the ground. What is that? Vehicles, maybe, Paula suggested. The sound of rifle fire became a constant roar, along with yet more shouting from the soldiers outside. What do we do? Emily asked, even as the ground-shaking rumble grew louder and more pronounced. Paula's thoughts jumped to Nate and the kids. Were they on their way here? Should she go out and find them? Chapter 35. Red lights strobed across the tent canvas, washing everyone's faces in flashes of crimson as they surged toward the exit of the mess tent. Nate resisted the urge to put his respirator back on, but he handed Max's leash to Riley, leaving his hands free for the flashlight in his pocket and the respirator that dangled from his wrist. Sergeant Delaney elbowed through the crowd. "Make a hole," he bellowed, coming through. He motioned to Nate, Riley, and Jonah over his shoulder. "With me, Corwin, we're getting you to the shelter." Private Hands fell in behind them, his rifle cradled across his chest as he glanced about nervously. The ground was trembling steadily, and Max began to growl. "Dad, what is that?" Jonah asked. "I don't know, son." Whatever it was, Nate could feel it through the soles of his boots. A faint vibration that steadily grew into a miniature earthquake beneath the wrinkled fabric of the mess tent floor. They spilled out into the adjoining corridor and hurried down the corridor to a busy junction. The see-through flaps in the walls revealed a hint of scurrying soldiers along the illuminated perimeter fence. Muzzle flashes peppered the darkness from makeshift ramparts and the tops of illuminated guard towers. Nate's mask dangled from his fingers as he followed the sergeant down the passage, carried along on a surging sea of fleeing civilians. The steady hum of generators added to the rising thunder and chaos. People were pushing and shoving, despite the soldiers' objections that everyone remain calm. Jonah stuck close to Nate, his eyes wide with fear, while Riley lagged just one step behind them, holding Max on a short leash. The night which had seemed so calm and safe just moments ago was now shattered. "Nearest civilian shelters at the end of this corridor," Delaney called over his shoulder. "Almost there." Private Hands brought up the rear, glancing nervously through the clear plastic cutouts in the tunnel walls. The increasingly urgent rattle of gunfire from the perimeter fence spurred them onward. Delaney's radio crackled with something that Nate couldn't make out. "Shit," he spat, and then he stopped and spun toward Nate. "Get your family inside the shelter and stay there." He pointed to the right of the crossing where he stood, to an opening which read CQ Alpha. "What's happening out there?" Nate asked as the rest of the people from the mess tent went surging by them to the shelter. "No time for questions. Move." Delaney broke into a run with Hands right behind him. They pounded toward a doorway of clear plastic flaps labeled airlock, glowing purple with UV lights and thick with drifting decon mist. Nate stood frozen for half a heartbeat, his pulse pounding in his ears. Then another burst of gunfire, heavier now, rolled across the camp. Riley's voice quavered beside him. "Dad." "Stay with me," he said quickly as he spun around. "This way." They turned and started down the tunnel to the civilian sleeping quarters, but the floor was practically skipping beneath their feet. A deep, rolling thunder rippled through the air, followed by a metallic shriek that made the walls shudder and set Nate's teeth on edge. He wandered over to one of the clear panels to get a look at what was happening outside. Condensation fogged the plastic, but he could still see a hint of what was going on outside. Beyond the floodlights that lit the fence, the night was alive with motion. A glowing wall of blue light, rippling, shifting, was surging toward the fence. For a moment, he couldn't make any sense of it. Then his eyes picked out individual shapes. Dozens. Hundreds. Riley gasped. Jonah clutched Nate's sleeve. "Dad, what is that?" Nate gaped at the swelling sea of blue stampeding toward the fence. It was an entire herd of cattle, their bodies glowing with the pulsing blue light of the spores. The ground shook harder with every passing second, and now Nate knew why. Gunfire roared steadily along the perimeter, staccato bursts of M4s. "Hold the line," someone bellowed over a loudspeaker like the one they'd used to pull him over on the highway. "Aim for the heads, don't let them breach." Then came the thump-thump-thumping of mounted guns, 2.50 cal Mod Deuces barking from atop a pair of Humvees. Tracer rounds lanced through the dark, punching glowing holes in the herd, but it was too little and too late to stop them. The animals kept coming, crashing into the fence like a living avalanche. The hastily assembled fence bowed in the middle, the posts ripping from the ground and bending over. The herd slowed, cows lowing audibly as they took fire from the soldiers, but that only panicked them further. And rather than run away, they pushed even harder into the fence, pressing forward in a writhing, unstoppable mass. Nate's stomach dropped. There were too many. A few dozen soldiers couldn't hold that line. They had seconds, maybe a minute before the herd came crashing through these tents. "Dad," Riley's voice trembled. "What do we do?" He turned sharply from the window. "Run, find your mother now." Max barked once, stridently, and Riley flinched. Then she sprinted for the civilian quarters. Nate and Jonah were right behind her, bolting down the corridor, the steady slapping of their boots echoing off the plastic walls. "Frag out," someone shouted. Then came the boom of an explosion, followed by a metallic shriek and a rising chorus of screams and gunfire. The fence had just given way. Nate was sure of it. Asterisk. The world seemed to tilt on its end as metallic shrieking split the air. The ground shuddered steadily underfoot, and the tent poles and wall partitions rattled. People shouted to each other in the surrounding cubicles. Paula grabbed Emily's arm as she jumped out of the cot with her kids. "We need to go." The speakers blared again, this time distorted with static. "All civilians remain in the shelters. Do not leave your tents. Do not go outside. This is not a drill." Gunfire continued to echo outside in long, ragged streams. Heavy weapons hammered in steady rhythms. Haley started crying. Olivia buried her face in her mother's jacket. Emily was pale, her feet rooted to the spot, eyes fixed on the curtain across their cubicle as if she could see through it to whatever was going on outside. "Go," she asked belatedly. "Go where? We're supposed to stay inside." Paula listened for a moment, her heart thudding in her chest. The sounds were coming closer, boots pounding, orders being shouted, the sharp roar of rifles. And something else, an awful animal sound that made her blood run cold. Low, bellowing moans, hundreds of them overlapping. Cattle. Are those cows? Emily asked, all but shouting to be heard above the rising din. I think so, Paula replied. But there was something wrong about the way they sounded. Their cries were too feral and guttural to be natural. They sounded wrong. Paula didn't have to wonder why. The herd was infected, just like the wolves in Wyoming. Explosive blasts and hammering hooves of the cattle made the strings of overhead lights sway, casting sweeping shadows over them. Stay here if you want, Paula said, but I have to go. Emily grabbed her wrist. Where? I need to find Nate and the kids. You'll get yourself killed. Wait for them to find you. Paula jerked her arm free. They won't know where I went. A sound like rending metal interrupted them. Paula's eyes skipped up to see the canvas roof slackening and the aluminum frame sagging. People screamed and scrambled from their cots. Then something massive barreled into the tent with a feral howl, and the whole structure shifted. The canvas rippled overhead, slack like a sail, and revealing dark snatches of sky. More screaming sounded, along with gunfire and muffled shouts from the soldiers outside. Cows died with ragged screams, and a gust of icy air rushed in, carrying with it a glowing rain of spores. Put your masks on, Paula shouted even as she scrambled to pull hers from her pocket and slip it over her head. Emily quickly did the same, helping Haley and Olivia put theirs on before putting her own mask on. Let's go, Paula shouted. This time Emily didn't argue. They sprinted out into the aisle between the rows of cubicles. Dozens of others were fleeing their sleeping quarters, clutching children, blankets, and bags. Some of them were masked, others completely exposed to the contamination now fluttering through the air. A few soldiers rushed into view. Fall back to the mess tent, one of them shouted. Civilians surged toward the man, screaming as they ran. Paula rushed to the end of the aisle where soldiers were directing people toward the exit, but Paula froze on the spot, her eyes fixed on a ragged gash in the outer wall of the tent. 2 infected cows had collapsed just inside the shelter in dark pools of their own blood. Outside, massive, lumbering silhouettes with glowing eyes and blue patches of active spores on their hides charged around in all directions, chasing soldiers and fleeing civilians and trampling them underfoot. Amongst them, smaller human forms darted about, their eyes shining bright, their movements too clumsy to be anything but what they were: infected humans, bloomers. Outside, someone shouted, "They're going for the quarantine units." And then gunfire erupted once more, muzzle flashes strobing through the dark. "Look out, that bloomer's got a gun." "Get down," the soldiers in the tent warned. People all around Paula screamed and scattered. Paula dropped to her knees with the reeds, and together they crawled toward the nearest support pole. Bullets came whistling through the air. One of them plinked off the metal frame. A young man dropped dead, gushing blood from his chest, right in front of Paula, causing her to flinch and stop in her tracks. The coppery smell of blood and gunpowder filled the air. And then, through the chaos, a familiar voice called out. "Mom!" Paula's head snapped up. "Riley." "Over here." She gestured frantically from behind an overturned table at the entrance of the tent, the one where that female soldier had been seated earlier. Nate peeked over the top of it, and Max's head poked out. He barked once, stridently, as if telling her to hurry. Paula sprang to her feet and ran with Emily and the girls and a scattered stream of panicking people. She dropped behind the table just as another haphazard stream of bullets sprayed through the air. Nate gripped her shoulders, his eyes flicking over her from behind his mask. "Are you okay?" Paula nodded quickly. Yes. Her gaze flicked to Riley and Jonah, relieved to see that neither of them looked hurt. "We have to get back to the vehicles," Nate said. Paula nodded, and Emily dipped her chin. "On three. 1, 2, 3. With that, Nate burst out of cover and sprinted through the entrance of the sleeping quarters. Chapter 36. Nate dashed back down the corridors, leading his family and the Reeds. They flashed past scattered crowds of screaming civilians and soldiers. The sounds of gunfire and panic surrounded them. Orders shouted over radios, the chattering reports of rifles, and the crackling roar of something burning outside. Bright tongues of flame leaped periodically behind transparent windows in the walls of the corridor. They broke ranks with the fleeing masses as they passed the mess hall, where everyone was supposed to evacuate to. Nate spotted the corridor that led back toward the decontamination and screening tent. "This way," he shouted, sprinting for it. The others followed, Paula, Riley, Jonah, Emily, and her 2 girls, running hard, their footsteps slapping loudly on the tent fabric floors. Halfway down the corridor, a group of soldiers came backing into the corridor junction in front of them. Rattling reports and muzzle flashes lit the tunnel in strobes of orange as they fired, shouting, "Contact front! Light 'em up!" More muzzle flashes and deafening roars erupted from their weapons. Then something hit one of the soldiers from behind, drawing a ragged scream from his lips as he was dragged out through a ragged slash in the wall. His scream turned wet and was abruptly cut off. The others belatedly spun toward the threat, now standing back to back, their rifles sweeping for targets. "Shit, they got Lopez," one of them said. Nate froze, holding up a hand to stop the others. He had a bad feeling about this. A low snarl erupted, and suddenly dark human shapes came ripping through the walls on all sides of the soldiers. "Weapons free," one of them shouted. "Get down!" Nate screamed even as he flattened himself to the floor. Paula and Riley appeared on either side of him. Jonah nestled beneath his mother as bullets came whistling through the air above their heads, shattering ceiling lights and punching holes in the canvas walls. Nate risked looking up to watch as infected bloomers surrounded the soldiers and dragged them screaming to the ground. Blood spurted high, splashing the ceiling as snapping teeth found one man's jugular. "Eat this, motherf!" A muffled boom and stifled flash of light lifted the whole shrieking mass of bloomers and sent them flying in all directions. Dust and bits of organic debris rained down with wet thwups. Both soldiers lay still, collapsed in a shattered heap. One of the bloomers was still alive, now staggering to his feet. His clothes hung in tatters. Glowing blue blood dripped and ran in rivulets from a dozen different shrapnel wounds. He turned in a dizzy circle, jaw hanging slightly askew and eyes squinting, as if suddenly confused to find everyone was dead except for him. But then his gaze fixed on them and sharpened with a sudden snarl. "Everybody up!" Nate shouted. They scrambled to their feet, and Nate glanced around quickly to make sure everyone was fine. By some miracle, they all looked okay, even Max. None of them had been hit by a stray bullet or bit of shrapnel from that frag grenade. The bloomer took a halting step toward them and chattered something that sounded almost like a question. "Run!" Nate roared. They turned around as one and sprinted back the way they'd come. Emily slipped on a slick black smear of blood and fell over backward with a panicked shout. The bloomer shrieked. Nate stopped and spun toward her just as the infected man landed on top of Emily and pinned her down. She screamed again, her arm pressed against its throat to hold back the man's snapping jaws. "Mom," Olivia shouted. Nate didn't think. He sprang into action, charging like a linebacker and driving his shoulder into the bloomer's ribs. The impact sent the bloomer sprawling. Nate landed on top of it, wrapping his hands around its throat to choke it out. But the infected man was terrifyingly strong, bucking, snarling, and twisting in a blind frenzy. Its head thrashed from side to side, blood-smeared teeth snapping at the air like one of those old wind-up toys they used to sell at Halloween. "Paula!" Nate shouted through clenched teeth. She sprinted toward the fallen soldiers, stole one of their rifles, and rushed back over to him where she dropped to one knee and fired a single round at point-blank into the bloomer's skull. The bloomer's head snapped and jerked with the impact, and infected, shining blue blood splattered the floor. Finally, its body went limp under Nate. He relaxed his grip, and he sat back on his haunches with a ragged sigh. For a moment, no one moved. The wind snapped in through the slashes in the walls of the tent. From outside, shouts and periodic rattles of gunfire echoed through the night. Finally, Emily's voice broke the silence. "Thank you, you saved my life." Nate scrambled to his feet, his chest heaving from the encounter. "We can't stop here. We need to keep moving." Paula handed him the M4 carbine that she'd taken. He looped the strap over his head and led the way back into the corridor junction. It was strewn with broken bits and pieces of bloomers and soldiers alike. "Kids, don't look," he warned. Emily knelt beside one of the other soldiers and retrieved his rifle, too, and pocketed a pair of magazines. Nate hesitated over the other fallen trooper, his hands shaking as he tried to decide what to take and what to leave, his eyes fixed on the man's gun belt. "Nate, hurry," Paula hissed. "There could be more of them out there." "Give me a second," he replied. The belt was intact, the pouches still full of spare magazines, the sidearm holster looped tight at the hip. Nate tugged at a buckle with clumsy fingers. The strap came loose with a wet, sticky sound as it slipped through a crimson pool of the dead man's blood. He rolled the body off and hoisted the belt up with a grunt. It was heavier than he'd expected. The pistol hung like a lead sinker in the canvas holster. He hurriedly clipped the belt around his waist. It sagged low, but didn't come off. Paula and Emily worked quickly to strip the remaining magazines, grenades, and spare clips from the fallen soldiers. Nate's heart pounded erratically in his chest, counting out the seconds for what felt like an eternity. "Okay, let's go," Nate said. "Corwin," a familiar voice bellowed. It was Sergeant Delaney, stepping in sideways through a rent in the side of the tunnel. Delaney's face was slick with sweat and grime behind the visor of his gas mask. He and 3 other soldiers in matching MOPP gear gathered around, their carbines facing out to watch their corners. "What the hell happened here?" the sergeant asked. "Bloomers. One of your guys fed them a grenade before he died." "God rest his soul." "What's going on outside?" "Camp's compromised. Infected are coordinating. They used a herd of cattle to knock down the fences so human bloomers could slip in behind them. Then they cracked open the quarantine modules, and now they're all suddenly a hell of a lot smarter. A couple of them even started picking up guns and firing back at us." Nate gaped at the sergeant. "What are we going to do?" "Get the hell out, that's what. We're falling back to the motor pool. Get back to your vehicles. We'll meet you on the highway if we make it out." Nate nodded quickly. "Here." Delaney bent down and picked up a radio from one of the dead soldiers, then took a second to configure it. "We'll keep in touch with these. You know how to use it." "Just push to talk, right?" "You got it." Don't touch any of the other dials and shit, and remember to say over so we don't talk over each other." "Understood." Delaney turned to his men. "Pack it in, let's move out." "Hooah," the others replied. Both groups split and took off in opposite directions, the soldiers sprinting back through a gap in the tent, while Nate led the others past the glowing corpses of the bloomers toward whatever waited in the medical screening tent, and the car canopies beyond the decon area. Chapter 37. Nate skidded to a stop at a billowing gap in the corridor ahead of them. He signaled for the others to stop, then peeked around the edge of the snapping fabric to see if the way was clear. Delaney had been right about the camp being overrun. Glowing cattle and even a few bulls were crashing about, goring and trampling fleeing soldiers and civilians alike. But it wasn't just the cattle anymore. Behind them, Nate saw the others. Infected humans, hundreds of them, their skins glistening with bioluminescent blue veins. Their jaws were slack, eyes glowing with eerie light. Some still wore dirty civilian clothes, while others had stained and tattered uniforms that indicated they'd been soldiers or police. And they weren't just running around aimlessly. They were coordinating, just like Sergeant Delaney had said. Nate saw a cluster of them veer toward a trio of shipping container quarantine modules, surrounded by portable floodlights and a secondary fence. The infected hit the chain-link gate in unison, shaking it violently. Then one of them ran over with a bolt cutter and snapped the lock. A defending soldier fired a burst, dropping 2 bloomers, but a third lunged at him from the side, tackled him to the ground, and ripped out his throat. The soldier's screams cut short with a gurgle. The bloomer rolled off him, snatched up the fallen rifle, and clumsily aimed it one-handed back at an advancing team of soldiers. Bullets rattled through the air, and one of the soldiers dropped. The other 3 put the infected shooter down with precision bursts. "The sergeant was right," Emily hissed, leaning out beside Nate. "They're learning how to use guns." Nate grimaced and leaned back into cover. "They're not looking this way. We should make a run for it while we can." "Ready?" Nate asked. The others all nodded. "Go!" He flashed across the gaping hole in the corridor and burst back into the medical tent, where Dr. Khatri had screened them earlier. One of the 2 medics was still there, hiding in an improvised foxhole of overturned tables, but the doctor herself was nowhere to be seen. "Stay close," Nate called to the others. "WH, where are you going?" the medic demanded, halfway rising to his feet as they flashed by. "We're getting the hell out of here." Nate barreled through the flaps that sealed the decontamination tunnel, first the inner set, and then the outer one. The moment he exited the facility, the cold slapped him hard. The sky beyond the car canopy was a churning blue blizzard of spores glowing faintly against the brighter glow of floodlights. Between them and the car canopy, soldiers were running to and from the fence along the highway, some rushing toward the front lines, others dragging wounded men back. The fence was gaping open in multiple places, bowed over and sagging. Dead cattle lay slumped over and glowing in the field. Off to one side, a Humvee was burning, its turret twisted, the rounds cooking off inside with sporadic bangs. Nate's eyes tracked back over to the parking area. Thankfully, the Suburban and Emily's truck were both still there. He just hoped the soldiers had left the keys inside. "Get inside the vehicles," Nate shouted. Paula, Emily, and the kids ran with him across the dark dusting of spores inside the open garage. Nate looked on with a frozen grimace as he realized that the retriever wasn't wearing his mask. Thankfully, The UV lights strung up along the ceiling had fried all the spores inside the parking area. He dashed to the driver's side of the Suburban and hopped in. Doors slammed in unison on both sides of the car. Beside him, the Silverado roared to life with a throaty roar, headlights blooming brightly on the green fabric of the tent. Emily had obviously found her keys. Nate ducked under the sling of the M4 and handed it to Paula. She took it with a grimace while he pulled off his respirator and shoved it into the door pocket. Then he started searching for the key fob, wasting precious seconds rifling through the clutter. He found it at last beside Jonah's walkie-talkie in the cup holder. At least the soldiers hadn't stolen anything. Not that they'd have much use for a child's toy when they already had radios with 10 times the range. Now Nate had one of those, too. He set it beside the walkie, reminding himself to keep them straight, one for Emily, the other for Sergeant Delaney. That done, Nate stepped on the brake and hit the ignition. The engine came to life, and headlights bloomed on the wall beside Emily's. He shifted down into reverse, and the nagging chime of a seatbelt indicator started up. "Everyone strap in," he said, reaching for his own belt. Buckles clicked, and Riley flicked on the UV lamp. Ongoing rattles of gunfire and muffled snarls from bloomers added urgency to their escape. Nate hit the gas and reversed out of the carport, quickly swinging the wheel as he cleared the metal posts of the tent. The Silverado's brake lights flared as Emily pulled out beside him. The walkie chirped beside Nate. "Where's the sergeant?" Emily asked. Nate scanned the collapsing fence across the highway at the end of the snow and spore-covered road ahead of them. He spotted a gap and grabbed the walkie for a reply. "I don't see him. We'll wait for him on the highway. We can call him on the radio once we're clear. Follow me." Emily clicked her walkie to send an affirmative chirp back through the speakers, and then Nate hit the gas and went down the road toward the gap he'd spotted in the fence. The tires struggled through snow and spores. Thankfully, the Suburban was all-wheel drive. Emily's Silverado was one better as a full 4x4. Just before they reached the hole in the fence, a Humvee with a .50 cal turret on the roof and purple UV lights glowing from within went barreling up the embankment ahead of them and skidded out across the icy blacktop. A horde of bloomers was right on his tail, giving chase. "That has to be the sergeant," Paula whispered. The .50 cal started up with a thumping roar, and golden tracers slashed across the infected. One of them stopped on the spot to fire back with a flicker of muzzle flashes. He was standing right in front of the Suburban. "Nate," Paula warned, bracing herself against the dash. "Hang on," he replied. The infected man turned belatedly, and his glowing eyes widened in shock just a split second before the Suburban plowed into him. The body thumped around noisily beneath the wheels and undercarriage as they rolled over the bloomer. "Getting smarter but still not smart enough," Nate muttered. Paula shot him a disapproving look. Nate gunned the engine to get up over the gentle rise and the collapsing remains of the fence, then skidded out onto the highway behind the Humvee. Emily was right behind him. They went roaring down the road, following the military vehicle. "Dad, we've got more of them behind us," Riley said. Jonah let out a strangled cry, and Nate glanced in the rearview mirror to see a horde of infected pouring through the gaps in the fence. Some of them were riding surviving cattle bareback like horses and firing guns into the air like bloodthirsty terrorists. Paula clutched the dashboard. "Where do we go now?" "Anywhere that's not here," Nate replied. Behind them, Camp Carhenge dwindled into a collapsing speck of white tents, flickering fires, an eerie blue light. Even over the roar of the engine and the swishing rush of their tires, Nate could hear the shrieking and lowing of the horde of infected, man and beast alike. Thankfully, they weren't fast enough to catch up. The army radio crackled beside Nate. "Corwin, is that you behind us? Over." Nate reached for the radio. "Yeah, it's us. Where do we go from here, Sergeant?" "Off at AFB." "Where is that? Over." "Omaha, Nebraska. It's about 400 miles east. Over." Exhaustion smothered Nate's senses like a heavy blanket. The thought of driving another 400 miles in the dark was almost more than he could bear. He still hadn't slept. His eyes drifted out of focus at the very thought of it, forcing him to squint and rapidly blink to clear his vision. "You read me, Corwin. Over." "I read you," Nate said through a heavy sigh. "Lead on, Sergeant. We'll follow. Over." Paula looked at him. "Nate, you can't keep going like this. Let me take the wheel for a while. At least I managed to sleep a couple of hours in the car, but you haven't had any rest at all." Nate glanced over at his wife. "Neither has Emily." Paula grimaced. "Maybe one of Delaney's men can take over for her. We're not going to make it another 400 miles without sharing the burden of driving." Nate conceded that with a sigh. "Okay, I'll tell Delaney," he said as he reached for the radio again. Hard contact. Chapter 38. Nate jerked awake with a strangled cry, his heart hammering in his chest. For a disoriented instant, he thought the screams were real, that his kids were being torn apart in front of him. But the only sound was the low hum of tires on frozen, snow-covered asphalt. His breath fogged against the passenger's side window. The world outside was an endless blur of white, gray, and glowing blue from the spores. The Silverado's lights bloomed in his side view mirror, a reassuring reminder that the reeds were still with them. Paula's hand brushed his arm. "Hey, are you okay?" He blinked, dragging his fingers across his eyes. "Yeah." "Nightmare." He nodded slowly, still catching his breath. "Yeah, we were back at Camp Carhenge. I couldn't find you or the kids. The tents were all empty." Then he trailed off, the images clawing back to the surface. The mess tent, the blood, Paula's glowing eyes as she tore her own children apart. He shook his head sharply. "Forget it. It was just a dream." Paula's eyes searched his face. "You sure you're okay?" "I'm fine," he lied. He twisted in his seat to look behind him. Jonah was cuddled under a blanket, curled up against the door. Riley had reclined her seat and her head was slumped to one side. Both breathing, both alive. Max was also asleep, his head and front paws resting on Riley's lap this time. Nate exhaled slowly, his shoulders dropping. "How long was I out?" "Almost 5 hours," Paula said. "You needed it." "That long?" he asked, shocked that he hadn't woken up sooner. Though now that he thought back on it, he had tossed around in his sleep and woken periodically with bumps in the road. Nate glanced ahead. The Humvee's taillights glowed faintly through the haze of snow and spores. "We haven't run into any trouble." "Nothing major," Paula said. "A few military roadblocks, but Delaney got us through those without any trouble. He also guided us around the larger towns, sticking to farm roads wherever possible. The smaller towns were pretty empty. I saw a couple of bloomers peering out from shops and houses as we passed by, but they didn't bother chasing us." Nate nodded along with Paula's summary of the trip from Alliance. "What about Emily?" "She's fine. One of Delaney's men, Private Hands, is driving her truck. We're all using military radios now, so it's easier to communicate." Nate stared at Jonah's walkie-talkie. forgotten in the cup holder beside the Army radio. Having all three vehicles on the same channel was definitely an improvement. While he was thinking about that, the Army radio crackled to life. "Delaney here. We're gonna take a slight detour up ahead. Watch for my signal lights. Over." "Copy that," Hans replied. Nate grabbed the handset. "This is Nate. What detour? Over." "We've been picking up chatter from National Guard units in the area. They want us to investigate something called a Bloom Tower." Nate exchanged puzzled glances with Paula. "What is that? Over." "Seems like the Bloom is colonizing and hijacking cell towers. The lieutenant we spoke with believes the Bloomers might be using them as amplifiers for that telepathic crap we talked about. Sharing new abilities and intel across longer distances, establishing comms between different clusters of the infected." Paula muttered a curse under her breath. Nate asked, "But how can they do that? I thought the power was out." "Not for them. Seems the spores can power electrical devices." Nate let out a ragged breath. "Where is the tower?" "Just outside Shelby, along our route to Omaha. It's about 10, maybe 15 minutes away." Nate pinched the bridge of his nose. "You're suggesting we drive toward a strategic hotspot of active spores. There could be bloomers defending it. We need to know what we're up against. If we see signs of the infected, we'll keep our distance, but when we get to Offutt, SDRATCOM will need our intel. Over." Nate hesitated, then sighed. "Copy that, Sergeant. We'll follow your lead. Over." "Appreciate that, Corwin. Stay sharp. Delaney out." The radio went quiet again, leaving only the murmur of the engine and the steady crunching of their tires on the icy roads. Paula shot him a worried look. "You think it's true, that they can talk to each other through our cell towers?" "I don't know. I hope not," Nate said, shaking his head. He rubbed his face again, and the ghostly after images of his nightmare flickered through his mind's eye. Paula's glowing eyes, her mouth covered in Jonah's and Riley's blood. A chill ricocheted down his spine, and he looked back to Paula. "Before we get to that tower, we should pull over and swap places again." Paula flicked a questioning glance in his direction. "You must be tired. You've been driving all through the night while I slept. It's my turn to drive." Paula conceded with a shallow nod. "Call the sergeant back on the radio. Better we switch now before we get to the cell tower." "Agreed." Nate called the sergeant back on the radio, and the Humvee's brake lights blazed as he slowed down and pulled over to the side of the highway. Nate put on his mask and hopped out into the icy cold, walking quickly around the hood through the headlights to the driver's side. Paula got out just as he arrived, also wearing her mask. She nodded to him and hurried around the front while he hopped in behind the wheel and took off his mask. She jumped in on the other side, accidentally bumping and rattling the M4 carbine with her knees. Nate's eyes fixed on the weapon for a moment. He was glad they'd stopped to gather weapons on their way out of Camp Carhen. Especially since now Sergeant Delaney seemed determined to lead them back into danger. Nate grabbed the radio. "Ready to roll. Over." "Copy, moving out." A blowing haze of snow and glowing spores flickered through their headlights as they accelerated back up to speed. A few minutes later, they passed through a small farming town with barely more than a dozen buildings peeking out between the shadowy walls of trees. Darkened windows, abandoned stores. Two shuffling, underdressed bloomers were shuffling aimlessly along the road. They turned at the sound of the approaching vehicles. "Nate," Paula warned. "I see them." It was a man and a woman. Their blood-smeared faces were black with patches of frostbite and glowing blue spores that had invaded the dead, frozen flesh. Their eyes glowed bright blue in the beams of their headlights. Belatedly, they both lunged toward the convoy. Delaney swerved, and they missed the Humvee. Nate followed that maneuver, and one of them bounced off the Suburban's front fender. The other got hit by the Silverado and kicked up a swirling storm of snow and spores as it turned to a rag doll beneath the truck's wheels. Then they were through the town. A reflective green road sign read, Shelby 6, Omaha 88. Almost there, Delaney said over the radio. Good job avoiding those two back there. Nate clicked the radio to acknowledge, and Paula let out a shaky breath. Glowing fields of corn swept by on either side of the highway, broken by shelter belts of trees. About 10 minutes later, they reached Shelby and drove right through the center of town again. It wasn't much bigger than the last town, but this time the streets were mercifully clear of bloomers. Mostly rural homes lined the highway. Right after they passed through the town, Delaney signaled right and tapped his brakes. They came to a farm road, and the Humvee veered right down a narrow road, running between yet more frozen fields of corn. Nate squinted into the distance, searching for their destination. He spotted something just as his radio crackled. You see that glowing blue line rising in the distance? Copy that, Nate whispered, leaning over his steering wheel and gazing up at the glowing metal tower slowly rising in the distance. That's our target. Keep your heads on a swivel and watch those cornfields. Bloomers could jump out unexpectedly. Copy, Hans said from the Silverado. This time Nate didn't bother to acknowledge. He just watched the shadowy walls of corn, watching for signs of infected lurking among the stalks. Asterisk. The cell tower outside Shelby came fully into view, rising above the trees and snowy cornfields alike. Its steel frame pulsed with veins of deep electric blue, as if the metal itself were alive. As they pulled off the road and onto a smaller avenue that led between the rows of corn to the tower, Nate saw the infected structure in greater detail. Strands of black, root-like growths wrapped every girder, some as thick as a man's arm. The rooty growths were pulsing with waves of luminescence that climbed the tower in rhythmic waves. It almost looks like it's alive, Paula whispered. Nate nodded mutely. His hands tightened on the wheel, his eyes flicking back and forth across the shadowy walls of corn as they followed Sergeant Shelby to the tower. The tower's glow was strong enough to wash the entire area in a pulsing blue light. The air seemed to be humming with an electric current, like a static charge building in the air right before a storm. The Humvee slowed to a stop in front of a chain-link fence that surrounded the base of the tower. Barbed wire curved outward from the top of the fence, designed to keep bored teenagers from climbing the fence and the tower that it protected. Even the fence was snarled with root-like tendrils and pulsing blue light. One of Delaney's men got out and trudged up to the gate with a set of heavy bolt cutters. He clipped the padlock, then hauled the gate aside with a shriek of frozen wheels. Nate swallowed. I guess we're going in for a closer look. The convoy rolled slowly through the gate. The Humvee first, then the Suburban, and finally Emily's Silverado bringing up the rear. Once all three vehicles were inside, the soldier pushed the gate shut again. Paula twisted around to watch through the rear window. They didn't latch the gate. Nate shrugged, feeling equally uneasy as he shifted the car into park. What's the point? They cut the lock. Anyway, hopefully we won't be here long. Cornfields surrounded the tower, forming impenetrable walls just beyond the fence. The tower loomed high above them, its blue light pulsing steadily through their windows. The air smelled faintly of something rotten and musty, almost like mold. Over the radio, Sergeant Delaney's voice crackled. "Hold position. We're gonna plant charges on the tower and then leave. Shouldn't take more than 10 minutes. Stay put and keep those engines running just in case." Over. Nate raised the radio to his lips. "Copy that, Sergeant." He set the handset back in the cup holder and watched as Delaney and the other soldier piled out of the Humvee. Private Hands jumped out of Emily's truck behind them, and Nate spotted her hopping over the console to take his place behind the wheel. All four soldiers fanned out around the base of the tower, their carbines sweeping warily around the fence. Delaney opened the back of the Humvee, and each of his men reached in and pulled out compact green blocks of C4, along with bundles of colored wires and rolls of duct tape to tie it all together. Nate watched as they hurried about, taping charges to each of the 4 pylons that supported the tower. Pulsing light rolled along the root-like cords of spores. Paula glanced around, scanning the fence that surrounded them. "I don't like this, Nate. We have to reverse out of here, and between the fence and the vehicles in front and behind us, we won't be able to go anywhere until they open the gate, and even then, Emily will have to back out first." Nate grimaced. He didn't like it either. They were boxed in behind a chain-link fence with nowhere to run. The tower's light strobed through the inside of the car, making everything pulse like a slow heartbeat. Delaney said they only need 10 minutes. "I don't see any signs of bloomers, do you?" "Not yet," Paula muttered, and with that she lifted the M4 from the floor and began turning it in her hands. "How do you work this thing?" Nate reached over to show her where the selector lever was and explained the different settings: safe, semi, and burst. Then he showed her how to use the charging handle and how to eject the magazine to slot in a fresh one. "Okay, I think I've got it," Paula said. In the back, Jonah stirred sleepily. Max sat up and began nosing Riley's hand and then licking her face, as if telling her that now was a good time to go for a walk. Riley jerked her head away from Max's tongue and sat up straight. "Where are we?" she asked. Her mother explained about the Bloom Towers and the sergeant's mission to investigate. Riley and Jonah both asked questions that none of them really knew the answers to. How could the spores power electrical systems? Didn't they only infect biological hosts? Could the car become infected next? While they talked, Nate's eyes swept the cornfields beyond the fence. The stalks were tall and dry-looking, coated with snow and a glowing layer of spores. The tops of the cornfield stirred faintly in the wind, or maybe not the wind. He leaned closer to his window. Was that something moving through the corn stalks? The shivering in the fields grew and spread until it spanned the entire field. A shiver ran through him as he reached for the radio. "Sergeant, I think there's something out there." The soldiers slowly straightened from the work of planting charges around the base of the tower. "Copy that. We can hear them." And then even Nate heard it through the car windows. The sound was faint at first, like the wind hissing through bulrushes around a pond. Then it built into a soft, rustling roar that rolled through the frozen field on all sides of them. Nate straightened and twisted around in his seat to regard the Silverado and the chain-link gate behind them. "We need to get out of here," he muttered. He keyed the radio again. "Sergeant, I need that gate open." "We're on it, over." The corn was swaying violently now, the brittle stalks cracking as something pushed through. Dozens of somethings. Glowing human shapes burst from the edges of the field. pale human forms splashed with the glow of the tower, their eyes blazing like molten sapphires. They shuffled and sprinted to the fence, shrieking and snarling in a multitude of voices. They formed a human net that quickly closed ranks around them without so much as a single gap. "They're everywhere," Paula gasped, now cradling the M4 across her chest. "Dad," Jonah asked in a quavering voice, "what do we do?" Max began barking and lunging at the glass, as a line of snarling bloomers appeared on the other side of the fence, barely 20 feet away from his window. The flimsy chain-link barrier rattled and bowed under their weight. Dozens more poured from the fields, surrounding the tower in a heaving ring of luminous blue bodies. Hands curled like talons through the fence. The tower pulsed suddenly brighter and faster. The bloomers went quiet and stopped rattling the fence. Their mouths gaped open, and their faces tipped up toward the sky, as if receiving a download from the tower. "What are they doing?" Paula whispered. The soldiers stood around below the tower, frozen with indecision, their rifles aiming outward. "What do we do, Sarge?" One of them yelled audibly. "Requesting permission to engage," another shouted. "Hold your fire," Delaney snapped. "It's like they're getting some kind of software update," Riley muttered. The rapidly pulsing light flashing along the tower suddenly dimmed and slowed to its regular rhythm, and then the bloomers all lowered their heads. Rather than snarl or growl like feral beasts, they calmly parted ranks around the gate. One of them remained, a tall, fit young man wearing a darkly stained t-shirt, blue jeans, and a big cowboy hat. He cocked his head back and forth, glowing eyes staring at the latching mechanism of the gate. "I don't think the soldiers are going to have to open the fence," Paula whispered. He reached for the gate and heaved, and it began inching open. "Weapons free," Delaney cried. A rattle of rifle fire took the man down, and then the bloomers came roaring back in to fill the space they'd cleared, all of them reaching for the gate to drag it open. "Hold the gate," the sergeant added. Delaney's men fired in steady, precision bursts, taking down bloomers 3 and 4 at a time. But that gate was still inching open, and others were squeezing their arms and legs through to force their way in. Cold dread filled Nate's chest. The horde began squeezing through in a dribbling stream, and they went sprinting past the vehicles to attack the soldiers. Bloomers flashed by the Suburban on both sides, their limbs flailing wildly as they ran, only to get cut down in heaps before they could reach Delaney and his men. One of them stopped and began slapping their palms on the Paula's window, jaws snapping and slavering just beyond the glass. "Nate!" Paula cried, practically leaping into his lap in order to get away from the window and aim her gun. "Wait, don't shoot," he said. And then one of the soldiers cut the bloomer down with a 3-round burst. Nate reached for the radio. "Emily, I need you to reverse out of here. You've got us boxed in." "I can't," she shouted back. "The opening isn't wide enough." "Shit," Nate hissed. She could try ramming it, but without enough room to get up to any kind of speed, all that would likely do is damage the mechanisms and jam the gate in its current position. Nate keyed the radio again. "Sergeant, we need that gate open." "Negative, Corwin, can't reach it. We're gonna blow a hole with the C4. Keep your heads down." Nate and Paula exchanged worried looks. What if the blast damaged one of their vehicles? Chapter 39. Nate watched with one hand wrapped around the military sidearm. He'd taken off the dead soldier in Carhenge. Outside, Delaney's team moved like clockwork under the pulsing blue light of the tower. 3 men laid down covering fire in a tight formation, their rifles cracking through the night to cut down the bloomers as the fourth planted C4 along the fence. Nate noticed he was laying the charges so that the tower pylons would shield their vehicles from the worst of the blast. Bloomers slipped through the partially open gate in guttering lines. Rifles flashed. The fence rattled, and the light from the spores pulsed brightly along the lattice frame of the tower. Bloomers flashed by on both sides of the Suburban, their movements jerky and uncoordinated, arms flailing, jaws snapping. Inside the Suburban, Nate could hear Paula's breath hitching raggedly in her chest as she began to hyperventilate. "They'd better hurry up," she murmured in a rising voice. Riley leaned forward between the front seats, her eyes wide. Jonah made a strangled sound in the back, burying his face in Max's neck. The dog growled low, his hackles up and nose pressed to Jonah's window. Charges set. One of the soldiers yelled between cracks of rifle fire. "Fall back," Delaney barked, and they sprinted for the Humvee, covering each other as more bloomers clawed through the open gate. The men piled in, slamming the doors behind them. Bloomers quickly surrounded the Humvee, clawing at the windows and doors, and then they flooded in around the Suburban and Emily's Silverado, too. Paula flinched, and the kids both screamed as bloody, frost-bitten faces pressed against their windows. "They're going to break the windows," Paula screamed. Nate grabbed the radio. "Delaney, blow the charges." "Fire in the hole," Delaney replied. A dazzling burst of light peeled back the night, causing Nate to wince. The fence blew apart, and bits of dirt and glowing spore dust slapped the windshield in a shockwave that peeled a handful of bloomers off their vehicle and rocked the Suburban on its suspension. "Rolling out," Delaney announced. The Humvee's tires spun for a second, and then it jackrabbited toward the smoking gap in the fence. Soldiers leaned out the windows, firing controlled bursts at the infected, and one of them manned the turret on the roof. "Go," Paula shouted. "Hang on." Nate shifted into drive and hit the gas to follow the sergeant, but he couldn't floor it. He had to drive carefully around the tower to reach the hole in the fence, and dead bloomers formed speed bumps between them and their destination. Bloomers thumped and slapped the Suburban on all sides, their dirty faces smearing the glass, teeth bared, and snapping with glowing threads of saliva. The Silverado followed close behind them. Both sets of headlights bobbed and swept across the twisted shapes of dead and injured bloomers that they were forced to drive over to escape. Up ahead, the Humvee sat outside the fence, soldiers covering them with bursts of fire, and the sustained roar of the .50 cal turret on top of their vehicle. Just as Nate reached the hole in the fence, the sound of shattering glass made him flinch, and Paula screamed. The passenger side window had exploded inward. An infected man was forcing himself through the opening, arms clawing for Paula and snarling like a rabid dog. She jerked the M4 carbine up, but couldn't angle the barrel for a clear shot. The infected man had seized the weapon with both hands, as if he understood the danger it represented. "Get off," Paula shrieked as she shoved back against the rifle. "Hang on," Nate stomped on the gas. The Suburban surged forward, dragging the bloomer half in, half out of the vehicle. His body thumped against the doorframe. He shrieked and made a desperate lunge to get inside, biting down on Paula's sleeve when he saw the chance. Paula's scream tore through the cab. Nate ripped the army pistol from the gun belt he still wore, aimed, and fired once at the bloomer. The shot cracked in the cabin like thunder. The infected man's head snapped back, and his body disappeared under the wheels, causing the Suburban to jump and rock from side to side as it rolled over him. Nate stashed the pistol in his lap and spun the wheel to avoid crashing into the cornfields around the cell tower. "Are you okay?" Nate asked, looking back at Paula as he drew in a shaky breath. "I'm fine," Paula shouted, pressing a hand to her arm. "Just drive." So he did. Emily rumbled out behind them, and the convoy tore around the base of the tower with their engines howling. The Humvee led the way. Muzzle flashes lit the way as the soldiers picked off stragglers. They hit the dirt, rode back to the gravel one between the cornfields, and floored it back to the highway. Then Delaney detonated the rest of the charges. Nate saw tongues of fire leap up around the base of the tower in his rearview mirror. Flames raced hungrily up along the black veins of spores that snarled the tower. Then there came a sharp metallic shriek as it began to lean and topple toward the cornfields below. It fell with a muffled boom that shuddered through the floor of the car. Nate's eyes darted briefly from the mirrors and the road to check on Paula. She was busy hiking up the sleeve of her jacket to check her arm. She flicked on the small map light above her seat. And they both sucked in a sharp breath. Just behind her wrist was a horseshoe of shallow teeth marks welling darkly with blood and a faint blue glimmer of something else. The wound fizzed faintly in the UV light pooling inside the car. "Mom," Riley asked. Jonah started crying. "He bit you." "Hold it under the lamp," Nate said. Paula twisted around, shoving her arm under the UV wand taped to the moon roof in the back. The fizzing grew louder, a faint crackle like static, then slowly faded to silence. Paula sagged back into her seat, her sleeve bunched at her elbow. She sat gripping her arm tightly behind the wound as if that might be enough to stop the infection from spreading through her veins. Nate's mind raced and blanked at the same time, desperately hunting for something he could do to help his wife. The Humvee ahead of them braked sharply and turned back up onto the highway. Nate followed, tires skidding and crunching through spore-crusted snow. The Silverado was right behind them, Emily's headlights blinding Nate in the rear view. No one spoke for several seconds. The only sound was the icy wind hammering in through the broken window. Finally, Paula whispered, her voice barely audible, "Nate, what if I turn? The kids?" Nate vigorously shook his head. "We'll swap vehicles with Emily," he said. "You and I will take the truck. I'll drive and watch you. Emily and her girls can come in here with Riley and Jonah." "What about Max?" Paula asked, twisting around to regard the dog. "He's taking the middle seat." "He'll have to ride with us." Paula bit her lip, nodding. "What do we tell the sergeant if he suspects that I'm infected?" "He won't. We'll tell him we just need a minute to regroup after the attack." As if summoned by their conversation, Delaney's voice crackled through the radio. "Convoy, report status. Over." Nate grabbed the handset. "All good back here, but we lost a window. We'll have to pull over up ahead so we can patch it." "Copy, Silverado." Emily's voice came back ragged and breathless. "We're fine." "Good," Delaney replied. "Corwin, we stop in 10 so you can patch that window. Over and out." Nate set the radio down and glanced in the rearview mirror. "Riley, see if you can reach the medical supplies in the back," Nate said. "On it," she said, unbuckling to dive over the back of her seat. "What good will that do?" Paula asked, blinking stupidly at Nate. "Spores aren't the only thing to worry about with a bite. You could get a regular infection, too." Paula nodded stiffly, and her eyes slid back to the fore, fixed and unblinking as she stared sightlessly into the night. A moment later, Riley passed forward the bag full of supplies that they'd looted from the pharmacy in Judith Gap, and Paula quietly got to work disinfecting and bandaging her own arm. Nate spared his eyes from the road to study the wound. The skin around the small crescent of puncture wounds behind her wrist was busy darkening with a bruise, but it wasn't glowing. Maybe the UV light had knocked out the spores before they could enter her bloodstream. He clung to that feeble hope. He didn't know what he would do if something happened to Paula. Chapter 40. They pulled over on the shoulder, where the snow and spores had drifted into a soft berm. The Humvee sat a car length ahead, engine idling and brake lights blooming crimson in the night. Nate put the Suburban in park and reached for his respirator. Beside him, Paula put on her dust mask, and he reached over to take the M4. Just because the ruined cell tower was miles behind them didn't mean that there couldn't be more bloomers wandering around out here on the highway. They opened their doors and jumped out. The cold hit Nate's face with a dull slap. He was already partially acclimated to it thanks to Paula's broken window. He walked around the front of the car to Paula's side and joined her by Riley's door to wait, while she fitted Max with his mask and leash. Jonah sat trembling under a blanket, his cheeks streaked with tears, the threat of fresh ones welling in his eyes. "Jonah, I need you to be strong for Mommy, okay?" she told Jonah in a brittle voice. He hiccuped and struggled to meet her eyes, then nodded quickly, but said nothing. Paula added, "I love you both. Remember that. No matter what happens. Okay." She leaned in as though to kiss Riley on top of her head, then appeared to think better of it and simply took Max's leash from her instead. Nate fixed Riley with a hard look. "Riles, I need you to seal the window. Use the duct tape in the trunk and some clothes from the bags. Tape it shut as best you can." Riley's eyebrows lifted. "Right now?" "Yes, now. Supposedly that's why we stopped. You're going to sit up front." He hesitated, then spared a hand from the rifle to reach for the sidearm in the holster on his gun belt. He drew the weapon, checked the safety to make sure it was on, then handed the gun to Riley and showed her where the safety was. "Don't use it unless you absolutely have to, and mind where you point the gun. There'll be a lot of kids in the car. I'm counting on you, Riles." She nodded slowly and carefully stashed the gun in the pocket of the seat back in front of her, before twisting around to rummage through their bags and supplies in the back. "You ready?" Nate asked Paula. Her chin dipped, but her mouth was a thin, hard-pressed line. They turned and walked back to the Silverado together, stopping once briefly for Max to lift his leg. Nate walked around to the driver's side door and rapped on her window with his knuckles. Emily lowered it slightly. "What's going on?" Paula rolled up her sleeve and carefully turned her arm to reveal the bandage. Emily blinked in shock and lowered the window some more. "Is that?" "They broke my window," Paula said. "One of them bit me through my jacket." Emily's eyes flared wide, and she slowly shook her head, speechless. "We need to switch vehicles with you," Nate explained, "so I can watch Paula without the kids being exposed." Emily's face scrunched up suspiciously. Why not send Riley and Jonah back here? That was a valid question. Maybe he should have thought of it, but with everything going on, he hadn't considered alternative arrangements. "The Suburban is roomier," Nate said, offering a lame excuse. "The kids can recline the back seats." "Maybe, but then my girls will have to ride in a car with a broken window. Not to mention your kids. They'll be cold. To say nothing of the risk from spores and bloomers." Riley patching the window. "Still dangerous," Emily said. Nate grimaced. She was right. "Okay, I'll go get the kids." He ran back over to the Suburban to find that Riley was just now finishing her work with the broken window. She de-taped a pair of windbreakers across the opening from the inside. "Change of plans," Nate said as he opened the back door. "You and Riley are going to ride in the truck with the Reeds." "What?" Jonah objected. "Why?" "Because it's safer, that's why," Nate snapped. "Now let's go." The Army radio chirped, and Delaney's voice came through, sounding terse. "Everything okay back there?" Nate clambered in and leaned awkwardly across the console to key the radio. "All good. Almost done here." They finished swapping places quickly, getting the kids settled in the Silverado. "Here," Riley said as she handed Nate the M18 pistol he'd given her a minute ago. He hesitated before accepting the weapon, wondering what was going through Riley's head as she handed it to him. Surely it wasn't because she was thinking that he might have to shoot their mother. "Emily has a rifle," Riley explained, patting the M4 beside her. He nodded and then ran back to the Suburban with Paula. She helped Max into the back, and then they each returned to their seats. Delaney's voice chirped over the radio again, his voice sharper this time. "Ready to roll. Over." Emily replied before he could. "We're ready. Over." "Likewise," Nate added. "Copy that, moving out. Next stop, Offutt." Nate shifted into drive and followed the Humvee off the shoulder. They accelerated up to 40 miles per hour and held that speed. The car was too quiet and empty without the kids. Max lay sprawled across the back seats with his head on his paws, oblivious to the horror that they faced. Nate spent the next 15 minutes periodically glancing away from the road to check on Paula. Each time he did, he found her lucid, sitting stiffly beside him, her hands folded in her lap, eyes staring sightlessly ahead. "How are you feeling, honey?" he finally asked. "Scared," she said, "but otherwise fine." Nate let out a ragged sigh. "Okay, that's good. Let me know if anything changes." She nodded absently. The walkie-talkie crackled beside him. "How is she?" Emily asked. He realized she was using the toy radio instead of the military ones because she didn't want the soldiers to hear what they were saying. Nate reached for the walkie and replied, "No signs of infection. Over." "Charles took about an hour," Emily reminded him. "The first sign was a headache, followed by a fever, then confusion." "She's fine," Nate insisted. Paula's face crumpled. Tears sprang to her eyes and trembled on her lashes. "She's right," Paula said. "It's too soon to tell." Nate shook his head vigorously, as if his denial could change the outcome. "The bite was shallow. It had to go through your jacket. You shone the UV on it right away, and we saw the spores fizzling out. Your immune system probably caught whatever got through." "You're assuming our immune systems can even fight this thing." "You don't know that they can't," Nate countered. "Either way," Paula said as she wiped her tears on the backs of her hands, "we'll know soon enough." Then she turned to meet his gaze across the narrow gap between them. "Promise me," she whispered. "If I start showing signs of confusion or aggression, you'll shoot me before I turn on you." Nate's whole body stiffened. The idea of killing Paula, the love of his life and mother of his children, flooded him with horror. He thought of her rolling over to face him on a lazy Sunday morning, a smile curving her lips as she leaned over and kissed him. Morning breath be damned. The way they stayed up late together on Saturdays, cuddled under a blanket, holding hands on the couch, and watching TV long after the kids had gone to bed. Their honeymoon in the Bahamas. White sand, endless pools, his wife tanning in a bikini drinking cocktails from their balcony, watching the sun go down over the water. 1,000 different intimate encounters, their bodies fitting together like puzzle pieces. He remembered Riley being born, how scared he'd been to hold that tiny, fragile bundle in his arms. Later, while breastfeeding her, Paula had smiled and laced her fingers through his, insisting that he was going to be a great father. Then they'd bought their first home. Along came Jonah, and a few years later they'd gotten Max. More than 17 years of marriage flickered through his mind's eye in an instant. Countless memories, good times and bad, and his wife had been a solid rock by his side through all of it. He couldn't picture raising a gun and shooting her, no matter how crazy she was acting. "I can't promise that," he said finally, his voice low. "If you start showing signs, I'll tie you up in the back with the seat belts, and we'll get you treated in Omaha." Delaney said Dr. Kotry was trying to bring people back. Maybe infection isn't the end. Paula's hands found the M4 and she rattled it once, the sound stark inside the cabin. "Nate, either you shoot me or I will," she insisted. He gaped at her in shock, realizing that she wouldn't do it after she turned. She'd wait until she felt herself slipping away and then kill herself preemptively. "Don't you dare," he growled. "I'm not going to risk infecting you too. The kids are going to need you, Nate. We can't both leave them. Promise me you won't let that happen." His hands tightened into fists on the wheel, making the leather creak. "I'm not letting you go, Paula, not like this. You want a promise. You and I are going to die of old age, together. That's my promise." At that, Paula actually laughed and shook her head as she wiped the corners of her eyes. "Oh, Nate, you always were a stubborn bastard." Chapter 41. The next hour passed in tense, weary silence, the snowy road unwinding endlessly beneath their tires as the convoy rumbled through a dead world of frost and spores, fields buried under glowing white drifts, darkened farmhouses nestled between dark walls of trees. Every now and then, the distant pulse of a Bloom tower winked like a beacon in the dark. At least this time the sergeant didn't make it his mission to go and knock any of them down. But the damage was already done. One tower had been enough. Nate glanced over at Paula, and his stomach knotted. She was slumped against the passenger door, her head tipped back, eyes half-lidded. Sweat beaded along her forehead despite the cold bleeding in through the crudely patched window beside her, and her breathing was too fast and shallow. "Hang in there, honey," he whispered. "We're almost there." She mumbled a reply, sounding delirious. He reached for her hand and flinched. Her skin was cold and clammy. Fear crawled down his spine in a shiver. His gaze snagged on the pistol at his hip as his eyes returned to the road. The weight of the gun was pressing against him, a constant reminder of what he might have to do. He tried not to think about their earlier conversation, about what he'd have to do if she turned. How much time did she have left? Maybe now was the time to pull over and at least tie her up with the seat belts in the back. He'd have to stick Max in the front and just hope that he'd be smart enough to keep his distance. But keeping Paula in the back of the Suburban seemed like an impossible challenge. Seat belts were imperfect restraints at best. Maybe he could tie one of them around her neck. Surely she wouldn't strangle herself to get at him. But they were getting very close to Omaha. The last road sign had indicated it was just 5 miles away. Maybe she would last until he could hand her over to medical staff at the military base Delaney was taking them to. He gripped the wheel until his knuckles went white. "Come on," he muttered under his breath. Then he leaned forward and glanced up through the windshield at the dark, troubled sky. "Let her make it, please." He was more of an agnostic than anything else, but ever since the spores had darkened the sky, he found himself whispering the odd prayer throughout the day. He just hoped someone up there was listening. The walkie crackled to life beside him. "How's she doing?" Emily asked. "Same as before," he replied. "Nate, you can't keep putting this off. You need to do something." "Not yet," he insisted. Several more minutes passed, and the horizon began to swell with orange light. Somewhere in the distance, something exploded, once, and then again, deeper this time, a rolling concussion that shivered through the vehicle. Paula stirred sleepily, awakened by the sound and vibrations. "Wah, where am I, Nate? Where?" She flinched and twisted in her seat. "Where are the kids?" He grabbed her hand and squeezed, bringing roomy eyes to his. "They're with Emily in the Silverado." At least she still remembered his name, but somehow she didn't remember getting Riley and Jonah out of the Suburban. A dim light entered her eyes and Paula nodded slowly. She subsided with a rattling sigh, then winced and clapped a hand to the side of her head. "Ow, my head." Then she dropped her hand to hug her shoulders as she began shivering. "Seekin' why you turn up the heat. It's freezing in here." Nate grimaced and made a show of turning the dials, but he'd already cranked the heat up to the max. He was sweating beneath his layers. Maybe Paula was cold because she was sitting next to the crudely patched window. But then she shouldn't have been sweating. No, she was cold because of the fever raging through her body. But he took that as a good sign. He'd seen people, like the firemen back in Great Falls, get bitten and then turn within seconds. Paula must have gotten such a light dose of the spores that it had given her body time to mount a defense. Her immune system was definitely reacting. Whether it would win was the question. "Keep fighting, sweetheart," Nate whispered. The radio crackled to life next, and Delaney's voice cut through the static. "Be advised, Omaha is an active war zone. We've been instructed to skirt the more populous areas to get to Offutt. Keep your spacing tight and watch my turn signals. Over." "Copy that," Nate said, and Emily clicked her radio to acknowledge. Nate glanced at Paula once more. "Honey, that's Omaha up ahead. We're almost there." She stirred faintly beside him. Her lips moved, but only a rasp came out. "Almost there," she echoed. He forced a smile she couldn't see through fluttering lids. "Yes." The Humvee slowed ahead, its brake lights and turn signal flaring through the smoky haze. Delaney's voice came back on the radio. "Take the exit. We'll skirt around south." "Copy," Nate said. They curved off down the ramp to an overpass, and then turned right at the intersection of a divided highway that said 204th Cent. Nate took the turn when they did, the Suburban's tires hissing over black ice. The Silverado followed close behind, with Emily's headlights flaring in the rearview mirror. For the next 15 minutes, they rolled down the highway along the outer limits of Omaha. Darkened subdivisions, hotels, gas stations, and strip malls flashed by. Signs of chaos littered the highway and the buildings on either side of it. Overturned vehicles along the road. Others pulled over, but suspiciously empty. Here and there, a car or a building was on fire. No sign of any firefighters attending to the blaze. Human shadows darted through parking lots and buildings. Some pushing shopping carts full of loot. Others sprinted around erratically, hunting for uninfected targets. But for the most part, the highway was clear. They had to drive around two separate pileups. In one of them, Nate saw people banging on the windows of one of the cars, their eyes and faces pleading as they screamed mutely for help. He wondered if they were trapped inside the vehicle, and if so, for how long. But Sergeant Delaney showed no signs of stopping, and Nate wasn't about to ask him to. Paula was running out of time. He wasn't sure if there was even anything that could be done for her, but instinctively he knew that the more time that passed, the worse her chances would be. It was a miracle she'd lasted even this long. Nate's eyes kept darting between the road and Paula. Her head rocked gently, lolling from one side to the other with each bump and turn. Her breath sounded more uneven than ever, each one a little shallower than the last. He tightened his grip on the wheel, stubbornly willing her to last until they reached the military base. Then suddenly, there was light glowing up ahead, not from fires or the eerie blue light of the spores. This was bright and steady, white and gold, reflecting off the clouds like a city. Delaney's voice burst through the radio again. "That's Offutt. Pat yourselves on the back, ladies and gents. We made it." Nate's chest loosened just a little. Offutt. Delaney had described it as the biggest military base in the state. Maybe this would be a real safe zone, not like Carhenge, which had been made up of hastily deployed tents. They probably had a whole hospital. He looked at Paula again. Her eyes were completely closed now, her face relaxed in sleep, her chest rising with shallow breaths. He reached over and brushed a sweaty lock of dark brown hair back from her face. "Hold on, honey," he whispered. "We're here. I'm going to get you some help." But this time, she didn't stir at the sound of his voice. Her only reply was a phlegmy snort that sounded halfway between a snore and a bloomer's feral snarls. He withdrew with a grimace to focus on driving. Offutt rose out of the dark like a shining beacon. Floodlights and guard towers lined the fence along the highway. Delaney turned off to the left, and they drove down a long, divided road to the gatehouse. The road and the highway behind them had been cleared of snow and spores alike. They pulled up in front of the gate, their brakes squealing softly as they stopped in front of the guardhouse. Chain-link gates blocked both sides of the road, and nearly a dozen soldiers wearing gas masks stood around guarding the entrance beneath bright floodlights and UV lamps. 4 of them left the gate to reach Delaney's Humvee. They had an animated conversation. Nate couldn't hear what was said, only saw the gestures and a clipboard exchanged through the window. The sergeant's gloved thumb stabbed backward to indicate their vehicles, and then 4 sets of rifles and gas masks turned in their direction. Suddenly, a new fear was unlocked. What would these soldiers do when they saw Paula? Nate hadn't warned Delaney. He'd been too scared to know how the sergeant would react if he knew she was infected. But now that omission felt foolish, even dangerous. Showing up like this, unannounced, with an infected person at a military base might be the last mistake he ever made. Those soldiers might shoot them on the spot rather than wait for him to explain. Nate swallowed hard and glanced at Paula, her skin slick and shining with sweat in the UV glow. Her eyes were still firmly shut. He reached over to mop her forehead with his sleeve and whispered sharply, "Sit up, honey. You have to look healthy. Sit up straight." All 4 soldiers began strolling over with their hands on their rifles. Nate shook Paula's shoulder gently to wake her. When that didn't work, he shook her more vigorously, causing her head to flop around. "Paula, wake up," he hissed. Chapter 42. Tactical lights washed through the windows as the soldiers approached the Suburban with their rifles raised. Tactical beams blazed through the windows, blinding Nate and causing him to throw up a hand to shield his eyes. Knuckles rapped sharply on his window, and he hit the button to roll it halfway down. Cold air rushed in. "Hello," Nate greeted, forcing himself to sound calm. One of the soldiers leaned a little closer, his light beam sweeping through the car. His name tape read ROURKE. Nate noticed that he was young, maybe only 20, with a doughy, freckle-covered face visible behind his mask. Max growled softly from the back. "Sir, keep your hands on the wheel where I can see them." "No problem," Nate replied. The flashlight stopped on Paula's face. "What's wrong with her?" Nate glanced at Paula. Her head had sagged to the left, halfway facing the soldiers. Her lips were pale, her skin glistening with a fresh sheen of sweat. This was his chance to come clean. "She needs medical attention. She got bitten, but she's—" The guard's voice changed instantly. "We've got another bloomer." He stepped sharply away from the door, and all 4 rifles snapped up in unison. "Sir, step out of the vehicle." Max exploded into a volley of barking and lunged halfway over the console to get at the soldiers. "Easy," Nate chided, grabbing the dog's collar and shoving him back with one hand, while keeping his other hand raised toward the soldiers. "Just let me explain." "Get out of the vehicle, sir. I won't ask you again." The sergeant's voice crackled over the radio beside Nate. "Corwin, what's going on back there?" "Pass it to me." The soldier spared a hand from his carbine to make a gimme gesture. Nate did as he was told, and the soldier spoke quickly into the radio. "Sergeant, you didn't mention one of the civvies was infected." "Infected, hang on." Delaney's door opened and he came running over. His boots skidded on the icy road as he stopped beside Nate's door and leaned in, his face hidden behind his own mask. He stiffened at the sight of Paula. "Hell's bells, Corwin," he growled. "Why didn't you tell me your wife was sick?" "She hasn't turned," Nate shot back. "She got bit, but that was hours ago, back at the cell tower, and she still hasn't turned. She must have gotten a very light dose of the spores. She might still recover." Sergeant Delaney eased away from the window, muttering another curse. He looked at the others. "Corporal, you must have a quarantine facility here." The guards didn't lower their weapons. "We can't risk it. Protocol's clear. All infected are to be terminated on site. Treatment is reserved for active duty personnel. We do not have the resources to treat every—" "You're gonna have to make an exception, son." "I'm not authorized to." "Then contact someone who is," Delaney bellowed. "She got infected because she accompanied us on a vital recon and intel-gathering op at a Bloom Tower. We wouldn't have made it out of there alive if it weren't for her, so you damn well better reconsider treating her." That was a lie. They hadn't done much at the tower other than distract the Bloomers, but Nate appreciated the sergeant going to bat for them. The corporal hesitated. Nate could see it, the flicker of doubt behind his mask. Delaney seized it. "Go on, call it in. Ask your co about treatment. 2 hours to turn is unprecedented. For all we know, she's partially immune. You want to throw away a chance at finding a cure just because you had to follow protocols." 2 of the guards exchanged a look. "I'll call it in," the corporal said, and lowered his rifle slightly. He keyed the radio on his shoulder and walked a few paces away to speak privately with whoever was on the other end. About a minute later, he wandered back over to the Suburban. "You're in luck. Our chief medical officer is curious why it's taken her so long to turn. We're driving her straight through to the hospital. No stopping." "Copy that," Delaney said. The corporal stepped closer to Nate's door. "I'll have to take the wheel from here, sir." Nate nodded eagerly. He grabbed his mask from the door, slipped it on, and then hopped out into the cold. The soldiers ordered him to hand over his guns. He unclipped the gun belt and handed it to them, while the corporal reached in for the M4 by Paula's feet. Before anyone could object, Nate jumped into the back of the car with Max and shut the door. Another soldier hopped in on the other side of Max. The name tape on his uniform read FIELDS. He looked even younger than Rourke, with active acne all over his face. Max growled softly and scooted over, all but falling into Nate's lap to get away from the intruder. "Easy boy," Nate whispered, running his hands through the dog's fur to calm him down. "Easy." Fields aimed his carbine squarely at the back of Paula's seat, making it clear what would happen if she woke up, and made any aggressive moves toward the soldiers. Delaney ran back over to the Humvee, and then the gate rattled open, and the soldiers waved them through. The corporal glanced at Paula as he drove through. "If your wife comes to and turns on us, we will put her down in a second. You understand me?" Nate nodded wordlessly. "She won't." They rumbled on through the gate, and then the Humvee pulled over, letting the corporal take the lead. "So there's a treatment," Nate prompted. "Experimental, no guarantees, and if she's too far gone, it'll only kill her faster." Nate shook his head. "It'll work." "Yeah, maybe." The guard met his gaze in the rearview mirror, but the mask's tinted visor made it impossible to read his face. Streetlights swept over them as they passed individual buildings inside the base. Multi-story buildings, lines of hangars and runways, barracks and vehicles parked in neat rows. Generators and engines hummed. A pair of fighter jets took off with a cracking roar. "Where are they going?" Nate asked, not really expecting an answer. "Oh my." Dull shock rocked his head back as he realized what those explosions and flashes of light they'd seen on the horizon must have been. "They're bombing the city." "Not indiscriminately, no. It's containment protocol. Ground teams corral the infected into designated kill boxes for airstrikes to take 'em out." Paula's head lolled against the seat, and she gave a phlegmy sigh, silencing the conversation and stealing everyone's attention. Thankfully, she didn't wake up and start snarling like a mindless animal. "Hang on, sweetheart," he whispered. "Almost there." The corporal turned right, then continued straight down a divided street with snow-covered trees lining the median. "Hospital's dead ahead," he announced. Nate's pulse thudded in his ears as he nodded. Streetlights strobed through the windows. Every muscle in his body tensed with apprehension. He glanced once more at Paula's waxy face and prayed that whatever experimental treatment they were about to give her would work. Asterisk. Nate stood off to one side of the Suburban, watching as medics in hazmat suits came running out through the glass doors of the urgent care wing. They swarmed the vehicle, visors flashing under the harsh glare of the streetlights. Both soldiers who'd ridden with him in the Suburban kept their rifles trained loosely on Paula while the medics yanked open her door. They eased her limp body out onto a stretcher, cinching the straps tight, then wheeled her toward a solid steel door marked by the hazy purple glow of UV lights, not the glass doors they'd come out through. "Wait," Nate started after them, but the corporal pressed a gloved hand against his chest to stop him. "You can't go in there, sir," the soldier said, his voice muffled through his mask. "It's a quarantine zone, not safe." "She's my wife," Nate snapped. "Give me a damn hazmat if you have to." "Dad," Riley shouted. Nate turned to see Delaney approaching from the Humvee with Emily and his kids, half a step behind. "Where are they taking her?" Riley asked, her breath fogging around her mask in the cold. "To get treated," the corporal said. Nate tried again. "Please, I need to see her." The soldier shook his head. "Can't happen. The whole facility's hot. You go in without a suit, and you'll be stuck in quarantine along with her. And no, we can't spare any of our suits for non-medical personnel." Nate stood helpless as the medics rolled Paula through the glowing UV lights. The night pressed in around him. The streetlights hummed overhead, bleaching everything bone-white and sterile. He stood there on cracked asphalt with his kids huddled close and Sergeant Delaney and Emily right behind him. Jonah turned his face into Nate's jacket and began to sob. Riley clung to his arm, staring up at him. How was Mom doing? Is she gonna be okay? Nate smiled wincingly at her. She's fighting it, hasn't turned yet. She'll get the best treatment there is, Delaney said quietly. Nate swallowed hard, wondering if he'd ever see Paula again. If the treatment failed, would they even let him say goodbye? Or would they just put her down and send her to the incinerator? 2 more medics came striding across the lot. One went back inside through the main doors, while the other walked straight toward Nate. She was smaller than the rest. The soldiers straightened as she approached. A rank insignia glinted along the front of her suit. I assume the infected woman is a family member. A faint European accent was detectable beneath the respirator's hiss, leaving Nate to wonder about her nationality and how she'd come to be in the military. My wife, Nate explained hoarsely. He gestured to Riley and Jonah. Their mother, the corporal, said your treatment's experimental. What is it? Extracorporeal photopheresis, the woman said. Nate blinked. What does that mean? The patient's blood is circulated through a transparent chamber and exposed to ultraviolet light before being returned to the body. He rocked slightly back on his heels. That sounds promising. Does it work? She inclined her head slightly. Sometimes. What does that mean, sometimes? The infection behaves like a fungus, she said. Spores germinate into hyphal threads that grow into mycelial networks. Water triggers and fuels their growth cycle, and blood is mostly water. When we kill the hyphae, they release toxins into the bloodstream. Kill them too fast, and the toxins kill the patient. Nate grimaced, then slow down the treatment. If we move too slowly, the hyphae adapt. They wall themselves off inside organs and cut off blood flow to stop circulating through the UV chamber. When that happens, the patient dies of organ failure instead of the toxins. Nathan let out a ragged breath. Then what can you do? We have to circulate the entire blood volume quickly, like it or not, and hope the patient survives the toxic shock. But if the infection has already crossed the blood-brain barrier, there's nothing we can do. In your wife's case, I suspect we're very close to that point. We'll do everything we can, but I don't want to give you false hopes. Emily gasped softly, and now even Riley began to cry. Nate's throat tightened. How soon will we know? We should know by morning, the doctor said gently. I'll keep you informed. Nate nodded, too numb to speak. She turned slightly. Corporal Rourke, escort these civilians to the inns. Make sure they're assigned quarters for the night. Yes, ma'am, Rourke said, straightening to attention. The doctor started to leave. Ma'am, wait, Nate called. What's your name, so I can find you later? She paused, meeting his eyes through her slightly fogged visor. Major Elena Voronova. You won't be able to enter the quarantine facility, but the corporal or any officer on duty can reach me by radio. Thank you, Nate said quietly. Voronova nodded. Try to get some rest. Even if the treatment works, recovery takes time. Once the parasites die, the body still has to purge the toxins, and that's a whole other battle. Before Nate could ask anything else, she turned and strode away. The sliding doors didn't open automatically. Someone inside had to buzz her in. The silence that followed felt enormous. Nate stood there with Emily and the kids, a cold wind tugging at their clothes and jackets. Rourke gestured toward the Suburban. "Come on, let's get you all situated at the inns, fields." "Sorry." "You take the truck, I'll drive the Suburban." "Copy that." "We'll go with you," Sergeant Delaney added. Everyone started flowing back to their vehicles, but Nate didn't move right away. His eyes lingered on the solid blue door where Paula had vanished. The UV lights around the entrance made it glow like a portal to another world. Desperation clawed inside his chest, but he fought it back with stubborn hope and whispered a prayer for Paula to pull through. Chapter 43. The Suburban rolled to a gentle stop in the parking lot of a multi-story building, with a sign above the class entrance that read O'Malley Inn in weathered white letters. It looked more like a modest hotel than anything military, a glass entryway with neat rows of windows above it, a clipped hedge out front, and path lights that painted the snow-dusted sidewalk with inviting pools of light. For the first time in days, the world looked almost normal. Glowing spores sparkled here and there to indicate otherwise, but the bars of UV lights that had been rigged up above the entrance had knocked them all out within 5 or 6 feet of the building. Corporal Rourke killed the engine and stepped out. Nate got out stiffly, the warmth of the vehicle bleeding away as he straightened and looked around. The night was still. The only sounds were the faint hum of generators rumbling somewhere across base and the rhythmic clapping of a flag snapping on its pole. Beyond the parking lot, a tall chain-link fence capped with barbed wire shone brightly under high streetlights. Armed guards patrolled the fence with flashlights, constantly checking the perimeter. Nate quietly joined Corporal Rourke beside the Suburban. The kids and Max hopped out beside them, while Private Fields and the Reeds exited the Silverado, which had parked on the other side. Delaney and his men came marching over last, having double-parked the Humvee behind them. "Welcome to the Air Force Inns," Rourke said as he gestured grandly to the entrance. "Let's get you settled inside." "What about our luggage?" Nate asked, nodding to the vehicles. "We'll need fresh clothes." "Show us which bags you need," Sergeant Delaney said. Nate moved to the back of the Suburban first and began pointing to several pieces of luggage. Delaney ordered his men to grab the bags and take them in, while Riley took a backpack stuffed with her own essentials. They repeated the process with Emily at the Silverado, and then Rourke led the way to the inn. The soldiers fell in around them. Delaney and Rourke both had their hands free, their eyes and rifles sweeping warily through the shadows in the parking lot, but there was no sign of any danger. Riley followed close behind the corporal, clutching Jonah's hand and holding Max's leash. The retriever trotted beside them, his tail wagging lazily and sniffing the air through his mask. It was a miracle that contraption was still holding together. They passed under UV lights at the entrance and lingered between the first and second sets of doors. The double entrance had no doubt been built to keep out the cold in the winter, but now it served as an airlock for decontamination. Rourke instructed them to stomp their boots and shake out their clothes and jackets. Spores fizzed and popped in the UV lights as they did so. It wasn't a thorough decon like they'd gone through at Camp Carhan, but Rourke insisted that it was good enough. Inside the lobby, the air was warm and faintly scented with disinfectant. A civilian receptionist with tired eyes and light brown hair tied in a ponytail sat behind the desk. She stood up with a weary smile as Rourke approached. The corporal handled signing them in, while Delaney leaned over the counter, exchanging clipped words with her to ask how many of the rooms were empty and how many were full. Apparently, the inns were about half full. There's still plenty of room for new arrivals. That seemed to be the information Delaney was after, and he looked away with a curt nod and a whisper of thanks for the intel. The kids sank into high-backed chairs and couches that adorned the lobby, their eyes widening at the sight of vending machines still stocked with candy bars. When the paperwork was done, Rourke handed Nate and Emily each a plastic key card. "I got you adjoining rooms on the third floor, 316 and 318. "Thank you," Nate said, and Emily echoed that sentiment. They rode the elevator up together with Delaney and Rourke, leaving the others to bring their luggage up separately. The doors slid open to a long corridor lined with identical doors and soft golden lighting. It smelled faintly of musty carpets. Rourke and Delaney both stopped outside the door numbered 316. "This is you," Delaney said. "Are you staying at the inns too, Sergeant?" Delaney shook his head. "Can't. These are the civilian quarters. My men and I have to report to the barracks." Jonah's face fell. "But what if something happens here and we need you to protect us?" "It won't," Delaney said, crouching to meet his eyes. "This whole base is locked down tighter than Fort Knox. Armed patrols on every perimeter and sensors on the fences. You'll be safe here, kid." He stood again and handed Nate one of the Army radios that they'd been using on the way over from Carhenge. "I think you forgot this." Nate blinked stupidly at it, wondering when the sergeant had had a chance to snag it from their vehicles. "If you need me for anything, call on Channel 6. That's a straight line to me and my unit. I should also be able to track down Major Voronova for you to follow up on your wife's treatment." Nate accepted the radio and tucked it into his jacket pocket. "Thank you, Sergeant." Delaney gave a curt nod. "Get some rest, Mr. Corwin, Mrs. Reed," he added, with a glance in her direction. And then the sergeant turned away, his boots clomping softly down the hall. Nate reached out to flash his keycard across the scanner. The lock beeped, and the door clicked open. He held it open for his kids, and they shuffled in with Max. Emily caught his eye with a tired smile where she stood in front of the door to her room. "Good night, Nate. We'll see you in the morning." "Night," he nodded back, and Emily disappeared into her room. Corporal Rourke lingered in the hall, directing the rest of the soldiers as they arrived with their luggage. Nate stepped in, walking past two double beds with colorful quilts, a small desk, a microwave, even a flat-screen television mounted on the wall. It could have been any roadside motel in America, if not for the armed soldiers bustling in and out of their room. "Sleep well, Mr. Corwin," Corporal Rourke said as they withdrew. The door clicked shut behind them, and Nate heard Emily's muffled voice next door as they deposited her luggage, and then shut her door as well. Jonah crossed to the window and peeked through the blinds. Nate quietly followed him there. Outside, everything looked peaceful, with no signs of the chaos that they'd run into on the road here. The lights and armed patrols along the perimeter fence were a comforting sight. "Do you think Mom's okay?" Jonah whispered. Nate swallowed painfully. The question hit him like a fist to his gut. "She's strong," he said softly. "If anyone can beat this, it's her." He gently turned Jonah away from the window and shut the blinds. "Come on, bud. Let's get some sleep." Riley sat on the edge of the bed, petting Max absently, his mask off and lying on the desk next to Riley's own. The dog hopped up on the bed beside her and settled down with a sigh. "Maybe we should all take a shower and get changed before bed. Haven't been able to do that in days." Riley looked at him and brightened with a wincing smile. "Me first," Jonah erupted as he ran for the bathroom. "Hey," Riley called after him. He shut and locked the door before anyone could object. "Dad." Nate sighed, Let him, we all have to take turns anyway. Then he raised his voice and called out, 5 minutes, Jonah. Fine. Nate moved to get his carry-on luggage where the soldiers had left it near the entrance. He zipped it open and dug around for pajamas, fresh underwear, and socks. Thankfully, his toiletry bag was also there. He snatched it and laid the items beside the microwave and coffee maker for when it was his turn to shower. He'd wait for the kids to go first. Trudging wearily back to the bed, he kicked off his shoes and lay down on top of the covers. Exhaustion crashed over him like a tidal wave. For the first time in days, he actually felt safe. His nerves unwound, and his body turned to lead as his muscles finally relaxed. He almost could have enjoyed the feeling, if not for the fact that somewhere out there on the base, Paula was busy fighting for her life. Asterisk. When it was finally Nate's turn to shower, he forced himself to get up from the bed with a grunt of effort, then shuffled to the bathroom and shut himself in with the rolling clouds of steam. At least, there was hot water. He stripped down and stood under the spray, letting the scalding stream of water beat the grit and grime from his hair and skin and ease the cold from his bones. The scent of cheap soap filled the room, clean, clinical, and reassuringly normal. For a few minutes, he just stood there, eyes closed, listening to the muffled sounds of the kids talking and Max's collar jingling as he moved about the room. Finally, Nate stepped out of the shower, toweled off, and wiped the fog from the mirror. The sight that greeted him was a shock. A haggard-looking man with messy brown hair, a scruffy growth of stubble on his cheeks, hollow hazel eyes, and sunken cheeks. He looked like a homeless man, which, ironically enough, was actually the truth of the matter. With a grimace, he grabbed his toiletry bag, found his electric razor, and shaved. Then he brushed his teeth and tidied up the lingering bits of stubble with a handheld razor. The familiar routine grounded him. He washed his face and wiped it with a towel, then put on his pajamas and stumbled out of the bathroom. He felt like he was dreaming, already half asleep. Any time now, he'd wake up back in his bed with Paula at home in Montana. Any time now. He turned off the lights and stopped at the foot of the beds, surprised to see that both his kids had climbed under the covers of the same bed. Usually whenever they stayed at a hotel, they'd fight over who would sleep where, and Nate would wind up sleeping with Jonah, while Paula slept beside Riley, so he was surprised to see the current arrangement. Max was lying curled up at their feet. Nate snorted with amusement and started for the empty bed. He crawled under the covers, fluffed his pillow, and lay down. Max lifted his head and whimpered, looking longingly at Nate's bed. "It's okay, boy. Stay there." Max liked to follow him around at home. Paula joked that dogs were all male chauvinists and preferred to stick close to male authority figures. Nate wasn't sure if that was true, but dogs definitely played favorites, and for whatever reason, he was Max's. Nate's eyes slid shut. He thought about turning off the light on the night table between the beds, but decided to leave it on for Jonah's sake. A sudden flurry of activity drew his attention toward the other bed. Jonah darted across the gap between the beds and dove under the covers beside him and tucked himself under Nate's arm. "Jones, the bed's not." Before he could even finish that sentence, Riley ran over to fill the space on the other side of Nate. Max came last, hopping over with a musical jingle of his collar, and somehow tucking himself into the only available space between their legs. "Guys, I can't sleep," Jonah said. "Me neither," Riley added. Nate gave in with a sigh and decided not to fight it. He pulled the comforter up to their chins. The lamp on the nightstand glowed dimly beside them, throwing a golden halo over their faces. The Army radio Delaney had given him sat beside it, along with an old-fashioned alarm clock. The time blazed in bright green digits, 3:24 a.m. Max heaved a soft sigh and laid his chin across Nate's legs. For a while, no one spoke. The hum of the building's ventilation system was the only sound, steady and hypnotic. Nate's eyes drifted shut once more. And then Riley broke the silence. "Dad," she whispered, "do you think God and heaven are real? Like, do you believe there's life after death?" Nate turned his head toward her. Her gray-blue eyes reflected the lamplight, wide and searching. He wanted to say they should talk about it some other time, but the intensity of his daughter's gaze gave him pause, and he had a feeling he knew why she was asking. He swallowed past a painful lump in his throat and drew a slow breath, giving himself time to answer. "Well, science teaches us that energy can't be created or destroyed. It can only be changed from one form to another. Einstein said that. People have energy, too, and when they die, all that energy has to go somewhere. So yes, I believe that life goes on after death." Jonah's small voice came from his other side. "Do bloomers have energy?" "Yes," Nate said, hesitating. "So maybe that's how it changes forms," Jonah went on. "People turn into bloomers when they die." Nate frowned and looked to his son. "Except they're not dead, buddy, and bloomers can die too. So where does that energy go?" "Into the ground," Riley murmured. "Worm food, no way they have souls." Nate sighed. So much for comforting his kids. He reached an arm around each of them, drawing them closer. "Your mom's going to be okay, guys," he said softly. "She's not going to die, not yet. And as for God, I'd like to think he's out there because we really need his help right now." Riley turned her head toward him. "Sounds like you're contradicting yourself," she said sleepily. "You're saying Mom's going to be okay, but she needs a miracle. I guess you could say I'm having faith. Now let's get some sleep. Good night, I love you guys." "Love you too, Dad," Riley whispered. "Love you," Jonah mumbled, his voice fading into a yawn. Riley rolled over and Jonah snuggled closer, laying his head in the crook of Nate's shoulder. Within minutes, both of them were asleep. Max shifted, letting out a low sigh. Nate turned his head toward the nightstand. The clock read 3:37 a.m. He closed his eyes, and a ghostly afterimage of the numbers lingered behind his lids. His mind resisted, hovering at the edge of consciousness, ears straining for the faintest hint of danger. But before long, the soft, steady breathing of his children and Max's low snores pulled him down into sleep. But it wasn't peaceful. Chapter 44. Nate sat beside Paula's hospital bed, clutching her hand. The restraints cut into her wrists, the leather straps darkened with sweat and blood. Her fingers twitched weakly in his grasp, but the warmth was fading from them, replaced by a clammy chill that felt wrong. The heart monitor beside the bed beeped in ragged, uneven bursts. Every time she moved, the reading spiked, causing the green line to jitter across the screen. On the other side of her, the purplish glow of UV lights bathed a transparent chamber that looked black with her blood. The pumps rhythmically whooshed and sighed as they worked with her heart to circulate the blood. Paula's face was pale and slick, with a sheen of fever sweat, and her eyes glowed faintly beneath half-lowered lids, the same cold blue light as the spores that had taken over the world. "Paula," his voice cracked. "Honey, it's me. I'm here. Can you hear me?" Her head jerked toward him with a sudden, violent motion. The glow brightened as her eyes flashed all the way open. Her jaws snapped at the air, teeth clicking inches from his arm. A guttural snarl tore from her throat, half a growl, half a scream as she battled her restraints to reach him. Nate flinched back in the chair, his heart pounding. "No, no, Paula, snap out of it." "I'm sorry, Mr. Corwin." The voice came from behind him, a faint accent thickening her words. He turned to see Major Voronova standing at the foot of the bed, a clipboard in hand. The clear faceplate of her hazmat hood reflected the monitor's green glow, masking her expression. "We did everything we could," she said, "but it was too late." Nate's breath hitched. "No, it can't be." The major motioned toward the restraints. The infection reached her brainstem before the photophoresis could clear it. "But Nate looked back to his wife. Paula's chest was rising and falling in short, harsh bursts. The heart monitor was still beeping erratically as her jaws snapped, straining to reach him. Glowing eyes glared hatefully at him. "She's still alive," he whispered. "Technically alive," Voronova said, "but no longer her." Nate noticed that she was wearing full protective gear. Everyone in the room was. 3 medics moved like ghosts behind Paula, encased in hazmat suits. Nate looked down at himself. Bare hands, no mask, just a flannel shirt and jeans. His breath fogged the chilly air. How had they allowed him into the quarantine facility? Was he infected too? One of the medics approached Paula with a syringe, long, gleaming, and filled with a cloudy blue liquid. Nate stood up so fast his chair fell over. "What are you doing?" "It's time to say goodbye," Voronova said gently. "No, wait." He tried to grab the syringe, but someone seized his arms and held him back. "Calm yourself," a harsh voice barked close beside his ear. "Stop," Nate yelled. "You can't do this." He struggled to free himself, but whoever was holding him was far too strong. The medic ignored him, connected the syringe to Paula's IV line, and depressed the plunger. Within seconds, Paula convulsed, all of her muscles straining against the restraints. The monitor screamed in rising alarm, her vitals spiking, the screen flashing red. She turned her head toward him one last time. For an instant, her expression softened, and something human flickered beneath the glow in her eyes. "Nate." "Wait, it's her. She's still in there." Then she exhaled a long, guttural sigh. Her eyes rolled back, the light quickly fading, and the screaming heart monitor settled into a solid, unbroken tone. "Flatline." Nate fell to his knees, sobbing beside the bed. He reached feebly for Paula's hand, but it was as stiff and cold as a statue. Bang, bangs, bang. Sharp pains pierced his torso one after another. Nate twisted around, clutching bloody gunshot wounds, and saw the guard from the gate, Corporal Rourke, slowly lower a smoking pistol. "Why?" was all he could think to ask as his mind faded, and his body grew cold. "You were infected," Major Voronova explained. Asterisk. Bang, 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 bang. Nate jolted upright, his chest heaving, the covers falling away. For a moment, he didn't know where he was. The bright white of the hospital room had been replaced with the dim amber glow of a bedside lamp. The antiseptic smell and the coppery tang of his own blood were gone, replaced by stale, recirculated air, the faint scent of shampoo, and Max's doggy musk. Gunfire rattled outside. Muffled shouts followed, sharp and urgent. Nate ripped the covers off and climbed over Riley, his heart pounding. Riley and Jonah stirred sleepily, but didn't wake. Riley pulled the covers back up and rolled over, but Max was standing at the foot of the bed with his hackles raised, a low growl vibrating in his chest as he stared at the curtained window. Nate glanced at the clock on the nightstand. 5:15 a.m. He'd been asleep for less than 2 hours. Another burst of gunfire cracked from outside, followed by a man shouting indistinct orders. Max barked once sharply. "SHHH, easy boy," Nate whispered. Then came a rapid-fire knock at the adjoining door to Emily's room. Nate padded across the carpet and opened the door to find Emily standing there in her pajamas, her hair mussed, eyes wide with fear. Behind her, the girls were huddled on one of the beds, hugging each other beneath the covers. "Did you hear that?" Emily whispered. Nate nodded. "It woke me up. What the hell's going on out there?" Before she could answer, a new sound started up, a long, rising whooping sound that sent chills down his spine. The air raid sirens. Max began whimpering and pacing anxiously at the foot of the bed. He jumped back on the bed, on top of Riley, then back down and resumed pacing. Riley stirred and sat up. Jonah blinked awake beside her, looking confused. "Dad," Riley asked as another rattle of gunfire echoed from outside. "What's happening?" Nate went to the window and pulled the curtains back just enough to get a look outside. Searchlights cut swaths across the darkened, snow-covered grounds. Dark human figures were gushing through a hole in the fence by the hundreds. Light armored vehicles on the highway outside flickered and flashed with gunfire, trying to slow them down. Soldiers in MOPP suits sprinted to the fence, muzzle flashes strobing in the gloom. A pair of helicopters hovered above, firing machine guns out the sides. But the infected just kept coming. They sprinted across the highway by the hundreds and thousands, falling in heaps to the soldiers' guns, and yet somehow they still charged mindlessly on. They surrounded the armored vehicles on the highway. An explosion flared from within one of them, limbing the seams with fiery light. Another vehicle simply stopped firing, the reasons more mysterious. Then a pair of Humvees with .50 cal turrets were overwhelmed and completely covered by bloomers. The turrets started up again moments later, but this time they were manned by bloomers, firing back up at the helicopters. They knocked one of the choppers down, and it went spinning into the fence with a muffled boom and flash of light that blasted an even bigger hole in the perimeter. The second chopper withdrew, firing steadily as it went. Nate couldn't believe it. Bloomers had broken through the perimeter, and they were actually overwhelming the base's defenses, at least for now. Gunfire flared somewhere closer to the entrance of the inn. One of the soldiers running to the fence shouted for the others to fall back. Emily appeared beside him and her face promptly drained of color. How did this happen? The whole place was supposed to be secure. They had patrols along the fence. This is a military base, for crying out loud. Jonah gave a strangled cry and scrambled closer to his sister. Riley wrapped her arms around him in an uncharacteristic gesture. Their eyes were locked on the window. They hadn't seen what was going on, but they could probably imagine it. Picking up on the mood, Max barked again, louder this time, his fur bristling. Somewhere further off and out of sight, another explosion rattled the window, and Nate realized that this wasn't the only point of contact. It was probably just one of many. Offutt was on the edge of Omaha, the largest city in Nebraska, with almost 500,000 people. If even a quarter of those people had become infected, and they were now coordinating an assault on the base, there was no way that it could hold, no matter how many guns the soldiers had. "Nate, what do we do?" Emily asked. Nate's heart pounded as the room seemed to close in on him. Gunfire cracked outside, mingling with shouted orders and the rising wail of sirens, until it all became one chaotic blur of sound. He glanced toward the door, then at his children, and finally back at Emily. "Get the girls dressed and ready to move," he said. Emily just stared blankly at him, as if she hadn't heard. "Now, Emily." She flinched and darted back to her room, calling the girls to action. "Dad," Riley asked, her voice rising sharply with apprehension. "You two, Riles and Jones, get dressed. We need to be ready to go at a moment's notice." His kids jumped out of bed and dashed to their bags, rummaging quickly through them for fresh pairs of clothes. Nate ran for the radio on the nightstand and snatched it up. "Sergeant Delaney, come in. This is Corwin, over." But only static answered him. Chapter 45. Nate tried the radio again. Nothing. He left it on the nightstand with the volume turned up, hoping for a reply. The gunfire outside was heavier now, sharp bursts rattling through the window, punctuated by shouted commands and the dull thuds of explosions. Somewhere nearby, a vehicle engine roared to life and then abruptly cut off. Nate ran over to his luggage, where he quickly stripped out of his pajamas and yanked on a clean pair of jeans, a t-shirt, a sweater, and his winter jacket. His hands shook as he laced his boots. Emily darted in with Haley and Olivia. The girls watched him, wide-eyed with shock. They were also bundled up in their winter coats, red, pink, and Emily's white. Haley was hugging her stuffed tiger tight against her chest. "Emily, I'm going downstairs to find out what's happening," he said, forcing his voice to stay calm. "Keep the doors locked. Make sure everyone is dressed and ready to move when I come back." Emily nodded wordlessly. "Dad, don't go," Riley said from the foot of the other bed as she stuffed her feet into winter boots. Jonah was sitting beside her, crying as he did the same. "I have to," Nate said. "I need to know if it's safe to stay here or if we should get out while we can. Maybe I can get us a weapon or two while I'm at it." "Be careful," Emily added. "I will." He turned and started for the door. Max was standing there whining, his tail stiff, ears pricked and listening. "I'll be right back," Nate promised. He checked the peephole. No signs of trouble. Then he pushed Max aside and slipped out into the corridor, the door clicking shut behind him. Asterisk. Nate skipped the elevators and ducked into the stairwell instead. He took the steps two at a time, holding the railing for support. Before he even reached the first-floor landing, he could smell the gun's smoke curling in under the door. When he reached the landing and peeked out through the door, the scene at the entrance of the inn froze him in place. About a dozen soldiers were crouched behind overturned couches and chairs as makeshift barricades in front of the glass entrance. Several of the doors were shattered, giving them a way to shoot out. The darkness beyond the dim violet glow of the UV lights in the entryway was a churning sea of blue, and the ground was shaking with the relentless pounding of too many feet. Maybe 1,000 bloomers, maybe more, were rushing toward the inn. "Frag out," one of the soldiers shouted, and then he popped up and hurled a grenade through a shattered pane at the seething mass of bloomers. The soldiers all ducked down just before a bright flash of an explosion sent debris skittering over their heads. Shrieking cries erupted from outside as bloomers went tumbling across the parking lot, limbs flailing. Then gunfire answered back from the darkness, return fire. Nate saw muzzle flashes and realized with dawning horror that several of the bloomers had recovered weapons from fallen soldiers, and they were busy evening the playing field. A metallic clink hit the tiles just behind the barricades. "Grenade!" one of the soldiers yelled. The blast threw bodies and glass in all directions. Nate ducked back into the stairwell, his ears ringing and stuffed with a cottony sensation. When he looked out again, the defensive line was gone. A handful of surviving soldiers dragged wounded fellows with missing limbs, leaving bloody smears on the tiles. Rifle fire from outside cut them down. "Fall back to the stairs," one of the survivors shouted. Two figures broke off and sprinted toward Nate's position. He held the door open for them. "Go, go, go!" The leader barked as they dashed inside and began racing up the stairs. Nate slammed the door shut and pounded up the stairs after them. One of them was shouting into his radio, calling for reinforcements. "Off at Actual, this is Excalibur 3 Charlie. We are pinned down at the O'Malley Inn. We have wounded on the ground floor and multiple tangos inbound. Requesting Bradleys and air support for extraction and casevac. Over." Static crackled back. "Negative for reinforcements, Excalibur. All ground and air assets are occupied. Hold position. Over." The soldier cursed and shook his head, keying his radio again to insist on reinforcements. Nate shot past them on the third-floor landing and pushed out into the hall. He lingered with his hand on the door, staring expectantly back at the soldiers. He was surprised to find that he recognized them. One was the young soldier with the doughy face and freckled cheeks who'd escorted them in from the gate last night, Corporal Rourke, while the other was the even younger man with acne who'd hopped in behind Paula to keep her covered with his rifle as they drove to the hospital. Private Fields. "Let's go," he hissed at them. "Corwin?" Rourke asked, wasting precious seconds blinking stupidly at him like a deer caught in headlights. "Corporal," Fields prompted, "we need to keep moving." "We can hide in my room," Nate said. "Come on." "Copy that," Rourke replied. They dashed out just as the door at the bottom of the stairs banged open, and the sound of snarling bloomers came echoing to their ears. They sprinted down the hall together, both soldiers cursing steadily. Nate skidded to a stop in front of his door, 316. Rourke hammered the door with a fist, while Fields covered the hallway behind them. "It's me, open up," Nate said. Emily's voice came muffled through the door. "Nate." "It's us, hurry." The lock clicked. Snarling bloomers came bursting out into the hallway behind them. "Contact rear," Fields shouted, and then he squeezed off 2 quick bursts from his carbine. The door opened, and Nate shoved through with both soldiers right on his heels. Rourke slammed the door shut, threw the deadbolt, and set the chain. Nate strode quickly inside, his kids closing in around him with Emily, Max, and her girls. "Lights off," Rourke hissed from where he stood, watching the peephole. Nate flipped the switch, and Riley scrambled to turn off the lamp. The room plunged into darkness, save for the pale glow of streetlights and searchlights bleeding in through the curtained window. Riley and Jonah crouched behind one bed with Max pressed between them. The dog's low growl broke the sudden silence. Nate dropped to his haunches beside them and laid a hand on the dog's back in an effort to calm him down. Emily and the girls huddled behind the second bed. For a long moment, all anyone could hear was their own breathing, the muffled snarls of the bloomers, and the faint, rhythmic thudding of their feet as they flooded the hall. Both soldiers lifted their gas masks and clipped them to their uniforms. Nate got up and crossed to the corporal. He leaned in close to Rourke and whispered, "You got a gun to spare?" Rourke drew his sidearm and handed it over without looking away from the peephole. "Full mag. Mind the safety and watch where you point it." "Thanks," Nate said. Emily crowded in behind them, whispering, "I need one too." Rourke hesitated. Then, with a tight nod to the private, he said, "Fields, hand her your M18. The other soldier obeyed, passing her his pistol. Tango incoming, quiet. A sudden knock rattled the door. 3 sharp raps followed by a pause. Nate caught a flicker of glowing blue eyes shining through the peephole. Rourke held a finger to his lips, his eyes hard. Another knock sounded, just one, much louder and harder this time, followed by another pause. They waited in frozen silence, nobody daring to break it. There came a low snarl, and then the bloomer moved on, knocking on the next door and then the next. Finally they relaxed, shoulders slumping with a collective sigh. Somewhere down the hall, a woman answered in a trembling voice. "Hello." There came a loud bang, followed by horrendous screaming. The hallway filled with a sudden chaos of pounding footsteps and feral shrieks as bloomers converged on that location. "Sounds like they're tearing her apart," Fields whispered, flexing hands on his carbine. "We can't do anything," Rourke replied. The screams cut off in silence. Nate eyed his kids. Riley had clapped a hand over her mouth as if to stop herself from screaming. Jonah was gaping in shock, and the Reed girls were stifling sobs. Emily looked like she was about to be sick, and Max growled warningly. "Did they eat her?" Emily asked. But no one even dared to answer. The sound of bloomers in the hall finally quieted. "What the hell are they after?" Nate whispered. "Why are they attacking?" Rourke snorted. "We hit them first, herded them into kill zones for airstrikes. Now they're hitting back. It's a war now, and we're all just trying to survive." Before Nate could reply, the radio on the nightstand crackled to life, and Max barked stridently. "Corwin, you there? It's Delaney. Over." "Shut that dog up," Rourke hissed. Nate lunged for the radio, and Riley clamped hands around Max's muzzle. "Corwin here," he whispered. "What's going on out there, Sergeant?" Static hissed back, followed by the Delaney's strained voice. "It's bad. They hit us hard. Must be 50 bloomers for every one of ours, and some of 'em have guns. We're en route to the inns to reinforce your position. What's your status?" "Over." Nate looked back at Rourke, who made a gimme gesture for the radio. Nate hurried over and handed it to him. "Corporal Rourke here. We're overrun at the O'Malley Inn. Bloomers are trying to lure people out of their rooms. We're holed up in Corwin's room, 3rd floor." "Room 316, Nate added. "Copy that," Delaney said. "Stay put, we're coming to you." Delaney out. The radio clicked off, and Rourke handed it back to Nate, who stuffed it into his jacket pocket and zipped it shut around the antenna to keep his hands free for the pistol. A loud thump hit the door, and Max barked again, muffled by Riley's hands but definitely audible. Everybody froze. Another thump caused the door to shake violently. Then came a rasping snarl. Rourke mouthed, "What the hell?" Nate's pulse pounded in his ears. Max was growling steadily and shaking his head to get Riley's hands off his snout. A third impact shook the frame, and this time Nate both heard and saw the wooded frame splintering around the locks. Emily whispered, "They're going to break in." Chapter 46. The door shook more and more violently with every successive blow, causing splinters to rain from the jamb. "Move," Rourke hissed. "Get to the other room now." Nate grabbed Jonah by the arm, yanking him through the connecting door into Emily's room. Riley came next, pulling Max by the leash. He was barking furiously now that she'd released his snout. Not that it mattered. The bloomers weren't giving up this time. But Riley tugged hard on the leash, saying, "Come on, boy," as she dragged him through. Emily and the Reed girls crashed through next with Rourke and Fields covering their retreat. They shut, and locked the interior door behind them. A split second later came the sound of wood cracking and the door banging open. Bloomers thundered in, snarling and shrieking like the animals they were. Nate stood facing the interior door, both hands wrapped around the pistol, aiming it at the floor. Rourke and Fields had their carbines up and aimed. The noises on the other side of the door were horrific. Snarling, guttural screeches, the crash of furniture being overturned as Bloomers tore the room apart looking for them. Then something slammed into the connecting door. The frame shuddered, and drywall dust drifted from the ceiling. "They're still coming," Rourke said. The door thudded again, harder this time. Same pattern as before. Whatever they were doing to batter down the doors, it was working. "Door-'s not going to hold for long," Rourke muttered. He turned and pointed to Nate. "Corwin, with me." Nate followed him to the window. The corporal yanked back the curtain. "Your vehicles are right outside in the lot," he said. "Key fobs are inside. Fields and I will hold them off here while you slip out and make a run for it. As soon as they catch a scent of fresh prey, they converge. You've got one chance. Don't waste it." Nate stared at him in shock. "You'll be trapped." "We're already trapped," Rourke said. "We don't all have to go out the same way. When this door breaks, they'll come flooding in. We'll hold the line and you go out that door." He pointed toward the main suite entrance. "Get your people to the cars and get the hell out of here." Nate nodded, his throat tight. "Okay, thank you." Rourke nodded back and then joined Fields by the door. He snapped at the private, ordering him to help drag the desk in front of the door to form a barricade and buy them extra time. Nate ushered Emily and the kids to the front door and stood by the peephole, watching Bloomers flash by to join the ones already crowding inside his room. The sound of battering on the connecting door was deafening. "On my mark," Rourke shouted. "Get ready," Nate whispered. Emily nodded. Riley wrapped the leash twice around her hand to keep Max close. The dog strained toward the sound of the pounding door, growling, but no longer barking. His tail was stiff, his body trembling with the instinct to protect them, even though everybody knew he was all bark and no bite. Retrievers could be noisy from a distance, but up close they were all licks and cuddles. The connecting door splintered, and an arm burst through, reaching blindly. The soldiers opened fire, drawing furious shrieks from the other side. "Go, go, go!" Rourke shouted over the cracking roar of their rifles. Nate hesitated as two Bloomers flashed by the peephole. And then the connecting door thumped again and burst inward, pushing the desk away. Bloomers came struggling through, their eyes glowing and teeth snapping. Rourke and Private Fields fired steadily, the muzzle flashes strobing through the room, each burst illuminating the twisted faces of the infected. "Get out of here," Rourke screamed, backing away with Fields. Not seeing any more infected flashing past the peephole, Nate ripped open the suite door and ran out into the hallway. He waited for Emily and the kids, and then they ran together for the stairwell. Jonah stumbled, but Nate caught his arm and dragged him back to his feet. Just ahead of them, a middle-aged woman with a blood-smeared mouth and glowing eyes burst out of the ruined doorway of someone's room and lunged straight at them. Her hands curled like talons and reaching for Haley. Haley screamed, and Emily jerked her sharply away. Nate raised his pistol and fired twice. The first shot hit the woman's chest, the second caught her clean in the head, and she dropped like a sack of rocks. "Keep going," he shouted. They sprinted for the stairwell. A sharp cry split the air, "Tiggy!" Haley had stopped dead, hauling back on her mother's arm with all of her weight. Her stuffed tiger lay on the floor beside the dead bloomer. She broke free of her mother and dashed back to get the toy. "Haley!" Emily screamed. Two more bloomers lunged from an adjacent room, reaching for the little girl. Emily fired 2 quick shots. Nate added another 2. 2 missed and 2 hit. The infected twisted and spun, but didn't fall. Nate and Emily fired 3 more shots between them and put the infected down, but the sounds of gunfire drew a ragged horde of at least 20 more out of Nate's room. "Run!" Nate shouted. Emily dashed after Haley and grabbed her roughly by the arm just as her daughter snatched her stuffed tiger off the floor. The steady rattle of gunfire coming from Emily's room cut off in ringing silence and abbreviated screams from Rourke and Fields. There came a muffled boom of a grenade, and then pregnant silence. Nate held his ground, his feet planted and gun raised in a 2-handed grip, waiting for Emily. She flashed past him. He fired twice into the rushing horde and then spun around and ran. "Get to the stairs," he shouted. Riley and Jonah were leading the way. They opened the door and held it. Emily and her kids piled through, followed by Nate. He grabbed the door and pulled it shut, then grabbed the handle. "Run," he shouted. "Get the kids to the cars." Emily stopped on the landing beside him. "And go where?" she demanded. He could hear them coming, the pounding of feet, the guttural growls echoing closer. "Anywhere that looks safe, Riley." She turned and he thrust the sidearm into her hand. "Take it." Her eyes went wide. "What about you?" A loud bang sounded behind him as the infected slammed into the door. "Don't worry about me," he said, wincing as the door handle began twisting in his grip, cutting into his palm. "I'll be right behind you. I'll take the Suburban. You go with Emily in the truck. Now go." Everyone dashed down to the next landing. Riley gave Max's leash a sharp tug to pull him away from the door. Max whined and resisted, staring back at Nate, as if determined not to leave him behind. Nate gritted his teeth and clamped both hands around the door handle. It jerked violently in his grip, the cold metal biting into his palms. On the other side, fists hammered against the small, reinforced window at the top of the door, each blow ringing like a gunshot. They were shrieking loudly in his ears and slamming their bodies against the door, trying to break it down as they had the others. The frame rattled but held. This one was metal, not wood. As long as he kept that handle steady, he could bottle the bloomers up on the 3rd floor and buy his family precious time to escape. He squeezed his eyes shut and muttered a quick prayer. The end of the world was turning him religious in a hurry. Gunfire cracked from below, the sharp pops of pistols, followed by a woman's scream. Nate's eyes snapped open, his heart pounding. The gunfire still echoed in his ears, but that scream drowned it out, along with the feral snarls of the infected behind him. He froze, torn in half by indecision. If he released the door to help the others, the whole horde would come boiling after him. And without a weapon, what could he even do? His jaw clenched, impotent fury burning hot in his chest. All he could do was stand there gripping the handle and loathing his own helplessness. Chapter 47. Riley and Jonah skidded to a stop in the lobby, halfway between the stairwell and the tattered barricades, where the dead soldiers lay. On the other side of the shattered entryway, a glowing mass of infected was busy churning toward them. Max began barking stridently. Emily yanked Haley and Olivia back behind her legs, and then both she and Riley jerked their guns up and started firing as bloomers came flooding in by the dozen. The infected flew across the barricades, and landed in shattered pools of glass and debris on the other side. "Run!" Emily cried. "Where?" Riley shouted. A snarl sounded somewhere behind her, and she glanced over her shoulder to see more of the infected flooding the corridor behind them. Two chambermaids, a man in blood-stained pajamas, and the receptionist who'd checked them in when they'd arrived. "There's nowhere to go," Riley cried. Riley and Emily huddled together in the middle of the lobby, sheltering the kids between them as the infected slowly advanced from both sides, no longer sprinting, but fanning out to cut off all possible avenues of escape. "Riley, I'm scared," Jonah said. "What are they doing?" Riley whispered. Emily just shook her head. Riley's pulse hammered in her veins. Jonah clung to the arm that was holding Max, his hands digging through her coat like claws. Haley and Olivia huddled behind their mother's legs. Max was bristling, a low growl rumbling up from his chest. Suddenly, at the mouth of the doorway, the infected parted down the middle, and a tall, almost handsome-looking man came striding in. He wasn't like the others, not snarling and drooling like an animal. He looked intelligent and composed, almost as if he wasn't infected at all. He wore a puffy black winter parka, zipped all the way up to the chin, proper gloves, and a matching beanie hat with thick blonde hair leaking out around it. An army rifle was slung across his chest. Snow and dormant spores crusted his boots, yet his eyes glowed with the same cold blue light as the others. Whoever this man was, somehow, he was in charge of the others. "What do you want from us?" Emily shrieked at him. The man's head canted slowly to one side. He just looked at them for a moment, then glanced around, casually surveying the scene of death and destruction at his feet. Dead soldiers lying in bloody pieces on the floor. The lucid one looked back at them and opened his mouth to speak. The sounds that came out were scraping and guttural, unlike any language Riley had ever heard. His voice rose and fell in odd cadences. "I don't understand what you're saying," Emily shouted. The man stopped speaking and simply lifted a hand from his rifle to point at them, and then, with infinitesimal slowness, he turned and pointed at a dead soldier, a man whose chest had been blown wide open. With that, the lucid bloomer looked up with a cold smile. The feral ones began snarling and shrieking, snapping their teeth and shuffling their feet eagerly, as if they had also understood the message. "Shoot him," Emily cried. The first shot cracked from her gun, sounding small and insignificant against the snarls of the infected. The lucid one took the bullet in the chest without even flinching. Black blood gushed out, shining bright with glowing veins of spores, and then abruptly it stopped, as if someone had turned off a faucet. The man's coat was slick and glistening with glowing blue threads that dribbled to the tiles at his feet. Yet he didn't fall. Emily fired again, and this time Riley joined her, but the feral ones lunged in the same moment, forming up in front of their leader like a living wall to take the bullets for him. Several of the infected dropped where they stood, but for each bloomer that went down, two more stepped in to take their place. The lucid one smiled, a gaping grin that seemed to split his face in half, and then he casually lifted the rifle that had been slung across his chest and aimed it over the feral one's shoulders. "Get down," Emily cried. She was still shooting steadily, aiming for the leader. Both of her girls screamed. Jonah grabbed Max and flattened him to the floor. Riley dropped next, curling her body protectively over Jonah and Max. And then a cracking burst of rifle fire split the air, and a meaty thump sounded. Riley cringed, afraid to look up and see Emily lying next to them in a spreading pool of blood. Chapter 48. Riley cracked her eyes open to see Emily lying on the floor beside them, and she stifled a sob. Yet the light in Emily's eyes was bright and steady, sharp with fear, but not fading in death. Then came the sound of much heavier gunfire, thumping through the lobby in a steady, percussive rhythm. Riley risked glancing up to see a bright stream of tracer fire sweeping in from outside, tearing through the entryway in a diagonal sweep that hit the lucid bloomer and the feral ones alike, ripping them apart in a shower of glowing black blood. The sound was so loud it seemed to split Riley's skull in half. One moment the infected were standing in front of them like a wall, blocking their escape. The next they were lying heaped in twitching pieces on the floor. The ones behind them shrieked and sprinted blindly toward the threat, only to meet the exact same fate. They fell in twos and threes, legs buckling, limbs flying off, and heads bursting like melons. Black blood sprayed in glowing arcs that painted the floor and walls with gore. The gunfire stopped, leaving a ringing silence so thick that Riley thought she'd gone deaf. Bits of drywall, wood, and stuffing from the overturned furniture sifted through the air. Then came the muffled sound of doors slamming. Boots hit pavement, and bobbing beams of light speared through the entryway, shining brightly through the smoke and dust to dazzle their eyes. "Stay down," Emily hissed. Riley didn't need to be told. She was frozen where she lay with her arms draped over Jonah and Max to hold them down. She risked peeking up to peer through the shifting veils of smoke. 3 figures in army fatigues and gas masks darted through the entryway, moving fast, their rifles up and tactical lights shining as they scanned every corner of the lobby. One of them shouted, the familiar voice sharp and amplified through a speaker. "Any survivors? Call out if you can hear me." Riley's heart kicked hard inside her chest. She knew that voice. "Sergeant Delaney," she yelled, her voice breaking. "Over here," Emily added, easing up off the floor and waving to him. The soldiers turned toward them immediately, weapons lowering as they rushed over. Riley rose shakily to her feet, pulling Jonah up with her. Her legs felt like water, her ears still aching from the gunfire. Delaney stepped in close, a grim expression just visible behind his mask. His gaze swept across them. "Where's Rourke and Corwin?" Emily's voice trembled as she spoke. "The corporal's dead." Delaney muttered a curse. "And Nate?" Riley pointed toward the stairwell at the far end of the lobby, right by the elevators. "He's holding the door to keep the others from getting down. He's still up there." "Copy, Private Hands," Delaney barked over his shoulder. "Get these civvies out and loaded into the vehicles." "Yes, sir." Delaney jerked his chin at his other man. "Miller with me." Before Riley could say anything else, Delaney and Miller ran by them to the stairs. Hands crowded in beside him, his eyes scanning the lobby. "Let's move, people. Stay low and follow me." Emily gathered the kids and pushed them forward, one hand clutching Haley's shoulder, the other gripping her pistol. Riley flicked on the safety of her gun and then heaved Max up into her arms to keep him from padding through infected blood. She brought up the rear, running along behind Jonah and the Reeds. Hands led them carefully around the heaps of dead bloomers in the entrance and made them stand under the UV lights in the entrance for several precious seconds. Riley's arms burned under Max's squirming weight. She glanced back over her shoulder to watch as Delaney and Miller reached the door to the stairwell and disappeared inside. The coppery smell of blood and the sharp tang of gun smoke were a thick, sickening stench in her nostrils. A welcome gust of icy wind whistled through the broken entryway, clearing away the stench. "Let's go, move, move, move," Private Hands said. Outside, the cold air hit Riley like a slap. The parking lot was bright in the headlights of the sergeant's Humvee. A fourth soldier stood in the turret, keeping the entrance covered as they left the building. Their vehicles were right where they'd left them, the windows dusted white with frost. The sky pulsed with flashes of light and muffled booms, signs of battles still raging in other parts of the base. It was chaos in every direction. There was no way to tell which side was winning, but right now all Riley could think about was the stairwell, and whether the sergeant would find her dad alive and uninfected up on the third-floor landing. She glanced back one last time at the shattered doors of the O'Malley Inn. Jagged pools of glass glowed like amethysts under the UV lamps. Riley whispered under her breath, "Come on, Dad. Please be okay." Chapter 49. The door thumped steadily with the weight of bodies crashing into it. The reinforced window at the top cracked and then splintered, and hands came reaching through the subsequent rain of safety glass. Bloomers clawed at Nate's jacket, his neck, and the side of his face. He ducked down to get away before they could break his skin, and kneeled on the floor, bracing the door handle with both of his arms. His hands were numb from holding the handle against Bloomer's twisting it from the other side. He couldn't hold it much longer. The sounds of gunfire from below had stopped. He could only hope that was a good sign, and his family had managed to escape. Then came the sound of boots hammering up the stairs, and he realized he was about to be cornered. This was it. He'd held out as long as he could. "Nate, get down," a familiar voice roared. Nate blinked at the sight of two soldiers in gas masks and army fatigues standing on the landing below. He ducked, and precision bursts of gunfire erupted, ripping through the broken window to cut down Bloomers on the other side. The hands twisting the door handle on the other side slackened. "Corwin, let's go," Delaney shouted. Nate scrambled to his feet and flew down the stairs. The door burst open behind him with a feral shriek. He risked glancing back to see the infected boiling through, their glowing eyes bright, mouths gaping wide, and hands outstretched as they lunged after him. Both soldiers opened fire as soon as he reached them. The stairwell filled with strident thunder, muzzle flashes strobing through the smoke and dim lighting. The first wave of Bloomers folded instantly, bodies tumbling forward in heaps. But more of them came, clawing over the corpses and shrieking as gunfire ripped into them. "Go, go, go," Delaney barked. "We can't hold this." Nate scrambled past them, racing down the stairs, taking them 2 and 3 at a time. Delaney and his men kept firing, covering their retreat. At the bottom of the stairs, Nate burst out into a shattered lobby, piled with bodies and spattered with both regular crimson blood and the black, faintly glowing blood of the Bloomers. He stood frozen for a moment, surveying the scene. No sign of Riley, Jonah, or the Reeds. His shoulders rounded with a relieved sigh. And then something grabbed his coat with a snarl. Nate twisted, swinging an elbow into the Bloomer's jaw. The infected man's head snapped back, and he staggered into the elevator doors with a hollow boom. The sergeant and the other soldier burst out of the stairwell next, saw the Bloomer, and promptly shot him with rattling bursts from their rifles. The infected man fell in a heap. "I'm out," Delaney said. "Hold the door while I reload." The other man lunged and grabbed the handle a split second, before a wave of infected came thudding into it from behind. Another Bloomer came at them, snarling and dragging itself across the tiles with inhuman speed. Its legs were cut off below the knees. Hands scraped at Nate's ankle. He flinched and jerked his leg away. Delaney cursed and backed up a step as he finished reloading his carbine. Then he jerked the rifle up and shot the bloomer in the head. "Ready to run, Miller." "Copy that." "Corwin, I could use a gun." Delaney handed him his sidearm. "Here." Nate flicked off the safety and nodded. "Ready." "Go," Delaney barked. The door banged open. Both soldiers sprang away and fired short bursts into the wave of bloomers that piled out. Nate sprinted for the entrance, jumping over bodies, glass crunching underfoot. When he hit the night air, the cold burned his throat, reminding him that he wasn't wearing a mask. Hopefully, that wouldn't matter. Headlights from the Humvee swept across the parking lot. The Silverado's engine idled beside it, facing the other way and ready to go with the exhausts pluming in the freezing air. The UV lamp glowed dimly within the cabin, highlighting 5 distinct human shapes and a dog. Nate almost sobbed in relief. Realizing there wasn't room for him in the truck, he veered off toward the Suburban, yanked open the driver's door and threw himself behind the wheel. The key fob was in the cup holder, right where Rourke had said it would be. He stashed his pistol beside it, then stomped on the brake and stabbed the ignition button, and the engine roared to life. "Dad!" Riley cried as she ripped open the passenger side door and flew in beside him. Jonah and Max came next, bounding in the back. They slammed the doors behind them. Nate was about to object that they'd left the safety of one car for another, but the look on Riley's face gave him pause. Her cheeks were streaked with grime and tears. She threw her arms around him. "I thought you were dead," she cried. "Not yet," he replied. The echoes of gunfire moving toward them from the inn brought them back to the moment, and Riley retreated quickly to her seat. He reversed out of the parking space and pulled alongside Emily's Silverado. "None of us grabbed our masks," Riley said suddenly. Nate glanced back at Jonah and out the back of the car, searching for signs of Delaney and the other soldier. The snow-covered grounds shimmered faintly with blue light, but thankfully nothing was falling from the sky. "We should be okay. Spores aren't dropping anymore." He turned to Jonah. "Turn on the UV." Jonah reached up and flicked it on, and a dim violet glow filled the Suburban. The light made the flecks of blood on Jonah's and Riley's jackets gleam like paint. Here, Riley started to hand him the gun he'd given her earlier, but he patted the one beside him and shook his head. "You keep it. I'll drive, you shoot." Her eyes widened, but she nodded quickly. Another rattle of gunfire sounded from inside the inn, and then the 2 soldiers came dashing out. The radio in Nate's pocket crackled to life, reminding him it was there. "Ready to roll, Corwin?" Delaney asked, his voice muffled. Nate pulled the radio out to reply. "Let's go." Then he twisted around again and saw Delaney and the other soldier ripping open the doors of the Humvee. In the same instant, a stream of infected came flooding out. Emily's voice crackled over the radios next. "Here they come." The front of the inn boiled with movement. Bloomers thrashing and clawing at each other as they dashed out after the soldiers. "Dad!" Riley shouted in warning. The soldier manning the Ma Deuce on top of the Humvee opened fire with thumping reports. The Humvee roared by them. Nate was about to stomp on the accelerator, but Emily beat him to it, forcing him to wait several precious seconds before he could follow. He felt bloomers slamming into the car. A hand came slashing through the clothes Riley had taped over the broken side window. She screamed and swung the pistol around, firing blindly at point-blank range. The bloomer's head burst, dark mist fizzling as it hit the UV light. Nate floored it. Tires squealed and spun on the icy pavement, and then the car surged forward, bumping over a dead body and rolling it under its wheels. They roared through the parking lot and out onto the internal roads of the base. The infected sprinted after them, shrieking bitterly as they went. Delaney led the way in the Humvee, its mounted gun sending a steady stream of tracer rounds streaking into what was left of the horde. The convoy shot down the road with the glowing lights of the inn receding rapidly behind them. O'Malley was just one of several that had been hit. Some of them were burning, others gushed glowing blue streams of infected into the night. All around them, explosions boomed and gunfire roared. The sky pulsed with strobes of light. Then came the sound of jet aircraft swooping by low overhead, followed by rotary cannons roaring to cut down the infected at the inns. "Booyah, go get 'em, boys," Delaney whooped over the radio. "Feral bastards are no match for A-10 warthogs." Nate gripped the wheel so tight his knuckles ached. His breath came in ragged gasps, his heart hammering. He couldn't bring himself to share the sergeant's triumphant feelings. Running for their lives in the wee hours of the morning hardly felt like victory. Beside him, Riley sat shivering with a pistol clutched in her lap, an icy wind hammering through the broken window. Jonah sat silent in the back, his eyes wide and glistening in the violet glow of the UV lamp. No one spoke. The only sounds were of the engine and the hammering wind, carrying in with it the distant roar of the battle still raging across the base. The sky ahead was just beginning to lighten, with faint streaks of red bleeding up from below the horizon. "Sun's coming up," he said, as if that might somehow put an end to the assault. Riley nodded mutely. Were bloomers scared of sunlight? Nate wondered. A blast from their UV lamp had scared off an infected wolf in Wyoming, but infected people didn't seem to mind one way or the other. Nate reached for the radio beside him. "Where are we going, Sergeant?" "Over." "Headed for the quarantine facility. All units are regrouping there. It's the last fortified perimeter we've got." Chapter 50. Nate frowned. Why regroup at the quarantine facility? Seems to be their target. Same pattern as Carhen. They're swarming any site connected to research or treatment. Bloomers seem to know we're studying them. Nate frowned. Why would they care? Maybe they're trying to stop us from finding a cure. Riley glanced at Nate from the passenger seat, her face pale in the glow of the UV lamp. Or maybe they don't want us to figure out how to change them back. Nate met her eyes briefly. "Maybe," he said quietly. Why she'd said that. She was afraid for her mother, afraid that it was too late and she'd already turned. The convoy tore through the smoke and chaos on the base, its headlights cutting narrow tunnels through the smoke and pre-dawn gloom. The Humvee's mounted gun thundered sporadically, flashes strobing out at infected stragglers. The entire base was a war zone. Everywhere Nate looked, something was burning. Ammo depots, fuel trucks, tents, bright, flickering orange pillars punched holes in the dark, and firelight reflected off pools of frozen runoff shot through with glowing blue threads of spores. Black shapes darted around by the hundreds, bloomers swarming across runways like ants to stop more planes from taking off. An F-16 sucked one of the infected into the intake, below its cockpit, and burst into flames. The cockpit popped open a split second before the flames hit the jet's ordnance, and it exploded in a world-cracking boom that flattened hundreds of infected and blinded Nate for several seconds. Most of the bloomers were dumb, unarmed masses charging blindly into gunfire, but a handful of others moved more methodically, carrying rifles or handguns that they de-scavenged from fallen soldiers. A helicopter swept by overhead, rotors pounding the air and searchlight cutting across a field full of bodies, until it found a fresh group of maybe 1,000 rushing in behind them. The gunner opened up with twin miniguns, a stream of tracers stitching through the horde. The bloomers scattered, shrieking and snarling in all directions, and the helicopter banked hard to herd them back together, strafing the ground as it went. The earth rumbled as a pair of tanks rolled across the field to join the fray, their treads grinding over bodies, the barrels of their cannons swinging to fire. Shells cracked out to hit a group of bloomers surging toward a squat gray concrete building, and blew the infected apart in a brilliant orange bloom of dirt, fire, and shattered bodies. Nate had seen bad things on the road south: ambushes, wrecks, burning homes, and deranged townies, and not the least of which, the attack on Camp Carhan. But this was war, chaotic and brutal. It seemed like the infected didn't stand a chance. And yet, somehow they were still everywhere. Both the Humvee and the Silverado swerved sharply ahead of them. "Pothole," Delaney declared. Nate jerked the wheel at the last second to avoid a crater that suddenly opened in the road ahead of them. Up ahead, the Humvee plowed through a living roadblock of the infected. They parted around the vehicle like a wave, and the .50 cal turret sent them scattering. "Mind your window, Riles," Nate said just before they rammed through. Riley leaned over the console, aiming her gun out the window as the stragglers bounced and thumped off the sides of the Suburban. This time, none of them managed to get their arms through the window. "Shit," Riley breathed through a ragged sigh. "They're everywhere." Up ahead, one of them turned and leveled a rifle at them. "Get down," Nate cried, and Riley yelped with fright as she flattened herself across the center console. The soldiers in the Humvee cut the infected shooter down before he could pull the trigger. Riley slowly peeked back up. "Dad, the leaders have guns. We ran into one in the lobby. He almost shot us on our way out." Nate shot Riley an anxious look. So that was the commotion he'd heard while he was holding the stairwell. "They're getting smarter," he said. Riley nodded. Delaney's voice crackled over the radio. "Stay close, Corwin, almost there." They sped past a massive, flaming hangar with a C-130 slumping inside. A dozen soldiers were firing from behind a line of cargo crates, while a light armored vehicle rumbled past them with its turret slowly turning to face them. Nate blinked in shock as it opened fire on the soldiers, splintering their cover and sending them flying. A pair of A-10 Warthogs came screaming in, firing rockets at the tank, and it burst open like a gourd. They pulled up to fly over the flaming hangar and then strafed another target on the other side. The sound of their rotary cannons tore through the night with a long, grinding BRRRT that rattled Nate's teeth. The rounds hit somewhere in the darkened field behind the hangar, carving glowing trenches, and lighting up yet another thrashing swarm of bloomers. "There's too many of them," Riley whispered. Jonah whimpered from the back seat. "Dad, are we gonna make it?" "Yeah, bud," the sergeant said, "we're almost there. Just hang on." Something slammed into the roof, hard. Riley screamed, snapping her pistol up toward the sound. Nate jerked the wheel, swerving wildly, and the thing rolled off, thumping down beside the road. He caught a glimpse of it in the mirror, a bloomer with glowing eyes that had leaped from the nearby roof of a burning building. Acrid smoke gushed in through Riley's window, making Nate's eyes sting and blur. He blinked rapidly to clear them, struggling to see through the haze. The Humvee indicated and then veered right, then swerved around the twisted wreck of a tank that was snarled with root-like blue growths. Apparently, The bloomers themselves weren't the only thing that could take a tank. At least this one wasn't shooting. Delaney's voice crackled over the radio. "See those lights? That's the perimeter." Through the smoke, Nate saw them, rows of headlights cutting across the base. A line of vehicles forming a wall. Behind them loomed the hospital complex they'd visited last night. The Humvee sped through a gap between the wall of tanks, troop carriers, and Humvees. Soldiers waved them through with illuminated batons. Nate followed behind Emily's truck, his tires spitting spores and debris. They sped down the road and skidded to a stop outside the hospital, right behind Delaney's Humvee. Nate exhaled raggedly, his shoulders slumping. He turned to look at Riley. Her hands were trembling around the pistol she still clutched in her lap. She gave a shaky smile and met his eyes. "We made it." Nate nodded, but he couldn't quite bring himself to believe it. Somewhere behind them at the perimeter, machine guns rattled in a long, rolling burst. The bloomers were still coming. It wasn't over yet. Suddenly he realized where they were. The hospital. He remembered Paula, and he reached for the radio with a trembling hand. "Sergeant, any word about my wife?" "Affirmative. That's why I was coming to the inns," Delaney said. "Among other reasons. Hang tight. I'm contacting Major Voronova now to let her know we've arrived." The transmission cut to static. Nate balanced the radio in his lap, the fingers of his free hand drumming restlessly on the wheel. Riley looked at him with eyebrows raised, and Jonah popped his head between their seats. "That's a good thing, right, Dad?" Nate nodded slowly, his mind churning anxiously. "I hope so, Bud." Chapter 51. The radio hissed again, and Delaney's voice returned, steadier this time. "Corwin, you there? Over." Nate snatched it up. "I'm here, what's up?" "The Major's coming out to get you." Nate frowned. "I thought we weren't allowed in the quarantine facility." "Not quarantine," Delaney said. "Recovery center. Seems your wife pulled through." For a moment, Nate couldn't move. He just stared at the radio, trying to process the words. Then Riley let out a sharp gasp, covering her mouth, and Jonah's face lit up with disbelief. "She's okay?" Jonah asked, his voice rising with a sharp squeak. Nate nodded slowly. "Copy that, Sergeant," he said, his voice choked with emotion. "She's okay," he repeated to himself. He and the kids laughed through tears, half hysteria, half relief, and leaned across the seats to hug each other. Nate blinked against the blur in his eyes and looked up at the first pale light breaking through the smoke. He whispered a quiet thanks and brought the radio back to his mouth. "We don't have masks. We left them at the inn." "I'll tell the Major," Delaney replied. "But you might not need them. Sun's coming up." Nate glanced toward the windshield again. Thin streaks of crimson were spreading across the eastern horizon, and the clouds above were starting to fracture with rays of gold spearing through. "Copy that," Nate said quietly. They sat in silence for a while, watching the sunrise bloom across the fires and columns of smoke that dotted the base. The thunder and roar of battle were fading now, replaced by more sporadic pops. Maybe bloomers were afraid of the sun. Either that or the tide had turned. Riley leaned forward against the dash, her eyes wide as she peered up. "It looks brighter today. You think maybe the spores are done moving through the solar system?" Nate followed her gaze. She was right. The sun looked sharper and cleaner somehow, its light stronger than it had been for days. He wanted to believe it. "We can only hope," he said. A light knock on his window made him turn. Major Voronova stood outside, flanked by two soldiers in hazmat suits. She wore a respirator over her face, and in her gloved hand, she held out a bundle of white N95 masks. Nate rolled the window down halfway. "Put these on," the major said, handing them through. Nate accepted the masks and passed one to each of his kids. Jonah hesitated before putting his on. "What about Max?" Voronova shook her head. "Leave him in the car for now." She turned and gestured to the building behind her, a low, one-story gray cinder block structure connected to the main hospital by a flexible, tube-like corridor. "Mrs. Corwin is waiting. She says she has something important to tell us." Nate frowned as he seated the mask on his face. "Us?" The major nodded. "Something about the bloom. She wouldn't tell us what it was until she saw you." Nate exchanged a look with Riley, his pulse quickening, not with fear exactly, but with a strange, uneasy curiosity. He opened the door. "We're ready, Major. Let's go hear it." The wind hit them as they stepped out, sharp and cold, but the first rays of sunlight were already cresting the top of the recovery center. Warmth spread faintly through Nate's jacket, thin but real. Around them, glowing blue spores sizzled and winked out, retreating from the light. The last of the night peeled away, revealing a clean, mostly cloudless sky, so bright it almost looked new. Nate drew a deep breath. Even through his mask, he could still smell the smoke, but something in the air had changed. The world felt lighter, less hostile, as if more than just the night and the battle for Offutt had ended. Maybe this was the turning point. Maybe the worst was behind them. A new day was dawning, and for the first time in weeks, it felt possible that the world might start to heal. They followed Voronova across the cracked pavement toward the recovery center, their shadows stretching long behind them in the morning light. The snow glittered like powdered glass, and the spores that littered it seemed like nothing more than dull, lifeless grit. Chapter 52. The recovery center was quiet, almost eerily so, after the chaos outside. The walls were white and clean. The air was sharp with the antiseptic smell of cleaning solvents, but the smell of smoke still lingered. Nate, Emily, and the kids all followed Major Voronova down a broad corridor lined with glass-walled recovery rooms and green-curtained treatment areas, with IV poles peeking above them. Soldiers stood in pairs, guarding some of the doors. Nate wondered what they were worried about if these people were all supposedly recovered from the infection. Voronova stopped at a particular door almost at the end of the corridor and then stepped through, holding it open. Nate peered through the window beside the door. The room held just one bed. From this angle, Paula's face was hidden, but he caught sight of a brown vinyl couch beside the bed and a matching armchair in the corner, its torn seat spilling yellow foam. Then he followed his kids inside and finally saw his wife. Paula was awake, propped up on the bed and smiling tiredly at them as they came in. Riley gasped and raced past the major. "Mom!" Jonah almost beat her there. A half-empty bag of blood hung beside her on an IV stand, its red line snaking into her arm. Her brown hair was damp and stringy, pasted to her forehead. The scene vaguely reminded Nate of how she'd looked after giving birth to their kids. Whatever she'd been through last night, it hadn't been easy. Paula's eyes shimmered with tears as her children gathered beside her bed. She reached out, and they both folded into her arms for an awkward hug, trying not to disturb her IV line or any of the electrodes that trailed colored wires to the heart monitor on their side of the bed. Nate gathered behind his kids, waiting his turn, while Emily and her girls stood at the foot of the bed. Voronova stood off to one side, her eyes crinkling slightly above her mask. "We weren't sure if you were going to make it," Emily said. Paula smiled tightly as her kids withdrew. She wiped tears from the corners of her eyes and nodded. Neither was I. Nate began tugging off his mask. "Mask stay on, Mr. Corwin," Voronova said. He looked at her. "But she's cured, right? Not contagious." "There are no signs of active infection in her blood, but we'd like to be completely sure about that before we drop all of our safety protocols." Nate nodded slowly and left his mask in place. He nudged his kids away and grabbed Paula's hand in both of his. It was still cold and clammy. He squeezed tightly, and she squeezed weakly back. "Hey you," he said, smiling broadly at her behind his mask. "Hey," she replied. Nate wanted to pull her into his arms and kiss her, but that would have to wait. He pointed to the bag of blood and then looked back to the Major for an answer. "What's that for?" "The treatment destroys a lot of red blood cells along with the infected ones. We had to give her transfusions to restore her counts. She still needs several more, but she's doing well." Nate nodded and swallowed thickly. He stepped closer, brushing Paula's hair back from her forehead. Her head was warm, almost too warm compared to her hands, but it didn't seem like a fever. Before he could ask anything else, the door behind them clicked open. Everyone turned, and Nate saw a tall man with dark skin and a shaved head stepping in, flanked by two armed guards. He wore an immaculate blue Air Force uniform, replete with colored badges on the left side and 4 shining silver stars above each shoulder. An embossed silver name tag gleamed on his right breast that read POWELL. Voronova straightened instantly as he came in. "General Powell, sir." "At ease, Major," the man said, his voice deep and calm. He turned to Nate and offered a nod. "I'm General Anthony Powell, Commander of the United States Strategic Command here at Offutt. You must be Nathan Corwin." "Yes, sir," Nate said through a frown, as he tried to process why Paula's recovery merited a visit from a 4-star general, the head of SDRATCOM, no less. Powell's gaze shifted to her. "Major Voronova tells me you've recovered from a particularly advanced stage of infection. You're one of the lucky ones. We haven't had anyone recover after they become comatose." "She was in a coma," Nate echoed. He hadn't realized it was that serious. He thought Paula was simply sleeping when the medics had removed her from the car. The general continued, "I also hear that you've got something important to tell us about the bloom, something you learned while you were battling the infection." Nate stepped back slightly from Paula's bed and regarded her with eyebrows raised. Paula's face grew troubled, and she looked at Riley. "Could you take the kids outside, please, Riley?" Riley frowned and shook her head. "I want to hear." "Please, sweetheart," Paula said gently, her eyes flicking to Jonah. "Take Jonah, Haley, and Olivia outside for a few minutes. I'll explain later." Riley hesitated, but finally gave in with a shallow dip of her chin. She gathered the kids and led them out into the hall. The door clicked softly shut behind them. The silence that followed was thick and uncomfortable. Powell gestured lightly. "Please go ahead, Mrs. Corwin, we're listening." Paula's eyes darted between the general, Voronova, and Nate. Her fingers tightened on the blanket, kneading it anxiously. Nate reached out and took her hand and squeezed to offer his support. "When I was sick," Paula began quietly, "I started hearing voices in my head. I wasn't completely out yet. I was drifting in and out of consciousness, so I thought I was just dreaming. The voices weren't speaking English or any other language I've ever heard. It sounded completely alien, but over time, the words started to make sense." Voronova and the general exchanged a quick look. Powell's voice was careful. And what were they saying, ma'am? Most of it's gone now, like a dream that fades as soon as you wake up. But there's one thing I remember. They were talking about the others, the old ones, their commanders, or maybe their masters. She shook her head. I can't find the right word for them, but the voices were speaking about them with respect and fear. I could sense their anticipation. I understood that whoever or whatever they are, they're on their way to Earth. That drew another look between Powell and Voronova. The ones who sent the bloom, the general asked. That's who's coming. Paula nodded. The general leaned forward slightly, his eyes narrowing sharply above his mask. Was there anything else? Anything that could help us understand what they want? Paula's brow furrowed, and she appeared to be searching her memory. She gave up after a moment and shook her head. I wish I could remember more. I'm sorry. Powell exhaled sharply and turned to Voronova. If she does remember anything else, I want to be the first to know about it. Understood? Yes, sir. He gave Paula a curt nod. Thank you for the information, ma'am. We'll do our best to prepare. Good luck with the rest of your recovery. With that, the general left, his guards following him out. The door clicked shut behind them, and the silence returned. Only the rhythmic beeping of Paula's heart monitor filled the room. Voronova's radio crackled, and she lifted it to her mouth. After a brief exchange, she said, "One of my other patients is awake. I need to go see them. I'll send someone to come and discuss next steps with you soon." "Okay, thank you," Nate said. The major nodded, and then she left the room, too, closing the door softly behind her. Now it was just the three of them. Riley popped her head back in. "Mom, can we come in?" "Not yet, honey. Give me another minute." Riley sighed theatrically. "Okay." Paula waited a few seconds after the door clicked shut again, and then she whispered, "Nate, there's something else." "What is it?" Paula's eyes flicked to the door and the window to the corridor outside. Nate caught a glimpse of the two soldiers standing guard, and he understood. Whatever it was, she didn't want any of the soldiers or base staff to overhear. She gestured for them to come closer. Nate's heart began to race as he and Emily crowded in around the head of her bed and bent down closer to listen to whatever she had to say. "I can still hear them," Paula whispered. Nate drew back sharply, staring at her in shock. "What?" Paula's lips trembled. "The voices, they haven't stopped." Emily looked between them, alarmed. "What does that mean? Are you still infected?" Paula's face crumpled. "I don't know, I hope not." "What are they saying?" Nate asked. "They're not just taking over cell towers. They took over something called the NASA Deep Space Network. They've been modifying the antennas to send some kind of signal into space." Nate's pulse quickened. He remembered reading once about how NASA's Deep Space Network worked. 3 radio antennas spaced around the planet so that as the Earth turned, at least one of them could always stay in touch with spacecraft and robotic landers operating beyond Earth. Each site had huge dish antennas sensitive enough to catch the faintest whispers from across the solar system. There was one in California, another in Madrid, and the third in Australia. "Is that how you know that they're coming?" Nate prompted his wife. "The ones who sent the spores." Paula nodded slowly. "Yes. I heard people at each of the antenna sites. Some were speaking in English, others in Spanish, which I could somehow understand. They were working together to send the signal. I think they were still human. I got the sense that the spores don't affect everyone the same way. Some people stay more or less themselves to serve as liaisons between us and the infected." Emily's eyes widened. But they were working with the others, voluntarily or were they being somehow coerced? Paula bit her lip and slowly shook her head. I don't know. Why didn't you tell the general? He needs to know about this. Paula shook her head sharply. It's too late anyway. The signal's already been sent. I told him that they're coming. I just didn't give him all the details about how I know that. Emily blinked. Still, Paula, this could be important. They need to know what's going on with you. No, Paula said, her voice cracking. Please. If they find out, they'll never let me out of here. I'll become a lab rat, a source of intel, no longer a human being. Nate's stomach twisted as he considered the implications. You think maybe they've turned you into one of these liaisons? Paula's gaze flicked toward the window again and then back to him. Tears spilled quietly down her cheeks. That's exactly what I think. So the treatment didn't work, Emily concluded. The spores themselves decided to spare you. Or it did work, Nate insisted. But she's still somehow attuned to the spores' signals. She can listen in without them knowing or directly exerting their influence over her. Emily crossed her arms over her chest. We don't know that. Nate scowled. Why would she tell us about any of this if she was on their side? I don't think this is something the spores or the bloomers want us to know about. I can't speak to them, Paula added, and they're not speaking directly to me. What are they saying now? Paula's eyes scrunched up in concentration. I can't hear the ones speaking in that alien language anymore, but I can hear the ones manning the radio antennas. They're saying that the signal worked, and they already got a reply. Nate blinked. That fast? It's only been, 4 days since the spores began to fall. Whoever sent them must be very close to receive and reply to a message with radio waves. Paula nodded. They were following behind the spores. The message from Earth wasn't meant to call them here. It was just meant to wake them up. Sleeper ships, Nate said. That means whoever or whatever is on board, they're probably not able to travel faster than the speed of light. That's reassuring, at least. Emily leaned forward. How long do we have before they get here? Paula shook her head. Not long. Chapter 53. A man in a doctor's coat, with short, receding silver hair, came in to explain the rest of Paula's treatment. Dr. Burton. Nate listened attentively to the plan while Emily excused herself to go check on her girls. Paula needed to get her blood counts back up and her liver enzymes down. The doctor estimated she would need 2 or 3 days to fully recover. While the doctor was still explaining that, another knock sounded at the door, and Sergeant Delaney came in. Corwin, are you ready to go? Nate looked at him with a frown, then back to Paula. She was drifting in and out of sleep, her eyelids fluttering and cheeks pale in the sunlight pouring through the curtained window beside her bed. The bag of blood on her IV pole was empty now. She cracked her eyes open and managed a faint smile. Don't worry about me, Nate. I'll be fine. Just keep the kids safe. I will. She needs to rest, Dr. Burton added. He nodded and withdrew, his fingers trailing through Paula S. as he went. Nate stepped back out into the hallway between the guards flanking Paula's door. Delaney stepped out behind him, and the door clicked shut. Riley and Jonah shot up from a line of seats along the wall in an adjoining hallway. Time to go, Nate said as he approached. Go, Riley asked. We just got here. Your mother needs to rest. You'll be able to come back and visit, Delaney added. But something tells me your mother's not the only one who needs to rest. Nate looked at him with eyebrows raised. We're going back to the inns. Delaney shook his head. No, we're moving you to an empty duplex in Rising View on the north end of the base. Everyone fell in behind the sergeant, following him back the way they'd come with the major. As they walked toward the exit, Riley sidled up to her dad and whispered, "What did Mom want to talk to you about?" "Let's talk about that later." "Okay." Outside, the day was shockingly bright. The sun had broken through the haze, and it glared off the icy pavement like a mirror. Here at the hospital complex, there was no debris, no fires visible, and no sign of soldiers, tanks, or other armored vehicles. The occasional aircraft still cracked the sky, followed by the distant booms of explosions, but otherwise the world seemed too quiet and peaceful, as if all the death and destruction from last night had been nothing more than a bad dream. Delaney's Humvee was waiting right outside the recovery center, parked in front of Nate's SUV and Emily's truck, right where they'd left them. The sergeant pointed to the Suburban Nate had driven through hell mere hours ago. "I'll lead the way, same as before. The base is secure now. Should be safe." "Safe?" Nate echoed dubiously under his breath. "You sure about that, Sergeant?" Delaney shrugged. "Sure as I can be under the circumstances." Emily peeled off with her girls, heading for the truck. Max began barking eagerly as they approached, his head poking out the broken window on the passenger's side. Nate grimaced. They were lucky he hadn't jumped out. "Good boy, Max." Everyone piled into the vehicles. Riley and Jonah climbed in the back with Max, and Nate turned on the engine and shifted into drive just as the Humvee began rolling out. Emily went next in her Silverado. They drove past the hospital and quickly reached a roadblock formed by two Humvees and a tank. The solid wall of vehicles Nate remembered seeing earlier had dispersed, but they were still guarding the quarantine facility. Delaney stopped briefly to check in with the guards, and then they waved them through. The smell of smoke lingered in the air and gusted in through the broken window. The snowy fields between buildings were scarred black where fires had burned out. Others still raged but were being put out with streams of water from actual fire trucks. Thankfully, the spores weren't coming to life like they had back on Nate Street in Montana, because this time the sun was up. Water activated them, and then the sun knocked them out. Dead bloomers littered the grounds by the thousands, so thick that soldiers were using bulldozers and forklifts to clear them. Medical staff in hazmat suits and soldiers in MOPP gear walked in grid patterns ahead of those machines, searching for their own before the bulldozers came and shoveled the bodies into piles to be burned. For a long while, nobody spoke. They came to a guardhouse at the edge of a quiet-looking neighborhood with a sign in the grass that said Rising View. Two-story townhouses lined a street full of dirty slush. Delaney stopped again at the gate to speak with the guards. Then the boom gate lifted, and they rumbled through. Delaney pulled to a stop in front of a house near the end of a cul-de-sac. They parked behind him, blocking the driveway. Nate exhaled slowly and unbuckled his seatbelt. "Guess this is it," he said. "Riles, make sure you carry Max just in case." "Sure." They climbed out into the glaring sunlight. The sheer brightness stung Nate's eyes. For a moment, the quiet felt almost peaceful. He actually heard birds chirping in the trees. He stood staring up at a quaint-looking townhouse, listening to the tick of cooling engines, the creak of the trees, and the occasional crack of icicles slipping from rooftops. Delaney sauntered over and jerked his chin toward the house. "What do you think? Practically home sweet home, right?" The kids gathered around, Riley grunting as she struggled to keep Max from jumping out of her arms. "Everything's melting," Jonah said. "Yeah, but it's not activating the bloom," Delaney said. "Sun's back with a vengeance. We might get back to summer temperatures soon." "Which one is ours?" Emily asked as she drifted over with her girls. Nate looked from left to right and back again, studying two identical houses connected in the middle, with a shared driveway leading to a double-car garage. "Take your pick. They're both yours," Delaney explained as he fished two sets of keys from his pocket and handed them to Nate and Emily. Nate blinked at the keys in his hand. A simple keychain had a number on it that corresponded to the leftmost of the two units, #6. Just then, a shadow passed over the sun, and a shiver ran through Nate's shoulders at the sudden loss of warmth. He looked up expecting to see a cloud, and for a moment that was exactly what he saw, a vast, dark cloud drifting in a sea of blue. Jonah tugged suddenly on his coat sleeve. "Dad, what's that?" There was a sharp catch in his son's voice. Riley gasped, and Nate's stomach dropped. "Holy shit," Delaney said slowly, drawing out each word between shallow breaths. The sun burned through the cloud, peeling it back to reveal the hard edges of something metallic. A giant ellipsoid vessel was descending from within, lightning flickering through the vapor that still clung to its hull. Its underside was webbed with faint, geometric veins of blue light pulsing in slow, steady rhythm, just like the spores. Steam trailed from the ship in long, curling tendrils as the cloud that had hidden it rapidly dissolved. Within seconds, the ship had descended low enough that it blotted out fully half of the sky and seemed to form a low ceiling over the base, giving new meaning to that old line from Chicken Little: "The sky is falling." Belatedly, the air raid sirens began to wail across the base. Still, none of them spoke or moved. Sunlight fractured around the vessel as it descended, scattering into prismatic colors. Raindrops began to fall, runoff from the ship's enormous hull. Riley set Max down and wrapped both her arms around Nate's. "Dad, what's happening?" He couldn't answer. His throat had closed up. His voice was gone. In the distance, jets scrambled, tiny silver flecks rising on twisting contrails, streaking toward the vast underbelly of the ship. But it didn't slow, didn't turn, didn't seem to notice or even care. And then a deep, reverberating thrum rolled through the air, low enough to rattle Nate's teeth and vibrate within his chest. It wasn't just a sound. It was a pressure wave, like the atmosphere itself was groaning in protest against the intrusion. The sky shimmered as an expanding rectangle of blue-white radiance opened up in the belly of the ship, casting an eerie light across the base to replace the sun. Nate's heart hammered as Paula's whispered warnings about the signal, and the ones who'd sent the spores echoed through his mind. He swallowed hard and finally found his voice. "They're here," he said,